face unavoidable death, then rewind time to the exact moment before it happened. Trapped in this uncanny cycle of dying and coming back to life again and again, Baiju spirals towards madness. The elusive blue moon he can't see, an alternate version of himself mirrored across a strange realm, his awkward yet devoted senior sister, the fickle and demanding headstrong popular girl, and a shrouded superpower academy. Baiju, a normal boy thrust into the extraordinary, fueled by seething rage, embarks on a relentless quest through endless deaths and unexplainable phenomena. Deep in the Los Angeles night, darkness settled everywhere. A shrill phone ringing shattered the silence of Baiju's darkened bedroom. He fumbled to answer, his mind hazy from sleep. Ever since his parents split when he was young, Baiju had become withdrawn and solitary, with almost no close companions. The late-night calls were usually nothing more than harassment. He couldn't imagine anyone else calling at this hour. With a mix of annoyance and confusion, he reached for the phone beside his pillow and brought it to his ear. "Hello?" A panicked voice, unmistakably his mother's, filled the receiver. "Xiaoju, listen carefully, don't look at the moon, definitely don't look at the moon." The urgency in her tone jolted Baiju wide awake. Fear pricked at him as he struggled to grasp the meaning behind her frantic words. "What's the matter?" Before his question could fully form, another choked command echoed through the line, "Don't look at the moon." A blood-curdling scream followed, leaving Baiju trembling with dread. "Hello? Mom?" His voice trembled as he pleaded for a response, but met with an unnerving silence. Seconds stretched into an eternity before his mother's voice returned, warped and strained. "The moon is so beautiful tonight. I must see the moon." It devolved into manic laughter laced with choked sobs. Panic clawed at Baiju's throat. "What's wrong? Are you home?" he yelled, but the line abruptly cut off. No matter how loudly he shouted, the glowing screen met his pleas with an accusing emptiness. Fear gnawed at him, propelling him into action. He dressed hastily and hailed a taxi to his mother's apartment in a neighboring city. But as he reached for the doorknob, a sliver of movement outside his window arrested him. Through the parted curtains, he glimpsed a figure on the street below, their vacant gaze fixed unblinkingly on the sky. A chilling premonition washed over Baiju. He watched, breath caught in his chest, as the man's form spasmed and fractured, shattering like a fragile statue. Crimson splattered onto the pavement as the unthinkable unfolded before his eyes. Someone had died right there, consumed by an unseen force. It was horrifying enough, but something far more terrifying intertwined with the scene. Recalling his mother's desperate pleas, "Don't look at the moon," Baiju connected the dots. The man hadn't just been gazing upwards, he had stared directly at the full moon. A bone-chilling understanding settled upon Baiju. The moon held a sinister secret, and he was now caught in its deadly gaze. Baiju swallowed hard. Though it seemed outlandish, after witnessing what he had just seen, he couldn't ignore this terrifying possibility. Something was deeply wrong. Instead of rushing outside, he clutched his phone, desperately trying his mother's number again. He'd dialed a dozen times already since the abrupt call ending, each attempt met with silence. This time was no different. The ringing seemed to hang in the air for an eternity before dying unanswered. Baiju ended the call himself, defeated. Just when anxiety gnawed at his heart, a text from his mother arrived, another perplexing piece of the unsettling puzzle. "Mom, look at the moon is beautiful today." Her response, though odd, rekindled a sliver of hope in Baiju's chest. He typed back, sweat beading on his forehead, leaning against the door as he sought answers amidst the fear. "Baiju, how's the situation over there? Is Uncle Luo with you?" His mother and Uncle Luo were his anchor to normalcy, the uncle who had cared for his mom since Baiju's parents split up when he was young. He waited, heart heavy, but the precious 10 seconds stretched into an agonizing eternity with no reply. A knot of worry tightened in his stomach. He glanced back out the window at the street bathed in moonlight. Empty. No sign of the man who had been there moments before, the one whose gruesome fate he could vividly recall. Hallucination? Baiju whispered to himself, desperate for an explanation. But how could such a real scene be a mere phantom? The image seared itself onto his retinas, a tableau of impossible finality. He pinched himself hard, willing pain to ground him in reality. It hurt, a searing confirmation that this was no dream. Virtual and genuine memories battled within his head. Baiju forced himself back into the suffocating darkness of his room, away from the window's accusing sliver of lunar light. He breathed deeply, battling rising panic as he struggled to make sense of it all. Something unspeakable had happened, leaving a residue of fear and confusion in its wake. Sitting amidst the disarray, Baiju fixated on the encroaching blue moonlight filtering through the window, a physical manifestation of the inexplicable events unfolding around him. He felt a pressure building at the side of his head, a dull ache mingling with an overwhelming disorientation. Who was he now, lost in this labyrinth of the bizarre? He glanced at the clock, 2:30 a.m. School awaited in 5 short hours. Yet, the line between reality and nightmare had blurred beyond recognition. Baiju exhaled heavily, staring at the phone's display. Why did my mom suddenly call and plead, "Don't look at the moon," then moments later urge me to gaze at it? I don't get it. Confusion, thick and cloying, settled over him. He felt an unnatural pull, a morbid curiosity urging him toward the window, the same impulse he'd likened to standing on a skyscraper's edge, craving the impossible leap. But, like a lifeline in a storm, that urge was cut off almost instantly by his own terror-stricken will. He sank back onto the sofa, lost in thought, when a sharp rap at the door pierced the stillness. Baiju's face hardened. There were rarely any other residents in this building. The opposite apartment and both floors above and below were empty. Fear, cold and primal, flooded his veins as an icy tingle crawled along his limbs. He held his breath, refusing to move, fixated on the ominous intrusion. He wouldn't open it. Yet, life seemed intent on twisting the knife of fate another notch. The rapping ceased, replaced by a voice from beyond the barrier, the landlady's. Baiju, come out and see, the moon is beautiful tonight, the words dripped with an uncanny familiarity, mirroring his mother's unsettling message. Baiju felt trapped in a waking nightmare. He stopped breathing entirely, petrified as fear threatened to crack his already fragile composure. Her voice wavered between pleading and chilling laughter, then dissolved into gut-wrenching sobs. The symphony of the strange twisted deeper, escalating the unbearable tension. Baiju's eyes widened uncontrollably, his chest constricted with terror. That cry, it was a thread snapping the last vestiges of his control. Silence descended, heavier than before. He thought she'd retreated, but then, an abrupt metallic clang resonated, scraping, clashing sounds like iron against unforgiving steel. A key turning in its lock followed, sharp and final. Baiju stared, paralyzed, as the door yielded inward, revealing his landlady bathed in spectral moonlight and bearing a distorted, almost predatory smile. Look, come out and take a look, she beckoned, her voice a hollow whisper. Panic clawed at Baiju's throat, but his body felt rooted to the sofa like he was caught in quicksand. He could only watch, eyes wide with primal terror, as she glided closer, step by agonizing step. Leaning over him, her fetid breath reeking of decay washed over his face as she murmured into his ear, "The moon is so beautiful." A disorienting heat coursed through Baiju mingled with an invasive cold. His vacant expression transformed from fear to a vacant fixation, a puppet on the strings of unseen forces. He was trapped in a tableau of dread, at the mercy of the landlady and her beckoning moonlit window. The landlady's voice echoed in his ears. Baiju stood up with a dull look in his eyes, like a walking corpse, slowly, step by step, to the window. He raised his head, he looked at the sky. It was a round blue moon, hanging high in the night sky, casting the same blue moonlight. Standing in front of the window, staring at the blue moon, the moonlight fell on Baiju, on his pale and dull face. The next second, Baiju broke apart. Just like the man he had seen before, starting from the head, the whole person was like a collapsed statue, with blood and flesh scattered all over the ground. Consciousness fell into the darkest abyss. He died. The vague consciousness was brought back to reality by the harsh ringing of the phone. Baiju opened his eyes suddenly, sweat breaking out on his back. The fear had not yet subsided, his chest was rising and falling violently, and he was breathing rapidly. He hurriedly looked around. What came into view was the bedroom in darkness. Right beside the pillow, the phone screen lights up and the phone continues to ring. After coming back to his senses, Baiju picked up his phone and looked at the contacts displayed on the incoming call reminder. His whole body felt like he was struck by lightning. Mother! Another call from my mother. With his fingertips trembling slightly, he answered the call. Xiaoju, listen to me, don't look at the moon, definitely, don't look at the moon. As soon as he finished speaking, Baiju swallowed suddenly. This phone call, this scene, he seems to have experienced. Don't look at the moon. Don't look at the moon, ah. There was no timely response like the first time. When Baiju was silent, his mother's voice rang again on the other end of the phone. Look at the moon is so beautiful tonight, I must see the moon is so beautiful, ha ha. Mom was laughing, but she was laughing and crying again. Everything is highly consistent with memory. Baiju is just silent. After being frightened, puzzled, and confused, his emotions slowly calmed down under his conscious control. There was no response. Baiju stared at the flooded phone screen, half of his face illuminated, looking gloomy in the darkness. To his surprise, a few seconds after his mother finished speaking the last sentence, the call interface showed hang up. Blinking to relieve the soreness around his eyes caused by the bright light, Baiju clicked to call back. Sorry, the user you dialed is temporarily unavailable. It stayed on the dial interface for a long time, but no one answered. With an expressionless face, Baiju called back again. Sorry, the user you dialed, go to the living room. Without any hesitation, Baiju left the bedroom holding his cell phone, came to the living room, and stood in front of the window. He looked down out the window. In his sight, on the street next to the window, there was a man with dull eyes staring up at the sky. It didn't take long. The man was split open, starting at the head. Blood entered his eyes, and Baiju looked hard. Breathing was rapid, with a bit of indescribable heat. It wasn't a dream just now, and it's not a dream now. The same hard pinching of the thigh, the same real pain, all remind Baiju that this is not a dream, this is reality. I died and I live again? With heavy footsteps, Baiju sat down on the sofa, frowning with confusion. Mother's phone call, a man who suddenly died while looking up at the sky. He was sure and certain of all this, he had experienced it twice. And both times, he ruled out the possibility of it being a dream. My mother called me and said some incomprehensible words. I was about to go out to find my mother, but I saw a man die violently outside the window in an extremely weird way. Then my mother sent a text message. The content of the text message was, after a brief period of confusion, Baiju tried to retell the first experience. After retelling this, he picked up the phone in his hand and checked it. There is a new text message alert. It was from my mother. Mom, look at the moon is beautiful today. This is the content of the newsletter. It was exactly the same as the first experience he remembered. A strange feeling suddenly arose, and facing the unstoppable horror, Baiju chose to take a deep breath to keep himself calm. After reading my mother's message, I sat on the sofa for a while, and then my landlord came to my house and knocked on the door, asking me to go out and watch the moon. I didn't open it, but she opened it with the key, and then, speaking of this, Baiju's face turned pale. I walked to the window uncontrollably, looked up and saw the moon. Then he died. But he's alive again. Looking at his hands, Baiju fell into extreme confusion. But now is not the time for puzzling. According to the first experience, in a few moments, the landlady will knock on the door. Run! This was the first method that came to Baiju's mind. However, there is a moon that cannot be seen outside, and the house is small and only has the living room, bedroom and bathroom. Where to go? While his thoughts were in a mess, there was a knock on the door as promised. Dang dang coming. Baiju swallowed hard, and his whole body suddenly tensed up. Dang dang, the knocks on the door came one after another, forcing Baiju to make a decision. I can only find a place at home to hide it. As soon as he gritted his teeth, Baiju's brain began to work rapidly. Then, he kept the noise down as much as possible and walked to the bedroom. Baiju, come out and take a look. The moon is beautiful tonight. The knocking on the door gradually stopped and was replaced by the landlady's invitation. Come out, the moon is very beautiful. The landlady smiled and began to cry, her voice sounding like a resentful woman crying. Come out. After this sound, there was a moment of silence outside the door. Then, there was the sound of many keys clashing, and the sound of keys being inserted into the door lock to open the door. The door opened. Just like Baiju remembered. Under the bed in the bedroom, Baiju held his breath when he heard the slow and heavy footsteps. Dang dang, footsteps were approaching from the living room to the bedroom. Lying on the bottom of the bed, Baiju stared at the closed bedroom door through the gap in the bedboard with a knife-like gaze. His gaze shifted and fell on his right hand, where a cold light flickered faintly in the darkness. It was a delicate little dagger, tightly held in Baiju's hand. As a high school student and living alone for a long time, Baiju has always had a weak sense of security and has a slight paranoia, so he always has sharp weapons such as daggers at home. As the footsteps approached, Baiju's eyes slowly climbed up with murderous intent. Because of the landlady, I died. In his mind, the memory before the first death was clear. Although Baiju didn't know what the landlady did to him at that time, which made him walk to the window uncontrollably and look up at the blue moon and die, but he only needed to know that he died because of the landlady. As long as he killed the landlady, he could avoid death. His thoughts were unusually clear, and Baiju almost confirmed this logic. Squeak! The atmosphere became more and more urgent, and the bedroom door was pushed open. The landlady stepped on the floor, step by step, to the bedside. Then, she stopped. Look at the moon is beautiful tonight. Standing quietly by the bed, the landlady suddenly murmured. The next moment, she bent down, bent her legs, tilted her head, and her face with a weird smile hung in the gap between the bed and the ground. At the moment when he looked at the landlady, Baiju's heart trembled, and then his eyes turned sideways, his arms moved violently, and the dagger suddenly stabbed forward. Swish! The dagger pierced into the landlady's face. But there was no blood. Baiju did not see any blood. It was as if the dagger pierced into a ball of mud. It was irrelevant. The night is beautiful tonight. Go and have a look. Although there was a dagger with a cold light flashing on her face, the landlady was still smiling. She smiled weirdly, and as she smiled, she showed tears again. Look! Come out and take a look, the moon is so beautiful. The landlady's voice was moving closer and farther away, swaying in his ears. Baiju looked at her and was suddenly stunned. He never recovered from this moment of stunnedness. He crawled out from under the bed, he came to the bedroom window, he looked up at the sky. A round blue moon came into his eyes, and Baiju was stunned. Then, his body broke apart, starting from the head, and his flesh and blood fell to the ground. Ding! While Baiju was in a trance, he was awakened by the sound of an alarm. He suddenly opened his eyes and sweated all over. Turning his head, his eyes fell on the vibrating mobile phone beside the pillow, and Baiju's pupils trembled. Reincarnation? Trying to calm down, Baiju answered the call as he did the previous 2 times. As expected, it was still his mother calling. Xiaoju, listen to me, don't look at the moon. You must. Don't look at the moon. The same opening remarks, the same urgent tone. Then, it was the same development as the previous 2 times. After a scream, the call was hung up. Baiju stared at the phone, and his pupils reflected the time displayed on the screen: 1:11. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. Holding the phone in his left hand, Baiju hurriedly got out of bed from the side, opened the drawer of the bedside table with his right hand, and pulled out the dagger pressed under the book. Then, he left the bedroom. Just like last time, he walked to the living room window and saw the man looking up at the sky. A moment later, under Baiju's gaze, the man died violently like the previous 2 times. If you see the moon, you will die. With heavy breathing, after experiencing 2 deaths, Baiju had a certain depth of understanding of what his mother said on the phone. You can't look at the moon, but the blood after the man's death still remained in his retina. Baiju's eyes were calm and he cast his gaze on the security door. The landlord will come to ask me to look at the moon. This is like an order, and my body can't refuse it. Recalling the 2 encounters with the female landlord, Baiju's breath was hanging in his chest. The obvious smell of rotting corpses, the dagger stabbed into the face, but there was no damage. All this shows that the female landlord is not a human. At least, not a flesh and blood person in Baiju's cognition. If you can't kill her, the house is so small, and there is nowhere to hide. While thinking, Baiju turned his head and looked out the window. Just don't look at the moon, that'll be fine, right? Baiju hesitated and struggled. The floor he was on was not very high, only 2 floors, and jumping down was the best solution he could think of now. Ding ding! Before he could think further, there was a knock on the door. The landlady, here she comes. Gritting his teeth, Baiju climbed onto the windowsill and suddenly jumped down. Bang! He landed with a loud noise. Perhaps because she noticed Baiju's escape, the knock on the door stopped abruptly, and then, accompanied by a sound of keys colliding, the door opened. The landlady walked into the living room, her dim eyes scanned the room back and forth, and she was stunned when she didn't see Baiju. At this time, Baiju, who had temporarily escaped from danger, was panicking and ran in a random direction. The community where he lived was not very large, and according to the familiar route in his memory, Baiju wanted to run out of the community. While running out of the community, a wave of desires that tried to tempt him to look up at the sky grew in his heart, but they were very weak and were consciously suppressed by Baiju. Can't look at the moon, can't look at the moon. As he approached the exit of the community, this desire became stronger and stronger, and Baiju gritted his teeth and moved forward. Along the road between the buildings, Baiju ran for a long time. Slowly, he stopped, his expression somewhat desperate. He seemed to be spinning in place. In normal times, he should have left the community long ago. But now, Captain, there is someone here. Just as Baiju was suffering from the dual fatigue of body and mind, a slightly happy female voice came from an unknown corner. Nonsense! If all the ordinary people in this community die, even if we solve the blue moon, we will be judged as a mission failure. A male voice responded with a faint electric sound, as if it was transmitted through a walkie-talkie. I'm sorry. The female voice apologized weakly. Take that person to the safe area. Forget it, you should stay in the safe area with that person. We will take you back to the academy after we deal with Blue Moon. The voice coming from the intercom did not hide the disgust at all. I know, the female voice was lost. Listening to the conversation, Baiju's eyes swept through the dark corridor and locked onto a petite figure standing behind the unit door. People? There was a precedent of female landlords, so Baiju did not dare to easily confirm the existence of what he saw in front of him. Hello. Behind the unit door, and Ling Xue put the intercom back on her waist, patted her face with her hands, calmed down her emotions, raised a smile, walked out of the darkness, and came into Baiju's sight. Nervously, Baiju stared at the very friendly girl in front of him. Don't look at me like that, I'm a good person. Aware of the hostility emanating from Baiju, and Ling Xue slowly stopped, or felt that this could express friendliness, she raised her hands. Baiju looked at Ling Xue. Her face, figure, are all beautiful, and her speech and behavior are within the normal range of cognition. Compared to the weird female landlord, the girl in front of her couldn't be more normal. But, which normal person would stay up late at night wearing a tight black outfit that highlights her figure and stand on the dim street to tell others that she is a good person? Something is wrong. Baiju frowned again and took a step back. How do you prove that you are a human? As soon as he finished asking the question, and Ling Xue was obviously stunned. How do you prove that I am a human? Blinking her big eyes, she hesitated to speak, and licked her lips as if her mouth was dry. Without getting a response, Baiju's eyes deepened again. While suppressing the urge to look up at the sky, he tightened his legs and prepared to escape at any time. I have a student ID. Do you think this is okay? And Ling Xue said cautiously. Seeing her put her hand into the slightly bulging pocket on the side of the tight's waist, Baiju was stunned. Student ID? You wear tights and go out with a student ID in the middle of the night? He looked at the girl, frowning with confusion. A few seconds later, and Ling Xue really took out a palm-sized ID. Here. Pinching the corner of the student ID, she was about to walk forward and hand it to Baiju, but seeing him take a step back with her forward steps, and Ling Xue stood still again, then bent down and threw the student ID to Baiju close to the ground. Bending over to take the student ID, Baiju frowned and opened it. Rhine College, freshman and Ling Xue, female, superpower, awakening water system? Spreading out the student ID card, turning to the first page, his eyes slowly dropped. At first, the information he saw was normal, which was the basic information of the school and the individual, but the more he read, the word superpower made Baiju confused. He opened his eyes wide, his pupils were full of doubts and disbelief, and he didn't read the rest of the content, but cast a straight look at Ling Xue. Observing Baiju's change from vigilance to shock, and Ling Xue was stunned at first, and then realized that her student ID card could not be shown to ordinary people casually. When she looked at Baiju, her face turned pale. She wanted to explain, but she didn't know how to explain, and her face turned pale. Superpower? When asking, Baiju's heart was beating wildly. Everything tonight was so weird. First, my mother called me for no apparent reason. Then, I saw a man looking up at the sky and then he died suddenly in the living room. Then, the landlady killed him twice. After experiencing 2 cycles of death, just when Baiju started a plot development different from the previous 2 times, he learned something beyond his worldview. Superpower. The student ID of the girl in tights in front of him had the word superpower on it. Listen to my explanation, I'm really a good person, and Ling Xue looked more panicked than Baiju. She had nowhere to put her hands, and her anxious voice was filled with a faint cry. Explanation? In this situation, Baiju didn't dare to listen to her explanation. He took a deep breath and ran away. But, at this moment, the moon is beautiful, look up, a mysterious voice, with an ethereal voice that was enough to provoke nerve paralysis, floated faintly from not far away. And Ling Xue and Baiju cast their eyes at the same time. That was a person who slowly walked out of the shadows. Until he walked under the moonlight, Baiju recognized him. It was the landlady. The monster who bewitched him to look at the moon twice and indirectly killed him twice. Look, the moon is beautiful. When his eyes met the landlady, Baiju was in a trance for a moment, and then his pupils expanded and contracted, as if they were about to disperse. Don't look at her! Just when Baiju's consciousness was about to blur, and Ling Xue shouted at the side. It was like a traction line, pulling Baiju, who was standing on the edge of the cliff and about to jump off, back. His head suddenly turned to one side, moving away from the landlady's sight. Baiju took short and rapid breaths, and couldn't help palpitating. Just now, if Ling Xue hadn't shouted, he would probably be bewitched by the landlady to look at the moon again. Don't be afraid. And Ling Xue's pretty face turned cold, and she came to Bai Ju in a few steps. Her delicate body was in an attacking posture, and she turned her face slightly and said, "Run. Run." Bai Ju clenched his teeth, not knowing how to describe his current mood. Although the girl took the initiative to cover the rear, he ran away like this, feeling a little guilty. This is not the most important thing. The important thing is, where can he run? It's not that he hasn't tried to leave the community before, but it turns out that walking alone seems to be impossible to leave this community. Standing behind the girl without moving, Bai Ju suddenly remembered the word superpower he had just seen on the student ID card, and asked the girl but didn't get an answer. The girl has superpowers. Although it is unbelievable, now it has become the last straw for Bai Ju's hope of survival. Seeing that Bai Ju did not move, and Ling Xue gritted her teeth, and after a tender cry, she pulled out a walkie-talkie from her left waist and handed it to Bai Ju. "Use this to shout for help while running." Without saying much or explaining, and Ling Xue took out a strange-looking pistol from her right waist and pulled the trigger with her index finger. Bang! A bullet set off a sound wave and shot straight at the landlady. However, it did not hit. The landlady turned sideways in advance as if she had the ability to predict the future, and passed by the flying bullet at a very small distance. Bang bang! 2 more shots. Because of nervousness, and Ling Xue's breathing was hot, and the hand holding the gun was trembling slightly. The gunshots were piercing, shaking Bai Ju's heart. Moving back, he turned on the walkie-talkie and was about to shout for help according to Ling Xue's words. "The moon is beautiful, take a look." Suddenly, the gunshots stopped, and the landlady's voice floated again. Pied was the sound of the pistol falling. Bai Ju's eyes widened, his lips slightly parted in a dull manner, the words he was about to shout seemed to be stuck in his throat, and his legs, which were about to move, froze in place. "And Ling Xue, speak. What happened over there? Hello?" The intercom was accompanied by the sound of electricity, and the increasingly anxious voice of a man came. However, no one responded to him. In front of Bai Ju, and Ling Xue's arms drooped, her beautiful eyes lost their luster, and were filled with emptiness. Then, under the temptation of the landlady's voice, she raised her head. The dark blue full moon came into her eyes, and Ling Xue was stunned. Behind her, Bai Ju's eyes were also dull, looking up at the night sky. The moonlight was dark blue, covering them. Slowly, blood covered the ground with the moonlight. Ding! Bai Ju stood up from the bed with sweat all over his head. He breathed heavily, then slowly calmed down, and then stared at his hands in fear. Again, back again, swallowing hard, Bai Ju turned his head and looked at the phone waiting to be answered beside his pillow. Without hesitation, he quickly answered the call. "Xiao Ju, listen to me, don't look at the moon, don't look at the moon." It was the same thing again. This was the 4th time Bai Ju had heard it. "I can be resurrected if I die." Although he didn't know why this happened, now was not the time to explore it. This time, before his mother finished speaking, Bai Ju hung up the phone in advance, took the dagger from the bedside table, and went to the living room. After his mother called, he would see the man who died violently by looking up at the sky by the living room window. Then, the landlady who wanted to seduce him to look at the moon would come to his house. Even if you leave the house, the landlady will catch up with you. Bai Ju slowly stabilized his breathing and his eyes regained calmness. If you leave here, the landlady will catch up with you. You can't look at the landlady, otherwise you will lose your self-awareness and can't control your impulse, so you will look up at the moon and cause death. Summarizing the key information of these repeated experiences, Bai Ju's eyes gradually faded with fear, replaced by a touch of determination. Although he didn't know why he could have another experience before death after death. But, compared to death, he wanted to live more. Once again, he watched the man outside the window look up at the full moon and die suddenly, and his will to survive reached its peak at this moment. Bai Ju had almost no hesitation and chose to jump out of the window like last time. Bang! After landing, Bai Ju gritted his teeth and ran while enduring the numbness of his whole body. Back to the place before the last death, before the female landlord arrived, leave with the girl named Ling Xue. Although Ling Xue and himself died together because of looking up at the sky last time, Bai Ju's intuition told him that he could get a way out of the weirdness from Ling Xue. He walked very fast, and soon he stopped on the road between the 2 buildings. The last time he encountered Ling Xue was here. Next, just wait for her to come. Calming down, Bai Ju waited quietly. Superpower. Water superpower. Unlike the landlady who smelled of corpses, Bai Ju was sure that the girl was human. Moreover, she was a human with extraordinary power who would protect and help him. After 3 deaths and 3 returns to the moment before death, Baiju's mind was full of question marks. Perhaps he could find the answer in that girl. The sight from his eyes was as deep as the surrounding darkness. The surroundings were so quiet that Baiju could clearly hear the sound of heartbeats. After a while, "Captain, there is a person here." A slightly happy female voice came from a corner. Following the sound, Baiju quickly locked onto Ling Xue's position. "Nonsense, if all the ordinary people in this community die, even if we solve the blue moon, we will be judged as a mission failure. I'm sorry. Take that person to a safe area." "Forget it, you should stay in the safe area with that person. We will take you back to the academy after we solve the blue moon." "I understand." After a conversation, Ling Xue put down the intercom disappointedly. Then, she collected her emotions and wanted to smile. But the corners of her mouth just curled up slightly, and then froze quickly. In her sight, she saw Baiju approaching her quickly. Staring blankly at Baiju, who was getting closer and closer, Ling Xue was obviously a little at a loss. "You," she was about to ask. "Go quickly," Baiju said, subconsciously looking behind him. "Time is very tight, and the female landlord will catch up in a while. Don't be dazed, hurry up," Baiju said hurriedly. "Oh. Ling Xue instinctively shrank her neck. Following the girl's footsteps, Baiju's heart was relieved. The safe house is in front. Perhaps it was because Baiju was too strong just now, or because of his weak character, and Ling Xue didn't dare to speak too loudly to him. Safe house? Baiju heard this term for the first time. "It's a safe place." And Ling Xue thought for a while and said. Although the girl's explanation was nonsense, now was not the time to dwell on it. The danger was unknown, and Baiju would grab everything that could save his life when he didn't know when the female landlord would catch up. When they arrived in front of a building, Ling Xue took Baiju to the third floor and stopped in front of a door. Baiju watched her squat down, turned over a corner of the doormat, and took out a key hidden underneath. Click, the key was inserted into the keyhole, and when it was twisted, a crisp sound of opening the door was heard. Ling Xue and Baiju walked into the house, closed the door and locked it again. The safe house was not very big, and the internal space and layout were similar to Baiju's home. The furniture and decoration inside were also very simple. There was nothing else except the basic dining table, sofa, and coffee table. "Want some coffee?" Back in the safe house, Ling Xue was obviously much more relaxed, with a smile in her eyes and her arms stretched out. No, Baiju shook his head and refused, his eyes fixed on Ling Xue. He urgently needed to get the answer to his doubts from the girl in front of him. "Then some milk?" Ling Xue searched in a bulging bag on the dining table. No, Baiju refused again. "What about cold brew tea?" Ling Xue seemed to have to give Baiju something to drink. "Yeah." Not wanting to waste time on such things, Baiju agreed. "Here you go." Handing a bottle of cold brew tea to Baiju, Ling Xue opened the cap of the coffee drink and took a big sip. "What is blue moon?" Just as Ling Xue was about to take another sip of coffee, Baiju's sudden question stopped her. In a state of confusion, Ling Xue looked at Baiju and blinked. Looking at each other, Baiju looked serious. After the last reincarnation, Baiju listened carefully to the conversation between Ling Xue and the person on the intercom this time. Although he didn't hear it clearly, the word blue moon appeared many times along with the word solve. The blue moon is related to the weirdness of the community, Baiju speculated. When their eyes met, Ling Xue subconsciously dodged her gaze and stuttered in her reply. "The blue moon is, she seemed to be afraid to say it. By the way, aren't you afraid?" I don't know if Ling Xue was really a thick-skinned person and realized it later, or if she wanted to change the subject. As soon as she finished speaking, she looked at Baiju and shrank her neck again. "Scared?" Baiju answered calmly and then asked, "So what is the blue moon?" Ling Xue lowered her eyes and was silent for a few seconds. "The academy has a rule that we can't tell ordinary people. I'm not an ordinary person. There are superpowers in this world, and Baiju can reincarnate after death. Roughly speaking, it can also be summarized as extraordinary power." He wanted to use this to dispel Ling Xue's concerns about answering these questions. "After I die, I can." The voice stopped here. The rest of the words seemed to be stuck in his throat, and no matter how hard Baiju tried, he couldn't say it. After being silent for a long time, in Ling Xue's increasingly confused eyes, Baiju took out his mobile phone, opened the note, and tried to type out what he wanted to say, but once he got to the part about rebirth after death, his fingertips were blocked by an unknown force, and he couldn't touch the virtual keyboard no matter what. "Do you have a pen?" Baiju swallowed his saliva, his heart pounding. "Yes." Not knowing what happened to Baiju suddenly, and Ling Xue hurriedly took paper and pen from the dining table and handed them to him. Taking the paper and pen, Baiju tried to write. But like the previous 2 times, once it came to the content of rebirth after death, the pen was suspended in the air, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't land on the paper. Rebirth after death, can't tell others? Baiju only felt that his hair was standing up, carrying a cold current and soaking his skin. On the side, and Ling Xue tilted her head, her eyes full of confusion. I said I have superpowers, do you believe it? In the end, Baiju gave up. He took a long breath, and said this sentence as if he was exhausted without any hope of being believed. I believe it. Unexpectedly, and Ling Xue nodded solemnly. Baiju was startled, then turned to look at Ling Xue. When they looked at each other, he could see the seriousness of the girl. Ordinary people wouldn't be so calm when faced with the rules of killing. And Ling Xue's pretty face was serious, completely unaware that she had let it slip. Killing, rules? Baiju's expression slowly solidified. The clever murder rule Blue Moon, our purpose here is to break it, realizing that she had said something she shouldn't have said, and Ling Xue's voice slowly weakened. But, having said it all, it's too late to regret. Clever killing rules, Blue Moon. Don't look at the moon. If you look at the moon, you will die. Baiju's eyes darkened slightly, and as his thoughts flowed, the relevant meridians between the 2 pieces of information suddenly became clear. Superpowers, killing rules, and the moon that will kill you if you look at it. I'm not dreaming now. I can die and be reborn. Baiju lowered his eyes and remained silent. For many years, his thought of regarding strange powers and chaotic gods as legends and myths was torn apart by reality. It doesn't seem that difficult to accept being reborn after death with the help of supernatural powers. Raising his head, Baiju stared at Ling Xue's panicked face with burning eyes. This guy doesn't look very smart. From the last reincarnation, when Ling Xue showed him her student ID card to prove her identity, Baiju felt that her operation was very confusing. Now, I easily trust strangers whom I have just met for the first time, and after a brief conversation, I inadvertently reveal information that is considered a secret. Although it's not good to coax this kind of thing, in order to survive in the weirdness, Baiju can't care so much. Next to him, Ling Xue was looking at him with a pure face, like a little white rabbit. Not only did she obediently walk into the pot, but she also asked the person who was eating her if she wanted to add some seasoning. As long as the killing rules are solved, we can return to normal? Baiju looked at Ling Xue. Ahoo! He had already let it slip. No matter how much he vetoed it, Ling Xue had no choice but to bite the bullet and confirm it. How to break it? Use your water power? Baiju asked tentatively. You. Ling Xue showed the shock that Baiju wanted to see. How do you know I have water powers? Water power in the awakening period, Ling Xue, a freshman at Rhine College. Baiju took advantage of the victory and said in one breath the information he saw on Ling Xue's student ID card in his last reincarnation. You. Ling Xue's beautiful eyes widened, and she shrank to the corner of the sofa in disbelief. She has not revealed any information about herself to the young man in front of her. So how did he know? After the shock, there was doubt and confusion. I am a senior in high school this year, and I also have supernatural powers. I was recommended to the Rhine College. Baiju was talking nonsense, trying to get closer to Ling Xue to pave the way for the next question. When I enter school in the second half of the year, I will also call you senior sister. Observing Ling Xue's transformation from doubt to surprise, it was obvious that she believed it again. It turns out he's a junior. As Ling Xue spoke, she moved back to her previous position, patted her plump breasts that were tightened by the tights, and breathed a sigh of relief. I'm just telling you, why were you not afraid of me at all when we first met, and you took the initiative to ask for me? Follow me. She had a look of realization on her face, and slowly rationalized all the unusual things about Baiju with her brain. I heard others mention senior sister. Before Ling Xue could ask why he knew her personal information, Baiju took the initiative to explain with the reason he had thought of. I have admired my senior for a long time, but I didn't expect to see her here. As he said this, Baiju looked slightly excited. However, after listening to his words, Ling Xue's expression became subtle. Have you heard anyone talk about me? The words were full of loss and frustration, and Ling Xue drooped her face and felt depressed. Ling Xue's performance was completely opposite to what he expected, and Baiju frowned. When hearing such flattery, shouldn't the average person smile and be modest? Am I funny? Ling Xue's voice was weak. Baiju was silent, not knowing how to answer. Something is wrong, this plot development is not right. Didn't he want to get something out of Ling Xue? Why suddenly? They all said that I was useless and that participating in the mission would only hinder others. And Ling Xue's voice was like a mosquito, same for this mission, no one is willing to team up with me. Luo Yan and the others happened to be short of people, so the teacher assigned me to their team. They disliked me and were afraid that I would get in the way, so they asked me to stay in the safe house until the mission was over. The words became weaker and weaker until they disappeared. The atmosphere passes in silence for a moment. You're out of the way, you're very brave. Baiju said seriously. Seeing the girl's depressed look, Baiju couldn't help but think of the scene in his last reincarnation, when the landlady came after him for the second time, and Ling Xue stopped him and asked him to run away first. Being able to decisively sacrifice oneself for others in a life-threatening situation is a brave statement that Baiju speaks from the bottom of his heart. Really? This sentence touched the softest part of Ling Xue's heart. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked at Baiju with big eyes. Really? Baiju didn't hesitate. You then, and Ling Xue broke down emotionally and revealed to Baiju the misery of recent years with a tearful voice. The speaker cries and the listener is moved. Baiju touched Ling Xue's head sympathetically. While listening to her cry, Baiju also learned a lot about supernatural powers and the rules of killing. There are supernatural powers in this world. Superpowers are divided into elemental and special powers, and Ling Xue's water power belongs to the elemental system. The existence of Rhine College is similar to that of a university, but the difference is that a university teaches people without superpowers, while Rhine College teaches people with superpowers. In Ling Xue's description, she was often ridiculed by others because of her weak superpowers. After being teased for a long time, naturally not many people were willing to get close to her. Hearing this, Baiju pretended to be angry and catered to Ling Xue's emotions. Then, Ling Xue mentioned the previous missions that failed because of her. With this, Baiju also had a clearer understanding of the killing rules. The killing rules will cover different geographical ranges according to different grades, and include ordinary people in the field. Once someone violates the rules in the field, they will die violently, providing nutrients for the growth of the killing rules. The purpose of the existence of Rhine Academy is to accept people with special abilities, and to prevent them from using their abilities to cause harm because they are unrestrained. The second purpose is to break the rules of killing and prevent innocent people from dying because of the rules of killing. The second purpose is also the reason why Ling Xue and her team came here. If you break the rules, you will die. How can you break the rules of killing? Use special abilities? Baiju asked at the right time. Some killing rules can be broken by special abilities, but some can only be solved by Brian bullets. And Ling Xue's voice was slightly crying. Brian bullets? Baiju was puzzled. That's it. And Ling Xue pulled out the strange-shaped pistol from her waist and handed it to Baiju without any hesitation. Looking at the pistol handed to him, Baiju was startled at first, and then took it. The gun body was curved and black all over, like a twisted black snake. In Ling Xue's description, this snake-shaped pistol was called Brian's Soul. If you use the brand bullet to hit the creature that the will of the killing rule resides in, can it be killed? Baiju said. The Brian bullet can destroy the will of the killing rule and then break it. The will of the killing rule is usually hosted in the body of a certain creature in the rule field. This is what Ling Xue explained to him before. Yes. And Ling Xue nodded. With a little realization, Baiju handed the gun back to Ling Xue. Just now, he had the intention of keeping the gun with him, but then he thought about it. Although Ling Xue's self-narration said that she was not very popular with her teammates, they were teammates after all, and students of the same academy. If the killing rule Blue Moon was successfully broken by her teammates, then Baiju, who had seized Ling Xue's weapon, would probably not have a good ending. Besides, the girl in front of him had superpowers, which was a power beyond his cognition. If he failed to keep the gun and was killed by Ling Xue with superpowers, Baiju would lose a lot. He can't be killed, but he doesn't want to repeat the previous reincarnation. After repeating one thing 4 times, his spirit has been weakened to varying degrees. Taking the pistol and putting it back on his waist, Ling Xue wiped her tears with a tissue, looking at Baiju with red eyes. I just said so much, I made you laugh. By the way, you haven't told me your name yet. After talking for so long, Ling Xue realized that she didn't even know Baiju's name. Baiju, bye-bye, Ju of Koju. Baiju made a simple self-introduction. When Baiju comes to the college in the second half of the year, you must come to play with me. No one in the college is willing to play with me. Every day is so boring. And Ling Xue said seriously, and at the same time with a little trepidation, afraid that Baiju would refuse. The poor little thing didn't know that Baiju's admission to Rhine College was all made up by him in order to get better information. Definitely. Baiju's smile was not very natural. Seeing in Ling Xue's expectant look, he felt a little guilty for deceiving the feelings of a young girl. The topic was silent for a few seconds. Knock, knock. The knock on the door broke the silence and attracted the attention of Baiju and Ling Xue. And Ling Xue, come out and take a look. The moon is beautiful tonight. Their eyes met at the door. Baiju and Ling Xue looked at each other, and could see the panic in her eyes. It's my teammate's voice. And Ling Xue's voice trembled slightly as the knock on the door sounded. He is possessed by the will of the killing rule? Baiju's voice was steady. It should be. And Ling Xue spoke weakly. Does he have the key to the safe house? Having experienced the landlady using the key to open the door, Baiju is in a heavy mood now. If this team member also has the key to the safe house, he will probably have to find a new way to make a living. No, there are only two keys, the captain's and the one under the footpad. And Ling Xue shook her head. With her words, Baiju breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that there is no key. Then we will stay in the safe house. Baiju decided. Hiding in a safe place and not facing the creatures that are possessed by the will of rules is the safest way Baiju can think of at present. No need to hide. As soon as he finished speaking, and Ling Xue beside him raised a different opinion with a serious face, we can use the Brian bullet to hit the incarnation of the rule will at the moment of opening the door and break the blue moon. Baiju tried to see the trace of joking on in Ling Xue's face. But, she was serious. Are you serious? Baiju's face sank. Yes. And Ling Xue nodded seriously. It's not that he doesn't want to believe in Ling Xue. On the contrary, for in Ling Xue and her team who have superpowers and come here specifically to break the killing rules, Baiju is willing to pin all his hopes as an ordinary person on them. But, and Ling Xue's previous impression of being silly was too deep, and he felt that it was somewhat unreliable. Brian bullets can disintegrate the rule will. Looking at Ling Xue and watching her pretty face change from serious to solemn, Baiju took a deep breath, his eyes slightly deep, with a sense of determination. Listen to you. Baiju stood up from the sofa. The knocking sound outside the door was still there, accompanied by the voice calling in Ling Xue to go out and see the moon. After making the decision, and Ling Xue did not go to the door with Baiju immediately. She first walked to the dining table, rummaged in the big bag on the dining table for a while, took out a soul of Brian with the same strange shape as a black snake, and handed it to Baiju. Open the door later, I will shoot at the incarnation of the will of rules. And Ling Xue drew her own pistol from her waist, and walked slowly to the door with Baiju. Nodding in response, Baiju stepped forward to the door, held the door handle, turned his head and looked at Ling Xue, and counted down 3, 2, 1 with his mouth. 1. As the number announcing the opening of the door was announced, Baiju pulled down the door handle fiercely. While opening the door, and Ling Xue quickly pulled the trigger and fired 2 shots outside the door. Bang bang! The bullet broke through the sound wave and made a bang sound of collision with the object. At this time, Baiju completely opened the door of the safe house. What caught her eye was a pitch-black darkness and the opposite door with 2 bullet holes. And Ling Xue looked down the stairs before Baiju. However, this sight made her pupils shrink. Down the stairs, a figure stopped halfway, turned around, and looked at her with a lifeless look. Sometimes, reality is so dramatic. The rule incarnation had just left, and Baiju and Ling Xue had just opened the door. Immediately after Ling Xue, Baiju also saw the rule will incarnated as Ling Xue's teammate. It was a man without any life. Less than a few steps away, a faint smell of rotting corpses began to linger at the tip of his nose. Baiju only felt the temperature of his body drop suddenly, as if winter had arrived early. Can't look into the eyes of the rule incarnation. A second after the eye contact, Baiju reacted quickly, suppressed all the desires that confused his mind, turned his head sharply, raised his hand to shoot at the downstairs, and put one hand around Ling Xue's waist and pulled her into the house. The moment he entered the door, Baiju was about to close it. However, just as the door was about to close, a pale hand suddenly stretched out from the crack of the door, preventing the door from closing. Baiju stared at the hand, his eyes widened, and his index finger pulled the trigger again, shooting at the hand. Bang! The piercing sound of the gunshot brought Ling Xue, who was in a daze, back to reality. Her pupils trembled as she watched a broken hand that seemed to be corroded slip from the edge of the doorframe. Just when Baiju thought that he could close the door smoothly next, an accident happened again. He underestimated the man's explosive speed. The moment the brand bullet was fired and the pale hand that stretched into the crack of the door was broken, half of the man's body followed and stuck in the crack of the door. Baiju's face turned pale, and he pulled the trigger again, and 2 more bullets were fired. Bang bang! The gunshot was loud, echoing inside and outside the safe house. However, this time the brand bullet did not hit the man. Just before Baiju fired, it flashed into the house like a ghost, and quickly moved to the side along the wall, successfully avoiding the bullet attack. It ran into the house. At this moment, Baiju's breathing almost stopped. Behind him, and Ling Xue hid behind him in panic, grabbing the corner of Baiju's clothes with her little hands. As luck would have it, the door suddenly closed due to inertia at this time. The man was not far in front of them. If Baiju and Ling Xue wanted to open the door and escape, they would definitely not be able to escape the attack from the man. They could only fight with Brian bullets. Unable to think of a better escape possibility, Baiju gritted his teeth, turned his gaze, and at the same moment he locked onto the man, he pulled the trigger. Bang! It was the sound of gunfire and the sound of bullets falling and colliding with the wall. In front of Baiju, the man he was targeting suddenly disappeared. His eyes turned sharply and he glanced very quickly. When Baiju locked onto the man's figure again, he froze. At some point, the man came behind him, grabbed Ling Xue's slender neck with one hand, and lifted her up with a cold expression. Her throat tightened, and the feeling of suffocation filled her completely. And Ling Xue's eyes widened helplessly, and her hands reached up, trying to push away the hand that was strangling her neck. However, after suffocation, there is a deep feeling of powerlessness. And Ling Xue's pretty face went from blushing to slowly losing its luster. Baiju's eyes widened. He wanted to shoot and use Blaine bullets to attack the man at close range, but he seemed unable to move. For example, after looking at each other several times with the landlady, his consciousness gradually became trance-like and he lost control of his body. Look, the moon outside is beautiful, let's see, under his men, and Ling Xue gradually lost his vitality. The man looked at Baiju and his words were as tempting as a magic voice. With his eyes empty and dull, Baiju turned around and walked to the window step by step like a zombie. Looking up, a blue full moon comes into view. Just like the previous times, Baiju's whole body shattered, and all his flesh and blood fell off like disintegration. The blood dyed the blue moonlight reflected on the floor red. Ding! In the dark bedroom, Baiju opened his eyes for the nth time. Unlike the previous times, this time, Baiju was calm. The phone beside the pillow was ringing, but Baiju did not choose to answer it as he did the previous times. Brian's bullet can kill the creatures that host the will of the killing rule. The continuous ringing of the phone in his ears, Baiju fell into deep thought in the noise, and Ling Xue, the key to the safe house, and the other brand's soul in the bag. One after another, the keywords passed through his mind. As the ringing of the phone that was disconnected due to long-term non-dialing disappeared, Baiju's eyes became more joyful. If the plan succeeds, the weirdness can be broken. His heartbeat quickened. Baiju did not hesitate, got out of bed immediately, and came to the living room. He did not observe the violent death of the man downstairs, but jumped out of the window and landed. Enduring the numbness from his feet, Baiju followed the slightly vague route in his memory, jogged for a while, and came to the door of a unit in a building. This is it. After looking at the house number that matched the unit building where the safe house was located, Baiju walked into the building. He went up to the 3rd floor and stopped at the door on the left. Baiju bent down and lifted a corner of the door mat in the last reincarnation, and Ling Xue took out the key to the safe house from under the mat. As expected, Baiju successfully got the key. He inserted the key into the keyhole, and with a click, the door opened. Baiju walked in. He scanned the house, and the layout was exactly the same as in his memory. He walked to the dining table, and a black bag that was so big that it occupied half of the dining table appeared in front of him. Before his last death, and Ling Xue took out another soul of Brian from this black bag. Baiju reached out and searched in the bag. Instant coffee, cold brew tea, octave space, romance comics, the items in the bag were complicated. A minute later, Baiju saw the soul of Brian twisted like a black snake in the corner. Holding the soul of Brian in his hand, Baiju turned and walked out the door. From home to the safe house, and then to finding the soul of Brian, a lot of time was wasted. At this time, the landlady should have opened the door of his house with the key. According to the previous experiences before death, if Baiju was not seen at home, the landlady would come out to look for him. Avoid the route that the landlady found me that time. Closing the door, Baiju went downstairs quickly, planning the route home in his mind while consciously avoiding the main road. Holding the soul of Brian, he almost ran home. During this period, cold sweat gradually covered Baiju's back. Although he had avoided the route that the landlady found him before the previous deaths, he could not rule out the possibility that the landlady followed some kind of breath to find him. Along the way, Baiju's heart was hanging high in his chest, and his nerves were like a fully drawn bow, tense and about to break. Fortunately, he did not meet the landlady until he returned home. In the route planned by Baiju, to go home from the unit door, he had to walk around the unit building. His home was on the second floor, not very high. He returned to the window where he jumped out of the window. Without hesitation, he climbed up the windowsill with both hands and climbed back home from the window with a little difficulty. When his feet were suspended in the air and landed on the ground, Baiju looked at the door at the first time. As expected, the door was open, and there was a bunch of keys inserted in the keyhole outside the door. The landlady had been here. Baiju's eyes became more alert. However, there was no movement in the house. The landlady should have come and left. When he walked to the door, Baiju thought for a moment, and did not pull out the key outside the door, but just closed the door. Instead of continuing to walk, Baiju chose to hold Brian's soul and half squat at the door. Although he didn't know how likely it was that the landlady would come again, according to the last reincarnation, he and Lingxue returned to the safe house, and after talking for a while, a new incarnation of the rule came to the door. It seems that the probability of the landlady coming again is not small. I'll shoot her when she opens the door with the key. Baiju took a deep breath, his eyes were very serious. In the last reincarnation, he used Brian's bullet to hit the incarnation of rules. At that time, the incarnation of rules' hands were quickly disintegrated and broken as if corroded by sulfuric acid after being hit by Brian's bullet. If we can hit its chest and head, we should be able to solve it. Baiju exhaled heavily. Whether this can break the rules or not, he was also guessing. If I had known this, I would have asked Lingxue more in the last reincarnation. Baiju murmured. Abandoning the messy thoughts, Baiju shook his head, held his breath and waited for the landlady to come again. 1 second, 2 seconds, a few minutes passed, and just when Baiju's nerves were slightly relaxed, there was movement outside the door. Dang dang, it was the sound of footsteps going up the stairs. From faint to increasingly clear. Someone is going upstairs. Baiju was tense all over, and cold sweat came out of his hand holding Brian's soul tightly. After a few seconds, the footsteps stopped in front of the door. Then, there was the sound of the key turning. The landlady, here she comes. Hiding behind the door, at this moment, Baiju even held his breath. Squeak, the door was opened, and the gap in the door was slowly widening. At this moment, before the landlady entered the door, a black shadow flashed out from behind the door, and then, one gunshot after another rang out, from crisp to dull. 3 consecutive brand bullets pierced the landlady's chest, neck and face respectively. Suddenly, the 3 holes on the landlady's body spread outward as if they were constantly corroding, expanding and expanding. The landlady exuded the smell of corpses, staring at Baiju with dull eyes. Bang! The gunshots rang again. Baiju swallowed his saliva, and slowly relaxed his breathing. In front of him, the landlady who had been shot 4 times was falling backwards. Bang! The landlady fell to the ground, and the only strange life was extinguished, shaking up circles of thin dust. At this moment, the dark blue moonlight slanting in from the window became dim and gradually turned into normal silver gray. And the body of the landlady, who fell in front of the door, also turned into a pool of dark blue mist and dissipated. In the air under Baiju's gaze. The hand holding up Brian's soul slowly fell down, and Baiju turned his head and looked at the bedside. The dark blue moonlight was gone, and what came into view was the dim silver-white moonlight. Have I broken the killing rules? Breathing heavily and with the exhaustion that was released, Baiju went to the window with seemingly endless tiredness. Looking up, looking at the sky, a silvery white full moon was reflected in his pupils. The dark blue full moon disappeared. The killing rules were broken, and the weirdness finally ended. 4 reincarnations, 4 deaths, and 4 repeated experiences of exhaustion came all at once at this moment. Baiju leaned against the wall, and his eyelids could no longer be opened. With his eyes half closed, Baiju instinctively returned to the bedroom, and fell on the bed without even taking off his clothes. A few seconds later, heavy and steady breathing spread in the bedroom. At the same time, in a corner of the community, the killing rule has been broken. Captain, did you do it? I'm not that capable. Who broke the blue moon, tell me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me either. Luo Yan listened to the team members' rejections, and his expression sank. The killing rule Blue Moon was broken, not by their hands. This means that someone got ahead of them and completed their mission. Who could it be? Luo Yan may not know who it is, but he is sure that the person who broke the Blue Moon is a superpower. He should be a very powerful superpower. Go back to the safe house, go back to the safe house. 2 consecutive voices were transmitted through the intercom, and Luo Yan immediately turned around and headed towards the safe house. After receiving the captain's order, the other members of the team also hurried towards the safe house. But a moment later, Luo Yan was the first to arrive downstairs of the unit where the safe house was located. Walking on the gray-brown staircase, Luo Yan walked quickly to the 3rd floor. Just as he was about to use the key to open the door, his eyes dropped slightly and fell on the mat in front of the door. There are signs of movement. His face changed, and Luo Yan cautiously lifted a corner of the mat that was where the other key of the safe house was placed besides his. No. The key under the mat was taken away. Luo Yan's face began to deteriorate. There were 5 people in the team, and there were only 2 keys to the safe house. To be on the safe side, Luo Yan, as the captain, took one alone, and the remaining one was hidden somewhere by the door in case other team members had an emergency and needed to enter the safe house for supplies. However, before the mission was carried out, he and the team members agreed that the key hidden under the mat could not be moved after use. Now, the key that was agreed to be placed under the mat disappeared directly. Someone had been to the safe house. Suddenly, Luo Yan was alert. He stared deeply, and sparks of fire flickered around him, looming. Holding the soul of Brian, Luo Yan cautiously inserted the key into the lock and twisted it gently. With a click, he suddenly pushed the door open and retreated backwards. The sparks around him condensed into a light red barrier while he raised his gun. However, the expected enemy attack did not happen. Staying alert, Luo Yan held the gun, his eyes were deep, and he slowly entered the safe house with one step at a time. His eyes swept around the house, and all he saw was darkness and emptiness. After a slight sigh of relief and calming his overly sensitive nerves, Luo Yan frowned and came to the dining table, looking at the black bag with obvious signs of turning over. At this time, he did not have much doubts. After all, the bag was filled with some daily necessities, and it was normal to be a little messy. After exploring the entire safe house, Luo Yan completely relaxed and did not see any extra things. The sparks that had been surrounding him disappeared. However, since no outsiders had been to the safe house, who took the key under the footpad? Doubts returned to the missing key, and Luo Yan tried to give a reasonable explanation. Chen Chang and Yi Man were not so reckless. Gui Luo paid the most attention to details. Only in Ling Xue, the waste forced in by the teacher, could have lost the key. And Ling Xue. Luo Yan was already dissatisfied with Ling Xue, and her name almost jumped out of his teeth. 10 seconds later, a short and rapid footstep sounded outside the door. Then, a figure pushed open the half-open door and walked into the house. Captain, why did Blue Moon suddenly? Team member Yiman's pretty face was slightly rosy, and her palm stroked her chest that was rising and falling due to intense exercise. Luo Yan did not answer, he shook his head with a gloomy face. A few minutes later, the other 2 team members arrived. Similarly, facing the team members' questions, Luo Yan did not answer, but just gloomy. He was waiting for Ling Xue. He wanted to ask Ling Xue why she lost the key to the safe house. Compared with the murder case being solved, this was not a very important matter. However, when it comes to the team's atmosphere, Luo Yan has always dealt with it strictly. Dang, just as the other 3 team members were talking, footsteps were heard outside the door. A few seconds later, Ling Xue appeared at the door and was about to enter the safe house. Ling Xue. A majestic voice that seemed to be frosty stopped all of Ling Xue's movements. She stood at the door, weakly looking at Luo Yan, who had a cold aura. Where is the key to the safe house? Luo Yan's voice was very deep, and he was intimidating without anger. I didn't take it, although the captain looked very fierce before. When this fierceness was clearly revealed and was directed at herself, Ling Xue shrank her head and immediately became timid. Although she didn't know why Luo Yan was targeting her. Didn't you take it? Luo Yan didn't seem to believe in Ling Xue's words. It really wasn't me, and Ling Xue quietly left the door. Where's the key? Luo Yan's sharp eyes swept over the other 3 team members, and they all shuddered, and then quickly shook their heads to distance themselves from the matter. It's better not to be you. He looked back at Ling Xue coldly, and Luo Yan said nothing more. He turned around and ordered, number 0112, Clevel killing rules, Blue Moon has been broken, count the important instruments, and prepare to return. Yes. The other three responded loudly. Yes, yes, frightened, and Ling Xue did not dare to speak loudly. With her legs shaking a little, and Ling Xue followed the three team members and began to count the equipment. Luo Yan, on the other hand, sat down on the sofa, turned on a mobile phone, and made a video call with the note teacher Savina. Beep, there was no fancy dialing ringtone, just the most ordinary call. After a while, the video call was connected, and a European beauty with blonde hair, blue eyes, three-dimensional features and heavy makeup appeared on the screen. Oh, dear little Yan Yan, do you miss your most beloved teacher Severna? The blonde woman's smile bloomed like a flower, as if to dissolve the almost freezing atmosphere of the safe house. Teacher Severna, number 0112, the Clevel murder rule Blue Moon has been broken. The jungle team requests to return to the academy. Luo Yan was not affected by the blonde woman and looked serious. You are still so boring, Xia Yan Yan. The blonde woman raised her lips slightly, however, being able to deal with Blue Moon in half a day, even though it is only a Clevel killing rule, is already great for you who are only freshmen. Teacher Savina is waiting for your return at the academy. After listening quietly to the blonde woman's words, Luo Yan's serious expression became a little more intriguing. Teacher Savina, there is one more thing. Teacher Savina, listen. The blonde woman on the other side of the screen pricked up her ears curiously. Really speaking, the killing rule Blue Moon was not broken by my jungle team. The look on Luo Yan's face became more serious. Dear classmate Luo Yan, do you know what you are talking about? The smile on teacher Savina's pretty face slowly solidified. It's true that Blue Moon was not broken by us. There was someone else who broke the rules of killing. Luo Yan said solemnly. Teacher Savina on the other side of the screen was silent for a few seconds and said, I have never doubted your honesty, teacher, but you said that the 112th Clevel murderer, Blue Moon, was eliminated in less than half a day after he appeared. Someone outside solved it. Dear student Luo Yan, do you know what this means? Teacher Savina's golden eyes condensed slightly, and her deep eyes turned cold at this moment. This means that the other party has at least the strength of the superpower beyond the breakthrough period. Luo Yan lowered his eyes and responded. Those who break the rules of killing must at least have breakthrough powers, and possibly more. Superpowers are divided into awakening stage, breakthrough stage, transcendence stage, and more profound stages that few people reach. But as far as today's world is concerned, people with superpowers in the transcendence stage are already very rare. The breakthrough period is a level that many Rhine College students cannot reach until graduation. Now, Luo Yan tells Savina that the mysterious person who broke the murder rule Blue Moon is a person with breakthrough powers. Moreover, there is a high possibility that this person with special abilities lives in this community. This was enough to stir up Savina's nerves. You know, none of the superpowers currently registered in the superpower register are active in Luo City. That is to say, the superpowers who live in this community and solve Blue Moon are superpowers who have not been recruited by any superpower force. And he is a powerful superpower in the breakthrough stage. Leader of the jungle team, Luo Yan obeys the order. On the flooded screen, teacher Savina's expression was serious. Leave one team member on standby in Los Angeles, and the remaining 4 team members will return to the academy immediately, and the academy will make follow-up arrangements. Yes. Luo Yan responded solemnly. This mysterious man who broke the Blue Moon was taken seriously by the senior officials of Rhine College after his report. The conversation ended and the video call was quickly hung up. Luo Yan breathed out, put away his phone, and was about to get up from the sofa. Team, Captain. From the side, the trembling voices of the team members were heard. What's wrong? Luo Yan immediately looked away and looked at the team members with different expressions. The spare Brian's soul, no, it's gone. Yi Man said, even holding his breath temporarily. What? Luo Yan's eyes widened immediately, and he quickly walked to the dining table and rummaged through the big bag himself. After confirming that the spare Brian's soul was really missing, his face became gloomy and veins popped out on his forehead. Disappearing keys. The missing ghost of Brian. The mysterious man who breaks the rules of killing. There are inextricable and inseparable connections between the three. Almost as soon as it was confirmed that Brian's soul had disappeared, Luo Yan's breathing quickened. And Ling Xue stays here, the others will return to the academy with me. Luo Yan made the decision in front of the 4 team members. Yes. The other 3 team members responded at the same time. Although their expressions were different, their eyes were all cast on Ling Xue. And Ling Xue, who was assigned by Luo Yan to stay here, was stunned on the spot and did not recover for a long time. Watching Luo Yan and three teammates start to pack their belongings, and Ling Xue stood in the corner by the wall and wanted to ask why she stayed here. Wasn't the killing rule broken? However, when he hesitated to speak, it was weakness that finally defeated his heart. And Ling Xue stood in the corner, lowered her head, silently accepting this reality. It was only 2 o'clock in the morning, and people in the safe house were preparing to leave in an orderly manner. On the other side, in another unit building, the mysterious man Luo Yan said was sleeping soundly on the mattress after Blue Moon was solved. The next day, dawn breaks, announcing the end of the long night. Dingling bell this time, Bai Ju was woken up by the sound of the alarm clock. The moment the alarm rang, Bai Ju opened his eyes almost instantly, and then stood up from the bed like a reflex, with dense cold sweat on his forehead. What enters the eye is a piece of soft sunshine. Call, he let out a deep breath. Bai Ju seemed to be discouraged, his nerves tensed and relaxed. Picking up the phone that was still vibrating next to the pillow, he turned off the alarm and cancelled the remaining alarms that had not yet sounded on the alarm clock interface. Bai Ju was about to put down the phone out of habit when his whole body froze. He blinked his slightly dry eyes, then raised the screen of his phone to check the call records. The most recent call record shows that it was a call from the delivery boy a week ago. Where are Mom's phone records from last night? Looking back through the phone records, Bai Ju felt as if his heart had been hit by a sledgehammer, and his body was trembling slightly as he looked at the dates further and further back. SMS, his mother's phone records were not found, so Bai Ju hurriedly opened the text message list. However, the latest one was a text message notification from a certain game's internal beta test 2 days ago. The text message my mother sent last night seemed like it didn't exist. However, in Bai Ju's memory, this was a text message that he had read 5 times. Could it be that, the strange experience repeated 5 times is a serial dream? Bai Ju cannot accept it. But whether he can accept it or not, reality is telling him one thing: if you don't go to school, you'll be late. As a high school senior who is about to take the college entrance examination, Bai Ju is usually very pressed for time. Putting aside these things between fantasy and reality for the time being, Bai Ju got out of bed, washed up, changed into his school uniform, and prepared breakfast. In just a few minutes, Bai Ju filled his stomach quickly, carrying his school bag at the door and heading out to school. He didn't notice that in the corner of the living room window, there was a little bit of darkness shining in the sunlight. Los Angeles High School, Class 2, Grade 3. In the classroom, the old teacher was teaching selflessly. There was a crack in the unclosed back door. Slowly, one hand pushed the door open and slipped into the classroom through the half-open back door. With his waist crouched, Bai Ju didn't even disturb the classmates in the back row who were playing backgammon with pieces of paper. Soon we came to the rear seat by the window. Although it was a table for 2, only Bai Ju was seated. Putting his school bag in the drawer, Bai Ju spread a Chinese teaching aid on the table and turned to the page where the teacher was teaching. Did you get up late? In the front row, a girl turned back. Her jade-like clear skin reflected the light, her beautiful eyes moved slightly, her eyelashes trembled slightly, and the sun shone in them. Faced with concern, Bai Ju just nodded calmly. Then you haven't had breakfast yet? I brought an extra one, have eaten. Before Yiichi could finish speaking, Bai Ju shook his head and refused. Thank you. Do you know what's good and what's good? As soon as Bai Ju finished speaking, Yiichi's deskmate couldn't stand it any longer. She turned her head sharply and her voice was so loud that it drowned out the sound of the lecture. Ichi is so good to you, even a dog has to wag its tail, right? And you? Who are you showing off by pretending to be cool? Gao Shan is aggrieved by the cold treatment of her best friend by Bai Ju. Gao Shan. Before Bai Ju could speak, the old teacher on the podium raised the frame of his glasses and spoke louder, with the dignity of a teacher, quiet. Staring at Bai Ju fiercely, Gao Shan turned back unconvinced. After glancing at Gao Shan, the old teacher glanced at Bai Ju lightly, with a hint of warning. Let's continue talking. The sound of teaching started again. Bai Ju took a deep breath and didn't dwell on the episode just now. Regarding whether what happened last night really happened, his mind was still in a mess, and he couldn't care about what Gao Shan said. Yiichi looked a little disappointed and turned back. Ichi, you are so good to Bai Ju, but he still ignores you every day. What are you trying to do? As soon as she turned around, she heard Gao Shan's low voice of indignation. The back row was by the window, and Bai Ju leaned back in his chair. The sound of lectures, whispers, and ambient sounds outside the window. He seemed to have blocked out the sounds from the outside world. His eyes were slightly deep, like a deep spring, and he was deep in thought. Mom's phone call, the man who died violently in the moonlight, the landlady who caused his death several times, the superpower in Lingxue, the rules of killing, Brian's soul. The memory is so clear that Baiju recalls the process over and over again. Ghost of Brian. As his thoughts faded, a light flashed deep in Baiju's eyes. Regarding the memory of last night, his last reincarnation was terminated by killing the landlady with Brian's soul. Brian's ghost is still at home. As long as you find Brian's soul, you can completely decide whether it is a dream or reality. Baiju suddenly felt a little regretful. I regret why I didn't think of this when I just woke up from bed. Only a moment later, the old teacher's lecture was interrupted again. He shook the lesson plan in his hand and looked at the last row unhappily. Baiju is raising his hands and has something to say. I feel uncomfortable in my stomach. Go and ask for leave from the class teacher. This is more like a notice than a request. Because after he finished speaking, he left his seat and walked straight out of the class door regardless of whether the Chinese teacher agreed or not. Together with the whole class, they watched Baiju leave the classroom through the back door. The Chinese teacher's hands were shaking a little in anger, but there was nothing he could do with Baiju. Although this student's grades are average, his temper is particularly stubborn. Let alone him, I guess he will have the same attitude when he goes to the office to ask for leave from the head teacher. Is Baiju okay? Yiichi looked at the door and frowned unconsciously. Sister, are you okay? Gao Shan couldn't help complaining. After leaving the classroom, Baiju came to the teacher's office and told the head teacher about the leave as if he was going through the process. The college entrance examination will be in 2 months. Now you should be nervous every minute and every second. The head teacher put down the phone and said impatiently. I have a stomachache, I want to take a leave. Baiju repeated. Do you know, take a leave? Holding the leave slip, Baiju left the teacher's office. Leaving the teaching building, handing the leave slip to the security guard, Baiju left the school gate. His pace was fast, and in just a moment, Baiju returned home. When he opened the door with the key, his heart couldn't stop beating. As long as he found the soul of Brian, it would prove that everything was not a dream. Prove that the rules of killing and supernatural powers are real. It should be in the living room. After killing the landlady last night and breaking the rules, the fatigue of 4 consecutive reincarnations instantly enveloped Baiju like a flood, and even his memory was a little fuzzy. However, Baiju was sure that Brian's soul was placed in the living room. After searching in the living room for a while, Baiju came to the window where he jumped 3 times last night. His eyes dropped slightly, and a snake-shaped, pitch-black pistol was placed horizontally in front of him. Brian's soul. As Baiju's eyes widened, a warm current surged in his chest and his heart beat faster. It's not a series of dreams. Everything last night was real. The already shaky worldview completely collapsed and was reshaped in calmness. I can be reborn after I die. Quickly regaining his composure, Baiju faced the special situation that appeared on him with the most stable emotions. There are superpowers in this world. Then I can be reborn after death and return to the time point before death. Is this also within the scope of superpowers? I have lived for 18 years and have always regarded myself as ordinary. Baiju has never thought that he can have such a terrifying superpower. Rebirth after death. If it is an accidental death, it's okay. I can go back to before the accident and avoid the accident. But if I die of illness and the illness is difficult to treat, doesn't it mean that I will always live in a short timeline? Thinking about it, Baiju frowned. If you find that you have superpowers, and it is a superpower that can change to immortality, if you change to an ordinary person, you will probably be so excited that you will spin in place. But Baiju didn't seem very excited, or rather, very happy. Having superpowers is good, but for Baiju, a plain and ordinary life is what he pursues. Take the college entrance examination, welcome college life, spend 4 years, graduate from college, return to the city where his mother lives to work, marry a girl he can talk to, and spend his life in plainness and small beauty. This is the life direction that Baiju set for himself when he was 14 years old. For 4 years, he has also been practicing the principle of plainness in his life plan. Superpowers. Looking at the snake-shaped gun in his hand, Baiju murmured, took a deep breath, and then placed it on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Life is full of surprises, just treat last night as an accident that will never happen again in the future. Baiju's complex eyes slowly returned to calm. Without staying at home for long, he turned around and went out and returned to school. The college entrance examination was imminent, and he was in a hurry when he went home just now, so he didn't bring his school bag, and the exercise books and textbooks were all in the school bag. The first class had just ended, and there was still a lot of time in the morning, so he couldn't waste it. It was the end of get out of class. Baiju walked straight to the back row. Baiju is really weird. Amid the noise of the break, a voice led to discussion. That's right, who is he pretending to be cool for? He deserves to have no friends. Is there a possibility that he is really cool? Yes, after all, 3 years of high school have passed, and no one has been close to him. Who said no one is close to him? Doesn't Yi, the school belle, count? Yi-ichi, TSK, I confessed to her in my second year of high school, but I didn't expect that the school belle was a bootlicker. Why lick Baiju when you can't lick anyone else? Wait, did you confess to Yi-ichi in your second year of high school? Their voices were getting louder and louder, and Baiju glanced at them lightly, then retracted them. Not caring about other people's eyes and words has been his code of conduct for many years. Doing your best is more important than anything else. Baiju, is your stomachache better? At the front desk, Yi-ichi turned around, her hands like a kitten's paws, half hooked above the back of the chair. Yeah. Baiju still ignored Yi-ichi. He got a response, but the topic could not be continued. Yi-ichi was hesitant to speak and had to turn around. In the 3 years of high school, Baiju did not have too much contact with his peers for 2 reasons. One was that he thought they were childish, and the other was that he did not want to waste time on meaningless social activities. As for Yi-ichi, she was the classmate he had the most contact with in the 3 years of high school. Of course, the contact here was mostly one-sided. Baiju was not a fool. He could not fail to feel the affection of youth. However, whether it was the indifference in his nature or he did not want to develop a relationship at this stage, Baiju did not want to keep Yi-ichi hanging and rejected her love several times, but it was useless. This girl seemed to have recognized him. No matter how coldly she was treated, she would stick to Baiju's cold but with her warm face without hesitation. Sometimes Baiju was helpless and could only treat her with indifference until Yi-ichi lost the last bit of enthusiasm for him. As his thoughts gradually stopped, Baiju turned his head and looked out the window. It was April, when spring and summer were at the junction. The breeze was cool and hot, swaying the branches, and the green leaves fluttered, rippling in the air like green waves. The morning class passed quickly. After going to the cafeteria alone and having lunch in the noise, Baiju returned to the classroom. There were only 2 months left before the college entrance examination, and the teachers were lecturing on the questions in an intense and orderly manner. Instead of attending classes, Baiju studied at his desk. Outside the window, the strong sunlight turned golden, falling on the table like mist dots, and on the boy's angular profile. Yi-ichi leaned against the wall, slightly tilted her body, and looked back vaguely. In an unknown sea, there was an island with tall buildings and prosperity. Rhine College, the building of dreams and dreams, the top floor. Dear student Luo Yen, you said that the mysterious man who solved the problem of Blue Moon is also the one who stole the soul of Brian? A blonde beauty with her back to the French window stared at Luo Yen, who was respectful in front of her, with her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. Yes. Luo Yen replied. Things are getting interesting. Savina laughed, and even the sunlight outside the window became brighter. A person who can break the rules of killing in half a day doesn't know that every soul of Brian in my Rhine Academy is registered and has a locator. But as luck would have it, he knew that he could use Brian bullets to deal with Blue Moon. This person, is very contradictory. It was so contradictory that Savina had to pay attention to it. You don't need to worry about this matter. I will contact the college and send someone to handle it, Saiwina said. Luo Yen responded and saw that as soon as he exited the office, Savina's face suddenly turned cold, and the temperature in the room dropped several degrees. I haven't had time lately, so I have to ask that old guy Pullman to come over. With a chill mixed in her murmur, Savina turned around, lowered her gaze slightly, and took in the prosperity outside the building through the glass of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Baiju, who didn't know he was being watched, had just finished his afternoon classes and was having dinner in the cafeteria. Hey! As soon as I sat down at an empty dining table, a youthful female voice sounded in my ears. The voice was very familiar, and Baiju knew it was Yi-ichi without even looking. Ichi, let's go over there to eat. Gaoshan followed Yi-ichi and sat down at the same dining table as Baiju with a face full of reluctance. Shan-chan, we agreed. Yi-ichi looked at Gaoshan with a pitiful expression. Yeah. Really helpless with her best friend's coquettishness, Gaoshan had no choice but to agree and glare at Baiju before eating. Without looking up at them, Baiju just ate silently, but his eating speed accelerated a lot. For you. The plate was about to reach the bottom, and Yi-ichi stretched out her hand and placed a bottle of drink next to his hand. No, thank you. After finishing the last bite of the meal, Baiju picked up the plate and stood up, ruthlessly refusing. Seeing his figure gradually disappearing behind everyone, Yi-Ichi's pretty face showed disappointment and grievance. Well. Gao Shan also stopped using her chopsticks and looked at her best friend helplessly. She really couldn't figure out what Yi-Ichi liked about Baiju. Academic performance? This guy isn't too top-notch either. Handsome? He is a bit handsome, like that kind of abstinent male god with a cold attitude. Thinking about it, Gao Shan blushed, then reacted and condemned herself in her heart. The red sunset hangs on the horizon, paving the way for nightfall. Baiju walked along the path and returned to the classroom. There is also evening self-study in the evening. School ends at 10 o'clock, and the day's classes are over. After dinner, the students return to the classroom one after another. Like most people, Baiju also spent his evenings in self-study and review. As the school bell rang, noisy and complicated sounds broke the silence. Baiju left the classroom with his school bag in hand. Following the flow of people, we left the school gate and headed home. The street lights turn on and off, and the shadows of the trees sway in the wind, carrying the moonlight and casting shadows of leaves on the roadside like ink paintings. On the way home, Baiju suddenly stopped. Ahead, at a dimly lit intersection, two figures, an old man and a young man, a man and a woman, looked at each other from afar. The flickering lights illuminated the girl next to the old man. Baiju knew this girl. It was Ling Xue, the not-so-smart girl with superpowers. The old man was wearing a suit and a top hat, looking very gentlemanly. Seeing Baiju stop, the old man and Ling Xue looked at each other, and then the two of them walked towards him together. Baiju, classmate, nice to meet you. Stopping a few steps away from Baiju, the old man spoke Chinese that was not very fluent, took off his top hat, held it in his hand, and pressed it against his chest. We are from Rhine College. His eyebrows were furrowed, and Baiju was nervous. Rhine College. The university wherein Ling Xue was, an academy that only taught superpowers. Without saying anything, Baiju just looked at the old man vigilantly, and his eyes fell on Ling Xue's pretty face from time to time. In order to save time and the reincarnation of solving Blue Moon, he did not contact Ling Xue. In other words, the Ling Xue in this timeline is the Ling Xue who has never met him. I know her, but she doesn't know me. Baiju didn't know whether he should be relieved or feel regretful, but at this moment, seeing Ling Xue following the old man submissively, he should not be able to talk to her. In the name of the second-level professor of Rhine College, I invite you to join Rhine College. After the above words, after a few seconds, without insisting on waiting for Baiju's response, the old man smiled kindly with solemnity. You are a senior this year, you don't need to take the college entrance examination, and you can be admitted to my Rhine College, as long as you are willing. Under the street lights that were sometimes dim and sometimes bright, the old man made an invitation related to the future. Baiju frowned, stared at the old man with a serious look. How do you know it's me? From the old man's attitude, it is obvious that he knows that the killing rule Blue Moon was broken by his hands. Baiju is curious that in the last reincarnation, he didn't come into contact with Ling Xue and others. Seeing that the old man and Ling Xue were just standing at the corner of the intersection, it was obvious that they were waiting for him in advance. Each soul of Brian is registered. They are precious things, and each has its own unique position. The old man explained with a smile. The soul of Brian has a position. Baiju never expected this. His pupils contracted, and his lips opened and closed, and his voice was very deep. So your purpose today is to get me to enroll in Rhine College? It's an invitation. The old man corrected with a kind smile. Can you refuse? Baiju looked at the old man. Why refuse? The old man's smile weakened. Rhine College is the top institution in the world. No other institution can compare with it, and it only recruits people with special abilities. Ordinary people are not qualified to enroll no matter how good their grades are or what their background is. After a brief introduction, the old man observed Baiju's micro-expressions, and the smile slowly solidified on his face. This little guy doesn't seem to have much interest in Rhine College. Join Rhine College, you will enjoy the world's top resources, communicate with the top peers, receive the top education, and the future will be unforgettable. I'm not interested. Baiju interrupted the old man's gradually surging voice and the last smile with a faint voice. Thank you for your invitation, but I just want to take the college entrance examination, get into an ordinary university, and live an ordinary life. Joining Rhine College, going through life and death to break the killing rules, I don't think I'm suitable. Baiju shook his head and calmly expressed his life philosophy. He still remembered the information on Ling Xue's student ID card, a freshman at Rhine College. Only a freshman, and Ling Xue, who has superpowers, has to complete the task of breaking the killing rules with the team. Breaking the killing rules is undoubtedly dangerous. If he can't reincarnate, Baiju is now a stiff corpse. But, even though he can reincarnate, he has died 4 times. The danger factor of the task can be seen. Baiju just wants to live a plain life. Saving the world is not suitable for him, and he is not willing to do it. After his words, the old man was silent. You can solve the clever killing rule Blue Moon within half a day. You are only 18 years old. Your future is destined to be brilliant. Think about it again. Every day, many people in this world are broken up because of the sudden arrival of the killing rule. Every time you break a killing rule, you can save thousands of lives. The old man looked at Baiju with a deep gaze. This world needs you. After a moment of silence, Baiju still shook his head. Sorry. After this, Baiju bypassed the old man and passed by him. Save the world, leave it to others. He just wants to be an ordinary person. The old man and Ling Xue turned around at the same time, watching the back of the boy disappear at the corner of the crossroads. This kind of talent must be one for the college. The old man murmured, his eyes revealing a resolute look. Staying beside the old man, and Ling Xue didn't dare to say a word the whole time. She just listened to the conversation between the old man and Baiju silently, and glanced at Baiju from time to satisfy her curiosity. After saying goodbye to the old man, Baiju returned home along the familiar road. The rejection is not thorough enough. Closing the door and pulling out the key, Baiju regretted why he didn't say more just now. Looking at the old man's appearance, he probably had to continue looking for him later. Let's make it clearer next time we meet. Thinking, Yiichi's appearance suddenly appeared in his mind, and Baiju couldn't help but sigh. I hope Rhine College is not so obsessed with me. He suddenly felt that having superpowers was not a good thing. At least from the current stage, he felt troublesome. When he came to the sofa, his eyes fell on the soul of Brian placed on the coffee table. Give it back. In order to avoid the trouble that might be caused by this gun in the future, Baiju didn't hesitate to pick up the snake gun, find the key to the safe house, go out, and follow the familiar route in his memory to the door of the safe house again. He didn't use the key to open the door. Baiju just put the key to the safe house and the soul of Brian on the footmat and left. After returning home and washing up simply, Baiju lay down on the bed with fatigue. It was not yet 12 o'clock, and the bedroom light was not turned off. Baiju turned on his mobile phone and prepared to watch some videos to relax. Just when he was about to click on the short video software, a new message reminder appeared on the notification bar. It was a text message, and the sender was his mother. Baiju subconsciously frowned and clicked on the text message. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the content of the text message. Mom, are you asleep? Without replying to the text message, Baiju directly called his mother. After a few seconds, the call was answered by his mother. Mom, did you call me in the early morning? Baiju asked as soon as he opened his mouth. Although he checked the call records when he got up in the morning, there was a possibility that they were deleted, so Baiju chose to ask the person directly. Called you in the early morning? On the other end of the phone, his mother was startled by Baiju's question. No, why would I call you in the early morning? Mom asked curiously. Nothing, just asking. Baiju quickly changed the subject. You're still awake so late, are you done? Mom and Uncle Luo opened a food stall in the neighboring city, and the business is usually the most popular at night. Just finished with your Uncle Luo, and there are still a few tables of customers who haven't left. I thought you might not be asleep yet, so I contacted you. Mom's voice is always so warm. Since the Chinese New Year, with the college entrance examination approaching, Baiju hasn't seen his mother for more than 2 months. Is Uncle Luo doing well recently? Baiju asked with concern. Baiju's parents divorced when he was very young, and it was his mother who raised him up. Uncle Luo, who met his mother in recent years, is a good person. Studying in another city, Baiju is still very relieved that someone can take care of her by her side. Very well, your Uncle Luo is in good health. Mom smiled. How are you doing over there? If you need money, remember to tell me and I will transfer it to you. Don't make yourself suffer. I have enough money. I don't need it much. Baiju replied with a smile. The college entrance examination will be in 2 months. Your Uncle Luo and I have discussed stopping the business for 2 days and going to Los Angeles to see you. Mom said. Business is so busy, it's not easy to stop. Baiju shook his head and said, it will be the weekend in 2 days. I will go to Xinjiang to see you. You still have the college entrance examination. Let's go to see you. Mom didn't agree. Just think of it as going out to relax before the college entrance examination. You know, I don't have many friends. I'm almost sick at school. Baiju smiled. It's okay, don't worry too much about me. It's just right for me to go to your place to see the business of the food stall. If I don't do well in the college entrance examination, I will directly inherit the family business. Baiju half-jokingly reassured his mother. Okay, tell me when you come, be careful on the road. Wait a minute, I'll be there soon. The last sentence was accompanied by the sound of customers in the store shouting orders, and the mother's voice was mixed with apology. Sorry, Xiaoju, there are customers in the store, it's getting late, you should go to bed early. Okay, you should go to bed early too, don't be too tired. After the sentence, Baiju took the initiative to hang up the phone. The day after tomorrow is Friday, just in time to catch the evening bus to Sinchon. Baiju planned, put the phone aside, turned off the lights in the bedroom, and prepared to fall asleep with the moonlight. The next day, the morning light fell on the window. Ding woke up by the alarm at 7 o'clock, Baiju turned over and turned it off, and opened his eyes in a daze. Yawned, put on his clothes instinctively, got out of bed and went to the bathroom to wash. There was a large portion of toast bread bought the day before yesterday in the kitchen. Baiju stuffed a few slices into his mouth, drank a few sips of water to quench his thirst, picked up his school bag and went out. There weren't many people on the way to school, because the morning reading at Los Angeles High School starts at 7:30, and now it's 7:20, not many students will rush to school at this time. Baiju returned to his seat at the bell for the start of the morning reading. Perhaps sensing movement at the back desk, Yiichi looked back at Baiju and turned back. During the morning reading, the classroom was filled with the chaotic sound of reciting lessons. Ding-ling-ding after a few dozen minutes, the bell rang, and the morning reading sound slowly stopped. During the break between the morning reading and the first class, most students would use it to catch up on sleep, including Baiju. Just when he and most of his classmates were about to lie down on the table, the figure of the head teacher appeared at the front door. Wake up. The head teacher clapped his hands. Let me introduce a new classmate. Although there are only a little more than 2 months left before the college entrance examination, everyone should get along well. One after another, there was a perfunctory sound with sleepiness. Except for a few students who were more curious than sleepy and looked up at the new classmate, everyone else was ready to continue to catch up on sleep. Baiju was not curious at first, but as soon as he lay down, he heard a series of exclamations from the students in the front row, accompanied by the words good-looking and beautiful. Raising his head slightly from his elbow, Baiju glanced at the new classmate standing next to the head teacher at the front door with his peripheral vision. Suddenly, his eyes widened. What kind of new classmate is this? Baiju raised his head and his sleepiness disappeared. In his sight, he saw Lingxue standing at the front door, facing the gazes and praises from a group of classmates, with her face downcast and a little embarrassed. There are still empty seats in the last row. Do you want to sit there or should I move you to the front row? For some reason, the head teacher used a negotiating tone when talking to Lingxue. The last row is fine. And Lingxue looked at the last row and couldn't help but look at Baiju, but she dodged his gaze quickly. After finishing the conversation with the head teacher, Lingxue walked past the table and walked towards Baiju. Along the way, she brought a faint but alluring floral scent. Many boys followed Lingxue with powder mist in their eyes. Yiichi also looked at Lingxue, and watched her sit next to Baiju. She turned around unconsciously and locked her eyes with Lingxue's face. This face is very pure, very innocent, and looks easy to deceive. But in her cognition, the purer the surface, the darker the back. Almost instantly, Yiichi developed a strong hostility towards Lingxue. Also noticed that the girl in the front row had been staring at her. Although Lingxue didn't know why, her weak character couldn't support her asking questions. You come to high school? Baiju pulled the corner of his mouth expressionlessly. It seems that the old guy is not ready to give up on himself, and he has placed Lingxue next to him to fight with him for a long time. Yes. And Lingxue is very nervous now, so nervous that she can only lower her head to look at the table. Just last night, after Professor Pullman's admission invitation was rejected by Baiju, he ordered Lingxue to go to Los Angeles High School to be Baiju's deskmate, do ideological work for him, and then win over Baiju. And Lingxue knows that her character is flawed. Let alone do ideological work for others, she sometimes can't even comfort herself. But at that time, Professor Pullman's voice was very heavy and serious, and she didn't dare to say a word of no. Then, the plot developed into what it is now. That old home. Grandpa asked you to come? Because Lan Yueliang had reincarnated 4 times, he had met in Lingxue twice. Although the time was not long, this girl was very simple, and Baiju could be considered to have a certain understanding of her character. She was weak in character. Although she didn't look very smart, when she really encountered a life and death crisis, she would be able to protect a person she met for the first time with her life regardless of everything. If she hadn't saved Baiju, Baiju could have laughed at her stupidity from the perspective of a bystander, but Baiju was the one she saved. Although he didn't save him in the end, he would never forget this kindness. Although he went through reincarnation, this experience only remained in his memory. The question was not too aggressive, and Baiju consciously slowed down his voice. Isn't, and Lingxue subconsciously wanted to tell the truth, but then realized that she couldn't tell the truth, so she was speechless for a while and lowered her head even more fiercely. Seeing her like this, Baiju was relieved all of a sudden. The old guy wanted to do ideological work on him, but the person who did the ideological work was obviously the wrong one. Without extending the topic, Baiju adjusted his sleeping position and tried to sleep as many minutes as possible before the first class. In the front row, Yi-Ichi, who was also supposed to take a break during the break, was not sleepy at all. She was seen puffing up her face angrily, with her chest rising and falling. Classmate Baiju seemed to know the new classmate. Classmate Baiju spoke very gently to the new classmate. Classmate Baiju had never been so gentle to me. For a moment, the jealousy jar was overturned, and the students in the classroom subconsciously sniffed. Soon, during the first class, Baiju was awakened by the bell. He rubbed his eyes with one hand and took out a workbook from the drawer with the other. Holding a pen, Baiju yawned and was about to wander through the sea of questions. Hey, beside him, and Lingxue's weak voice sounded along with the teacher's lecture on the podium. Baiju tapped the tip of his pen on the blank space and turned his head to look at her. Rhine College is very good. Looking at Baiju, and Lingxue subconsciously wanted to avoid his gaze, but stopped in time, her eyes slightly nervous. Baiju responded lightly, his eyes returned to the workbook. It's true. And Lingxue felt a little guilty when she said this. Baiju pulled the corner of his mouth and did not continue to respond. If he remembered correctly, he was reincarnated because of the killing rule Blue Moon. In addition to the specific information about the killing rules and supernatural powers, he also learned from Lingxue that Lingxue had not had a very good experience in Rhine College. It was hard for her to say such a thing against her will. Baiju shook his head and listed the formula on the draft paper. The morning was spent on doing exercises. During this period, Lingxue tried to bring up a topic, but Baiju responded perfunctorily. Each topic ended naturally after no more than 2 sentences. And their front desk had been paying attention to Lingxue's movements. Seeing that she repeatedly hit a wall in the conversation with Baiju, Yi-Ichi couldn't help but raise the corners of her lips. What a useless guy. As a bystander, Gao Shan couldn't help but sigh when she saw her best friend's smug look. She still didn't understand what Baiju had so much attraction to Yi-Ichi. After all, she was a school beauty, why? Alas. It was almost noon, and as the bell for the last class rang, the silent classroom was instantly filled with noise. Following the flow of people, Baiju left the classroom and came to the cafeteria. After queuing at the window, he ordered a meat and a vegetable dish, and holding the plate, his eyes locked on a table with no one around, Baiju went there. After sitting down, he took the chopsticks and was about to eat. Click, it was the sound of the plate being placed. Baiju stopped his movements and looked around. It wasn't Lingxue. She sat down next to Baiju with the plate. Facing Baiju's gaze, and Lingxue pretended not to care and started eating. Baiju didn't care much, sitting anywhere was a big deal, and it wasn't a big deal if she wanted to sit. Click, just as he picked up a piece of meat and was about to put it in his mouth, there were 2 consecutive sounds of plates being placed across the table. He raised his eyes slightly and saw Yi-Ichi and Gao Shan sitting in front of him. After just a glance, Baiju retracted his gaze and sped up his eating speed. Instead of eating immediately, Yi-Ichi glanced at Lingxue, who was sitting next to Baiju, with a not very obvious hostility in her eyes. Gao Shan buried her head in eating. If being a dog licker is a disease, her best friend is hopeless. Noticing that Yi-Ichi was staring at her, and Lingxue didn't dare to look up, and even the movement of eating became restrained. A minute later, Baiju's plate was empty. He put the chopsticks into the plate, picked up the plate, stood up and left. Seeing Baiju leave, and Lingxue ate much faster. Back to the classroom, waiting for the arrival of the afternoon class. Time passed quickly, and the sky was stained with a hint of dim yellow. Dinner was similar to lunch. As soon as Baiju sat down, and Ling Shui and Yi Ichi followed. A day of study ended after the evening self-study. With the school bell ringing, the area around Luocheng High School ushered in a brief boiling. The street lights were not very bright, and Baiju stopped at the intersection. "Why are you following me?" While waiting for the green light to come on, Baiju turned his eyes and glanced at Ling Shui, who was always a distance away from him. "My home is here too." And Ling Shui explained. "And Ling Shui lives in a safe house. The safe house and my home are in the same community." Baiju retracted his gaze and did not ask any more questions. Soon, the green light came on. Baiju went straight to the other side of the road and walked to the right. "Why don't you want to join Rhine College?" As if she had mustered up her courage, and Ling Shui trotted to Baiju, with curiosity and confusion in her trepidation. As Professor Pullman said last night, Rhine College is the world's top institution, an existence that ordinary people cannot touch throughout their lives, and it is also the dream institution of many superpowers. Before becoming a student of Rhine College, enrolling in Rhine College was in Ling Shui's greatest pursuit, so it was difficult for her to understand why Baiju refused the opportunity to enroll in Rhine College. "Let me put it this way." Baiju stopped and prepared to make it clear to Ling Shui, "It is impossible for everyone to have the same ambition in life. Maybe for you, joining Rhine College is an honor, but for me, I just want to live a plain life. Joining Rhine College is good, but it is inevitable to face the killing rules. I think you know better than me how dangerous the killing rules are." Baiju said, turned around, staring at Ling Shui's dazed eyes. "I am from a single-parent family. My mother raised me since I was a child. Now I just want to go to an ordinary university and take care of my mother in the future, instead of joining Rhine College and living a life where I don't even know when I will die." The voice provoked emotions. Baiju was a little excited, and calmed down in time. "If possible, I hope you will let me go. I don't want to join Rhine College at all." After a pause, Baiju solemnly emphasized, "I don't want to at all." The words kept lingering in her ears. And Ling Shui felt her lips were a little dry and she didn't know what to say next. She could only stay in a daze, watching Baiju walk further and further until his back was covered by the night. And Ling Shui didn't follow him again, and Baiju returned home smoothly. Putting his school bag casually at the door, Baiju walked into the bedroom and took out a travel bag that was about the same size as his school bag from the corner of the closet. "Today is Thursday, tomorrow is Friday. I made an agreement with my mother last night to go to Sinchon before the college entrance examination, that is, tomorrow, to see my mother." Holding the travel bag in his hand and patting away the accumulated dust with his other hand, Baiju began to pack his clothes. "If you want to stay in Sinchon for 2 nights, just bring 2 changes of clothes." The clothes were packed quickly, and within 10 minutes, Baiju put his slightly bulging travel bag on the sofa, turned around and walked into the bathroom, ready to wash up. White mist floated in the bathroom and the water gurgled. After a moment, the sliding door of the bathroom was pushed open. With a wrung towel tied around his waist, he returned to the bedroom. "I turned on my phone and looked at the time. It was past 12 o'clock. Or the comfort of taking a bath can relax your nerves and cause you to feel sleepy. You can barely hold your eyelids open, so you turn off the bedroom light and fall asleep in a moment. Outside the window, the moonlight tonight is particularly quiet. On the other side, the safe house." "How was your contact with Baiju?" During the video call, the old man's voice was very serious and his face was calm and intimidating. It was Professor Pullman, the old man who invited Baiju to enroll at Rhine College last night, but was rejected. "Not very good." And Ling Shui answered truthfully. "There are still 2 months until the college entrance examination. You should have more contact with him over there and trick him into enrolling first." Professor Pullman said and paused, "I am trying to contact his parents. If there is any progress, I will contact you to cooperate. By the way, I will send you the file about Baiju's character analysis later. He has been divorced since he was a child and grew up with his mother. He lacks a sense of security. The more you take care of and care about him during his time in Los Angeles High School, the better you can be to him. Just be nice to him and try to make him depend on you. As for your credits in the first half of the year, I will set this matter as a special task and make up for your credits." Professor Pullman ordered and set a course of action for Ling Shui's 2 months at Los Angeles High School. "Professor, can I ask why the college has to admit him?" And Ling Shui's voice was weak. And Ling Shui sympathized with what Baiju said to her before on the way to school. She respects Baiju's personal wishes, but Professor Pullman doesn't seem to value Baiju in general. "It's not a secret. It's okay to tell you. Professor Pullman waited for a moment, his eyes suddenly became sharp. We suspect that Baiju has a forbidden power precognition. Professor Pullman looked extremely solemn. Only precognition can explain why he stole Brian's soul and destroyed the blue moon in half a day. In addition to the two major categories of elemental and special abilities, there is also a category named forbidden. As the name suggests, forbidden abilities are forbidden abilities. The abilities that can be contained by the forbidden system are undoubtedly very powerful. Baiju has a forbidden power foreknowledge. This is a conclusion reached by the senior management of Rhine College based on the Blue Moon incident and the description of the foreknowledge of supernatural powers in the superpower files. After understanding the reason why Professor Pullman valued Baiju, and Ling Xue was still a little confused after hanging up the video call. Superpowers are prohibited. She had been hearing about this kind of existence as a legend since she was a child, but this was the first time she had come into contact with it in reality. But, Baiju said he didn't want to go to Rhine College, looking out the window, with the full moon in her eyes, and Ling Xue felt sad. The neighboring city of Los Angeles is Sunchang. In a high-rise office room of a commercial building, Professor Pullman had just finished a video call with Ling Xue. Xie Jingxian, who is 40 years old this year, divorced her first husband when she was 25, and came to Sunchang with her 3-year-old child to work hard. Later, when she was 36, she met her current boyfriend Luo Zhu, and the two not married. We opened a small restaurant together in Sunchang Night Market. Picking up the document placed on the desktop, Pullman's eyes slowly slipped from the first paragraph and murmured, Xie Jingxian's character analysis is that she is a relatively simple woman. People around her evaluate her honestly and without any scheming. Xie Jingxian's boyfriend, Luo Zhu, is now 43 years old. His previous marriage broke up due to his wife's cheating. He has no children. He is an honest man and tends to be timid, but he has the principle of never taking a step back. Turn the document page by page until the last page. Professor Pullman narrowed his eyes and put the document down. In single-parent families, children pay more attention to their parents' opinions. By bypassing Baiju and asking his mother to agree to his admission to Rhine College, and then asking Ling Xue to cooperate and persuade, the effect should be good. As he said that, Professor Pullman frowned. However, we have to speed up. There will almost be news over at Blanca College. Blanca Academy is the only academy in the world that is as famous as Rhine Academy. Competition for high-quality students has always been the main conflict between the two universities. Forget about ordinary students. For students like Baiju who are suspected of possessing forbidden powers, the two colleges will have to compete for their heads. Fortunately, Rhine College was the first to discover the white technique. However, he found out that he had returned early and was unwilling to enroll in school. Professor Pullman, who has taken over the task of recruiting students, is now under great pressure. Let's get in touch with Baiju's mother tomorrow night. The thought was interrupted by a phone call. Hello? Professor Pullman answered the phone. The rule fluctuation is detected, near Sunchang. The female voice on the other end of the phone was cold and emotionless. The judge team has been sent there, and Professor Pullman, level 2, is now ordered to escort the team members. Pullman, got it. As Pullman said this, he straightened his body, looking solemn and serious. The next day, Baiju was woken up by the alarm clock every day. There was only half an hour left before morning reading started, and there wasn't much time left for him. After getting up and washing up, Baiju took 2 pieces of toast from the kitchen and stuffed his mouth into his mouth. Baiju picked up his school bag by the door and went out. There were not many students on the road, so he hurried to school with ease and entered the classroom with the morning reading bell ringing. Good morning. As soon as he took a seat by the window in the back row, his deskmate Ling Xue said good morning to him. Baiju didn't respond too enthusiastically. Good morning, Baiju. In the front row, Yi-Ichi suddenly turned around. Although she was saying good morning to Baiju, her eyes were fixed on Ling Xue. Feeling a little overwhelmed by the gaze, Ling Xue habitually acted like an ostrich in the desert and looked down at the table. Following Yi-Ichi's line of sight, he glanced at Ling Xue again. For some reason, Baiju had a headache. After saying good morning for a long time, without even getting a perfunctory Yi-Ichi lay on the table dejectedly. Good for nothing guy. Gao Shan, my deskmate and best friend, sighs every day. The day's class ended quickly. During the period, Ling Xue and Yi-Ichi both tried to stir up a topic with Baiju, but failed without even saying a few words. After school in the afternoon, Baiju did not go to the cafeteria to eat like yesterday. Instead, under the watchful eyes of Ling Xue and Yi-Ichi, he left the classroom and stopped the head teacher in the teacher's office, who was about to have dinner with the female teacher. "If you have anything to say, please tell me." The head teacher looked impatient. "I'll take leave from my evening self-study and go back to my hometown," Baiju said directly. "It's approved." The head teacher agreed hastily, without even looking at Baiju, and left the office with a smile on his face. Within 2 seconds, Baiju also left the office. "Classmate Baiju, are you going to have dinner off campus?" Just as he was about to go downstairs, Yiichi followed him from the side. Something happened. After a brief explanation, Baiju took the leave request and hurried downstairs. Without continuing to follow, Yiichi watched Baiju's back disappear in the stairwell. "Don't look, I don't care about you at all." Gaoshan patted Yiichi on the shoulder from behind. With sad eyes, Yiichi said nothing and went to the cafeteria with Gaoshan. On the other side, and Ling Xue was troubled by the missing trace of Baiju. "It doesn't matter, we still have evening self-study." She tried to comfort herself, stroking her growling stomach as she walked to the cafeteria. After leaving school, Baiju returned home immediately. There was a backpack on the sofa that he had packed in advance last night. Without taking a break, he took the backpack and went out. The distance between Los Angeles and Xincheng is not that far. It only takes half an hour by high-speed rail. However, due to the lack of money, Baiju chose the bus that takes 2.5 hours to arrive. At 6 o'clock in the evening, a bus leading to Xincheng will pass by the platform. If you get on that bus, you will arrive in Xincheng around 8:30. The bus stop is not very far from Baiju's home, only 10 minutes away. The sky gradually darkened, and the clouds stained red by the sunset were gradually covered by night. It was almost 6 o'clock, and there were only a few people waiting at the platform. Counting the time, his eyes flowed between the mobile phone screen and the passing vehicles. A minute later, Baiju waited for the bus to Xincheng as promised. He got on the bus and paid, then sat in the back seat by the window. The car was a little dark, reflecting the deserted atmosphere. At this point, apart from Baiju, there were only 1 or 2 passengers heading to Xincheng. The dull engine sound started, and the bus drove on the road at an unpleasant speed. On the other side, Los Angeles High School. "It's time for evening self-study." And Ling Xue looked at the door in a daze. Baiju didn't come to study in the evening. Baiju disappeared. "Professor Pullman asked me to follow Baiju. But I seem to have lost track." And Ling Xue fell into self-blame. At the front table, Yiichi was also troubled by Baiju's absence from evening self-study. But compared to Ling Xue, Yiichi knew that Baiju didn't come because of something else. "Shanshan, Baiju said something, is it dangerous?" Concern leads to chaos. Yiichi held her best friend's hand with a worried look on her face. If he doesn't pay attention to him, what could happen? Gao Shan rolled his eyes. "That's right," Yiichi breathed a sigh of relief. The night outside the window was getting deeper and deeper, and Ling Xue couldn't sit still. Baiju finally went to the teacher's office. Thinking about it, she left the classroom without even saying hello in front of the teacher. Along the corridor and entering the teacher's office, Ling Xue walked straight to the head teacher. "White Ju." Ling Xue asked seriously and directly, "Where did Baiju go?" "Ah." While he was still grading homework, the head teacher was stunned for a moment, and it took him 2 seconds to react. He seemed to say he went back to his hometown? The head teacher wasn't sure what he said, because when Baiju came to ask for leave, he was in a hurry for a date and didn't even bother to listen. Hometown, recalling along this clue, and Ling Xue's expression changed. She had read the basic information about Baiju. Baiju's hometown is in Xincheng. And she just got the news this morning that there was a killing rule in Xincheng. Baiju is going back to his hometown. I don't know why the relationship student suddenly changed his face. The head teacher looked at Ling Xue strangely and left the office in a hurry, just as he came. "I hope it comes quickly." And Ling Xue hurriedly ran to Baiju's house. She had a fantasy that Baiju had not left yet, and she wanted to stop him before he left for Xincheng. However, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. When she arrived at Baiju's house, no one opened the door after knocking several times, and Ling Xue's heart suddenly sank. Without hesitation, she immediately called Professor Pullman. "It's bad, Professor." Baiju. After telling him about Baiju's trip to Xincheng, Professor Pullman's face changed drastically on the other end of the phone. At this moment, the person they were worried about was about to arrive at the station. At about 8:20, the speed of the bus slowed down. "We're in Xincheng, hurry up if you want to get off," the ticket seller in the front row shouted. Baiju left his seat and got off the bus step by step. As soon as he got off the bus, a familiar breeze blew past his ears, blowing Baiju's thoughts. Although Xinjiang is not as prosperous as Los Angeles, this is where Baiju grew up. Looking at the familiar buildings and street scenes, his body and mind are relaxed for no reason. The food stall opened by my mother and Uncle Luo is in a well-known night market in Xinjiang. It is not too far from the bus stop here and can be reached in a few minutes. Boss lady, pay the bill. Boss lady, the dishes today are a bit salty. Add more chili peppers, it will be more delicious. Entering the night market, the noise is full of fireworks. Baiju walked in and stopped in front of a small but popular food stall. A total of 83. Since you come here often, I'll round off and give you 80. While paying the bill, Xia Jingxian smiled simply. Boss lady is still a good person. Your family is different from the family next door. The family next door is stingy when they want a plate of peanuts. The customer smiled and paid. Watching another table of guests leave, Xia Jingxian wiped the hot sweat from her forehead with her oily apron. She turned around and was about to clear the table when she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye. This kid doesn't even know how to say anything when he comes. Seeing Baiju, Xia Jingxian quickly put down what she was doing, walked up to her son, and laughed and cursed. Isn't this because I'm afraid you'll be busy? Seeing the wrinkles on her mother's face caused by laughter, Baiju felt a little distressed. My mother is only 40 years old, but she looks much older. No matter how busy your business is, it's not as important as your son. Xia Jingxian smiled and patted her son on the shoulder. Go in and sit down first. I'll clear the table and I'll be back soon. Let me help you. Baiju rolled up his sleeves, and before his mother could react to stop him, he had already picked up the basin of leftovers, walked to the dining table where the food was messy, and tidied it up skillfully. Xia Jingxian didn't stop him much, because she knew that with her son's temperament, it would be useless even if she tried to stop him. With a happy smile, Xia Jingxian walked into the food stall, wanting to resolve the matter as soon as possible and have a good talk with her son. After a while, the tables were cleared and Baiju walked into the kitchen. At this time, Xia Jingxian was putting the dishes away. Leave the rest to your Uncle Luo. Xia Jingxian said, pulling the chair against the wall in front of Baiju, wiping the chair surface with her elbows, smiling plainly. Are you tired after sitting in the car for so long? Mommy will cook you something to eat. Don't bother, I'm here for dinner, you can sit down too. Baiju advised him. Then I'll get you a drink. Xia Jingxian left the kitchen and took a bottle of iced black tea from the freezer outside. Taking the iced black tea, Baiju unscrewed the cap and took a sip. The college entrance examination is coming soon, it must be very hard. Xia Jingxian dragged a chair and sat next to her son. Her face was deeply wrinkled, revealing an unstoppable smile and kindness. It's okay, I don't feel much. Baiju smiled easily, but you and Uncle Luo, don't be too tired. What if you collapse from exhaustion? I'm just a little tired at night. I'm very free during the day. Xia Jingxian said. By the way, why didn't you see Uncle Luo? Baiju turned around and looked through the open door at the rows of outdoor dining tables. Only the chatting and laughing guests were in his sight. Uncle Luo is settling accounts next door and will be back soon. Xia Jingxian responded with a smile. Oh. The college entrance examination is coming soon, so don't be too stressed. It doesn't matter if you do well or not. Xia Jingxian is more worried about her son's mental health than her studies. I know. Baiju nodded. Mom is a stupid person and doesn't know how to say words of encouragement. Just keep the money. If you don't have enough money, ask your mother for it. Xia Jingxian took out a wad of banknotes she had prepared early in the morning from her pocket. You won't need so much. Baiju wanted to shirk. Boys, there are many places to spend money outside. Xia Jingxian forced the money into Baiju's hand. Seeing Baiju hesitate and collect the money, Xia Jingxian had a smile on her face. Is the boss lady here? Just as he was about to continue speaking, there was a shout from outside. Isn't Lao Luo back yet? Xia Jingxian turned her head and looked outside. First she murmured in confusion, and then she said with a hint of apology in her voice, Mom will be here soon. Baiju wanted to help, but he didn't understand ordering or anything, so it would be bad if he didn't help. Watching his mother leave the kitchen, Baiju stood up and prepared to walk around the kitchen. You've been in the car for so long, are you hungry? Suddenly, my mother's voice came from behind. Almost instantly, Baiju frowned and turned around. If he remembered correctly, had his mother asked this before? His eyes fell on the door of the kitchen, and he saw his mother walking in with a smile on her face, saying, "Sit down first, and Mom will fry you 2 dishes." Listening to these words, Baiju frowned even more tightly. "Mom, your memory is so bad now?" "Mom," just as Baiju was about to say something, he saw Xie Jingxian approaching him, coming to the kitchen utensils, holding a kitchen knife in her hand, and interrupted him with a smile. "You sit down first, the food will be ready soon." Oh, in extreme confusion, Baiju responded in a daze. The kitchen was not big, and his mother was very close to him holding the kitchen knife. As he watched, he saw Xie Jingxian holding the kitchen knife tightly and groping randomly on the kitchen noodles with her other hand. Looking for something? In Baiju's eyes, her mother looked a little confused at this time. No, Mom shook her head and refused, slowing down her groping movements. A few seconds later. Bang! It was the sound of a ceramic bowl shattering on the floor. Almost at the same time, Baiju and Xie Jingxian looked away. At the door of the kitchen, a person who looked exactly like Baiju's mother was looking at them blankly. For a moment, Baiju was dumbfounded. With his eyes wide open, he looked at the mother beside him and then at the mother at the door. Exactly the same. His open mouth was difficult to close for a while. Oh, suddenly, a sneer came from his ears, and then Baiju felt a chill on his neck. Lowering his eyes slightly, a kitchen knife reflecting the light was hanging on his neck. And the person holding the knife is the mother behind her. "Don't hurt him." Seeing blood flowing from her son's neck, Xie Jingxian's heart almost jumped out of her chest at the door. She didn't care about being afraid of her other self, and her voice was filled with pleading, "Come to me if anything happens, don't hurt him, come here." The other Xie Jingxian looked expressionless while holding the knife across Baiju's neck. "I'll do it, don't hurt him." Xie Jingxian immediately followed the instructions and walked closer to Baiju step by step. "Okay, fine, just stand there and don't move." Seeing Xie Jingxian approaching, the other Xie Jingxian smiled coldly, "Don't resist, if you resist, your son will die. Run, run." Not knowing what this person who looked exactly like his mother was going to do to his mother, Baiju tried to break free from his restraints. The sharp blade was at his throat. Although he didn't care how many more blood marks there would be on his neck, all the strength in his body seemed to be lost, bit by bit, until his eyelids were as heavy as lead, and he no longer had the strength to break free, even his lips. "I don't even have the strength to open and close it. Be honest." The other Xie Jingxian gave an expressionless warning, and then, it let go of Baiju. Seeing the other Xie Jingxian approaching her mother step by step, no longer restrained, Baiju wanted to move and push it away. But he couldn't move. It was as if he was frozen in place. I could only watch helplessly as my mother's face changed from relaxed to horrified. I could only watch as the guy, who didn't know whether he was a human or a ghost, but looked just like my mother, put his palm on top of her mother's head. Then, a black mist rose from the soles of her mother's feet and quickly enveloped her. Baiju's eyes trembled. He wanted to save his mother, but he couldn't. He can't move. As the black mist dissipated, my mother seemed to disappear out of thin air. His eyes were empty, leaving only the executioner who looked exactly like his mother. His heart hurt as if it was about to burst, and tears dripped down his cheeks to the ground. Baiju stared at the other Xie Jingxian. He has never hated someone so much in his life. A kind of hatred called never-ending hatred grew and surged in my heart. "Don't worry, it's your turn." The other Xie Jingxian smiled sinisterly, and then her gloomy eyes suddenly became empty, lifeless, and filled with dullness. A bad feeling brewed in my chest. Baiju lowered his eyes slightly. I saw that under the light, he did not move, but his shadow moved. The shadow twists and twists. The shadow stood up. It was a shadow with the outline of Baiju's figure. The shadow is completely black, but the blackness is being filled with flesh color at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the shadow turned into another Baiju. Looking at his other self, Baiju's eyes trembled and his breathing froze. "Goodbye." The other one smiled sinisterly and pressed his palms on Baiju's head. Then, a black mist rose from the soles of Baiju's feet and enveloped him. In just a few seconds, the black mist dissipated, and the traces of Baiju were wiped out from this world. Buzz opening his eyes amidst the humming of the engine, the first thing he saw was the dim bus compartment. His body swayed slightly as the bus moved. Baiju opened his eyes wide and gasped for air. The scene just now was still on his retina, and his heart was pounding. "It killed my mother and me," Baiju's murmurs were trembling. He turned on the screen of his mobile phone and subconsciously glanced at the time. It was a little past 8, and the bus was about to arrive. Taking long breaths one after another, Baiju tried his best to regain his composure. The last breath of hot air was exhaled, and Baiju's eyes were stained with a little coldness. He glanced at the seats filled with darkness around him with his peripheral vision, and combined with the 4 times of reincarnation due to the killing rule blue moon, Baiju could preliminarily judge that the time node of rebirth after death was linked to the event. Last time, because of the blue moon, he opened his eyes 4 times on the bed. This time, he was reborn on the bus. We arrived at the night market and chatted with my mother in the kitchen. A customer came in the middle of the meal, and my mother went out to order food, and then the fake mother thing appeared. Baiju's eyes were calm, and he recounted everything he had experienced before his death. My mother returned to the kitchen, and that thing threatened her with me. I wanted to struggle, but I suddenly had no strength in my body, and I could only watch my mother disappear. Then, my shadow left the ground and became another me. Thinking of this, Baiju's eyes showed some understanding, but he was not sure. My shadow became another me, and then killed me. Was it my mother's shadow that killed my mother? The mumbling stopped. Baiju swallowed his saliva, his nerves were wrapped in horror, his temples throbbing, and he felt a little numb. Take my mother away from the night market. The speed of the bus began to slow down, and Baiju's brain raced, looking for a breakthrough to avoid death for his mother. Take my mother away from there. As the bus entered the station, Baiju got off the bus and almost ran to the night market again. After finding the food stall run by his mother, Baiju rushed forward, interrupted the conversation between his mother and the customer, and pulled her to leave. Being suddenly pulled by someone, not only Xia Jingxian was confused, but also the customer she was talking to was confused. The customer did not know Baiju, and was stunned for a moment. The people at the table immediately stood up and shouted at Baiju, "Let go! My son, this is my son." Seeing the person who pulled her, Xia Jingxian smiled and explained to the guests who spoke for justice. The guests at the table were stunned for a moment, looking at each other, with doubts in their eyes, and sat down again. Xiao Ju. Hearing the movement from his own store, Luo Zhu hurried over to check at the restaurant next door. Seeing Baiju pulling Xia Jingxian, and the route was clear to leave the night market, he hurriedly followed. "Why didn't you say you were here? Where are you going now?" Luo Zhu hurriedly asked while following Baiju and Xia Jingxian. "Go home first, and I'll explain it to you slowly later." Baiju shook his head and pulled his mother to the night market. Although she didn't know what Baiju was going to do, Xia Jingxian adjusted her pace and followed her son closely out of trust in her son. Luo Zhu, who also didn't know what Baiju was going to do, looked tangled and complicated, as if he was choosing between the hot business of the food stall at night and his girlfriend. In the end, he gritted his teeth and followed closely. The speed was getting faster and faster. During the way home, Baiju didn't say a word, just rushed home. Luo Zhu asked it first, but Baiju just shook his head in response, so he had to keep silent like Xia Jingxian. Soon, they entered an old community and went up to a dilapidated apartment building. Before going to high school in Los Angeles, all of Baiju's memories after the age of 3 were stored in this old community. Stepping into the house and listening to the collision of the doorframe closing, Baiju's heart, which had been hanging in his chest, finally relaxed. After leaving the night market, will my mother be safe? Baiju thought so, and then suddenly froze. Xiao Ju, what happened? Xia Jingxian turned on the living room light and asked with a worried brow. Luo Zhu frowned and stared at Baiju. Shadow. Mom's shadow. Baiju looked down at the floor, looking at the shadow under his mother's feet. His face became extremely bad. What's wrong with the shadow? Xia Jingxian didn't quite understand. Luo Zhu frowned even tighter. Run! Run! The light was dazzling, and Baiju really wanted to slap himself. Mom's shadow did not disappear. Mom's shadow would become another mom. When he realized this, he was struck by lightning and trembled all over. He opened the door. He pulled Mom and Uncle Luo to run out the door. However, it seemed too late. When Mom's shadow on the floor began to twist, it was too late. The shadow broke away from the ground, stood up, and expanded from 2 dimensions to 3 dimensions. Then, the dark shadow slowly faded and was replaced by flesh color. At this time, Xia Jingxian was already dumbfounded. She watched her shadow turn into another self. This movie-like clone scene happened in reality, and she suddenly felt cold all over and her eyes turned into fear. The moment before her mother's shadow appeared, Baiju reacted in time and pulled her mother and Uncle Luo downstairs. However, Baiju was pulled back by another force. He turned around suddenly and looked at Uncle Luo in disbelief. Luo Zhu in front of him had an expressionless face and dim pupils, like a walking corpse. Baiju stared at Luo Zhu with wide eyes, or rather, at the monster in front of him who looked exactly like Luo Zhu. He was not Uncle Luo. Baiju gritted his teeth, tightened his legs, and kicked at Luo Zhu. The force was so strong that Luo Zhu was kicked back several meters, and Baiju was freed from the restraints. Almost at the same moment, Baiju pulled his mother to continue going downstairs. However, he suddenly couldn't move. It was the same as the situation before his last death. He was exhausted and couldn't move. Baiju could only watch his mother shaking her head in fear. Although her lips were trembling, she was still thinking about him. "Son, run!" Her mother's legs were trembling, and her soft eyes slowly became firm, with determination emerging in them. Xia Jingxian turned around and pushed Baiju, who was standing still, and told him to run. But Baiju couldn't move. Tears mixed with helplessness and despair, Baiju wanted to push his mother out of the door, and knock down the shadow monster that looked exactly like his mother, to buy time for his mother to escape. But he couldn't do it. He had no strength left in his body. "Don't struggle, you die first. Your son will be here soon." The shadow monster of my mother smiled sinisterly. Although the light in the living room was dazzling, there was only darkness on its body. The monster put his palm on the top of my mother's head, and then black mist rose from the ground. Blood threads gathered in the whites of his eyes like spider webs. Baiju stared wide-eyed, tears bursting out and melting into blood and hatred. Just like the last scene in his memory before reincarnation. The black mist wrapped my mother, and when it dispersed, my mother disappeared with it. My mother was dead. Baiju's heart hurt as if it was torn apart. "It's your turn." In front of him, the murderer who killed his mother, the monster who looked exactly like his mother, stopped laughing sinisterly, and his pupils slowly lost their luster. Like Luo Zhu beside him, he became a walking corpse. Then, Baiju lowered his eyes blurred by tears. He once again watched his shadow leave the ground, from 2 dimensions to 3 dimensions, from a shadow to his appearance. "Your mother is waiting for you down there." Baiju's shadow monster was laughing, and it was creepy. Then, he put his palm on Baiju's head. Staring at the face that looked exactly like his own, Baiju's eyes were filled with fear, despair and anger, and then, they were covered by a black mist. Finally, his consciousness returned to silence and sank into darkness. In my ears, the bus engine buzzed. His body swayed with the seat, and Baiju opened his eyes suddenly. Oh, he was breathing heavily, and a thin layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Or maybe he made too much noise, and the only few passengers in the bus looked at him with frowns. "Uncle Luo, it's a shadow." Baiju swallowed, his Adam's apple trembling. Just now, at the last moment in his memory, before his mother's shadow appeared, if Luo Zhu hadn't stopped him, Baiju and Xia Jingxian would have run downstairs. Does this mean that Uncle Luo has been killed by shadow? Unable to conjecture for certain, or rather unwilling to accept this possibility, Baiju took another deep breath and put aside his complicated thoughts for the time being. The bus is almost here. The most important thing now is to take my mother and escape from the clutches of that monster. Baiju tried his best to calm down. Although he experienced death twice and watched his mother pass away in front of his eyes, Baiju firmly believed that he could find a way to escape with his mother because of the reincarnation of death. Contact in Ling Xue and the forces behind her. Baiju thought, pondering the possibility of this matter. But he didn't have an Ling Xue's contact information. The bus was almost arriving, and the tight time was not enough for him to think of another way to contact in Ling Xue. This route is considered discontinued. Can I only rely on myself? Feeling the bus slowing down, Baiju turned his eyes away and fell out of the window. What he saw was a night that was mostly dispersed by the light disc player. Try it, there is no other way. Baiju let out a deep breath, his eyes slowly becoming firm. Just like last time, when the bus arrived, Baiju rushed to the night market as quickly as possible. Enter the night market and find the food stall run by my mother amidst the hustle and bustle. Ignoring the scolding and gathered gazes of the customers, Baiju took his mother to leave the night market. Just like in her memory, her mother first explained Baiju's identity to the customers who spoke righteously, and then she saw Luo Zhu coming out of the restaurant next door. Luo Zhu's call sounded behind him, and Baiju's eyes suddenly condensed. He grabbed his mother's wrist tighter and quickened his pace. He pulled his mother and squeezed into the not-too-sparse crowd, causing Luo Zhu to lose his target. "Xiao Zhu, what happened?" Seeing Baiju's pace getting faster and faster, Xia Jingxian followed closely while frowning and asking worriedly. "I'll explain to you later." Baiju's voice was so deep that although Xia Jingxian didn't know why, she could feel the urgency on her son at this moment. Without asking any more questions, Xia Jingxian chose to believe her son. He almost started to jog from behind, while Baiju trotted while staring at the screen of his mobile phone. In the last reincarnation, the monster appeared at 2050. It's already 20:45. There are still 5 minutes until the monster appears. This still does not take into account unexpected situations. 5 minutes. In the last 5 minutes, Baiju took his mother to a shopping mall far away from the night market and sat down on a bench near the door in the shopping mall lobby. The mall is not big. Baiju often visited it when he was a child and is very familiar with the surrounding routes. It was precisely because of this familiarity that Baiju decided to bring his mother here first. Xiaoju, can you tell me now? On the other side of the bench, Xia Jingxian held her son's hand and frowned. Seeing Baiju's increasingly serious expression, her worry rose to a new level. Mom, listen to me. Baiju and Xia Jingxian looked at each other. The solemnity in their eyes seemed to overflow. In a moment, I will pull you to run. Don't worry about the reason, just follow me and run. His words were very serious. While Xia Jingxian nodded blankly, the doubts in her mind became deeper and deeper. She wanted to ask more carefully, but seeing her son staring at the phone with a serious frown on his face, Xia Jingxian had no choice but to hide her confusion temporarily. Baiju has been more mature than his peers since he was a child. As his mother, Xia Jingxian understands this very well. This was also the reason why she chose to believe in Baiju unconditionally even though she didn't know why. Her son would not do anything unfounded, and she believed it would be the same this time. After the conversation ended, the atmosphere fell into silence, but there was tension and solemnity brewing in it. Baiju stared at the clock on his phone, and at the same time glanced at his mother's shadow on the ground reflected in the light from the corner of his eye. As long as he sees something wrong with his mother's shadow for a moment, Baiju will pull Xia Jingxian and escape from the mall. Wait for the shadow to appear, then pull your mother to escape. This was the only thing he could think of doing as an ordinary person. Staring at the time on his phone as it approached 8:50, Baiju felt a little restless and sweated profusely on his forehead. Suddenly, a hand came over, holding a tissue and wiping the sweat from his face. Wipe it for you. Noticing Baiju looking over, Xia Jingxian stopped moving and retracted her hand, smiling softly. Smiling back, Baiju continued to stare at the phone screen. 20:48:58, 20:48:59. 20 hours and 49 minutes. 1 minute to go until 50. Baiju's nerves were tense again. Xia Jingxian looked at her son's profile, with a worried look on her face. The frequency of glancing at his mother's shadow from the corner of his eye increased, and Baiju temporarily held his breath as he watched the seconds increase little by little. 20:49:51. 20:49:52. Time began to count down, and Baiju stood up from the bench. Xia Jingxian also stood up. No longer paying attention to the time, Baiju stared at the ground, staring at her mother's shadow. Following her son's line of sight, Xia Jingxian also looked down at her own shadow, with a little more strangeness between her brows. A few seconds passed. Xia Jingxian's shadow began to twist, like a prisoner trying to break out of a cage. Looking at her own shadow, Xia Jingxian was stunned. Run! Almost the moment he saw the shadow move, Baiju shouted loudly. The shout entered her ears, and her body was pulled by a force. While Xia Jingxian kept up with Baiju's pace, she looked back at the shadow that did not follow her but stayed where she was. Her shadow stood up, and then, it became another her. Her eyes widened, full of fear. Because of the sudden surge of fear, Xia Jingxian held her breath for a while. Fearing that the monster would catch up, Baiju ran faster and faster. Xia Jingxian, who witnessed her own shadow becoming another self, also tried her best to keep up with her son. The street lights were not very bright, and darkness was wandering around. Baiju pulled his mother out of the mall, with no specific destination, just to escape. But when he was about to cross a road, Baiju was forced to stop. In front of him and Xia Jingxian, a group of people, who were so huge that they could not see the end at a glance, like zombies, were cutting off their retreat step by step. The road ahead was blocked, so Baiju had to change direction. His sight shifted immediately, but what he saw around him was the same crowd of people as before. In front, on the left, on the right, and behind, the group of inhuman things seemed to surround Baiju and Xia Jingxian. You can't run away. You can't run away. Behind them, as the encirclement continued to shrink, a sinister laugh crossed the crowd and floated into their ears. Baiju turned around, frowning, and holding his mother's hand tighter. At the back, his mother's shadow walked in the front, laughing sinisterly and approaching them. Give up struggling, you will all die, and you will all be killed by me. The strange laugh of his mother's shadow was creepy. Baiju was having a hard time breathing now. The depressing atmosphere was one thing, and being surrounded by people who seemed to be without wisdom and not seeing a way out was another. Beside him, Xia Jingxian's legs were shaking uncontrollably due to fear. She held her son's hand with her other hand. Although the situation was terrible, she was still trying to comfort Bai Ju. Even so, Bai Ju still couldn't avoid despair. Seeing his mother's shadow leading a group of people approaching him, Bai Ju seemed to be able to foresee his own death again in a moment. How can he survive? His pupils trembled. For now, this seemed to be an unsolvable answer. However, just when he gave up, boom! A sound wave raised by a car engine swept from the road in front, instantly attracting all attention. The mother's shadow also paused and cast her eyes towards the gradually enlarging light at the end of the road. It was a four-seater Maserati convertible sports car, and the headlights emitted a dazzling light. Under the gaze of Bai Ju and Xia Jingxian, the Maserati approached at a very fast speed. In a moment, it knocked away a large number of zombie-like people, and then stopped 5 meters away from them with a graceful momentum. In the driver's seat of the Maserati was a young man. He supported the steering wheel with his palm, moved his body violently, and jumped directly out of the car. Then, Bai Ju saw an unforgettable scene in his life. It was a purple lightning. It gathered from the young man's hand, and after he threw it, it entangled into a ball of purple electric ball in the air, rushed forward, fell into the dense crowd, and exploded a sea of purple electricity. The brilliance of the purple lightning reflected in the pupils, and Bai Ju was stunned for a moment. Not only Bai Ju, but Xia Jingxian beside him was also stunned. Looking at the dense crowd, at the front, Xia Jingxian's shadow looked distorted and crazy. "Get in the car!" The young man surrounded by purple lightning shouted, pulling Bai Ju and Xia Jingxian back to reality. Without much hesitation, Bai Ju dragged his mother towards the Maserati. "Die!" Xia Jingxian's shadow screamed furiously, making an inhuman sound. The young man ignored her, but frowned, waved his hand, and purple lightning flew across, repelling one group of people who were running madly. He released purple lightning while retreating, and soon returned to the Maserati. His eyes fell into the car and saw Bai Ju and Xia Jingxian both got in the car. He swung the last purple electric ball and blasted away the people who blocked the road. The young man sat back in the driver's seat. Boom! The engine started, stirring up the sound waves, and the purple Maserati was like an arrow shot out, leaving the pursuers far behind. Xia Jingxian's shadow stood in place, looking through the darkness, and looking at the direction where the sports car disappeared. The accelerator was stepped onto the bottom, and the wind whistled and drilled into the corner of the young man's clothes. "Has Suncheng been eroded by the phantom to this extent?" The young man murmured, his eyes full of heaviness. Sitting in the back seat with his mother, feeling the force pushing his back, Bai Ju seemed to wake up from a dream and exhaled a long breath. Xia Jingxian still looked a little confused, unable to accept the suddenly magical reality. "Little brother, I once turned my youth into her, and I also played the midsummer with my fingertips." The young man was about to talk to Bai Ju when a phone ring suddenly sounded in the co-pilot. "It's me." The young man answered the phone. Without the hands-free function, the voice on the other end of the phone was covered by the wind. "The phantom is very dangerous now. I suspect it is evolving. Notify others to gather at Highway 101 and discuss first." Not knowing what was said on the other end of the phone, the young man's brows suddenly frowned, and his voice was heavy and serious. Without saying much, the young man hung up the phone. "My name is Lin Yu. What's your name, little brother?" Throwing the phone to the co-pilot, Lin Yu looked at the rearview mirror with his peripheral vision, and Bai Ju and Xia Jingxian were reflected in the mirror. Bai means white, Ju means oral formula. The young man was considered his and his mother's savior, Bai Ju said truthfully. "Bai Ju, wait a minute." Lin Yu's face suddenly changed. While controlling the steering wheel, he looked back at Bai Ju. "What's your name?" "Bai Ju." Bai Ju repeated his name without knowing why. "Do you know in Ling Xue?" Lin Yu jumped to the topic. "Yes." Facing Lin Yu's question, Bai Ju frowned slightly, with a little vigilance. "No wonder those shadows surrounded you, you have something." Lin Yu smiled, and consciously tried to get closer to Bai Ju while speaking. "Are you from Rhine College?" Bai Ju was very sensitive to the name of Junior, and was startled. "Yes, I'm a sophomore, but when you enter the school in the second half of the year, I will be a junior." Lin Yu explained. "I understand." Bai Ju nodded. Although he did not plan to join Rhine College, in this situation, being regarded as a junior by Lin Yu undoubtedly gave him a sense of security. "Listen, Junior, the situation in Suncheng is very dangerous now. If the Blevel killing rule phantom is not eliminated, Sunchang may become a dead city at any time. Lin Yu's eyes were solemn. Do you know the killing rules of Phantom? I don't know. Not quite understanding the meaning of Lin Yu's words, Baiju shook his head. Take a look. Lin Yu held the steering wheel with one hand and took out a document from the side of the car door with the other hand and handed it behind him. Level Killing Rule Phantom, this is its relevant information. As Lin Yu finished speaking, Baiju took the document. The cover page was blank, and he continued to flip back. Number 0050, codename Phantom, Level Killing Rules. Killing rules, for your safety, please follow them as much as possible. 1. Your shadow is not you, your shadow will kill you. Please kill the shadow before your shadow kills you. 2. Do not trust a companion without a shadow, because you cannot be sure whether it is your companion. 3. The shadow and the body cannot coexist. The will of the rule will reside in the latest shadow. Kill that shadow and the rule will be broken. Note, this rule can be evolved into the level killing rule Blood Shadow. If you find that the shadow is bloody instead of black, please report it in time and escape in time. Non-transcendent superpowers cannot touch it and non-transcendent superpowers cannot fight it. Killing rules. Level Killing Rules, Phantom. If Baiju remembers correctly, the previous Blue Moon had a level killing rule. The higher the level of the rule, the more dangerous it is. When he was reincarnated for the third time because of the Blue Moon, and Ling Xue once emphasized to him seriously while crying. Class B. Baiju's frown deepened. His eyes dropped, focusing on the 3 short rules. The shadow will kill me. Companions without shadow cannot be trusted. The will of rules resides in the latest shadow. As long as I kill that shadow, the rules can be broken. Finally, Baiju looked at the bold reminder at the end of the document. This rule can evolve. Above B level is a level. Not paying too much attention to this, Baiju folded the document and handed it back to Lin Yu. But before he could make a move, Lin Yu spoke first. Is this my junior's mother? In the rearview mirror, Lin Yu glanced at Xia Jingxian from time to time. Yes. Baiju confirmed. Just now, were those shadows chasing you or auntie? Lin Yu seemed to have something he wanted to ask. Chasing my mother. Baiju hesitated for a moment and said truthfully. In other words, the latest shadow is that of auntie. Lin Yu's voice suddenly became darker. Yeah. Baiju responded with dignity. 3. The shadow and the body cannot coexist. The will of the rules will reside in the latest shadow. Kill that shadow and the rules will be broken. This is the 3rd article of the Phantom's murder rules, which indicates that the will of the rules exists in the latest shadow. As long as the shadow where the will of the rules resides is killed, the rules can be broken. Junior Bai, listen to me. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Now the Phantom's rule domain covers the entire forest city, and countless people have died in the domain. If it is not curbed, this city will usher in its demise. You have also read the murder rules of the Phantom just now. The will of the rules will reside in the latest shadow, which is the shadow of the current ant. The killing rule Phantom has a restriction that it cannot reverse. If the latest shadow it controls does not kill the main body, then it cannot control the next shadow. Lin Yu's words swayed in the howling wind, stirring up the atmosphere like a torrential rain. You will enter Rhineland in the second half of the year. You should also have a certain understanding of the disastrous murder rules. As Rhine students, sometimes in order to break the rules, we have to adventure. Foreshadowed by righteousness and sincerity, Lin Yu's next words made Baiju frown. In a while, I hope to use auntie to lure out the Phantom and kill it. Lin Yu said seriously. Baiju fell silent. Beside her, although she didn't quite understand their conversation, Xia Jingxian could tell that the content of the conversation between Baiju and Lin Yu was about herself and about returning Xincheng to normal. Xiaoju, do you need my help? Xia Jingxian asked in a low voice. Baiju said nothing, still hesitating. After 2 reincarnations, this time he finally escaped his mother's death, but Lin Yu said that he would let his mother fall into the tiger's mouth again. Although it was based on the possibility of breaking the murder rule, Baiju didn't want his mother to risk her life again. But as long as the rules of killing are not removed, potential and life-threatening dangers will always exist. The Maserati drove very fast, and the rushing wind hit Baiju directly in the face. He gritted his teeth and told his mother to use her as bait to lure out the culprit that put Xincheng into a strange situation. But Baiju didn't directly make the decision on behalf of his mother, but instead asked. If Mom refuses, he won't agree. Okay. Xia Jingxian didn't even hesitate. Baiju looked at his mother with complicated eyes, but gradually became firm. In the driver's seat, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. If the ant didn't agree, he would really be at a loss. After all, Baiju's identity was there and he couldn't use force. Auntie, Junior bye. The first step of the plan was successfully completed. Lin Yu raised a confident smile on his lips. Sit tight. He stepped on the accelerator and his speed immediately surged. The purple Maserati turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards the darkness at the end of the road. In the back seat, Baiju held her mother's cold hand tightly. What the future holds, he doesn't know. He only knew that even if he died, he would shed his last drop of blood to protect his mother. Lin Yu drove very fast, but after a moment, the Maserati slowed down and entered a driveway surrounded by mountains on both sides. After a while, a large but dilapidated and abandoned warehouse came into view. Get off! Stopping the Maserati sideways in front of the abandoned warehouse, Lin Yu said something and opened the door. Baiju and Xie Jingxian also got off the car. What are we going to do? After asking his mother to stay put, Baiju came to Lin Yu's side. He was rummaging around in the trunk of the Maserati. Have a bottle. Lin Yu first handed Baiju a can of beer with English packaging. You and Auntie don't have to do anything, just stay here and wait for the shadow to come to your door. With that said, Lin Yu opened a can of beer and took a swig. Does it know where we are? Baiju frowned. The shadow can sense the position of the main body. Lin Yu took another sip, smacked his lips and said, Fortunately I met you, otherwise we would have been searching like headless flies, and the entire forest city would have been lost. Baiju nodded and returned the beer Lin Yu handed him. The atmosphere was tense and dangerous, and he was not as interested in drinking as Lin Yu. Without paying attention, Lin Yu finished one bottle and opened the bottle of Baiju, and continued drinking. Returning to his mother, Baiju gently hugged her shoulders and comforted her. Are you here? It's so slow? Lin Yu dialed a phone number and crushed the empty can in his hand. 1 minute. The person on the phone simply replied and then hung up. Lin Yu put away his phone and looked forward. Light began to appear on the mountainous road shrouded in darkness. The light spot zooms in quickly from far to near. 2 sports cars stopped in front of the warehouse one after another. You can rent me a sports car for the next mission and see what I do to you. In the previous car, a woman wearing tight clothes that showed off her curvy figure perfectly got out of the car. She walked up to Lin Yu with long round legs, raised her hand and pinched his face hard, her voice cold. Wrong, wrong. Lin Yu cried out in pain and quickly begged for mercy. The captain doesn't know, Sister Chanshan, just let him go this time. Coming out of another car was a young man with a friendly smile and a slightly plump figure. He smoothed things over for Lin Yu. Snort. Zhang Chanshan snorted coldly and let go of her hand. Hiss, you woman is getting more and more aggressive, rubbing his face. Lin Yu frowned and complained, but Zhang Chanshan glanced at him and he quickly shut up. Is this senior brother Bai? The fat young man came to Baiju with an honest smile. He looked at Baiju and then at Xie Jingxian. Hello, aunt. Hello. Although her heart palpitations persisted, Xie Jingxian still responded politely. My name is Donghua, just call me Xiaodong. The fat young man introduced himself. Hello, senior brother Dong. Donghua knew him, so Baiju didn't introduce him much, but stretched out his hand to shake Donghua's hand as a sign of friendship. Xie Jingxian was a generation older than Donghua, and the current situation was not something she could handle, so Xie Jingxian simply stood behind her son. Winter Melon, come here. Just as Donghua was about to talk to Baiju, Lin Yu's voice came from not far away. First he smiled apologetically at Baiju, then Donghua turned around and walked towards Lin Yu with a displeased expression on his face. I told you to speak clearly when you call my name. Okay, Winter Melon. Lin Yu said nonchalantly. You are really, Donghua was helpless. Stop chatting. Zhang Chanshan came to them and reminded them coldly, then turned her gaze to look at the light at the end of the road. After a while, 2 more sports cars arrived. A man and a woman walked out, both wearing black tights. When the 2 people approached, Lin Yu's 5-person team gathered. As I told you on the phone, our junior, Baiju's mother, is the latest person to be deprived of her shadow. Lin Yu's expression was solemn and awe-inspiring, and his eyes fell on the faces of the 4 team members in turn. After a while, when the phantom came, Xiaolan pushed out the spirit of Brian and looked for opportunities to bombard us when we intercepted the shadow wave. Phantom. After saying that, Lin Yu looked at the girl who came after him. Her name is Lan Yan, and she is Lin Yu's classmate at Rhine College. Lan Yan nodded solemnly under Lin Yu's gaze. Withdrawing his gaze and looking at the 4 of them, Lin Yu said, I'll have to work hard on you all later. Zhang Chanshan, Donghua and other 4 people responded with solemn expressions. Baiju and Xia Jingxian stood some distance away from them. Unable to hear Lin Yu's conversation clearly, Baiju moved his eyes to observe the surrounding situation. This warehouse is very empty and seems to have been abandoned for a long time. The ground is so thick with dust that even the moonlight can be hidden. Xiaoju, do you know them all? Xia Jingxian asked while Lin Yu and the other 5 were talking. Previously, when surrounded by many people, the scene where Lin Yu drove a sports car and released the purple electricity power really made Xia Jingxian dumbfounded. However, compared with her reaction, Baiju seemed a bit too calm. The son didn't seem to find this strange thing beyond his cognition. In other words, my son should have met him before, otherwise he wouldn't be called a junior by Lin Yu. Wait a minute, junior? Xia Jingxian no longer knew how many times she had been confused. In her eyes, her son was just a relatively precocious son, but suddenly he was covered with a layer of fog that she couldn't see through. I'll explain it to you slowly later. Baiju shook his head. Supernatural things such as superpowers and killing rules cannot be explained for a while, and it is difficult to explain them clearly. Baiju doesn't intend to solve his mother's doubts now. One reason was that his thoughts were cluttered due to the tense atmosphere, and the other reason was that Lin Yu said that his mother's shadow would soon appear again. Just wait here for mother's shadow to come to you, and then be solved by Lin Yu and the others. Baiju took a deep breath and looked far away, falling at the end of the dark road. After Lin Yu finished talking, the 5 of them began to act separately. During Baiju's observation, Lin Yu, Donghua and the other 2 people all took out a handful of Brian's soul, while the remaining one walked into the abandoned warehouse and made a big noise. What looked like an old-fashioned cannon was rolled out from the warehouse. I wonder when the research department will make Brian's soul look better. Donghua looked at the cannon and murmured. Time passed by minute, and the atmosphere gradually became tense. Lin Yu, Jiang Shanxian, Donghua and another male team member stood in different positions, each holding a Brian soul in their hands, staring at the end of the road, ready for battle. Lan Yan, on the other hand, was holding a cannon, with her eyebrows furrowed, and a murderous intent. Baiju and his mother stood at the back, and he also held a Brian soul in his hand. This was when Lin Yu was afraid that the phantom would attack with the shadows, so he didn't care about Baiju and Xia Jingxian, and specially allocated the spare Brian soul to him. Like Lin Yu and the other 5, Baiju was guarding his mother, and his spirit was highly nervous. A few minutes later, there was a movement at the end of the road. It was a dense and concentrated sound of footsteps, as if an earthquake was coming. Shadow tide. A tide of shadows surging wildly at the end of the road. Almost the moment he saw the shadow, Lin Yu screamed, Jiang Shanxian is responsible for freezing, Donghua intercepts at close range, Gu Chengshuang and I will keep an eye on the main body of the phantom. After 3 consecutive orders, purple currents flashed around Lin Yu. Lan Yan, stand by, ready to activate Brian's soul at any time to give the phantom a fatal blow. So far, the 5 team members have dispersed with different action targets. Just like when he rescued Baiju and Xia Jingxian, Lin Yu was surrounded by purple lightning, and there were thin lightning flowing in his eyes. A heavy and terrifying momentum was rising from his body bit by bit. Boom! In an instant, there was a thunder, and then there was lightning. The shadow in the front was hit by purple lightning and fell like dominoes. However, the number of shadows that fell was far from enough. There were crowds of people at the end of the road, and there were countless shadows. Behind Lin Yu, Jiang Shanxian's eyes, which were already as cold as ice, became even colder. I saw circles of ice mist surrounding her delicate body, condensing into ice crystals in the air. Her fair hand gently waved forward, and a burst of ice mist was pushed out, along a trace in the air, and the speed became faster and faster, as if an ice bridge was built in the air, leading directly to the shadows on the road, which surged like a tide. It was late spring, and it was snowing on the road. And the shadows touched by the snowflakes were instantly frozen, turning into human-shaped ice sculptures. Destruction! There was purple lightning flowing in Lin Yu's black eyes, and he roared deeply, like the Emperor of Heaven issuing an edict, summoning a dark cloud, with endless thunder brewing in it. Jiang Shanxian and Lin Yu took the lead in launching the offensive, while Donghua and Gu Chengshuang stared at the road, waiting for an opportunity to move. Lin Yu nodded slightly, raised his arm surrounded by lightning, and a purple electric ball condensed on his palm. Then, the open palm clenched into a fist, the electric ball exploded, and it fell into silence like raindrops. Boom! The dark clouds in the sky began to rumble, and thousands of purple lightnings fell. The surging tide of shadows, in the snowflakes that froze at the touch, and the destructive lightning, destroyed a large area. The flesh-colored body returned to black, and the 3-dimensional body was beaten back to 2 dimensions, turning into a pool of scattered shadows. Die. At the end of the road, an inhuman voice like the roar of a beast rushed in frantically. The phantom is coming. Lin Yu shouted to remind. Dong Guo and Gu Chengshuang were alert again and again. Lan Yan, be ready to activate Brian's soul. Another loud shout, only to see the purple lightning around Lin Yu surge again, and there was a faint momentum to soar into the sky. The captain's ability is about to reach the transcendence period. Behind the cannon named Brian's soul, Lan Yan looked at Lin Yu and murmured in shock. Transcendence period? Standing not far from Lan Yan, hearing her muttering, Bai Ju's eyes were fixed on the front. Snowflakes, lightning. Lin Yu's purple lightning shocked him, and Zhang Qianqian's frost made him shudder. Is this a superpower? Suddenly, his eyes were full of yearning. But the most shocked person was not Bai Ju. It was Xie Jingxian beside him. She was just an ordinary middle-aged woman who had worked hard for her son for half her life. Xie Jingxian had lived for half her life, and she had never been stimulated like this. Her eyes trembled, her breathing stopped and continued, and she was a little breathless. But she was worried that her condition would affect her son, so she tried her best to endure it. Noticing his mother's abnormality, Bai Ju glanced at his mother and hugged her tighter, hoping to give her a little more sense of security. But for now, his sense of security was better than nothing. At the entrance of the highway, Lin Yu stepped on the purple lightning and moved forward step by step. His target was the phantom body hidden behind the shadow frenzy, that is, the shadow of Bai Ju's mother, Xie Jingxian. The shadow blocking the road was frozen by Zhang Qianqian's ice power. The shadow that tried to bypass Lin Yu and hit the people behind was killed by the phantom-like Dongguo at high speed. Die. All of you die. Behind the shadow tide, Xie Jingxian's shadow stepped on the heads of the shadows in a very twisted posture and rushed towards Lin Yu with a roar. Not daring to be negligent, Lin Yu was rioting with lightning all over his body. Boom! Countless lightnings poured down from the dark clouds in the sky. Xie Jingxian's shadow dodged frantically, and every time it was about to be hit by lightning, it would be narrowly avoided by it. Just like that, in just a moment, Xie Jingxian's shadow came in front of Lin Yu. Die! Xie Jingxian's shadow laughed and roared, and his face started from the middle, tearing open like a mouth, trying to swallow Lin Yu in one gulp. Gu Chengshuang! The figure retreated violently, lightning and thunder raged, and Lin Yu shouted, kicking Xie Jingxian's shadow in the abdomen. The two separated, and just when Lin Yu thought that Gu Chengshuang could take up the attack, an unexpected scene happened. No one launched a surprise attack. Gu Chengshuang disappeared. Don't! Suddenly, Lan Yan's scream came from behind. Lin Yu turned his head almost instantly. What he saw was a scene that made his pupils tremble. I saw Bai Ju half squatting on the ground, tears mixed with blood dripping on the face of the person in his arms. It was Xie Jingxian. There was a bloody hole in her chest. Bai Ju's eyes trembled, and he shook his head without spirit. Xie Jingxian in her arms was still conscious. Before she died, she smiled slightly and wanted to raise her hand to touch her son's face, but as soon as she raised her arm, it suddenly fell down. Mom, she was no longer alive. This was the third time Bai Ju witnessed his mother's death. He was trembling all over. He couldn't accept it. He was going crazy. Gu Cheng. Xuan? Leaving the cannon and coming to Bai Ju's side, Lan Yan looked at the teammate in front of her who killed Xie Jingxian, and her beautiful eyes were very unbelievable. Gu Chengshuang was smiling, but his smile was mixed with a bit of spiritlessness. Looking down, I saw that his right hand was gone, replaced by a sharp black claw, and on the claw, there was a large piece of flesh and blood. Mom, tears couldn't stop flowing out of his eyes. Bai Ju's eyes were dull, and he slowly raised his head. He looked at Gu Chengshuang, at the claw that killed his mother. Die, you deserve to die, Bai Ju muttered, shook his head, and suddenly smiled miserably. He raised the soul of Brian in his hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet opened the sound wave and sank into Gu Chengshuang's chest, blowing him apart. The flesh color of his body faded and was replaced by black, and then it was reduced from 3 dimensions to 2 dimensions, becoming a pool of fragmented shadows. Gu Chengshuang is a shadow. I should have known it earlier, Bai Ju was laughing, with a soulless and miserable smile. Just now, when Gu Chengshuang approached them, Bai Ju was not alert. Who could know that this Gu Chengshuang was a shadow? Lin Yu, the captain, was completely unaware. Gu Chengshuang's shadow successfully mixed into the team, and at the critical moment, under the control of the Phantom of the Killing Rules, successfully killed Xie Jingxian. Kill this person, the person the Phantom needed to kill. But it's too late to regret now. Mom is dead. Bai Ju also had the intention to die in his miserable smile. Reincarnation. Reincarnation again. He wanted to go back to the time before his mother was killed. Save his mother. Baiju raised the soul of Brian and was about to point the gun at his temple. Go! But just as he was about to raise the gun, Lan Yen grabbed his wrist and dragged him to run in one direction. His mother's body fell from his arms, and the soul of Brian in Baiju's hand also fell. Soon, Baiju was dragged by Lan Yen to the nearest sports car and pushed into the car. Not only he and Lan Yen were in the car, but Donghua was also there. At the same time, Jiang Qianqian and Lin Yu were also releasing their superpowers and clearing obstacles while rushing over here. After a while, as Jiang Qianqian got in the car, Lin Yu jumped into the co-pilot seat, and Donghua, who was driving the car, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the sports car started immediately. Buzz the engine roared, and a strong sense of pushing back acted on the backs of the 5 people. Before getting in the car, Lin Yu led Xia Jingxian's shadow to the side of the road. After the sports car started, it was like a purple phantom, bypassing Xia Jingxian's shadow, knocking away the ordinary shadows blocking the road, and drove away. In the back seat of the car, Baiju could no longer suppress the pain of 2 reincarnations. With the death of his mother just now, his emotions completely collapsed. Lin Yu sighed. Jiang Qianqian's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and she turned her face slightly. Lan Yen just patted his back silently, hoping that this would make Baiju feel better. Despair and hopelessness intertwined. Baiju was like a person who fell into the abyss, unable to see hope, unable to see the future, waiting for him only death, and then experiencing despair again. Pain, sorrow, anger, helplessness, all kinds of negative emotions piled up, destroying his will bit by bit. The sports car sped, the wind whistled, and the atmosphere between the 5 people was extremely heavy. After a moment, the car slowed down, entered a community, and stopped in front of a unit building. Lin Yu opened the passenger door and got out first. Donghua, Jiang Qianqian and Lan Yan also got out one after another. Only Baiju remained in the back seat. Lin Yu and the other 4 looked at Baiju with worry. It would be hard for them to accept the death of their loved ones in front of them. But, this is the reality. I'm sorry, Bai Shuedi, it's my fault that I didn't find out in advance that Gu Qingshuang was no longer Gu Qingshuang. Lin Yu stepped forward and took the blame, wanting to give Baiju an emotional release point. Shaking his head, Baiju's eyes were empty, without light and spirit. Get out of the car first, the dead cannot be resurrected, and Auntie doesn't want you to be depressed. Jiang Qianqian also said. Donghua shook his head inside, and Lan Yan pursed her lips. As sophomores at Rhine College, they broke many killing rules and saw many people who collapsed in despair due to the casualties of their loved ones. But every time they experience it again, they still can't stop empathizing with the sadness. Senior Lin Yu, after a moment of silence, Baiju suddenly widened his eyes and stared at Lin Yu. Tell me your contact number. My contact number? The topic was a bit too jumpy. Lin Yu was stunned and couldn't react for a while. Tell me. Baiju looked at Lin Yu, bloodshot in the whites of his eyes. 145, at Baiju's request, although Lin Yu didn't understand why, he still reported his number. After he finished speaking, Baiju began to repeat his mobile phone number over and over again, as if he wanted to memorize it. Kill me, Baiju suddenly roared, kill me now. Junior Bai. Lin Yu's face darkened as he roared. As a senior, Lin Yu naturally couldn't agree to Baiju's request to die. My mother was killed. The Phantom's next target is me. As Baiju spoke, his pale face returned to a little rosy. He looked at the gun on Lin Yu's right hand, and a wave of determination mixed with heat flowed through his chest. I must die, must die. His teeth almost shattered. Only when you die can you go back to the time before your mother died and save your mother. He must die. White Jew. Lin Yu's eyes suddenly became sharp. He looked at Baiju and said word by word, how do you know that Phantom's next target is you? Look at my shadow. As Baiju spoke, Lin Yu and the others immediately stared at his shadow reflected on the back of the rear seat by the moonlight. The shadow is moving. Baiju's shadow was twisting and dancing, as if it was trying to struggle out of its two-dimensional prison. Kill me, quickly. Baiju roared again. This time, Lin Yu hesitated. Team leader. Behind him, Donghua held his shoulders, shook his head, and said in a shaky voice, he can still be saved. Lin Yu wanted to save Baiju, but Baiju's shadow had slowly taken shape, becoming a three-dimensional entity. He strangled Baiju's neck with his dark arms that had not yet transformed into flesh color. He didn't dare to act rashly. Because Baiju's lifeline has been strangled by his shadow. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the silence, and a bullet shot through the air, piercing Baiju's eyebrows and splashing blood. Lin Yu, Dong Guo and Lan Yan all immediately looked at Jiang Qianqian, who fired the gun. Jiang Qianqian's pretty face was filled with coldness. Under the gazes of the three people, she fired 2 more shots, completely exterminating Bai Ju's life. His consciousness fell into the abyss in painful struggle, and Bai Ju faced the darkness with an undying determination. Slowly opening his eyelids, one after another darkness entered his eyes. His body swayed with the bus body, and Bai Ju leaned against the back of the seat in a daze. Back! He murmured, and even though it was the previous time again, the suppressed pain in his chest did not dissipate with the reincarnation. Mother's shadow, Lin Yu with superpowers. In his mind, Bai Ju quickly went through the experience of his last reincarnation. Mom was killed by a person who turned into a shadow in Lin Yu's team. His eyes were full of anger, and every time Bai Ju recalled the scene where his mother was killed, he would never stop getting angry. 145, taking a deep breath, Bai Ju memorized the last stage of his last reincarnation and asked for Lin Yu's contact information. Lift up the phone screen, click on the text message editing page, and fill in Lin Yu's mobile phone number in the recipient column. I am Bai Ju, the murder rule phantom is in the 7th night market in Xincheng. Fingertips danced on the virtual keyboard, and soon, a text message with a few words was edited. As the last period fell, Bai Ju glanced at the text message and clicked send. Contact Lin Yu first to come to the night market. Bai Ju did not turn off his phone immediately, but opened the note and continued typing with a sullen brow. All right. There weren't many words on the note, but to Bai Ju, it was as important as the text message sent to Lin Yu. After doing this, the bus also arrived. Without delay, Bai Ju immediately headed to the night market just like the previous reincarnations. However, unlike the previous 2 reincarnations, this time Bai Ju did not drag his mother away as soon as he arrived at the night market. This kid doesn't know how to say anything when he comes. Just like before reincarnation, Xie Jingxian was very surprised to see her son whom she had not seen for a long time. I'm afraid you're busy. Bai Ju smiled reluctantly. No matter how busy your business is, it's not as important as your son. Xie Jingxian smiled and patted his shoulder. Go in and sit down first. I'll clear the table and I'll be back soon. Up to this point, the plot development is the same as before the reincarnation. However, this time, Bai Ju did not take the initiative to help his mother clear the table. Instead, he followed his mother's instructions and walked into the kitchen. Bai Ju's eyes suddenly turned cold as he and his mother lost sight. In this reincarnation, he wants to break the rules of killing and destroy the phantom. He wants to protect his mother. Although the plot progress is the same as before the reincarnation, Xie Jingxian's return to the kitchen was delayed a lot because there was no Bai Ju to help clean up. This is also the purpose of Bai Ju. Delay as much time as possible and wait for Lin Yu to arrive. As of now, this plan is very feasible. You have been in the car for so long, are you tired? Mommy will cook you something to eat. After a while, Xie Jingxian came to the kitchen and said with a smile. Don't bother, I brought it here. Bai Ju shook his head. Then I'll get you a drink. Just as in my memory, after learning that her son had dinner, Xie Jingxian went outside, took a bottle of iced black tea and returned to the kitchen. Without drinking it, Bai Ju just took the iced black tea and held it in his hand. The college entrance examination is coming soon, it must be very hard. Xie Jingxian dragged a chair and sat down next to Bai Ju. Fine. With that said, Bai Ju lowered his head and looked at his phone. It's only 8:35, and there are still 15 minutes before my mother's shadow appears. 8:50 is the time when my mother's shadow appears. The college entrance examination is coming soon, so don't be too stressed. It doesn't matter if you do well or not. Xie Jingxian continued the topic, and the content of what she said was the same as Bai Ju remembered. I know. Bai Ju nodded in response. Next, there were several topics in a row, and Bai Ju replied while staring at the time on his phone. Sensing her son's carelessness, Xie Jingxian was not annoyed. She changed the subject and said with a smile, Are you dating a girlfriend? Why do you say that? Bai Ju looked at the time again, it was almost 8:40. In a few minutes, my mother will be called out by the customer who is ordering food. It was during this period that the time came to 8:50. Shadow appeared, but either because he didn't want to cause a commotion or to attract attention, Shadow did not directly attack Xie Jingxian outside. Instead, he chose to go to the kitchen first, wait for Xie Jingxian to come back, put a kitchen knife across Bai Ju's neck, use him as a threat, force Xie Jingxian not to resist, and use the smallest movement to deal with her. Bai Ju also thought about why his mother's shadow didn't directly use its power to kill the target, just like it did in the last reincarnation. Is it due to scruples or other reasons? Doubts cannot be answered, so they can only be put aside for the time being. On the way to the night market, Baiju carefully sorted out what was going to happen at each point in his mind. You never looked at your phone when chatting with your mother before. Xia Jingxian smiled. Do you have a girlfriend? She was mostly joking and didn't mean anything serious, but as she finished her sentence, her son's face straightened and he suddenly became serious. Don't talk yet. Baiju lowered his voice, but one could hear the solemnity in it. Xia Jingxian was stunned for a moment, then watched her son put the phone in front of her. There were a few lines of words on the screen. Note, someone will ask you to order food later. Once you go out, don't come back. No matter what happens in the kitchen, don't come back. Don't get close to Uncle Luo is in danger now, believe me. Wait outside until a young man drives a sports car to the door of the food stall, then follow him and cook together. The matter is very complicated, and I can't explain it to you for a while. Although these requirements sound bizarre, please believe me once, just once. Looking at the note, Xia Jingxian frowned unconsciously, her eyebrows filled with confusion. But when she saw the last line and her son's solemn gaze, she temporarily suppressed her doubts. A son will not do anything unfounded. There is a reason why the son does what he does. As a mother, Xia Jingxian's first thought was not suspicion, but belief. Good. Seriously and solemnly, Xia Jingxian responded. Baiju breathed a sigh of relief after getting his mother's consent. He took the phone and subconsciously looked at the time. 8:43. There are still 7 minutes until the shadow appears. Just when Baiju was paying attention to the time, a call came from outside. Is the boss lady here? Someone will ask you to order food later. This was the first sentence in the note my son showed me. Now, it comes true. Xia Jingxian's pupils dilated, and she looked at her son with a bit of disbelief, but she did not delay, calming the tremor in her voice, and replied to the guest. Come on. Baiju watched his mother leave the kitchen, but his eyes were still fixed on the door. A few seconds later, my mother came back. However, what came back this time was my mother's shadow. You've been in the car for so long, are you hungry? The mother's shadow smiled, walked into the kitchen, and went straight to the kitchen utensils. Sit down first, Mom will fry it for you, you're tired. Let's drink some water first. Baiju stopped in front of his mother's shadow, interrupted her, pretended to be nothing, smiled, and handed the unopened iced black tea to Shadow. Shadow was startled and subconsciously wanted to take the iced tea. I'll drive it for you. Baiju turned his wrist and took back the iced black tea. Then, he held the bottle cap with his other hand and tried to unscrew it. But Baiju pretended to be weak. Although his arms were tense, there was no power output at all. It looked like he couldn't unscrew the bottle cap, but he was trying hard. I'll do it. The mother's shadow reached out and wanted to take the iced black tea from Baiju's hand. No, it's on. Baiju stepped back, unscrewed the bottle cap with a little force, and handed the iced black tea to Shadow again with a relaxed smile. Not knowing when the real Xia Jingxian would return to the kitchen, Shadow became a little anxious. I saw her taking the bottle cap very quickly, and stepping around Baiju. Aren't you thirsty? Staring at the full bottle of iced black tea, Baiju pretended to be disappointed, then leaned slightly and stopped in front of the shadow, interrupting its attempt to get the kitchen knife for the second time. Not thirsty. The smile on Shadow's face slowly disappeared. Mom, look. Baiju raised his phone to Shadow's eyes and pretended to be excited. Our school held a sports meeting before, and many students brought their parents with them. As he spoke, he opened his phone and tapped the screen with his fingertips, trying to open the photo album, but he made the mistake of clicking twice and opened other software. Pay attention to Shadow's facial expression with your peripheral vision. Although Baiju is smiling, his back is already wet with sweat. More than 20 minutes had passed since he sent Lin Yu a text message asking for help on the bus. The shadow of his mother in front of him was getting impatient. If he waited until it completely lost patience and Lin Yu hadn't come yet, Baiju would have to sit back again. Bus, think of another way. Don't make your procrastination too obvious. After clicking 3 wrong apps in a row, Baiju finally opened the photo album and began to scroll up the photos, looking for photos from the sports games that didn't exist. And beside him, the shadow of his mother slowly lost his smile until his face was expressionless. Tips. The photo slides to the bottom, but there is no photo of the sports meeting. A shadowy voice can be heard in his ears. Baiju's breathing temporarily stopped, and his fingertips hovered over the screen. You know I'm not your mother, right? The shadow came closer, its cold and clammy breath hit the earlobe. Baiju frowned instantly, and kicked one leg forward while retreating. Shadow's dodge speed was faster than he expected. Almost as soon as Baiju raised his leg, the shadow turned sideways, causing his kick to miss. It takes time to retract the legs. Although it is less than half a second, it is enough for Shadow to kill Baiju. However, Shadow did not do this. It doesn't even intend to unleash its power. His neck was pinched, and Baiju's feet left the ground for a moment and he was lifted into the air. I didn't expect you to be a superpower? The shadow smiled sinisterly, and the pupils, which were no different from human eyes, rotated. Then, as if ink was poured into it, the eyes became pitch black, as breathtaking as a black hole. If you can see through me, you are considered powerful. Shadow said, walking to the kitchen utensils with Baiju in hand, and holding the kitchen knife in his hand. Just like before the reincarnation, the shadow held the kitchen knife and once again reached Baiju's neck and scraped away a few bloodstains. Baiju's heart was beating faster and faster, but his heart was extremely calm. For some unknown reason, Shadow was not prepared to use his power in the kitchen. After receiving what seemed to be crucial information, Baiju closed his eyes, already prepared to die. However, Shadow was not ready to kill him immediately. Instead, he planned to use him to threaten Xie Jingxian not to resist, as he remembered before the reincarnation, and then achieve the goal of the shadow killing the main body and continuing to control the next shadow. However, just when Baiju accepted his fate, ding ding, that was a series of hurried footsteps. And just 2 seconds later, a figure familiar enough to make Baiju excited appeared at the door of the back kitchen. It was Lin Yu. As soon as he stepped into the back kitchen, he saw Baiju being held by the neck by the second Xie Jingxian and lifted into the air. Almost without hesitation, in an instant, the lightning power burst out, and a lightning snake shot out from the palm of his hand, hitting the arm holding Baiju's neck at a speed that even Shadow could hardly react to. Boom! 3 thunder blasts struck his ears, and Baiju suddenly fell from midair. Covering his throat with both hands, Baiju coughed painfully. Regardless of the pain and numbness, he used his will to support his body, got up from the ground, and ran to Lin Yu's side with all his strength. Xie Jingxian's eyes were moist and she hurriedly stepped forward to support her son. Let's go! Lin Yu shouted loudly, pulled out Brian's soul from his waist, and fired 2 shots at Xie Jingxian's shadow. Bang bang! The sound of gunshots and thunder mixed together, and for a moment, the shadow seemed to have lost its life and stood still in place. It's the phantom itself! Lin Yu gritted his teeth and covered the retreat of Baiju and Xie Jingxian. At the same time, the thunder power was released continuously, and streaks of purple lightning flowed in the back kitchen, focusing on attacking the shadows together with Brian's bullets. As the last bullet was fired and there was no more movement after pulling the trigger, Lin Yu left the kitchen completely. Baiju's injury was not serious and he regained his breath within a moment. Are you okay? Are you injured anywhere? Xie Jingxian's eyes were red, and she kept looking at Baiju for any injuries. I'm fine. Baiju clasped his mother's hand, his brows and eyes focused again. What's wrong, boss lady? There's a power leak in the kitchen? A diner shouted from across the street. The noise Lin Yu made just now was too loud and scary, and it directly silenced the noise of the night market. Xie Jingxian is also confused about the situation in front of her. She cannot answer the diner's inquiries. Speak, ah. The diner was about to ask, but at the last sentence, he suddenly screamed. Baiju immediately cast his gaze across the street. I saw a group of people covered by night in the direction of the diners. Their faces were expressionless, their eyes were dim, and their movements were stiff and strange, like zombies in a movie. It's a shadow. Large numbers of shadows were rushing toward them to surround them. Lin Yu saw these shadows when he left the kitchen. White Jew. His voice was deep, and he already had a way to deal with it. You and Auntie, follow me closely. After saying that, Baiju pulled Xie Jingxian closer to Lin Yu. Aside from being reborn after death, he is just an ordinary person with nothing special about him. Mom even more so. Now the only one they can rely on is Lin Yu. Life or death, at this moment, all hope was pinned on Lin Yu. Noticing Baiju's approach, Lin Yu's body was surrounded by purple lightning, creating a frightening power. Crack! The purple lightning suddenly shot out in all directions, except Baiju and Xie Jingxian. In the surrounding area, the shadows that were shrinking the circle step by step immediately collapsed, but soon, new shadows came up. Lin Yu released purple electricity again, forcibly expanding the shadow's encirclement. Walk! He turned his gaze and looked back, calling Baiju and Xie Jingxian. Then, Lin Yu used Zidian to clear the way, and Baiju pulled his mother to follow closely, approaching a 4-seater convertible Maserati not far away. Return. Suddenly, a faint hoarse voice came from the kitchen to the street, even causing a group of shadows rushing towards Baiju and the others to freeze for 2 seconds. But, after the sluggishness, there is hysterical madness. Visible to the naked eye, the shadow's eyes were covered with blood. Baiju saw it clearly, and so did Linyu. The former only felt bad, but the latter's expression changed drastically. Evolution. Linyu's eyes widened and he couldn't believe it, the phantom is evolving. Listening, Baiju's expression changed. Note, this rule can evolve into the A-level murder rule blood shadow. If you find that the shadow is blood-colored instead of black, please report it in time and escape in time. Those with non-transcendence powers cannot touch, and those with non-transcendence powers cannot touch it. Those who cannot fight. This is the last paragraph in the file related to the class murder rule phantom. If you find that the shadow is not black, but blood-colored, you need to report it and escape. People with non-transcendence powers cannot solve it. Transcendent superpowers. Baiju still remembers that during several reincarnations of Blue Moon, he once heard in Lingshui say that people with superpowers who have reached the transcendental stage are very rare and have great status in the world. Linyu said that the B-level killing rule phantom is evolving into the A-level killing rule blood shadow. Baiju didn't know what the A-level killing rules were, but just seeing Linyu's ability to face the phantom of the B-level killing rules, and his frightened expression when he heard that the phantom was evolving, the horror of the A-level killing rules was clearly visible. Facing the even more violent shadows behind the red eyes, Linyu also completely unleashed his powers. With him as the center, the purple lightning spread to the surroundings, intercepting the shadow. At the same time, Linyu accelerated his pace towards the Maserati. Pulling his mother, feeling the pressure behind him that made his scalp numb, Baiju glanced behind him. They saw a dark red humanoid monster nearly 5 meters tall standing upright, facing them. Looking at the monster, Baiju felt as if his heart was being squeezed. Withdrawing his gaze and looking at the approaching Maserati ahead, Baiju gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. Soon. Whether you can escape or not depends on this time. In front of him, Linyu was clearing the way with violent purple electricity, crushing all the shadows that tried to intercept him. He saw the Maserati getting closer and closer, and finally was less than a few meters away. Buzz! Suddenly, Linyu stopped. Baiju and Xie Jingxian also stopped. For some reason, the already dim sky became even darker, and the moonlight seemed to disappear. They looked up almost at the same time, and saw a piece of material that was so large that it seemed to cover the sky. Looking towards the center of the material, there was actually the outline of a face. The face was looking at them, with its mouth opening strangely, and the smile was terrifying. Drive away! Linyu suddenly shouted and threw a car key into Baiju's arms. Holding the end of the key, Baiju looked at Linyu, his eyelashes trembling. I'm going to fight you. Gritting his teeth and roaring, Linyu seemed to be ready to die, squeezing out his supernatural potential, and the purple lightning around him grew wildly like weeds, becoming thicker by more than one circle. His pupils reflected the dense purple lightning, and Linyu, who was standing in the center of the lightning at this moment, was like a god who controlled thunder and lightning, burning his life to fight with the phantom, fighting for the survival of Baiju and Xie Jingxian. Large patches of purple lightning fell on the surface of the flakes and on that weird face. But, it was useless. The dark flakes that covered the sky were not damaged at all, and the human face that seemed to be engraved on the flakes also maintained a sinister smile in the purple lightning. Almost at the same time as Linyu's attack, Baiju pulled his mother to the side of the Maserati. Just as he was about to get in the car, boom! A dark red tentacle that fell from the sky, as thick as a human waist, suddenly smashed into the front hood of the Maserati, leaving a hole of more than 10 centimeters. Baiju's eyes widened, and his heartbeat was so fast that it seemed to jump out of his chest. He breathed heavily, suppressed the numbness in his legs, and pulled his mother back step by step. From the beginning, Xie Jingxian was confused. She was so confused that she could only move forward when Baiju pulled her to run. Retreating with Baiju, Xie Jingxian raised her head little by little, looking upwards with trembling eyes along the dark red tentacle. It was a face with a bleak smile, wandering on the surface of the flakes covering the sky, staring straight at Xie Jingxian, looking into her eyes. Her eyes gradually lost their luster, and no matter how Baiju pulled, Xie Jingxian seemed to be petrified, motionless. Mom! Baiju called hoarsely. But, Xie Jingxian's eyes were no longer bright. He was angry, he roared, and he was powerless. Looking at Linyu again, the majestic purple lightning was ultimately defeated, and the offensive was weakened step by step, until a tentacle fell from the sky, strangled Linyu's waist, and lifted him up in the air as he struggled in pain. So far, the despair before death and the previous reincarnations reappeared. Baiju shook his head helplessly, opened his mouth wide, and breathed in the cold air mouthful by mouthful. But sometimes, miracles and hope always catch people off guard. It was as if the sky suddenly exploded with thunder, and a golden thunderbolt fell from the sky like a world-shaking emperor's sword, cutting a hole in the sheet covering the sky. Baiju thought it was summoned by Linyu, but when he looked at Linyu, he found that Linyu was suspended in the air by a tentacle, unconscious. Retreat! After a moment, a very majestic voice accompanied by another golden thunderbolt came from the entrance of the night market. Baiju saw it clearly. The person who appeared at the entrance of the night market was Professor Pullman, who had brought in Ling Xue to invite him to school the day before yesterday. Professor Pullman's figure was like lightning, and in just a moment, he came to the coverage of the phantom. Lin Yu! Professor Pullman shouted, and golden currents surged around him. A thunder with a destructive aura fell from the sky and struck directly at the dark red tentacles that hung Lin Yu in the air. The dark red tentacles were cut by the golden thunder, and the unconscious Lin Yu fell to the ground. Take him and leave here. Pullman stood not far in front of Baiju, like a towering mountain. Although his voice was heavy, it gave him enough sense of security at the moment. In the sky, the flakes condensed by the shadow showed signs of shrinking. The face wandering on the surface of the flakes gradually became ugly after Pullman arrived. It seemed to be a little afraid of Pullman, so that its whole body began to shrink and reshaped back to the appearance of a shadow several meters high. After hearing Pullman's instructions, Baiju watched his mother regain consciousness, breathed a sigh of relief, and told her to stay where she was. Still confused, Xie Jingxian nodded blankly. Without saying much, Baiju ran to Lin Yu as Pullman instructed, picked him up horizontally with great effort, and returned to his mother, calling her out of her daze, and ran to the night market exit together. Behind him, the phantom was naturally unwilling to let Xie Jingxian go. Although Pullman in front of him was strong enough, it could not dispel its determination to kill Xie Jingxian. Golden lightning rolled in the clouds, and dark clouds rolled. Thunder roared continuously, attacking the phantom consciously. The dark shadow twisted its body, and the phantom flexibly shuttled between the dense lightning, trying to break through Pullman's defense line. Is it about to evolve into the level killing rule blood shadow? In the constant offensive collision, Pullman also keenly discovered that the phantom in front of him was not right. If it was just an ordinary level killing rule, with his transcendental supernatural power, Phantom would not be able to suppress it, at least he would not be able to do it as easily as he is now. This also means that the level killing rule in front of him, Phantom, is evolving and is about to evolve. This has to attract Pullman's great attention. You know, a complete level killing rule is enough to bring disaster to some small countries. Pullman's eyebrows became more and more heavy, and he shouted loudly, and the thunder supernatural power of the transcendental period further increased its power. Seeing Xie Jingxian getting farther and farther away from him, Phantom was extremely anxious. But with Pullman blocking him, it couldn't get away in time. Looking back, Phantom's dark eyes stared at Pullman with an unspeakable cruelty. Behind him, in the night market, the battle between Pullman and Phantom was about to break out. And Baiju, Linyu and Xie Jingxian also successfully left the night market. Holding Linyu, Baiju did not stop, and continued to run forward with his mother. Baiju! Captain! Outside the night market, seeing the figures of Baiju and the other 5 people hurried forward. 4 of them were members of Lin Yu's team, and the other one was beyond Baiju's expectation. It wasn't Ling Xue. Logically, shouldn't she be in school for evening self-study now? Donghua took Lin Yu from Baiju, and the other 3 team members were worried about the unconscious Lin Yu. And Ling Xue walked straight to Baiju, her beautiful eyes full of worry, looking at Baiju with her eyes, checking his injuries. I'm fine. Baiju shook his head, and then glanced slightly, with a sense of solemnity, at Gu Qingxuan, a member of Lin Yu's team. In the last reincarnation, my mother was killed by Gu Qingxuan, a shadow in human skin. He turned his gaze back and looked at the soul of Brian in Ling Xue's hand. He stretched out his hand and signaled in Ling Xue to give him the soul of Brian. Although she didn't know why Baiju suddenly wanted the soul of Brian, and Ling Xue didn't think much and handed it to him directly. As soon as the soul of Brian was in hand, there was a click and the bullet was loaded. Almost at the moment when the team members looked at him, Baiju pointed the muzzle of the gun at Gu Qingxuan, who had not yet reacted, and pulled the trigger immediately. Bang! The gunshot was piercing, shaking everyone's eardrums. And Ling Xue and the other 3 team members first looked at Baiju in disbelief, and then looked at Gu Qingxuan, worried about him. However, 4 consecutive eyes fell on Gu Qingxuan, but they were all stunned. The bullet pierced Gu Qingxuang's chest and blew him up directly. His body turned from flesh color to black, and from 3 dimensions to 2 dimensions, becoming a pool of broken shadows. Shadow. In an instant, the object of Ling Xue and the 3 team members' disbelief changed from Baiju to Gu Qingxuang. As students of Rhine College, they knew the meaning of this scene before their eyes. For a moment, Baiju was shrouded in a fog in their impression. How shocking is it to be able to see through the shadow at a glance? What's more, this shadow disguised as their team member and followed them all the way. Donghua, Zhang Chanxian and Lan Yan couldn't help but feel a little scared. The professor is dealing with the phantom, let's go. Without saying a word of nonsense, Baiju frowned and threw the soul of Brian back to Ling Xue. You go first, we still need to use the soul of Brian to assist Professor Pullman to completely break the phantom. On the other side, Donghua, who had calmed down, said. Looking at the winter hexagram, Baiju took his mother's hand again, without hesitation, and called on Ling Xue to continue walking forward. He chose to continue to leave, not because he had no confidence in Pullman, but because the phantom was too weird. If Pullman and his team could break the rules, Baiju would naturally applaud. But, if not, his mother's death would still happen again. Considering all factors, Baiju was not prepared to stay here with Lin Yu's team members. Do you have a car? Baiju asked Ling Xue, who followed closely. Yes. And Ling Xue took out the key from her pocket, and with a baya sound, a 2-seater Ferrari turned on its lights not far away. Pulling his mother, Baiju turned his footsteps and headed in the direction of the Ferrari. Xia Jingxian just followed her son's footsteps and obeyed silently. And Ling Xue hurriedly, trying to keep up with Baiju. Give me the key. Baiju said, and Ling Xue quickly handed over the key. Letting go of his mother's hand, Baiju was about to open the passenger door. Swoosh! It was a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Following the sound of breaking through the air, a column of blood shot out. Seeing the column of blood splashing on the front cover of the Ferrari, Baiju's face changed drastically. Almost instantly, he turned his head and saw Xia Jingxian with a painful face. His sight moved down, and a dark red tentacle as thick as a finger that pierced through Xia Jingxian's chest came into view. For a moment, Baiju's brain crashed. His eyes widened, filled with dullness, anger, madness and distortion. Mom, Baiju called with a trembling voice. Before losing consciousness, Xia Jingxian did not look at the tentacle that pierced through her chest at the first time, but endured the severe pain and smiled at Baiju reluctantly. She did not speak, she just looked at Baiju, her eyes showing love and reluctance. Xia Jingxian did not seem to be afraid of the impending death, but wanted to take another good look at her son. Looking at each other, tears slid down his cheeks. Baiju looked at his mother with indescribable sadness. Xia Jingxian opened her lips with difficulty, as if she had something to say. But, her half-open lips finally closed, and she had to use her mouth to piece together her last words. I love you. These were the 3 words that corresponded to Xia Jingxian's mouth shape. Then, in Baiju's sad and hopeful eyes, Xia Jingxian closed her eyes and fell into his arms. Mom, Mom. Baiju trembled all over. He tried to wake up his mother in his arms, but no matter how he shouted, he could no longer get a response. Hugging his mother tightly, Baiju cried bitterly. Not far away, and Ling Xue was confused from beginning to end. Standing there at a loss, she looked at Baiju, then turned her eyes to look at the entrance of the night market. Her delicate body trembled, and her beautiful eyes also showed some fear. It was Professor Pullman. There is also a huge human-shaped shadow standing opposite Professor Pullman, with a blood-red body. Note, this rule can evolve into the A-level killing rule Blood Shadow. If you find that the shadow is blood-colored instead of black, please report it in time and escape in time. Non-transcendent superpowers cannot touch it or fight it. This is the introduction to the Blevel killing rule Phantom. Once the black shadow turns red, it means that the Blevel killing rule Phantom has completed its evolution and transformed into a stronger A-level killing rule, Blood Shadow. Feeling the majestic power emanating from the Blood Shadow, not only in Ling Xue, but also everyone in Lin Yu's team couldn't stop trembling for a while. A-level killing rule. This is a disaster that exceeds the level of volcanic eruption and even nuclear bomb explosion. Pullman's nerves are like a bowstring that is about to break. He stared and frowned, so nervous that even breathing became cautious. With a slight deviation of the corner of his eye, he could see Baiju holding Xia Jingxian's body and crying in grief. Phantom, killed Baiju's mother. The nutrients needed for evolution were finally replenished, and the A-level killing rule Blood Shadow was born. The thunder power of the transcendent period burst out without reservation, and a violent golden lightning surged around his body, and Pullman's teeth were almost broken. Just now at the night market, he failed to stop the phantom, allowing it to rush out of the night market and use the power of rules to kill Xie Jingxian. This is like the butterfly effect. He failed to stop the phantom, allowing the phantom to successfully evolve, and the 11 killing rule Blood Shadow was born. The Blood Shadow is so powerful that he can't stop it alone. Then, not only him, but everyone present will end up dying. I'll stop it, run! Professor Pullman roared, and the lightning around him surged again. He rushed straight to the Blood Shadow alone with the lightning all over the sky. After receiving the order, and Ling Xue came to Baiju and persuaded him to run first. On the other side, Donghua was carrying the awake but powerless Linyu, and Lan Yan and Jiang Qianqian were about to leave. But at this time, the lightning attack launched by Pullman suddenly hit nothing. Tens of thousands of snake-like lightning bolts hit the ground, creating a harsh roar, and everyone subconsciously looked over. In the distance, the lightning in front of Pullman gradually weakened, and a shadow nearly 10 meters high rose into the air, looking down at them from an absolute height, with the same blood-red and blurred facial features showing disdain and mockery. Then, the Blood Shadow broke through the sky, and its figure was covered by the clouds, disappearing from everyone's sight. The situation was sudden, and Pullman, who was ready to die, looked up at the sky, looking at the direction where the Blood Shadow disappeared, with doubts gathering in his eyes. The Blood Shadow's escape without warning was beyond his and everyone's expectations. Pullman did not relax his vigilance, as he was worried that Blood Shadow would come back the next moment. However, after a few minutes, Blood Shadow seemed to have really left. Why? Pullman was filled with doubts. He simply could not understand why Blood Shadow left at this time. After all, the 11 killing rules could easily destroy all of them. Professor, the people from Lin Yu's team came and signaled Pullman to look in the direction of Baiju. He was seen holding Xie Jingxian's cold body, lowering his head and drooping his eyebrows, and the whole person was indescribably gloomy. And Ling Xue was half squatting beside him, with her eyebrows slightly curved, showing worry. Give me the soul of Brian. Baiju hugged his mother's body tightly in his arms, his voice deep and light. What? And Ling Xue didn't hear clearly. With his palm supporting the back of his mother's head, Baiju slowly put her on the ground, and then, while standing up, he slowly raised his head. Give me the soul of Brian. When and Ling Xue looked at each other, what she saw were his red eyes. And Ling Xue's heart trembled. When she looked down, she could see the snake-shaped pistol tightly held in the girl's hand. Without waiting for Ling Xue to respond, Baiju reached out to the soul of Brian in her hand. Because she was at a loss and didn't know what Baiju was going to do, and Ling Xue didn't resist. After successfully getting the soul of Brian, Baiju suddenly smiled. He glanced at Ling Xue, who was full of worry, and turned his head to look at Professor Pullman and the 4 members of Lin Yu's team who were rushing towards him in a hurry. With a bleak smile, Baiju slowly put the muzzle of the gun to his temple under the gaze of Ling Xue and everyone else. Don't! In front of him, Pullman opened his eyes in disbelief, and his restrained supernatural power suddenly erupted. He turned into lightning, so fast that it was difficult to leave even an afterimage, and rushed towards Baiju. And Ling Xue was also anxious to knock out the soul of Brian in Baiju's hand. But, it was too late. The gunshot was 1 step faster than them. Blood splashed from the side of his head, and the smile on Baiju's mouth froze, falling into a huge ocean of pain, slowly sinking into the abyss. With a heavy gasp, Baiju opened his eyes. What he saw was the night sky. This time, he did not wake up on the bus. His eyes trembled, feeling the stiffness and coldness in his arms. Baiju was shaking all over. He lowered his eyes in disbelief. It was his mother who fell into eternal sleep. He did not return to the time before his mother's death. How is it possible? How is it possible? Baiju screamed, his eyes dyed scarlet. Baiju, and Ling Xue, who was squatting beside him, was startled by him, her chest heaving slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with worry and fear. Give it to me, give it to me! Baiju roared, snatching the soul of Brian from Ling Xue's hand. Then without hesitation, the muzzle of the gun was against the side of his head, and the trigger was immediately pressed. Bang! A gunshot shocked everyone in place. Blood splattered, Baiju fell backwards, and his life was extinguished. He suddenly opened his eyes. There was moonlight again, and another cold corpse. Baiju gasped for breath, as if he would die in the next moment. Impossible, impossible. Tears flowed freely, his face was filled with horror, and he snatched the soul of Brian from Ling Xue's hand again. The gunshot started, and the reincarnation started again. Ring again, start again. More than a dozen times in a row, the knight is in sight again. Baiju stared at the sky stupidly. Baiju and Ling Xue could feel that Baiju's mood was even more depressed than before. She wanted to comfort him, but was afraid that she would be too clumsy and make things worse. She pursed her lips for a moment, wanting to say something but stopping. Ha ha ha, Baiju suddenly laughed, with a bit of self-mockery and grief in his laughter. I can't go back, I can never go back again, ha 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 ha. Baiju was laughing and crying. His emotions were like a burst dam, rolling torrents. Pullman, Lin Yu and the other 5 people came over. They looked at Baiju, and their emotions were indescribably low. Alas! Professor Pullman turned his back and sighed, the mission is over, the judge team is ready to return at any time, and Ling Xue, you should accompany Baiju more. After giving the order, Professor Pullman left here first amid the responses. The eyes returned to Baiju, and everyone was silent. At this time, Baiju had stopped laughing and crying, and just hugged his mother tightly. His mother's body was very cold, emitting a chill. Reluctance, nostalgia, grief, anger, fear, all kinds of emotions converged, adjusting the body temperature to cold and warm. In this extremely desperate situation, Baiju could no longer hold on. His eyes suddenly went dark, and he fell forward with inertia. Baiju! Before his consciousness fell asleep, the last thing he heard was Ling Xue's call that gradually moved away and finally disappeared. You said that after the phantom evolved into the blood shadow, it ran away? In the office on the upper floor of the building, Pullman clasped his hands and listened to the voice coming from the videophone. On the screen, there was a blonde woman with a solemn face. Savina looked at Pullman and frowned deeply. That shouldn't be the case. 11 rules can't run away because of you. Could it be that your superpower has broken through? No, Pullman denied Sabina's speculation. Check if there are other superpowers near Xinjiang at that time. I checked before, and only you and Ling Xue and the judge team are registered in the superpower register. Sabina shook her head, her golden hair like a golden ocean, raising golden waves in the air. That's strange. Pullman frowned even deeper. Is there a possibility that Blood Shadow has not yet evolved completely? Sabina put forward her opinion. In order to evolve better, he is also worried that there will be superpowers to reinforce him, so he left temporarily? According to what you said, Blood Shadow has awakened his spiritual intelligence? Pullman's eyebrows sank. Oh my, so annoying. Sabina suddenly ruffled her hair, and her originally gentle expression became impatient. It's not clear in the video. Let's talk about it when we get back to the academy. That's it, I'm hanging up. As soon as she finished speaking, the video call was hung up. Staring at the white screen, Pullman was silent for a moment, and then he exhaled. His sight shifted and fell outside the window. The night was fading, and a ray of dawn broke through the sky. I don't know how Baiju is doing. He sighed and stood up. Since Baiju fell into a coma, time has become tormenting. Of course, the torment here is only for Ling Xue. In the hospital ward, Ling Xue sat in a chair beside the bed in a daze after a sleepless night but not feeling much sleepy. There was a wall clock on the wall, and the hour hand inside was pointing to 9 o'clock. Unknowingly, Ling Xue had been guarding Baiju on the bed for more than 9 hours. When will you wake up? Perhaps out of boredom or too much worry, Ling Xue looked at Baiju's bloodless face, her eyebrows slightly curved, with a bit of pity. Last night, the scene of Baiju suffering from his mother's death was like a knife, stabbing into her heart. At that time, Ling Xue's tears rolled in her eyes. She wanted to hug Baiju and comfort him who was heartbroken. After Baiju fell into a coma, she and Lin Yu and others hurriedly contacted the college, opened a special channel of the hospital, and arranged medical resources for Baiju as soon as possible. However, the doctor said that he was fine, and he might just be too sad and fell into a short coma. It was late at that time, and they had been fighting with the killing rules all night. When they heard the news that Baiju was fine, Lin Yu and his team members were relieved and sleepy. And Ling Xue was not sleepy yet, and she had the task of accompanying Baiju assigned by Professor Pullman, and she did not rest like Lin Yu and others. And Ling Xue has been accompanying him in the ward until now. My thoughts were drifting, but I was brought back by a faint breathing sound. You're awake. And Ling Xue's pretty face was full of excitement. She stood up and came to the bedside. On the bed, Baiju's eyelashes trembled slightly. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes with difficulty. His vision went from blurry to clear. Baiju turned his face slightly. The first thing he saw was not only the white ceiling, but also Ling Xue, who looked happy. Where is this? His throat was very dry. Baiju had just said 3 words when his throat felt like it was torn apart and he coughed twice. Hospital. Noticing the pain on Baiju's face, and Ling Xue responded while turning back and bringing a bottle of mineral water. After unscrewing the bottle cap, she did not directly hand the bottle mouth to Baiju's mouth, but used the bottle cap to fill water and feed it to Baiju in batches. After swallowing mouthfuls of water, the astringency in his throat was relieved. Is my mother dead? After drinking a bottle of water, Baiju lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling, his eyes looking very tired. And Ling Xue didn't say anything, and didn't care whether Baiju could see her or not, just nodded weakly. Without hearing a response, and without noticing in Ling Xue's movements, Baiju sighed as if he was exhausted. Just now, he still had a little unrealistic fantasy. Fantasy that all this was a dream, and his mother was still alive. But reality is reality. Phantom. Baiju seemed to be trapped in memories, and his pupils turned lightly like a demon. It was a scene he would never forget in his life. He was about to open the door of the Ferrari, and was about to take his mother away from the night market, away from the range of Phantom. But, a tentacle from Phantom, interrupted all his hopes. Mom died. Died at the hands of Phantom. Then, he hugged his mother, at the cost of death, reincarnated more than a dozen times, but could only return to the time node after his mother's death. This memory was like a bay of endless sadness and anger. It was just a shallow memory, and Baiju couldn't help but burst into anger. Phantom. Baiju gritted his teeth, speaking each word with great force. If it weren't for the Phantom, he should still be with his mother now. If it weren't for the Phantom, his mother wouldn't have died. Hate, bloody hate. I want to join Rhine College. Baiju suddenly spoke, and his voice was filled with anger. And Ling Xue was stunned at first, and then looked at him happily. Have you thought about it? Can joining Rhine College break the Phantom? Baiju's voice was very deep. It should be, yes. And Ling Xue didn't dare to say it with certainty. After the sentence, Baiju stopped talking and just stared at the ceiling. And Ling Xue didn't dare to take the initiative to bring up the topic. For a while, the atmosphere fell into a brief silence. Dang suddenly, there was a knock on the door. And Ling Xue got up and opened the door. Is Baiju awake? Outside the door, a young man asked as he walked in, and his eyes immediately looked at the bed. It was Lin Yu. He was delighted to see Baiju awake, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to you last night. Lin Yu came straight to the bedside and said with a smile, if you hadn't discovered that Gu Qingxuan was a shadow in time, my friends would have been in danger. As he spoke, a barely perceptible sadness flashed across Lin Yu's eyes. Gu Qingxuan was not only a member of his team, but also a friend he had known for more than 2 years. Perhaps the hatred for the Phantom had not yet faded from his mind. Baiju simply responded by shaking his head. You guys chat first. While Lin Yu and Baiju were talking, and Ling Xue said, pointed to the door, and then walked out. As soon as she left the house, and Ling Xue called Professor Pullman to tell him that Baiju agreed to enroll in Rhine College. In the ward, Lin Yu brought up another topic, speaking of which, Baiju, your precognition ability is really amazing. After a pause, Lin Yu smacked his lips and said, you can know the location of the Phantom in advance, and you can contact me who you have never met, and you can know who the shadow is. TSK. As he spoke, Lin Yu shook his head to express his emotion. Precognition ability? Listening to Lin Yu's words, Baiju frowned and then relaxed. Because of the information gap caused by several reincarnations, the ability to be reborn after death was interpreted as precognition by them? To figure out why he was given the title of precognition ability owner, Baiju was silent for a while and thought quietly. After a few seconds, he suddenly opened his mouth, but did not utter a syllable. Thinking that he had something to say, Lin Yu put his ear closer. Baiju just wanted to say that I can be reborn after death. But as soon as he opened his mouth, the situation he faced was the same as when he experienced the blue moon before and wanted to tell Ling Xue. It was as if there was a force preventing him from telling others that he had the ability to reincarnate after death. Forget it, since he couldn't tell, he might as well predict it. From a superficial point of view, there is actually not much difference between rebirth after death and supernatural prediction. Thinking about it, Baiju laughed at himself. If the Phantom is broken, can the people killed by the Phantom come back? After talking with Lin Yu for a few sentences, Baiju suddenly asked a question that even he himself felt was a bit unrealistic. The smile on Lin Yu's face froze, and then he shook his head heavily. Because of this sentence, the atmosphere also condensed unconsciously. After a few simple conversations, when Ling Xue came back from the door, the conversation between Lin Yu and Bai Ju also came to an end. Bai Shuedi, see you at Rhine College. Yeah. After saying goodbye to each other and watching Lin Yu leave, Bai Ju resumed his lying posture looking up at the ceiling. Professor Pullman said that you don't have to wait for the semester to start in September, you can go back to Rhine College with us now. And Ling Xue said at the side. Now. Bai Ju murmured first, then turned to look at Ling Xue, wait until I finish taking care of mother's funeral. And Ling Xue responded softly, her emotions fluctuating slightly with these words. Bai Ju's health was not serious and he did not rest in the ward for much. Accompanied by Ling Xue, Bai Ju was discharged from the hospital. You go back first, I'll go home. Outside the hospital, passing by the crowd, Bai Ju stopped and turned around to talk to Ling Xue. He agreed with Ling Xue that he would enroll in Rhine College. He still had his mother's things at home, and he wanted to go home and sort them out. I've asked Ling Xue before, and her mother's body is still there. However, Uncle Luo's body was not found by the Rhine College's aftermath personnel who dealt with the phantom. I can help you. And Ling Xue said seriously. Helping was secondary, but the main priority was that she had no place to go in Xinjiang. Then I'll trouble you. Without refusing, Bai Ju agreed. Normally, Bai Ju would have decisively excluded anything that might owe him favors, but now, all his emotions were trapped in the painful whirlpool of the death of a loved one, and he had no extra energy to think about anything else. After receiving the agreement, and Ling Xue also pursed her lips happily. The hospital is far away from home, but Ling Xue drove Bai Ju to the hospital in that Ferrari. Following Ling Xue to the underground garage, Bai Ju felt a little tight in his chest when he saw the Ferrari or recalled the scene last night. The Ferrari is a two-seater convertible. After sitting in the passenger seat, as Ling Xue started the car, the wind began to whistle in Bai Ju's ears. Soon, we arrived home. Or maybe the Ferrari's voice was too loud, and many neighbors inside and outside the building looked at it. Isn't this the Jingxian family's white Technique? TSK, the car he's riding in, costs at least 100,000, right? What do you know? That's called Faraka. Where's the old man? You can just dream of 100,000, at least 200,000. Look, the girl next to Bai Ju is quite pretty. What's the use of being good-looking? If you can't give birth to a fat son, you're not as good as my Huan. The aunts started talking in a hurry, and the topic gradually deviated. Ignoring these gossips, Bai Ju and Ling Xue went upstairs. When he arrived at the door of the house, Bai Ju's hand shaking the key turned a little. The door opened, and what came into view was a familiar scenery to Bai Ju. Stepping over the threshold, the same familiar scent entered my nose with my breath. Bai Ju felt that his chest was empty and stuffy, as if something was missing, but it seemed like there was nothing. I'll get you a glass of water. Bai Ju said and walked into the kitchen, shook the water bottle, which was a little heavy, then took a disposable cup from the wall cabinet next to the kitchen and poured a cup for Ling Xue. Thanks. Taking the half-filled disposable cup, Ling Xue took a symbolic sip, and then looked around the living room curiously. Excuse me for a moment. Without being too polite, and not having the intention to be too polite, Bai Ju came to his mother's room. Although my mother and Uncle Luo are boyfriend and girlfriend, Uncle Luo lives elsewhere. The layout of the room is very simple, with only a bed, a wardrobe and a small table, not even a decent dressing table. Standing at the door and looking into the house, Bai Ju tried to control his emotions. The wardrobe is large, but it only has 3 changes of clothes for my mother. It's not summer yet, but the quilt on the bed is very thin. Instead, the drawers of the short cabinet were stuffed with small items such as notes, small trinkets with peeling paint, sewing boxes, small banknotes, until a stack of things wrapped in paper with a certain thickness appeared, attracting Bai Ju's attention. He slowly unfolded the paper and saw what was wrapped in the note, his eyes dark. Those are 2 bank books and a bank card. It reads, used for Beiju to go to college, used for Beiju to marry a wife, used it to buy a house in Beiju and am saving. The password is my son's birthday. There is a piece of paper sandwiched between the passbook and the bank card. On the paper, there is a font that is not very beautiful but is filled with love. Staring at the lines of words, Bai Ju was silent for a long time. Bai Ju wrapped the passbook and bank card in paper again and put them away carefully. I didn't put away all my mother's things, I just sorted them briefly and put them in their original places. He will soon enroll in Rhine College. According to Ling Xue, Rhine College is not in China yet and there will be very few days to come back. Mom's room was still the same as before entering. Bai Ju cleaned it up, took one last longing look, then stepped back to the door and closed it gently. In the living room, and Ling Xue did not move around casually. She kept sitting at the dining table, yawning and playing with her mobile phone boredly. Are you ready? Seeing Baiju come out of the room, and Ling Xue closed the screen of her phone and stood up subconsciously. I may have to stay in Xincheng for a while to handle my mother's funeral arrangements. Baiju said, pulling up a chair and sitting down, his voice indescribably tired. When are you leaving? He was referring to when Ling Xue would return to Rhine College. He had agreed at the hospital that he would follow Ling Xue to Rhine College. It doesn't matter, it's up to you. And Ling Xue said without hesitation. After I finish taking care of my mother's funeral, I have to go back to Luo City to pack my things. Baiju said, his words revealing that he was afraid of trouble in Ling Xue. It's okay. My mission now is to trick you into Rhine College. It doesn't matter when you leave. And Ling Xue shook her head, cold sweat broke out on her fair forehead. I almost spilled the beans just now, but luckily I reacted quickly. Thinking about it, and Ling Xue felt a little guilty when looking at Baiju. So? Baiju nodded and ended the conversation with a calm voice. Without staying at home for long, Baiju went to the funeral home after he fell into coma. His mother's body was processed by the relevant forces operating in Xincheng from Rhine College. 3 days later, Baiju said goodbye to his mother. After the cremation, he received a box containing his mother's ashes. In the past 3 days, and Ling Xue has been by his side, giving Baiju someone to rely on when he was most helpless. In addition to his mother, Baiju also helped Uncle Luo handle his funeral affairs, although Uncle Luo's body was destroyed by the phantom. There was no grand funeral, no memorial service for relatives and friends. Due to the divorce in the early years, my mother had severed relations with her family. As long as Baiju can remember, there has been no concept of relatives. The same goes for Uncle Luo. He was a child who came out of an orphanage. When he was divorced in his early years, he had no children. In the morning, the sun has just risen. Forest City Cemetery. Baiju knelt in front of 2 tombstones. On the tombstones were the names of Xie Jingxian and Luo Zhu. In the past few days, all the emotions that should be consumed have been consumed. Apart from fatigue, Baiju only has a blood hatred hidden in his heart. Mom, don't worry, I will avenge you. The phantom and I will fight until death. In front of Xie Jingxian's tombstone, Baiju looked solemn, with a firm murderous intention. The breeze blew past my ears, blowing the petals of the chrysanthemums placed in front of the tomb, and one petal fell down, as if in response to Baiju. After the sound, Baiju stood up silently. Beside her, and Ling Xue clasped her hands in front of her chest, her eyebrows slightly lowered. Let's go. Baiju looked at Ling Xue. Good. After a moment to react, and Ling Xue responded. After leaving the cemetery, he returned home and packed his clothes. After going out, Baiju stood downstairs and looked upstairs. Although there is reluctance in the eyes, there is more pain. This time we say goodbye, we will not know how long it will be. Baiju has a decision. If Phantom does not die, he will never have the face to return to Forest City, to this place where he grew up. In order to speed up his journey to Rhine College, Baiju took the high-speed train to Los Angeles for the second time. I still remember the first time he took the high-speed rail when he was in high school. When he went to Los Angeles for the first time, his mother bought a high-speed rail ticket because she was afraid that he would feel uncomfortable riding the bus for a long time. Later, when he was about to go home during the winter break of his freshman year of high school, he discovered that a high-speed rail ticket cost a lot. If he took the bus, although it would take longer, he could save a lot. Check in the ticket and enter the station, waiting for the high-speed train to arrive. Would you like to stay in Luo City for 2 days? And Ling Xue turned to look at him. No, just retreat to the house, pack your things and leave. Baiju shook his head. He came to Los Angeles just to study in high school. Compared with Xincheng, he didn't have much nostalgia for Los Angeles. Then do you want to have dinner with your classmates and friends and say goodbye? And Ling Xue blinked, as if expecting Baiju to agree. I have no friends. Baiju said. Okay. And Ling Xue looked slightly disappointed. Do you want to spend 2 days in Luo City? Baiju tilted his head and saw through her thoughts. And Ling Xue quickly shook her head in denial. Don't you want it? Baiju asked. No, no need. And Ling Xue regretted it as soon as she finished speaking. She tilted her head to the side where Baiju couldn't see, biting her lips and mentally condemning herself for still thinking about having fun in this situation. The topic ended here. After a while, a high-speed train arrived at the station. After getting in the car, he gave Ling Xue a seat by the window. Bai Ju sat in a daze on the seat. Half an hour passed quickly, and the arrival reminder sounded in the car. After checking in and exiting the station, Bai Ju returned to Los Angeles a few days later. It was during these few days that his future path was changed. Rhine College. Phantom. He looked forward to the magical Rhine College, but he also had the strongest killing intent towards Phantom. It was almost noon, and Bai Ju and Ling Xue had not eaten lunch yet. After leaving the high-speed rail station, they found a random restaurant to fill their stomachs and returned to the community where Bai Ju's home and the safe house were located. When they arrived at the community, Bai Ju and Ling Xue parted ways. Because of Professor Pullman's mission, Ling Xue temporarily stayed in the safe house. After returning home in less than 2 hours, Bai Ju had basically packed up everything. Then, he contacted the female landlord to check out. Beep beep, sorry, the user you dialed cannot be connected temporarily. No one answered the call for a long time, and the call failed. Just when Bai Ju was about to call again, he was suddenly stunned. Last week, in order to break the blue moon, he killed the female landlord who was boarded by the will of the rules in his last reincarnation. Being boarded by the will of rules, the landlord, Bai Ju's breathing gradually became heavy. If the phantom is broken, can the people killed by the phantom come back? This was a question he asked Lin Yu a few days ago, not long after he woke up from the ward. However, Lin Yu just shook his head in response. The female landlord is dead, killed by blue moon. Putting down the phone, Bai Ju exhaled deeply. However, checking out is not a big deal. After Ling Xue learned about it, she patted her chest and accepted it, and turned around to call Professor Pullman. Bai Ju looked at the time. It was just 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The school bag is still in the classroom. Before going to Xinsheng, Bai Ju went with the mentality of relaxing, so he simply put the school bag in the desk drawer and did not take it away. I'll go back to school first. Bai Ju said to Ling Xue, who came back after the phone call. The college has contacted Luocheng High School. And Ling Xue thought Bai Ju was going back to school for further studies. There are still things in the classroom. Bai Ju explains simply. Oh. And Ling Xue nodded. Following the school road he had walked for 3 years, Bai Ju slowed down his pace this time compared to the previous rush. Looking at the scenery that he had never noticed before, he felt a lot at this moment. And Ling Xue followed him and looked around curiously. After a while, they arrived at Luocheng High School. The security guard at the door was taking a nap leaning against the back of the chair. Without disturbing him, Bai Ju and Ling Xue went into the school. It was class time, and the lectures from different classrooms gathered in the corridor. In class 2 of Senior 3, the head teacher who taught chemistry was explaining the test questions. As he was talking, the head teacher's voice suddenly stopped. He was seen staring at the back door, watching Bai Ju walk straight into the classroom without even saying hello, and went straight to the back row by the window. The head teacher broke the chalk in his hand, and the sound of the break was crisp, causing the atmosphere in the classroom to sink slightly. Many students also noticed that Bai Ju, who ignored the head teacher, returned to his seat. They secretly smacked their lips, secretly expecting how the head teacher would get angry later. But, just as the head teacher was about to get angry, Ling Xue also walked into the classroom from the back door. Just as he opened his mouth, he saw Ling Xue holding back her words, so that the head teacher could only use continuous coughing to cover up the embarrassment. Ling Xue paused and looked at the head teacher on the podium with some surprise. But he didn't pay much attention to it. Seeing that Bai Ju didn't pick up his school bag and leave, Ling Xue came to sit next to him. At the front table, Yi Ichi turned around and looked at Bai Ju, with tears flashing in her eyes. Yi Ichi. Bai Ju also looked at her, but there was not much emotion in his voice or eyes. Come outside after class. He didn't deliberately lower his voice, and the sound that was neither light nor faint echoed in the quiet classroom, and was heard clearly by everyone. Although the classroom remained quiet, after Bai Ju's words, there was a clear sense of restlessness among the students due to gossip. On the podium, the head teacher frowned and was also a little curious. Maybe it was because of his unqualified status, or maybe he accidentally offended the principal during the last meeting. The news that Bai Ju was recommended to Rhine College has not yet reached the ears of the head teacher. In his eyes, Bai Ju is now a bad student who skipped classes for a few days and couldn't even get through to his parents. However, due to Ling Xue's background, the head teacher couldn't scold Bai Ju in front of Ling Xue to vent his anger. He could only give up and resume the class. The lecture started again, but Yi Ichi couldn't listen. She looked out the window, her eyebrows full of worry and uneasiness. She didn't know what Baiju was going to say to her after class, but her keen sixth sense told her that it was not something worth looking forward to. Time passed in restlessness and anxiety. While in class, Baiju threw away some unnecessary textbooks and sorted out his school bag. Ding-ling-a-ling, it was the bell for the end of get out of class. Yi-ichi's uneasiness began to increase, and her heartbeat also accelerated. I'll go with you. Feeling her best friend's strangeness and also worried about Baiju, Gaoshan patted her shoulder, looked back, and glanced at Baiju. Baiju knew that Gaoshan's attitude towards him was not friendly when he was in the second year of high school. At first, he was a little bothered, but now he is used to it. Before leaving the classroom, Baiju glanced at Yi-ichi and motioned her to follow. In fact, the school bag was not a very valuable thing. He could give it up and go directly to Rhine College with Linxue. The real purpose of his return to school this time was to say goodbye to Yi-ichi. After all, she liked him for 3 years. Even if his heart was made of iron, it should be melted. Not knowing why Baiju asked Yi-ichi to go out, and Linxue was still hesitating whether to follow, thinking whether it was not polite, but seeing Gaoshan following behind Yi-ichi, she stood up decisively. The academic pressure of the third year of high school is very high. When encountering such fun, the gossip spirits of the classmates were ignited. Suddenly, many boys and girls who were curious about things also came over. Baiju couldn't help but frown when he noticed a large group of people following behind. However, it doesn't matter. Without paying much attention, Baiju and Yi-ichi went downstairs one after another and came to the flower bed some distance away from the teaching building. The two stopped in front of the flower bed. At the entrance of the teaching building, a large group of people also stopped. I'm leaving. After a moment of silence, Baiju looked at Yi-ichi and used this as an opening remark. The girl was stunned, and then looked at a loss. Where to go? Yi-ichi asked. At this moment, the uneasiness in her heart reached the extreme. Recommended to study abroad. Baiju's expression was flat, as if this was not something worth mentioning separately. Recommended? The forced smile on Yi-ichi's pretty face was completely frozen. Is it Spurbridge University? As far as she knew, Los Angeles High School, as a key high school, had a certain number of recommended students for foreign universities, and the only recommended foreign university was Spurbridge University. Baiju shook his head after she said this, his lips opening and closing, and he said a name that was completely unfamiliar to her. Rhine College. Baiju looked at her, his voice indifferent. Although Rhine College is a college of superpowers and is unknown to ordinary people, in terms of the world's population base, superpowers are undoubtedly a very small minority. Therefore, the college cannot avoid connecting with the world, and in the current network, relevant information about Rhine College can be found. However, the relevant information here filters out all aspects related to superpowers. Rhine College, what are you standing there for? Search it quickly. Oh, I found it. Wow, a first-class foreign university, the top 50 in the world university rankings, TSK, wow, can Baiju be recommended to such a school? Even the first place in our school may not be able to get in. The real person does not show his face, and the mountain shows the water. Baiju is really low-key. For a while, before Yi-ichi could react, a group of classmates who were watching the show exploded. Gaoshan leaned against the wall beside the teaching building, her eyebrows knitted tightly, her expression somewhat unbelievable. As a student of Rhine College, and Linxue could understand their boiling emotions very well. Rhine College? After a long pause, Yi-ichi repeated it unnaturally, then smiled reluctantly. It sounds like a good school from the name. Yeah. Baiju nodded, his eyes slightly shifted to the flower bed. I'll leave in a while, and I won't come to school again. There are less than 2 months left before the college entrance examination. Do your best. First, he announced his departure, and then replaced his farewell words with a blessing. Baiju turned his gaze back and looked at Yi-ichi. After hearing his words, the girl who had liked him for 3 years couldn't stop her tears from sliding down her cheeks, causing her delicate body to tremble slightly. I'm sorry. After saying this, Baiju left the flower bed like a dog that had fled in panic. Without following Baiju, Yi-ichi looked at the empty space in front of her, her shoulders trembling with sobs, and she could no longer suppress her sobs. Gaoshan gritted her teeth and watched Baiju walk into the teaching building. She really wanted to rush up and slap him. But compared to beating that beast, she now had to comfort her bestie. The look in the eyes of the students who were watching the show, Baiju, also slowly changed from shock at the beginning to gnashing of teeth. And Linxue also followed Baiju and left. They didn't. Instead of going back to the classroom, he went out of the school gate directly. Not far away, Baiju looked back at the gate of Luocheng High School and the glittering metal letters on the gate. This is the place where his 3 years of high school memories are stored, but it seems that he didn't have many experiences to cherish during his 3 years of high school. Except Yi Ichi. Before entering the first year of high school, Baiju had already planned to spend a dull high school life, living a gray life, going back and forth between home and school day after day. But, in the first year of high school, Yi Ichi appeared. She was like a dogwon, broke into Baiju's gloomy life, drove away the darkness, and brought a little comfort to his lifeless soul. Later, Yi Ichi became more and more proactive, treated Baiju better and better, and expressed her love more and more obviously. This feeling of being loved once made Baiju unable to extricate himself. But, he knew that it was impossible for him and Yi Ichi to be together. Single-parent family, mediocre, and dared not even buy a high-speed rail ticket to go home. From any aspect, he was not worthy of Yi Ichi. It was impossible for him and Yi Ichi to be together. Impossible. Impossible now, and even more impossible in the future. Things that have no results, it is best not to start. So Baiju began to ignore her and no longer pay attention to her. During this period, he also struggled, but more of it was sober about the future and sober about himself. He often numbed himself with the indifference in his temperament and the fact that he did not want to develop a relationship at this stage, but concealment was concealment. In the final analysis, it was still the inferiority complex that he himself was unwilling to admit. Retracting his gaze, Baiju took a deep breath. Let's go. He greeted Ling Xue and waved goodbye to youth. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Baiju and Ling Xue boarded the plane to Rhine College. As soon as she sat down, Ling Xue stretched, pulled the small blanket covering her body, turned her head to look at Baiju and blinked. I'll go to sleep first, good night. Yeah, good night. Baiju responded while looking out the window. The plane had just taken off, and Los Angeles, covered by the night, was not completely out of sight. This city carries his 3 years of high school memories, and he doesn't know if he will have the chance to come back in the future. In his pupils, the gradually moving away prosperous neon lights were reflected, and Baiju lowered his eyebrows slightly. The lights in the cabin were dim. After the plane flew away from Los Angeles, although he was not very sleepy, he would arrive at the destination at more than 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Baiju had to replenish his energy before the plane landed. Closed his eyes and fell asleep with the small blanket. Tonight, I had a long-lost dream. In his dream, he was back on the bumpy bus, getting off again and again, going to the night market again and again, trying to save his mother again and again. But, all failed. This is a nightmare. At around 5 in the morning, Baiju woke up with a sweat on his body. He was panting and his chest was beating violently. After a moment of calm, his emotions recovered. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with a tissue, and then he looked at the time on his phone. 5:50, almost 6 o'clock. His eyes slightly shifted and fell to his side. Ling Xue was sleeping soundly with her head tilted towards him, her lips slightly open, revealing her pale white teeth, and her sleeping face was sweet. Leaning back on the chair again, Baiju looked out the window. The clouds were shining, and the sun was rising. There are still 3 hours. Looking into the boundless sky, Baiju couldn't help but look forward to the Rhine Academy that he was about to arrive at. Although Ling Xue's description was not very accurate, Baiju could feel the beauty of Rhine College between the lines. Joining Rhine College is his new life journey. And breaking the phantom is his greatest pursuit at this stage. His mother's death is his deepest pain. This pain is enough to destroy his will, forcing him to hide it and numb himself, at least before breaking the phantom. It was almost 8 o'clock, and a delicate hum came from the side. It was Ling Xue. Her eyes narrowed a little, although she had begun to stretch, but it seemed that she was still reluctant to wake up. Opening her eyes, consciousness became clear, and Ling Xue looked at Baiju at the first time, looking a little dazed. What's wrong? Baiju asked, slightly puzzled after being stared at by her for a long time. Hungry. Ling Xue touched her stomach. After a while, Baiju asked the flight attendant to bring 2 breakfasts. Maybe she was really hungry. As soon as the breakfast arrived, Ling Xue finished it in just 2 minutes. I'm full. Putting down the spoon, Ling Xue patted her bulging belly in satisfaction. After finishing breakfast, it was only a dozen minutes before the plane landed. Baiju and Ling Xue were preparing to get off the plane. Where will the people from the academy pick us up? After getting off the plane and leaving the airport with their luggage, Baiju asked Ling Xue. I'll look for it, Ling Xue said, her eyes moving among the crowd, and soon, her beautiful eyes lit up. There. Looking in the direction she pointed, What caught my eye were several men holding banners with the words "See Bluegrass Travel Agency." When Ling Xue pulled Bai Ju closer to them, several men also noticed them. When they got closer, the men took the luggage in their hands, and the leader came to Ling Xue and said in a low voice, "Is it a senior student?" "Yes." And Ling Xue took out the student ID in her pocket and handed it to him. The man took a look and confirmed Ling Xue's identity, handed back the student ID, looked at Bai Ju again, waved to the people carrying luggage behind him, and signaled them to hurry up. Following them, along the way, Ling Xue and Bai Ju introduced this place. This is the nearest small country to the Rhine College. It is called a small country, but it is actually the Rhine forces with flags, and it can be said to be a port for transporting resources. The small country is not prosperous, and the population has been maintained at hundreds of thousands all year round. However, they are all ordinary people without superpowers. Although this place belongs to the Rhine College, the ordinary people living here know nothing about the existence of superpowers. Not long after walking, they stopped at the side of the road. The leading man whispered something to Ling Xue, and then a jeep drove over. After getting in the car, except for the leading man, the others did not continue to follow. The slightly dry wind brushed across his face. Bai Ju leaned against the car window, and saw a seascape mixed with greenery. "We will be at the beach in a while, and we can get to the college by yacht in more than 10 minutes. Beside him, Ling Xue said with a little excitement. "I understand." Bai Ju nodded. It took them half a day to get from Los Angeles to Rhine College. From Ling Xue's introduction, Bai Ju learned that Rhine College was located on a small island in the middle of the sea, and the sea area where it was located could not be found on the map. Soon, the jeep began to slow down. The man stopped the car at the beach and called Bai Ju and Ling Xue to get on a small yacht. Before getting on the yacht, Bai Ju observed the surroundings. There were many similar yachts, and there were also guards around who looked difficult to deal with. It seemed that they all served Rhine College. The yacht started, and the waves splashed back. Bai Ju stood on the deck, looking at the coast that was quickly moving away from his sight. "The coffee is ready." And Ling Xue's voice came from behind. Although it is a small yacht, its configuration is luxurious, and some of the randomly placed ornaments cannot be said to be expensive. This is a symbol of the strength of Rhine College and an initial manifestation of its financial resources. Turning around, Bai Ju sat back on the pure white Uship sofa and took the coffee from Ling Xue. "I have contacted Professor Pullman, and he said that Senior Lin Yu will come to pick you up soon." And Ling Xue took a sip of coffee and whispered softly, "Just follow him then." "What about you?" Compared to Lin Yu, Bai Ju was still used to Ling Xue taking him. "I'm going to the Foreign Office of the Ministry of Information to report the mission." Rarely noticed by others, and Ling Xue smiled happily and said, "Okay, Senior Lin Yu is a very nice person." "I understand." Bai Ju nodded. During the several reincarnations of dealing with the Phantom, Bai Ju had a certain understanding of Lin Yu's temperament and admired and respected him. Do you have my contact information?" Opposite the sofa, and Ling Xue suddenly became reserved and stuttered a bit when speaking. "No." Bai Ju shook his head honestly. "Then let's exchange contact information." And Ling Xue spoke faster, but became arrogant again as she spoke. "If you have anything you don't understand in the academy, you can always ask me. I am your senior, so I should take care of my juniors, right? Then thank you in advance, senior sister." Seeing her squirming, Bai Ju smiled slightly and asked for her contact number. After a while, the contact information of the other party was left on both parties' mobile phones. On the sea, the yacht drives very fast. Feeling the sea breeze blowing on his face, the salty breath of the sea penetrated the tip of his nose. Bai Ju looked into the distance, a prosperous and charming island, like a beauty taking off her clothes, arousing expectations. Soon, the yacht approached the edge of the island. Arriving at the dock, Bai Ju and Ling Xue had just disembarked when two familiar figures approached them. "It's Lin Yu and Zhang Qianqian." Lin Yu smiled, while Zhang Qianqian was as cold as ice. "Junior Bai, long time no see." After greeting Bai Ju, Lin Yu moved his eyes slightly and made friendly gestures to Ling Xue. However, Ling Xue looked a little afraid of society and responded twice in a confused manner. Bai Ju was familiar with them and greeted Lin Yu and Zhang Qianqian back, but the latter didn't seem willing to pay attention to him. "Xueman, are you going to report for a mission?" Lin Yu said as he led Bai Ju and Ling Xue away from the dock. "Who?" Although Ling Xue and Bai Ju said that Lin Yuren was nice on the yacht, she felt unfamiliar and afraid of strangers when she faced Lin Yu. Zhang Qian glanced at her and looked away. The conversation with Ling Xue did not go smoothly. After getting the response to the previous question, Lin Yu smiled awkwardly and turned to Bai Ju, Junior Bai, don't worry about your luggage for now. We will go to register for school later, formalities. Lin Yu said and glanced at Zhang Qianqian. The corners of her lips were slightly curved, and Zhang Qianqian took the luggage from Bai Ju reluctantly. But before going through the admission procedures, I need to meet the principal first. Lin Yu added, and with this sentence, they also left the pier. Meet the principal? This was a plot development that Bai Ju had never expected. He frowned, a little incomprehensible. Just because of precognitive powers? Is this ability valued so much by Rhine College? For a moment, Bai Ju felt a little uneasy. After all, what he possesses is not a real precognitive power. What if the secret is revealed? Bai Ju made up his mind to see if he could learn more about the characteristics of precognitive powers from Lin Yu before meeting the principal. If Lin Yu didn't know, then he could only resign himself to fate. After leaving the pier, you can see a long river that seems to separate the island. The surface of the river is so clear that you can see the bottom with the naked eye, and there are fish of all kinds jumping in it. Compared with the river, Bai Ju was even more amazed by the high bridge across the river. The bridge is very wide, and the structure is indescribably gorgeous and complex, giving people a visual shock. The Rhine Bridge on the Rhine River is the work of the famous architect Gaudi of the last century. Lin Yu introduced with a smile, the Rhine River separates the first campus and the second campus, and the Rhine Bridge is responsible for the connection. Rhine River, Rhine Bridge. First campus, second campus. Knowing the name of the endless river in front of him, Bai Ju looked at the two sides separated by the Rhine. One side is lined with high-rise buildings, like a future city, full of technology. On one side, the main color is dark, with a full medieval feel. Which side is the first campus? Bai Ju looked at Lin Yu. The more modern one here is the first campus, and the one that is more of the last century is the second campus. Lin Yu said, looking at his watch, I'll take Junior Bai around the academy later. The principal has been waiting for a long time, so let's go first. Bai Ju withdrew his gaze and followed Lin Yu's footsteps. After stepping into the first campus, what greeted him was a strong sense of high technology. Compared to a college, Bai Ju would rather compare it to a metropolis. At the intersection, Ling Shues separated from them and headed to the outer hall of the Ministry of Information. Junior Bai, apart from Chen Xian, you are the only new student in the entire Rhine College who can be personally visited by the principal. Lin Yu said with a smile. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Bai Ju was slightly surprised, and subconsciously looked at Zhang Qianqian beside Lin Yu. Her face was calm, as if being received by the principal was not an honor. Senior Lin Yu, is the precognitive power I possess special? After chatting about different topics for a while, Bai Ju suddenly said. Special, quite special. Lin Yu immediately said, there are very few ordinary abilities that can be contained by the forbidden system. Forbidden superpowers? Bai Ju was confused. As far as he currently knows about supernatural powers, he only knows that supernatural powers are divided into elemental systems and special systems, which he learned from Anlingshuat a long time ago. This prohibition system sounds very powerful. As the name suggests, forbidden abilities are generally extracted from special abilities. Lin Yu explained, if there is a special type of superpower that is very powerful and extremely unstable, it will be banned. From then on, the superpower who awakens this superpower will be highly valued. Very powerful and extremely unstable. When it comes to forbidden abilities, Lin Yu even used more serious words. At this point, Bai Ju has a certain understanding of the status of the power of prediction. Along the way, Bai Ju tried to extract from Lin Yu the specific effects of the precognitive power. However, Lin Yu wasn't too sure. The roadside was a bit deserted, and there were many shops along the road without many customers. After a while, Lin Yu stopped in front of a 100-story building with Bai Ju. The Building of Dreams and Dreams is one of the landmark buildings of Rhine College. Lin Yu introduced while showing his student ID card to the guard at the door. After being released, Lin Yu, Zhang Qianqian and Bai Ju entered the building. The hall is spacious, with simple but gorgeous decoration, and a noble atmosphere is reflected with the sense of technology. There was no time to look further as the elevator leading to the higher floors reached the first floor. Zhang Qianqian's jade fingers flicked and she entered the words 95 on the elevator display. Then, the elevator door closed, and the elevator moved up with soothing piano music. From the first floor to the 95th floor, Bai Ju thought he would have to wait for several minutes, but the elevator went up faster than he thought. Within 10 seconds, with a ding sound, the elevator door slowly opened. The first thing that catches the eye is a silver-gray corridor full of metallic texture. Following Lin Yu and walking side by side with Jiang Qianxian, Baizhu looked towards the end of the corridor. There is a door there, which is silver-white in color and has voluptuous patterns engraved on the edge of the door. Lin Yu stood in front of the door, his expression becoming solemn. He stared at the fingerprint lock and pressed a blue button. Principal Size, Baizhu is here. Lin Yu looked respectful and reported to the people inside the door. Enter. A majestic sound mixed with electronic sounds came through the electronic screen on the door. The next second, there was a dull sound of opening and closing, and the heavy door slowly moved back, shrinking into the hidden crack on the side of the door. Go in. Lin Yu turned sideways and made way for Baizhu. Baizhu stepped into the door. The setting inside is very simple, with only a long conference table and nothing else, but it does not lose its luxury and atmosphere. As soon as Baizhu walked in, more than a dozen eyes fell on him. There was no stage fright. While being looked at, Baizhu also glanced at the people looking at him. Most of them were middle-aged and elderly people, with faces from both the east and the west, but everyone's temperament gave Baizhu an amazing sense of similarity. This was the sense of oppression coming from the superiors. They were sitting, and Baizhu was standing. Although he thought that his emotions and mentality were very calm, and he would not feel uncomfortable with ethereal things such as aura, but at this moment, he felt the pressure of the superiors. Gathered around himself, he couldn't help but feel a little depressed. The possessor of the forbidden ability precognition, a student of Baizhu, I would like to welcome you as the principal of Rhine College. At the head of the conference table, a middle-aged man with a Western face stood up from his seat with a friendly smile. Hello, principal. Baizhu bowed slightly in return. Instead of letting Baizhu sit down, he and Baizhu remained standing together. Principal Size said with a smile, don't be nervous, we old guys really want to experience the legendary forbidden power prediction, so I called you here right after I enrolled. If appropriate, can you show us the specific effect of psychic prediction? Principal Size's smile remained friendly, but behind this friendliness, there was an incomprehensible attitude. As soon as they entered the conference room and exchanged only a few words, a difficult problem swept over Baizhu and put tremendous pressure on him. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. I can't control when I can predict. Baizhu said calmly, saying the answer he had prepared in advance. Before coming to the conference room to accept similar interrogation questions, although Baizhu did not know the specifics of the precognition ability from Lin Yu, he learned a major characteristic of the forbidden ability: instability. Literally speaking, a person with a forbidden ability has a low control over the ability. This is also one of the reasons why Baizhu is calm. Yes, after all, it is a forbidden ability. Principal Shihas did not ask more questions on this issue, but changed the subject, with a smile that was not easy to detect, and the urgency to get an answer. Then can you briefly tell me how you broke the blue moon? As soon as this was said, more than a dozen Rhine College executives at the conference table pricked up their ears. They were quite curious about how Baizhu broke the Klebel killing rule blue moon in half a day. Before they knew that Baizhu was just a senior high school student, they all guessed that the mysterious person who broke the blue moon had at least the ability of the breakthrough period. However, since the mysterious person's veil was unveiled, they were all confused. How could an ordinary senior high school student who traveled between school and home every day break the blue moon in half a day? You know, although the Klebel killing rules are not strong, they have not fallen to the point where ordinary people can manipulate them at will. Converging on his own eyes, Baizhu's eyes swept over the dozen people at the conference table one by one, and saw Professor Pullman, who had invited him to enroll. After a few seconds, the atmosphere was about to condense, and Baizhu spoke at the right time. At that time, I foresaw the existence of the blue moon. Then, Baizhu attributed the information difference obtained from several reincarnations before breaking the blue moon to the foresight, and narrated the preparations before breaking it. Except for the reincarnation part, everything Baizhu said was a real experience, and there was no loophole to follow. The senior members of Rhine College nodded frequently and looked at Baizhu with admiration. It seems that student Baizhu not only has foresight, but also has a very strong character. Principal's eyes praised generously, and then his expression became serious again. However, after all, it is a forbidden ability, and it is normal to be unstable. Don't feel too much pressure. If you need anything, tell me at any time. Thank you, Principal. Baizhu responded. Very satisfied with Baizhu's indifference and humility since he entered the door, Principal's eyes smiled and ordered, Professor Sabina, please give him the things that belong to student Baizhu. Just as Principal Zeiss finished speaking, a woman with fluttering blonde hair and a mature charm stood up at the conference table. As she walked, her waist twisted slightly like a water snake, and her every frown and smile was full of charm. "Student Baiju, keep it." Professor Sabina handed the things that Principal Zeiss said to Baiju, with curved eyebrows and a charming smile. Baiju was about to take the hand. But he was about to take the items from Sabina. "This is your student ID, the school badge, and the school's subsidy for special students." Professor Sabina gently held the palm of Baiju's hand, and put the 3 items into his hand while introducing them. During this time, Professor Sabina stared at Baiju's calm eyes with a smile, and her soft and white fingertips rubbed Baiju's palm from time to time. She thought that this would arouse the young boy's immature emotions, but the result was obvious. Seeing Baiju's expressionless face, without even a hint of irritability, Professor Sabina's beautiful eyes flashed with disappointment, but more of it was curiosity about Baiju. "Sister is leaving." Before leaving, Sabina helped Baiju close his palms, and threw a coquettish look at Baiju from a perspective that other professors could not see. However, there was still no response. Baiju seemed to have no interest in her, no, in women. Interesting. Returning to her seat, Sabina clasped her hands together, gently touched her smooth nails, and raised her lips slightly. "From now on, you will be a part of Rhine College." After Baiju received the student ID and other items, Principal Shihes continued, "You are enrolled in advance. There are still 5 months before the freshman year actually starts. In these 5 months, you can get to know Rhine College and get to know the seniors. Of course, it is best to have a campus romance with the seniors and feel the beauty of youthful love." Principal Shihes's smile was somewhat distant, but he still looked very friendly. After he finished the sentence, he paused for 2 seconds and raised his left hand to his chest. "May Brian bless you." "Brian, bless me?" Baiju thought the previous few sentences were normal, but before leaving the meeting room, the last sentence the principal said directly confused him. "Brian Bullet, Brian Soul, Brian Spirit, may Brian bless you?" Who is Brian here? As soon as he left the conference room and met Lin Yu and Zhang Chanxian again, Baiju raised his doubts. "Brian." Lin Yu smiled and didn't seem to take it seriously. "Legend has it that he is the savior. Many weapons in later generations that target the rules of killing are named after him." "Legend has it that he is the savior?" Baiju frowned and repeated Lin Yu's previous words. At this time, they walked into the elevator, and Zhang Chanxian entered the floor they wanted to go to on the electronic screen. "Legend has it that thousands of years ago, there was a very terrifying killing rule, so large that it covered the entire world, and humans were almost facing extinction. It was at this time that Brian, who also possessed terrifying superpowers, appeared and broke the killing rule." Lin Yu's introduction was very brief, but just by listening to his casual voice, you can know that he completely denied the authenticity of this legend. "Just listen to it as a story," Lin Yu said indifferently. "Just now the principal told me that Brian blesses me. What does it mean?" Baiju continued to ask. "It doesn't mean anything, don't think about it." Before Lin Yu answered, Zhang Chanxian glanced at Baiju, then retracted his gaze, and spoke with a cold voice. "Although it is a legend, there are also many older generations who believe in it, such as our principal." The elevator reached the first floor, and Lin Yu said as he left the elevator, "Chanxian, help Junior Bai store his luggage at the student apartment, and I will take Junior Bai to go through the admission procedures." After leaving the Dream and Dream building, Lin Yu, Baiju and Zhang Chanxian parted ways and went in different directions. "How is it? The college is not bad," Lin Yu said with a smile. What caught Baiju's eyes were high-tech buildings, and shops of different brands along the road. Although it was daytime, the colorful neon lights still brought visual shock to Baiju. Or it was time for school to end at noon, and the number of people on the street gradually increased, and the desolation was gradually replaced by bustle. This is the outer hall of the information department, which is generally used to accept tasks and report tasks. Lin Yu's introduction was in his ears. Baiju looked at the huge building complex in front of him. From time to time, there were handsome men and women with Oriental and Western faces, laughing and talking, or walking in and out quickly. Stepping into it, one by one, full of futuristic facilities that can only be seen in movies came into view. Lin Yu took Baiju to an unmanned front desk. "Hello, how can I help you?" As soon as they approached, a ball floating in the air came over. "I have reported to the information department before. New student Baiju, apply for admission procedures," Lin Yu said to the floating ball. "Received." After responding, the floating ball slowly landed on the table, standing still as if dormant. Is this artificial intelligence? Baiju stared at the sphere and couldn't help asking. The microbrain sphere of the information department, but this is a name from a long time ago. Now it is called microbrain particles, which can be regarded as artificial intelligence. Lin Yu shrugged. There are microbrain particles with different functions in many places in the college. It's very convenient. You will know it after living in the college for a while. Baiju nodded as if he understood. Microbrain particles. It sounds interesting. Without much hesitation, he raised his head slightly and looked at the crystal-clear screen above. The admission procedure for new student Baiju is in progress, and the current progress is 66%. The admission procedure for new student Baiju is in progress, and the current progress is 73%. The program progress jumped very fast, and it was completed in less than 10 seconds. Identifying the facial information of new student Baiju, the microbrain particles standing still on the desktop floated up, scattering a parallel blue light, repeatedly scanning Baiju's face from top to bottom. The scanning blue light was a bit dazzling, and Baiju couldn't help but squint. Identification successful. Calibrating the information database calibration successful. Registering the supernatural book. Student apartments being allocated. Allocation completed. The new student Baiju's dormitory number is 4505. After more than a dozen sounds, the microbrain particles quieted down, and the large screen above also showed the green subtitle of completed. Okay, let's go. I'll take you to the student apartment. Lin Yu said, and left the outer hall of the information department with Baiju. The student apartment is not far from the outer hall of the information department. In less than 2 minutes, a row of tall buildings appeared in front of us. 4 is your apartment building number, and 505 means dormitory number 5 on the 5th floor. Walking into the number 4 apartment building that looked like a 5-star hotel, Lin Yu said as he handed Baiju's luggage to him at the storage area. Pushing the luggage, the two took the elevator. The elevator stopped on the 5th floor, and Baiju and Lin Yu walked in the dimly lit corridor with burgundy carpet. Soon, the two stopped in front of the door with the number 4505 on it. No need for a key, the door lock automatically unlocks by facial recognition. I'll take you here, and you can come to me if you need anything later. Lin Yu looked like a senior who was taking care of his junior. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying goodbye to Lin Yu, Baiju looked back at the door, looking at the dimly lit screen in front of the door, standing still for a few seconds, only to hear a crisp unlocking sound, and the screen of the door lock system flashing green, unlocking successfully. Pushing the door and entering the room, the smell of a long uninhabited person hits the nose. The lights are not on, the dormitory is very dark. Baiju presses the light switch at the door. The lights are on, and the dormitory scene appears in front of him. Baiju's lips curl up slightly, with satisfaction. Spacious space, luxurious bed and table, separate clothes storage cabinet. This is a double bedroom with 2 beds and tables facing each other. Baiju pushed his luggage in and closed the door. Baiju put his luggage aside and continued walking inside. Separate bathroom and separate toilet, clean and spacious laundry room, balcony overlooking the sea. Not to mention student apartments. Even if some people say this is a suite in a 5-star hotel, I believe it. The configuration is so top-notch that it even surpasses Baiju's knowledge of student apartments. Sitting down on the sofa chair in front of the table, Baiju turned on the desk lamp provided on the table, and the soft white light illuminated the table brightly. It seemed like someone had cleaned it in advance, and there wasn't much dust. Opening the suitcase, Baiju didn't bring many things. After sorting it out for a while, he carried the empty suitcase with one hand and put it into the storage cabinet next to the door. Double bedroom. I will be the only one living there until school starts in September. Not used to living in a group, even if there are only 2 people in the group here, Baiju can only use these 4 months in advance to adapt. Just after cleaning up, Baiju was leaning on the sofa chair to rest when the mobile phone screen on the desktop suddenly lit up, showing a new message reminder. Turn on the phone and click on the text message. And Ling Xue, have you had lunch? Open the virtual keyboard and type a reply. White Ju, not yet, and Ling Xue, it's your first day at the academy and you're not familiar with it yet. Do you want me to accompany you? After sending the message, I waited for half a minute before Ling Xue's message, which seemed to be reserved, came. If you see through it but don't tell it, you will be able to recover in seconds. White Ju, yes, and Ling Xue, which apartment are you in? As soon as the word want was sent, and Ling Xue's reply came within 2 seconds. White Ju, apartment building number 4, and Ling Xue, what a coincidence, I am also on the 4th, are you on the 4th too? Baiju read the new message from Lingxue again to make sure that he had read it correctly. Could it be said that the student apartments at Rhine College are not divided into men and women? The doubts just arose, and after questioning, I got Lingxue's answer. In Lingxue, there are separate floors for boys and girls, regardless of the number of buildings. Baiju, got it, Baiju, when to go to dinner? And Lingxue, I can do it now, Baiju, let's go then. See you in the lobby on the first floor. And Lingxue, emoticon of cute bear making okay gesture. After confirming the time and place, Baiju didn't waste any time, turned off the lamp, got up and left the dormitory. Although it was noon, the elevator was very deserted, and only Baiju was waiting. The apartment building is in a ring. Although there are not many dormitories on this floor, there are about 8 or 9 rooms. However, Baiju did not meet anyone whether in the corridor or taking the elevator. You don't even live in an apartment? It was a bit strange. Baiju took the elevator and went down to the first floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, his eyes caught Lingxue sitting on the sofa in the lobby. When Baiju saw Lingxue, who had been staring at several rows of elevators, stood up happily and approached Baiju. Why don't there seem to be many people in the student apartment? Baiju asked, looking around him. Apart from them, there were only a few students entering and leaving the apartment. It's the end of the term, and many people are out performing tasks. And Lingxue put her hands behind her back and explained, if you fail the task, you will fail the exam. That's it. Baiju's eyes became clear. The so-called mission is like what Lingxue and Lin Yu's team did in the Blue Moon and Phantom incident. However, due to Baiju's participation, these 2 tasks involving the murder rules were solved in a short period of time. Especially in Lingxue, less than half a day after leaving the mission, Blue Moon was broken by Baiju, leaving no room for improvement. Why send students to solve the killing rules? Wouldn't it be faster and better to just let a powerful person like Professor Pullman solve it? Following in Lingxue, Baiju extended his doubts. There are very few people with powers as powerful as Professor Pullman. They all need to deal with higher-level killing rules. These low-level killing rules can only be left to us. And Lingxue explained. Are there many rules for killing? Baiju thought. A lot of. And Lingxue nodded solemnly, and after being broken, some rules will appear again. Reappear? Baiju's expression froze. In other words, if the Phantom is destroyed, will it appear again in the future? Yes, but every time it is broken, the killing rule has a dormant stage, and it will take a long time before it appears again. And Lingxue said, her eyes filled with a little joy. She pointed in front of her and changed the topic. Look, this is the Merce Food Street. There are many, many delicious foods in it. Food court? Looking at this prosperous street with no end in sight, Baiju was startled. He suddenly had the illusion that he was in a bustling metropolis, in a prime commercial street. Rhine College really lives up to Professor Pullman's claim to be top-notch. The vision is impacted by the bustling neon lights of all colors, and Baiju is amazed. Compared to the student apartments, there are more people in the food court. Whatever you want, senior sister is treating you today. And Lingxue held her head high and patted her chest in assurance. I want to eat that. Baiju took advantage of the situation and pointed at the top-notch sushi set priced at $99.98 on the screen advertisement. Do you really want to eat it? And Lingxue looked at Baiju with tears in her eyes. I lied to you. If you don't like sushi, go to that restaurant. Baiju turned his finger and pointed at a noodle shop. Let's go, let's go. And Lingxue became happy. After entering the noodle shop and ordering 2 seafood noodles, Baiju and Lingxue sat down at the table next to the door. Rhine College is so big. While waiting for the meal to be served, Baiju sighed sincerely. It's quite big. And Lingxue agreed, not only this, but also Junming Shopping City, Tianpa Cross Street, New Territories Super Shopping Mall, there are many interesting places. I will accompany you to visit them one day. Saying that, before Baiju could react, and Lingxue became the first to look forward to it. Then thank you in advance, senior sister. Baiju looked at Lingxue and thought she was a bit cute if she was not frank. Hee, that's right, after all, Junior, hey, isn't this Lingxue? Before Lingxue finished speaking, a harsh voice suddenly came from the side, making her expression freeze. The visitor was unkind, so Baiju looked away with a flat gaze. At the entrance of the noodle shop, a group of 3 girls were approaching their table with disdainful chuckles. The leading girl dressed up in a trendy style, with exquisite big-name bags hanging on her elbows. She stepped on high heels and made crisp footsteps step by step. The disdain in her pretty face and smile became more and more intense. They came to the dining table where Ling Xue was. At this time, Bai Ju could see obvious fear on Ling Xue's face. But maybe she didn't want to embarrass herself in front of him, so Ling Xue tried her best to respond, "I'm having lunch." The leading girl laughed even louder. She turned around and looked at the two sisters behind her, and sneered, "Is this what you're going to eat for lunch? My Rollo's lunch is all steak." Rollo, her family's Irish setter. And Ling Xue lowered her head and stared at the noodle bowl, feeling like she was being scolded silently, waiting for them to finish scolding and leave. "Your classmate?" Bai Ju asked Xiang and Ling Xue, looking at the girl with a mocking face. His eyes slowly turned cold. Through the few simple conversations just now, it can be judged that the relationship between Ling Xue and these three girls is that of the bullied and the bully. Reminiscent of the several reincarnations because of Blue Moon, during which Ling Xue told him about being looked down upon in the academy. Her eyes were getting colder and colder, and as she looked at Bai Ju, the girl couldn't help but take a half step back, but she reacted in time and her expression returned to disdain. And Ling Xue responded to Bai Ju in a weak voice. "Senior, who is the Rollo you just talked about?" Bai Ju raised the corners of his lips slightly, and the coldness in his eyes gradually dissipated and was replaced by evil intentions. "It's Sister Yuyu's Irish setter." Before Lin Yuyu spoke, the follower behind her responded and looked at Bai Ju with a bit of interest. "Handsome guy, which department are you from?" "Irish setter." Without answering Lin Yuyu's question, Bai Ju just looked at Lin Yuyu. "Senior, do you usually eat a lot of steak?" "Fine." Bai Ju changed the topic a bit quickly. Lin Yu first responded in a daze, and then reacted and glared at him with anger. "What do you mean? Just now she said that her dog ate steak for lunch, and now Bai Ju asked her if she ate steak. This is an insult. Literally." Bai Ju's dull eyes gradually became sharper. Leaning back on the chair, he looked at Lin Yuyu coldly. Bai Ju has faced death so many times that he is not fearless, but what can be more terrifying than death? "Which department are you in?" Lin Yuyu crossed his arms and smiled angrily. "None of your business," Bai Ju said lightly, which made Lin Yuyu furious. "Okay, very good." Lin Yuyu nodded frequently, gnashing his teeth and glaring at Bai Ju. "Wait for me." The smell of gunpowder was so strong that the two followers behind Lin Yuyu did not dare to say a word. And Ling Xue's heartbeat quickened. She looked at Bai Ju and then at Lin Yuyu, who was extremely angry. She looked very uneasy. Bai Ju looked indifferent, with a meaningful sneer on his lips. "Who did you keep waiting?" The atmosphere was tense when a female voice, as cold as the approaching winter, came from the side, frightening Lin Yuyu until she lost control of her expression. The visitor was Jiang Qianqian, a member of Lin Yu's team. I saw her walking with slender and straight legs, glancing at Lin Yuyu, her eyebrows full of frost. "Sister Qianqian." Lin Yuyu lost his previous tiger-like arrogance and became as timid as a kitten. "Do you know who he is?" Jiang Qianqian raised her chin slightly, signaling Lin Yuyu and her followers to look at Bai Ju. "A forbidden power owner, you want him to wait?" After saying that, Jiang Qianqian glanced at Lin Yuyu coldly. Listening to Jiang Qianqian's words, Lin Yuyu was startled, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Prohibited ability owners. Just the word forbidden made her confused. As a student of Rhine College, she knows very well the meaning of forbidden powers. Turning around in a daze, Lin Yuyu began to show weakness as he looked at Bai Ju. Seeing Lin Yuyu deflated, and Ling Xue's uneasiness eased, she looked at Lin Yuyu and then at Bai Ju, with gratitude and shame in her eyes. "Apologize," Jiang Qianqian said coldly. "Yes, I'm sorry." Lin Yuyu immediately lowered his eyes. Bai Ju said nothing, just looked at her expressionlessly. "Junior Bai, I have apologized and let this matter go." Without waiting for Bai Ju's response, Jiang Qianqian decided the outcome of this matter without authorization. His calm expression did not waver. It was just his first day in the academy. If it was not necessary, Bai Ju would not cause too much trouble. Overall, Jiang Qianqian still favored him on this matter. "Senior Jiang, is she Senior Lin Yu's sister?" Bai Ju glanced at Lin Yuyu and asked Jiang Qianqian over her. "Cousin." Jiang Qian glanced at him, and after answering, she glanced at Lin Yuyu and her two followers with cold eyes, and left the noodle shop without saying hello. Lin Yuyu's drooped head didn't rise until Jiang Qianqian left. With tears of shame and anger in her eyes, she looked at Bai Ju and then at Ling Xue. Her silver teeth were clenched and her fists were clenched. However, with Jiang Qianqian's previous reminder, she could only turn around and leave with her followers in frustration. Seeing their backs disappear outside the door, the coldness in Bai Ju's eyes gradually disappeared, and Ling Xue patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, thank you. Still hanging her head, and Ling Xue weakly thanked her. Do they often bully you? Bai Ju asked, not very tactfully. Without saying anything, and Ling Xue stirred the noodles in the bowl with chopsticks. Looking at Ling Xue's drooped face, Bai Ju just shook his head silently without asking any further questions. Although Lin Yuyu and the others left, the originally beautiful atmosphere was also disrupted. Bai Ju and Ling Xue finished their lunch in silence, leaving Mer's Food Street and heading towards the student apartment. On the way back to the dormitory, Bai Ju wanted to stir up the topic, but seeing that Ling Xue was in a depressed mood, and he was not good at comforting people, he could only give up because he was afraid that calming down would have the opposite effect. Silently, we returned to apartment number 4. Taking the elevator, and Ling Xue and Bai Ju said goodbye on the 3rd floor, and Bai Ju continued to the 5th floor. After getting out of the elevator on the 5th floor, Bai Ju went to room 4505. After unlocking the door through facial recognition, he entered the dormitory. As soon as I sat down on the sofa, my phone suddenly rang with an incoming call. It was a number that even Bai Ju himself didn't know when he saved. It was noted as Information Department of Rhine College. Hello? Hesitantly, Bai Ju answered the call. Hello, student Bai Ju, our department has sent microbrain particles to your basic subject books, please check them carefully. There was a cold female voice on the other side of the phone. Ah? As soon as Bai Ju responded, the call was hung up unilaterally. Then again, just a few seconds. Ding, you have a package from the information department arriving at the door. You have a package from the information department arriving at the door. There was a thick mechanical sound from the smart door lock. Bai Ju left the sofa chair and opened the door. He lowered his gaze slightly and saw several stacked books suspended in the air. Looking further down, you can see 4 light white, fist-sized microbrain particles holding up the corners of the book at the bottom. After taking the pile of books, Bai Ju watched the 4 microbrain particles put together and left from the corridor. Can you still be responsible for delivering express delivery? Bai Ju couldn't help but think of what Lin Yu told him not long ago, that if he stayed in the academy for a while, he would be able to see other uses of microbrain particles. In addition to registering new students, express delivery is also available. Bai Ju was a little curious about what else it can do. Return to the dormitory with the book in hand. Putting it on the ground, Bai Ju squatted down and looked at each book one by one. Theories related to superpowers, the Millennium Development History of Superpowers, Basic Fighting Essentials for Superpowers, Related Theory of Killing Rules, Student Handbook. His eyes passed over the covers one by one, and what he saw was a title that aroused Bai Ju's interest. Without reading the subject book first, Bai Ju spread out the student handbook in his hand and looked at it. First, it is prohibited to release large-scale, destructive superpowers in the school. Second, it is prohibited to use superpowers to fight in the school. If found, a demerit will be recorded. Looking at the prohibited items, Bai Ju frowned slightly. Fifth, going to the second campus is prohibited without special approval. Bai Ju was a little confused by this prohibition, but when he looked at the notes at the back, a hint of understanding appeared in his eyes. The second campus is where the research department is located, and destructive experiments are often conducted. The research department of Rhine College is located in the second campus. During the research and development, experiments are conducted. These experiments on weapons that target killing rules are often accompanied by devastating dangers. Seeing this, Bai Ju can understand why the college prohibits students from going to the second campus. Continuing to read on, the dense regulations made Bai Ju dizzy. After flipping through several pages, he opened his phone and clicked on the chat window with Ling Xue. Bai Ju, is it necessary to read the student handbook in full? And Ling Xue, what is the student handbook? Bai Ju, it's okay. After closing the student handbook and putting it aside with the phone, Bai Ju sat back on the sofa chair and picked up a book, Theory of Superpowers, and spread it on the table. Superpowers are divided into elemental superpowers and special superpowers. Under these two major categories, a small category, forbidden superpowers, has also been spawned. Superpower levels are divided into Awakening Period, Breakthrough Period, and Transcendence Period. Elemental superpowers are divided into water, fire, earth, and wood. Special superpowers are numerous and diverse. Some common special superpowers can be found in the attached page. Forbidden superpowers are relatively rare, and some are stored in the Supreme Archives and are unknown to the public. Staring at the column of forbidden superpowers, Bai Ju carefully checked the example table below. Soul Capture, Blood Wish. The example table lists more than a dozen forbidden superpowers, but Baiju did not see foreknowledge. He read a few more pages, which were some contents that needed to be chewed. After scanning a few times, Baiju turned to the catalog and looked at it, then closed the book and opened Related Theory of Killing Rules. The origin of the killing rules has been speculated by several parties, and there is no consensus in the supernatural world. The killing rules are divided into clevel, blevel, and a level. After looking at the first page, Baiju turned to the directory and purposefully searched for the blevel killing rules. Following the directory, he turned to a certain number of pages. Some information related to the blevel killing rules and their appearance process. Number 0074, blevel killing rules, Red Moon. Number 0066, blevel killing rules, Bride. At the end of the page, there was no phantom in the blevel killing rules given as examples. Go to the library of Rhine College to look for it in the evening. Baiju murmured. The purpose of joining Rhine College is to break the killing rules phantom. Although I learned from Ling Shui at noon that after the killing rules are broken, they will not really disappear, but fall into a state similar to dormancy, and will reappear when the dormancy ends. Baiju's hatred for the phantom is deep in his bones. No matter how many times the phantom returns to the world after being broken, he will break it again with the most firm belief. He closed on the relevance of killing rules and opened the other two books to read them for a few times. There was not much content that interested him, so Baiju glanced at them and closed them. At this time, the sky gradually darkened. At about 5 o'clock in the evening, Baiju sent a message to Ling Shui. Baiju, can you take me to the library in the evening? And Ling Shui, sure. And Ling Shui, have you had dinner? Baiju, not yet. And Ling Shui, together later? And Ling Shui, I'm really sorry for lunch, I'll treat you to another meal. Baiju, it's okay. Baiju, how can I always let my senior treat me? I'll come tonight. And Ling Shui, no. After a few words of argument, Baiju finally treated him to the meal. After finishing the books in the afternoon, he checked the balance of the bank card that the female professor who looked ill-intentioned towards him handed to him in the principal's office in the morning. Surprisingly, it was 6 digits, and the amount was close to 1 million. Baiju was really shocked by the generosity of Rhine College. You know, his mother had saved only a few 100,000 yuan in half her life. However, Baiju was only amazed by the generosity of Rhine College. His mentality did not change because of the bulging pockets. No matter how much money he had, it could not bring back his mother's life. Without delay, after making an appointment with Ling Shui to meet in the lobby, Baiju left the dormitory. Coincidentally, the elevator that Baiju took stopped on the 3rd floor, and it was Ling Shui who came in. They met in the elevator room in advance. Mers Food Street, Junming Shopping City, Tianpa Cross Street, New Territories Convenience Store. Where do you want to eat tonight? It was getting dark, and Ling Shui walked side by side with Baiju, with her hands behind her back. Where is close to the library? Baiju asked. New Territory Convenience Store. And Ling Shui thought for a moment. Let's go there. Baiju decided. Why go to the library? Under the rows of bright streetlights, and Ling Shui turned her head and looked at Baiju. Check something. Baiju did not directly state the purpose. Oh. Without asking any more questions, and Ling Shui took Baiju to the direction of the New Territories Convenience Store. At night, the shop signs blended with the colorful neon lights. At this time, Rhine College looked like the future city that people dreamed of in the movie. The night sky was full of fireworks, and the gorgeous makeup was colorful and smiling. Following in Ling Shui, a building like an ancient city gate came into view, and looking back, there were tall buildings. Night is the most prosperous time for New Territories convenience stores. Around them, the noise and prosperity provoked nerves, and Baiju and Ling Shui sat down in a Western restaurant. After ordering food, the waiter brought the food while chatting. While eating, it was 7 o'clock in the evening, and the sky was completely dark, but in the flashing of neon lights, it was no different from daytime. After dinner, Ling Shui took Baiju to the library. Although he had prepared himself mentally, Baiju still couldn't help but marvel when he saw the library of Rhine College. In addition to being big, he could only think of the word inhumane to describe it. The library is divided into 10 floors, each floor has a collection of millions of books, and the space is so large that people with poor sense of direction can get lost. Following the landmarks, Ling Shui took him to the rules of killing related books area according to Baiju's request. Looking at the countless rows of bookshelves in front of them, Baiju and Ling Shui came to the microbrain librarian on this floor. It's called a librarian, but it's actually a microbrain particle the size of a human head. After asking if they wanted to find books related to the Phantom of the Rules of Killing, the microbrain particle led them to a bookshelf. The search for books related to the Phantom of the Blevel Rules of Killing has been completed, and number 122 has applied to return. The microbrain particle as big as a human head turned to Baiju. How should I say this? Baiju asked in confusion. Just say you agree. And Lingxue demonstrated to Baiju, agree to return. Application successful, number 122 is ready to return. As he spoke, microbrain granules shuttled between the bookshelves without looking back and returned to the original position. At the same time, Baiju also turned his attention to the bookshelf in front of him. There are many books on the bookshelf, but judging from the titles, many of them are not what he wants. A brief explanation of Class B killing rules, the dangerousness of killing rules, the connection between killing rules and killing rules. His sight slid down and landed on a book called A Detailed Analysis of the Phantom of Class B Killing Rules. Baiju's eyebrows deepened slightly, and he took the book from the bookshelf and spread it in his hands to read. In 342 AD, the Phantom first appeared in the Lighthouse Country. Because it was not dealt with in time, it caused a large number of deaths. Turning the page, Baiju read carefully. This book explains the time when the Phantom was born in the world, like an incident book about the Phantom. After reading about 1/3 of the book, he still did not get any useful information. Baiju decisively closed the page and turned to the next book about the Phantom. While he was flipping through the books, and Lingxue came to other bookshelves to find interesting books. Time passed unknowingly. After 10 o'clock, the library sounded a gentle and warm reminder, there is still half an hour before closing. Please pay attention to the reading time. The library will close at 10:30 and open at 6 o'clock the next day. And Lingxue did not tell Baiju about this because she herself did not know. Let's go. Baiju put down the book and called in Lingxue, who was playing Candy Crush on her phone. Have you finished reading? And Lingxue's eyes left the screen. I have finished reading. Looking at her, Baiju felt a little embarrassed. He was too focused on checking the information and for a moment he ignored in Lingxue's existence. Oh, then let's go. And Lingxue put away her phone and straightened her waist to relieve the pain from sitting for a long time. There were many people in the library. After the warm reminder, many people, like Baiju, left the sea of books. After leaving the library with an Lingxue, the night came into his eyes. Baiju squinted his eyes and adjusted his eyes to adapt to the weak light. On the way back to the student dormitory, they passed by the New Territories convenience store and had a midnight snack at an Lingxue's request. It was about 11 o'clock before the two returned to the student dormitory. Bye. The elevator reached the 3rd floor and in Lingxue and Baiju said goodbye. See you tomorrow. Baiju got off the elevator on the 5th floor, watching in Lingxue's back blocked by the closed elevator door. After facial recognition, the door unlocked and Baiju entered the dormitory. He turned on the light, and the soft light fell on him, and the fatigue of the day flowed away. After taking a set of clothes from the closet, Baiju took a hot shower in the bathroom. With a wet towel tied around his waist, Baiju walked out with the mist. He looked at the time with his mobile phone. It was almost 12 o'clock. At this time, he would play with his mobile phone in bed, watch some videos and then go to sleep because he had to get up early to go to school the next day. But now he doesn't have to prepare for the college entrance examination. Sitting on the sofa chair in front of the table, Baiju was in a daze. He suddenly felt a sense of illusion that he was still a college entrance examination candidate sitting in a senior high school classroom and doing questions in the last second, and was admitted to Rhine College in the next second. Shaking his head, Baiju felt tired from the day. He yawned, turned off the light, and climbed onto the bed on the table through the built-in stairs. The quilts and pillows were all provided by the college, and they were made of the best materials. Baiju slept very comfortably that night. But this comfort only lasted before going to bed. It was a dream. In the dream, Baiju woke up on the bus. His mother's death seemed to have become his nightmare, and he had nightmares for several days. In the early morning of the next day, Baiju woke up with a sweat all over his back. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Baiju looked at the phone beside his pillow with tired eyes. It was just past 5 o'clock. However, he couldn't sleep either. The library opened at 6 o'clock. Baiju got out of bed, washed up, changed into clean clothes, and left the dormitory. He hadn't finished reading the books about the Phantom yesterday. According to the weight of that half bookshelf, it was estimated that he could read it for more than 10 days. The sky was just getting light, and the streets were deserted. Many shops were still closed, and there were few students. It was just the time for the library to open, so Baiju returned to the bookshelf from last night, took out a few books, and sat in the reading area to read. Time passed quickly, and he had only read a third of the second book, when the footsteps in the quiet library increased. He raised his head slightly, temporarily leaving the yellowed pages, and blinked slightly with sore eyes. Most of the people in the reading area had left, and some were still packing up and preparing to leave. He glanced at the classical wall clock hanging high on the wall, and it was 11 o'clock before he knew it. It's noon. Baiju realized later that he hadn't eaten breakfast yet. He filled his stomach with some food at the New Territories convenience store closest to the library, and returned to the library to continue reading. By flipping through several books that recorded information about the Phantom, Baiju had a basic understanding of the Phantom. But it was not enough. A killing rule is extremely complicated, just like the 3 rules of phantoms killing that Lin Yu showed Baiju in a previous reincarnation in Xinjiang. Although they are rich in information and effective, they are only the tip of the iceberg of phantoms killing methods. Ding! While reading a book, a new message reminder suddenly came from the phone, which was very abrupt in the quiet environment. The microbrain librarian who was responsible for maintaining silence immediately looked at Baiju. Putting the phone on silent mode, Baiju clicked on the message. And Ling Xue, good morning. Looking at the content of the message, Baiju looked at the time again. Well, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Baiju, what time did you stay up last night? And Ling Xue, 2 o'clock. No, it should be 3 o'clock. And Ling Xue, Little Bear's thoughtful expression. And Ling Xue, I fell asleep while reading. I don't remember. Baiju, TV series? And Ling Xue, yes, how do you know? Little Bear is shocked. White Ju, and Ling Xue, the final exams are over, and the school won't have summer vacation until June. And Ling Xue, wow, it's so boring to stay in the dormitory all the time. Little Bear crying. Baiju, this way. And Ling Xue, do you want to have dinner later? Little Bear is looking forward to it. Baiju, okay, I happen to be in the library. And Ling Xue, okay. I'll come right away. The topic ended here. Baiju put his phone on vibrate, put it in his pocket, and continued reading. About an hour and a half passed. Buzz, the phone vibrated in my pocket. Baiju opened his phone and checked. It was a message from An Ling Xue. And Ling Xue, I'm here. Baiju, wait for me at the door. Clicking send, Baiju looked at the time. Well, it's past 4:30, almost 5 o'clock. Coming soon. Without paying much attention, Baiju closed the book, put it in the temporary storage cabinet, and headed to the door. When I saw An Ling Xue outside the museum, she happily waved to Baiju. Where are we going to eat? After leaving the library and coming to An Ling Xue's side, Baiju was troubled by the senior sister's inquiry. The only places I've been to where I can eat on campus are Mer's Food Court and New Territories Supermarket. Then I'll take you to Tianpa Cross Street this time. And Ling Xue's eyes were shining. After setting a goal, Baiju followed An Ling Xue and headed there. It's not very late yet, and it's not dark yet. When you come to Tianpa Cross Street, you will feel the same sense of prosperity and future as Mer's Food Street and New Territories Supermarket. Take a seat at a restaurant. After ordering your meal. After Blue Moon's mission is over, will there be no classes when we return to school? Baiju asked. Right. And Ling Xue couldn't wait to take a sip of the milk tea that was just served. Now I have to play at school for 2 months and then go home. So? Baiju said, is your roommate back? Actions like Blue Moon, breaking the rules of killing, are the final exams for the students of Rhine College. Baiju's contribution to An Ling Xue's return so early was indispensable. I don't have a roommate. And Ling Xue said, or felt that the wording was wrong, so she explained, I had her in my freshman year, but she seemed to be not feeling well and went home after not staying with me for a few days. So you live alone now? Baiju couldn't help but feel a little envious of An Ling Xue when he thought that the vacant beds in the double dormitory would be filled when the freshman class starts in September. He prefers to live alone than with 2 people. Right. And Ling Xue said, her eyes showing a bit of disappointment, it's boring to be alone. I can only watch TV series every day. If I have a roommate, she can play with me. You can come and play with me if you're bored. Senior sister and is a person who writes her emotions on her face. Baiju, who is used to wearing masks, can't stand such people. This kind of sincerity is a bit hard to live up to. Really? And Ling Xue looked at him, her eyes seemed to be shining. Real. Baiju said sincerely, I still have a lot of things I don't understand to ask you, just don't bother me. No, just ask, I will tell you everything I know. Being affirmed of his worth, and Ling Xue's lips curved into a smile. Afterwards, Baiju asked in Ling Xue if he could continue to live in the college during the summer vacation. He no longer has a home, and the only place he can stay during the summer vacation is the Rhine College. But Ling Xue didn't know the answer to this question. You can call the information department. And Ling Xue gave Baiju a way to get the answer. At 10 o'clock in the evening, when he returned home from the library, before taking a shower, Baiju dialed the number that was added to his address book at an unknown time and was noted as Information Department of Rhine University. Xiaoran, a member of the Information Department, is at your service. The phone was connected the moment it was dialed, and then a cold female voice came. Yeah, thanks to the teaching of senior sister An. After dinner, Baiju read a book in the library, and Ling Xue watched a romantic drama in the library with headphones. At about 10 o'clock, the two returned to the student dormitory. After washing up, it was 11 o'clock. After watching some short videos on the bed, it was almost 12 o'clock. Baiju put his phone aside and fell asleep. Another nightmare tonight. He seemed to be trapped in that bus every night for 2 months. At 5 in the morning, Baiju woke up. Perhaps because of the long-term nightmare, gradually, waking up at 5 o'clock became a part of Baiju's biological clock. Get out of bed and wash up. Stay in the dormitory until nearly 8 o'clock. Baiju sent a message to Ling Xue. Baiju, when are you leaving? After this message, a few minutes passed. Baiju, are you awake? After a few more minutes, there was still no reply. Baiju's forehead was black. Leaving school today, the cruise is at 9 o'clock, and she has not woken up yet. Thinking about it, a phone call came. Good morning. The phone rang for a while, and it was connected, and Ling Xue's confused voice came. It's almost 9 o'clock. Looking at the time, it was just 8 o'clock. Baiju deliberately frightened. It's 9 o'clock, 9 o'clock? Falsely reporting the time is very effective. And Ling Xue's voice suddenly rose on the other end of the phone, followed by a gasp. You lied to me. From the sound, and Ling Xue's cheeks should be bulging at this time. If you don't get up, you can wait until tomorrow to leave. Baiju said helplessly. I'll get up now. Seemingly realizing that she was leaving school today, and Ling Xue hung up the phone in a hurry. It was only 8:03, and Baiju was planning to go to Ling Xue's dormitory at 8:20 to help her carry her luggage. Other side. After Ling Xue quickly washed up, she hurriedly packed the things that had not been stuffed into the suitcase. Before I finished cleaning up, the doorbell rang. Enter. She spoke, and the door lock recognized the words and opened with a click. Pushing the door open, a girl's unique fragrance invades her nostrils, and the next thing she sees is Seniorin, who is stuffing things into the suitcase. Stop squeezing, the suitcase will burst if you keep squeezing it. Looking at the stuffed and bulging suitcase, Baiju couldn't help but think of the dinner a few days ago. And Ling Xue stuffed desserts into her mouth while saying she couldn't eat anymore. Give me a minute, the suitcase couldn't be stuffed anymore, so Ling Xue started stuffing it into the backpack. As we all know, 1 minute is not equal to 60 seconds. Wait until 8:40. I'm fine, let's go. And Ling Xue pulled on the strap of her backpack and waved to Baiju, who was pushing 2 full suitcases behind her. When summer vacation comes, most students at Rhine College will choose to go home. Because the school is established on an island, every holiday, Rhine College rents more than a dozen luxury cruise ships to take students to their destinations according to the nearest route. Departure at 9 o'clock, boarding at 8:50. It's 8:43 now. There was not much time left for Ling Xue. Jogging all the way, and Ling Xue was sent to the dock in time to board the ship. Junior, if you miss me, remember to send me a message. Woohoo, sometimes Baiju really feels that he, Seniorin, is different from other girls. The nerves are large and the reflex arcs are also large. The day before leaving, she was still happy, without any sadness before leaving, but before boarding the ship, she suddenly became reluctant to leave and said goodbye to Baiju with choked sobs. Definitely, seeing that the entrance to the ship was about to be closed, Baiju had the feeling that the emperor was not in a hurry and the eunuch was in a hurry. Hurry up and get on the ship. Seeing Ling Xue wiping away tears as she finally boarded the cruise home, Baiju couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Sometimes, he really felt that the identities of junior and senior had been completely reversed. After leaving the port, Baiju was about to return to the first campus. Junior, bye? A familiar voice came from behind. Baiju turned around and saw Lin Yu approaching with a smile. Senior Lin Yu, why are you here? Baiju asked. Judging from Lin Yu's appearance, he must have just left the dock and wanted to go back to campus, just like him. I just sent you, senior sister Jiang, aboard the ship. Lin Yu smiled and said, Where's Junior Bai? Are you also sending people away? Yeah. Baiju nodded. It's senior sister-in, right? Lin Yu's smile became ambiguous. That's okay, Junior. I'll take down Junior-in before school starts. No, Baiju shook his head. Senior sister-in usually takes care of me. As a junior, I should help her carry her luggage. Without asking further questions, Lin Yu just said, I understand. When will senior Lin Yu leave school? Baiju changed the subject. It will be very late, probably in August. Speaking of this, Lin Yu smiled mysteriously. Junior Bai, do you know how good I am now, senior? With doubts in his eyes, Baiju shook his head. If this summer vacation goes well and my thunder power successfully reaches the transcendence stage, then I will be the 5th youngest person in the history of superpowers to achieve the transcendence stage. As he spoke, Lin Yu blinked at Baiju, with a proud look on his face. Well, that's amazing. After a moment of silence, Baiju praised expressionlessly. The 5th youngest superpower user in the history of superpowers. Lin Yu tried to make Baiju realize how great he was by emphasizing, the 5th one. If it were someone else with superpowers, he would probably be shocked. But Baiju, he doesn't even have a serious superpower, and his concept of the strength of superpowers can only remain on the surface. Wow, that's amazing. Baiju was trying hard to cater to Lin Yu. Never mind. Lin Yu dropped the topic in frustration. Have you eaten yet? Not yet. Elbow, senior, please. Thank you, senior. After lunch, Baiju's life in the next few days was the same as before the summer vacation. Except that Ling Xue was not with him, not much had changed. I spent the morning in the library, the afternoon I exercised as planned in the gym, and I continued to spend time in the library in the evening until 10 o'clock. On this day, Baiju had dinner and returned to the library to continue reading books on the rules of killing. Buzz at around 9 o'clock at night, the cell phone in my pocket vibrated. It was a new message reminder. Baiju took out his phone to check it. The sender was in Ling Xue, and the content of the text message made Baiju's pupils shrink sharply. I'm so scared, come and save me, this is the text of the newsletter. Almost instantly, Baiju's nerves tensed up. He first sent a text message to ask for details, but after waiting for a few seconds, there was no reply. The library has special soundproof rooms for people who need to make noise temporarily. Without even closing the book, Baiju came to the soundproof room and was about to dial Ling Xue's phone number. But just as he was about to dial, his movement stopped. The content conveyed by the text messages revealed a danger. And Ling Xue was very likely to be in a dangerous whirlpool similar to kidnapping. If he made a rash call now. After thinking about it for a moment, Baiju couldn't help but tremble in his heart. What to do? He took a deep breath to calm his brain. Contact the principal. When he met with the principal before, Sais told him that he could come to him at any time if he needed anything. However, Baiju didn't know the principal's contact information. Ask Senior Lin Yu. Rather than getting the principal's contact information now, it would save more time to find Lin Yu, a sophomore who is highly regarded by Professor Pullman. As soon as the dialing tone rang, Lin Yu answered the call. What's wrong, Senior Brother Bai? The ambient sound on Lin Yu's side was very quiet. If the guess was correct, he was in the dormitory at this time. And Ling Xue is in danger, help me contact the principal. Baiju's voice was urgent. Junior sister-in is in danger? Listening to Baiju's words, Lin Yu was startled at first, and then his voice sank. Don't worry, I'll contact you. After this sentence, the phone was hung up. After ending the call, Baiju pushed open the door of the soundproof room and left the library almost as fast as he could. The principal's office is on the 98th floor of the Dream and Dream building. Although it is getting late, and Ling Xue is currently too far away from him. Apart from asking for help, Baiju can't think of any other better way. As soon as I arrived at the Dream and Dream building, the phone rang. It was Lin Yu. I contacted Professor Pullman and he said that the Academy's forces in Yenching have been sent to Junior Sister Anne's house to investigate the situation. The results should be available soon. Don't worry too much. Lin Yu finished these words in one breath. Where are you now? I'm going to find you. The entrance to the mansion of dreams and dreams. After listening to Lin Yu's words, Baiju breathed a sigh of relief. Yenching is the city wherein Ling Xue is currently located. Since the college also has power in Yenching, and Ling Xue's safety is guaranteed to a certain extent. Instead of entering the building of dreams and dreams, Baiju chose to wait for Lin Yu at the door. While waiting, he turned on his phone to see if Ling Xue had responded. His eyes swept across the text message interface with Ling Xue, and then he read the text message that seemed to be asking for help. Baiju's heart was burning with urgency. Although he and Ling Xue had only known each other for less than half a year, Baiju was greatly touched by Lan Yu's sacrifice of his life to save him and the careful care he received after entering the academy. Even the scars left in his heart after his mother's death were somewhat healed by Ling Xue. White Ju. His thoughts stopped and he was interrupted by a call. Baiju looked up and saw Lin Yu trotting all the way and coming to him panting. Although he had not yet recovered his breath, his face was solemn. Professor Pullman just called me back and said that Ling Xue was fine at home. Good. Have you sent someone to look at it? Baiju asked worriedly. I just sent someone to confirm it. Lin Yu was sure, but his voice was confused. But Junior Bai, why did you suddenly say that Junior sister is in danger? Baiju didn't speak, but silently opened the chat interface with Ling Xue. The part "I'm so scared, come and save me" was so frowning. What's going on? Lin Yu was confused and said, you can try contacting Xu Man again. Just as Baiju responded, the next moment, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Ling Xue. Ling Xue, suddenly two big men knocked on my door and said they were sent by the college. Ling Xue, it's so strange that they came to confirm my situation. Little Bear is confused. Ling Xue, I was just watching a drama and saw your message. Sorry, Little Bear. 3 sentences in a row, using a familiar tone. Baiju, are you okay? Turn on the virtual keyboard and Baiju can type quickly. Ling Xue, it's okay. Ling Xue, what's wrong? Little Bear is confused. White Ju, screenshot. Without further explanation, Baiju sent a screenshot of the distress message she had sent earlier. Ling Xue, I have never sent you this kind of message. The response he got was denial from Ling Xue himself. Baiju's eyebrows suddenly darkened. Sensing something strange about Baiju, Lin Yu asked, what's wrong? Senior sister said that this message was not sent by her. Baiju said in a deep voice. This distress message was clearly sent through Ling Xue's contact number, and it was clearly displayed on her message interface. Now, Ling Xue said that this message was not sent by her. Things went from crisis to bizarre in an instant. Are you kidding? Lin Yu's expression also changed. In his impression, Xu Man has a relatively gentle temperament and does not seem like someone who would make such a joke. Baiju, take a closer look. Baiju replied again and confirmed to Ling Xue. Ling Xue, really not. A few seconds later, Ling Xue came back with a positive reply. Where did this message come from? Baiju felt a chill on his back, but he was more confused and puzzled. Maybe someone with certain hacking skills used Xu Man's number to send these to tease you. I will report this to the information department and investigate it carefully. Lin Yu patted Baiju's left shoulder. Don't think too much, believe in science. Yeah. Baiju responded lightly. Although Lin Yu's statement is also possible, he has not offended anyone. Is it necessary to scare him with this? Wait a minute. Baiju's eyes deepened slightly. Speaking of offending, 2 months ago, he couldn't stand Ling Xue being bullied and offended Lin Yu. Could it be her? Although it is just a guess, it is very likely to make reasonable suspicions based on Lin Yu's words. After all, Lin Yu is Lin Yu's cousin, and did not directly express the guess in front of Lin Yu. Baiju and Lin Yu chatted for a few words and parted at the intersection. After returning to the dormitory, Baiju did not wash up immediately as usual. He sat down on the sofa chair and looked at the message sent by Ling Xue for help, as well as Ling Xue's subsequent denial. A strong sense of uneasiness brewed in his chest. Is it really just a trick on me through hacking technology? His brows were furrowed deeper and deeper, but thinking deeply did not produce any results, so he had to give up for the time being, put down his phone, and went to the bathroom to wash up. It was almost 12 o'clock, and Baiju went to bed. Before going to bed, he only felt a tightness in his chest, as if something was about to happen. Just thinking it was a psychological effect, Baiju did not struggle too much and closed his eyes to sleep. In his dream tonight, he was still struggling repeatedly on the bus. Back on the bus again, Baiju was about to get off, when suddenly, the dream in front of him began to break, and a series of harsh ringtones exploded in his ears. He woke up suddenly, and what he saw was the ceiling glowing in the dark. Then, Baiju turned his head and looked to his side. The screen glowed, indicating an incoming call. It was Ling Xue calling. Without hesitation, Baiju answered the call. I'm so scared, come and save me, Ling Xue cried and her voice trembled, as if she had encountered something extremely terrifying. Where are you now? Baiju was sweating coldly. I'm so scared, Without answering Baiju's question, and Ling Xue just kept crying on the other end of the phone, "Come and save me." After this, the phone was hung up. "Hello?" Baiju was anxious and dialed the phone immediately. "Beep. Beep, sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unreachable. The call could not be connected." No one answered. It was only 3 o'clock in the morning, and darkness climbed all over the walls. Baiju didn't care about the cold sweat flowing into his eyes, and quickly opened the address book and dialed Lin Yu's number. "What's wrong?" After ringing for a few seconds, the phone was connected, and Lin Yu's voice sounded a little confused. "Quick! Find someone to go to Ling Xue's house." Baiju almost roared. "Ah!" Lin Yu on the other end of the phone suddenly woke up. "What happened to junior sister Rin? She's in danger, hurry." Baiju was anxious and couldn't explain for a while. "I know." Lin Yu didn't insist on asking the reason, and chose to believe Baiju. "Don't worry, I'll contact her." After that, Lin Yu hung up the phone. He got out of bed and continued to call Ling Xue back. It didn't work, it still didn't work. He tried to send a message to Ling Xue, but no one responded. At this moment, Baiju could only wait anxiously, waiting for Lin Yu to send a message. A few minutes later, Lin Yu called. "Professor Pullman sent someone to junior sister Anne's house to see her. She is fine." Lin Yu paused for a moment, and his voice was hesitant. This was not a hesitation about Ling Xue being fine, but a hesitation about Baiju saying that Ling Xue was in danger. "Nothing?" Baiju opened his eyes wide and his voice rose. He clearly remembered Ling Xue's call for help just now. Xiaomeyan said she was sleeping just now. "Anyway, you should contact her first." Lin Yu yawned and said, "I'm so sleepy. I'm going to sleep first. If you have anything, come to me. Thank you for troubling me." Baiju thanked him in a deep voice. As the call was hung up, he saw the new message reminder on the top bar of the screen. It was the news that Ling Xue was back. "Ling Xue, I'm fine. Ling Xue, what's wrong with you?" Looking at these two lines of information, Baiju couldn't help but take a deep breath. "You're fine, then who called me for help just now?" "Baiju, did you call me just now?" "Ling Xue, no, I was sleeping just now." Ling Xue, Little Bear is puzzled. "Baiju, it's okay, you continue to sleep, good night." After finishing the chat, Baiju put the phone aside, grabbed his hair with both hands, and rested his elbows on the table. "Why is this? I'm so scared, please come and save me." This is what Ling Xue said on the phone just now. Baiju is sure and certain that this incident really happened. But, why did Ling Xue say no? Lin Yu said that Professor Pullman sent people to Ling Xue's house and found nothing unusual. Everything is weird and incredible. Last night at around 9 o'clock in the library, Ling Xue sent a text message for help, but she finally denied that she had sent such a text message. After Lin Yu's reminder, Baiju reasonably suspected that Lin Yu used hacking methods to tease him in order to avenge the grudge she had made 2 months ago. But, if the text message can be justified by this, then what about the phone call just now? On the phone, it was completely in Ling Xue's voice. Thoughts were disorganized, and the logic became more and more chaotic. Take a deep breath. Baiju shook his head, and forced himself to put the matter aside and not think about it for the time being. Wait till dawn and ask Seniorin. 2 things in a row were so weird that he felt a little goosebumps. Wait until 9 o'clock in the morning. Baiju called in Ling Xue again. "Senior, are you really okay?" The opening statement was very direct, which was what Baiju was most worried about. "I'm fine." Ling Xue's slightly confused voice came from the other end of the phone. "What's wrong? You've been acting weird since last night. Check the call logs to see if there's anyone calling me after 2 o'clock. Baiju went deeper into the topic. Oh. It didn't sound like Baiju was joking, and Ling Xue was silent for a moment. "There's no call record after 2 o'clock. No? Baiju frowned immediately. "I was sleeping at 2 o'clock last night." Perhaps because Baiju's voice got louder on the phone, Ling Xue explained weakly. After a few seconds of silence, Baiju chatted with Ling Xue for a few more words and hung up the phone. He checked his call logs and found a call from Ling Xue after 2 o'clock in the morning. But Ling Xue said no. Then who was the person who called me? Ling Xue who was sleepwalking? Baiju was unhappy all day because his doubts were not answered. It was night again. Just like yesterday, he washed up and went to bed to sleep at around 12 o'clock. But, just when he was about to put his phone next to his pillow. Ding! Unlike the call reminder, this was the ringtone for the video call request. After the 2 strange encounters, Baiju's heart skipped a beat when he heard this ringtone. He turned over and looked at the screen of his mobile phone. Looking at the note requesting the video, his pupils suddenly shrank. It wasn't Ling Shuai again. Without hesitation, Baiju connected the video. I'm so scared, familiar crying, unfamiliar background. In the video, and Ling Shuai curled up in a corner eroded by darkness, like an abandoned kitten, crying helplessly in the corner. Come and save me. Save me. It was exactly the same as the call for help on the phone last night. Baiju's heart began to beat wildly. Is there anyone around you? He tried to find the source of Ling Shuai's fear through the screen. But there was no reply. And Ling Shuai was just crying. I'm so scared, come and save me. I beg you to come and save me. The voice stopped here, the video was disconnected, and the helpless scene occupying the retina was replaced by the floodlit screen. Now Baiju was panicking. The first 2 times were text messages and phone calls, this time it was a video call. What you see is much easier to panic than what you hear. Almost the next second after the video call ended, he found Lin Yu's phone number in the address book and dialed it like last night. What's wrong? Although the call was answered quickly, Lin Yu's voice on the other end of the phone was obviously not very awake. Senior Lin Yu, please ask Professor Pullman to send someone to Ling Shuai's house again. Baiju's voice was urgent. Isn't Junior sister in trouble again? Lin Yu on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds. This time it's true. Thinking of the content of the video call just now, Baiju couldn't help but panic. Please believe me again, for the last time. Okay. Lin Yu didn't say much, didn't ask more, and didn't show impatience, just responded and hung up the phone. Baiju also started to contact Ling Shuai. But the same situation as last night occurred. The call couldn't get through, and the message was not replied, as if the connection was lost. Baiju is now in a hurry. Whether it was a text message or a phone call, he couldn't sit still for a moment when he saw Ling Shuai's helpless state with his own eyes. Since his mother passed away, Ling Shuai has been by his side to help and accompany him. Handling his mother's funeral, taking him to familiarize himself with the campus. No matter which point, Baiju was grateful, not to mention Lan Yuelian's life-saving rescue in that reincarnation. And Ling Shuai said she was lonely and no one wanted to play with her, but Baiju was the same. 2 lonely people met, and the emotions that were supported by a single tree had a support, and the gray fog that had been shrouded in the spiritual world for many years began to dissipate. All of this was tightening every nerve of Baiju. What happened to Ling Shuai? Baiju wanted to know, but he had no way of knowing. He was too worried about Ling Shuai's current situation. But he couldn't contact Ling Shuai. Just when he was extremely anxious, a call without a note came in. I just sent someone to Ling Shuai's home again. She's fine. The voice on the other end of the phone was a little familiar. Baiju was startled at first, and then realized it was Professor Pullman. Did you see anything with your foresight? Without waiting for Baiju to respond, Professor Pullman's puzzled voice followed. 3 times in a row, and each time the interval was no more than 24 hours. If it weren't for Baiju's special ability, Professor Pullman would have wanted to give him a big warning. I'm busy, why are you playing wolf here? Baiju was silent for a few seconds. No, after he said this, Professor Pullman on the other end of the phone also fell silent. Don't do it again. After this, Professor Pullman hung up the phone. Staring at the floodlit screen and looking at the new message reminder, he knew that Ling Shuai had replied, but Baiju hesitated to click it. He recalled everything he saw when he connected the video call more than 10 minutes ago. And Ling Shuai hid in the corner crying and sent him a call for help. After clicking on Ling Shuai's message, after some communication, the video call was denied by her. Baiju didn't know what he should think now. After a sleepless night, the day dawned. At about 8 o'clock, Baiju left the dormitory with his luggage. His application to leave school had been approved by the information department, and he was going to Ling Shuai's house to find the strange truth. Shouty Bai, where are you going? Before Baiju got on the apartment elevator, the elevator door to the 5th floor opened, and Lin Yu walked out with a gloomy face. Senior Lin Yu, looking at Lin Yu who suddenly appeared, Baiju was stunned for a moment. Professor Pullman called me just now and said that you applied to leave school and asked me to come and see. Lin Yu checked Baiju's outfit inside. Are you going to Xiao Meiyan's place? Yeah. Baiju responded. Based on the previous 3 events, it is not difficult to guess Baiju's purpose of leaving school this time. I ask you, are the things you said before true? Lin Yu suddenly became serious and stared at Baiju. It's true. Baiju affirmed. Okay, then I'll go with you. Lin Yu's words were beyond Baiju's expectations. He looked very serious. You also showed me the text message before. It really existed, but it was denied by Nshume. These 3 things were also reported to the information department, ruling out the possibility of hacking technology. Also, you have the forbidden ability to predict. If you encounter any unexpected events, it will be a loss for the entire Rhine College. Lin Yu's face was full of solemnity. I'll go with you. Looking into Lin Yu's eyes, he could feel the sincerity and trust in his eyes. For a moment, an indescribable emotion brewed in his chest, and Baiju could only respond with a heavy voice, expressing the heat flowing through his body. Thank you, Senior. This matter was strange enough. Baiju had no other abilities except rebirth after death. With a powerful superpower like Lin Yu accompanying him, his uneasy heart was completely settled. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Lin Yu packed his luggage and went to the pier where the cruise ship was docked with Baiju. After boarding the ship and putting the luggage in the cabin assigned by the cruise ship, Baiju and Lin Yu came to the deck. The cruise ship broke through the waves, and the sea breeze blew across his cheeks, bringing a comfortable coolness. Watching the island where the Visual Academy was located slowly disappear in the vast sea horizon, Baiju's eyes were deep and looked into the distance. He had a hunch that behind all this puzzling, he could get the answer by going to Yancheng and Lingshue's residence. He could get the answer he wanted. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the cruise ship arrived at the port of Yancheng. Have you told Junior Sister and that we are coming? Pushing the luggage, Lin Yu suddenly thought of this question. No, Baiju shook his head. Then do you know where her home is? Lin Yu's expression froze. Yes, she said it before. Baiju said. Lin Yu was somewhat speechless. It's better to inform her in advance. Without refusing, Baiju raised the screen of his mobile phone and sent a message to Lingsue. Baiju, there is still 1 hour to your door, and Lingsue? 3 question marks in a row were almost replied in seconds. Baiju did not continue the topic. He left the port with Lin Yu and took a taxi directly to Lingshue's community. On the other side. And Lingshue stared at the message sent by Baiju on the phone, looking a little silly. There is still 1 hour to my door? Why did Junior Brother Bai come to my house? Then she thought about what Baiju had done in the past 2 days, which was difficult for her to understand. It was not difficult to accept Baiju's words. But my house is so messy. Sitting on the swivel chair, looking at the garbage bags that had not been cleaned up, and Lingshue's eyes were panicked. Because she was alone at home, she would wait until there was no more garbage or the smell was unbearable before throwing it all away. There is still an hour. And Lingshue hurriedly started to clean up. Not only was her bedroom full of garbage, but there was also a lot in the living room. The girl in shorts and short sleeves got busy, shuttling back and forth between the living room and bedroom, sweating profusely. An hour later. Dang dang outside the door, Baiju knocked on the door with his knuckles after checking the house number correctly. Here it comes, a voice came from far away through the door, and as soon as Baiju withdrew his hand, the door was opened from the inside. As soon as the door opened, Baiju and Lin Yu were seen dragging suitcases. You're here. Before wiping the sweat off her forehead, and Lingshue panted and forced a smile. Just finished exercising? Seeing that Lingshue's short-sleeved shirt was almost sticking to her skin because of the sweat, Baiju couldn't help but ask. Come in first. With an awkward smile, and Lingshue invited Baiju and Lin Yu into the house. First, she took 2 bottles of drinks from the refrigerator and put them on the dining table. And Lingshue said excuse me and went back to the bedroom. A few minutes later, she changed her clothes and came to the living room. Why did you come to my house suddenly? Looking at Baiju and Lin Yu's luggage, and Lingshue asked in confusion. Come here. Without answering Lingshue's question immediately, Baiju called her to his side, opened his phone, and searched for the chat records with her. I'm so scared, come and save me. This was a message for help sent from Lingshue's account. Looking at that message, and then seeing that the sender wrote her own name, and Lingshue was stunned for a few seconds, and then opened her phone to check the chat interface with Baiju. Look at me. And Lingshue turned to the chat history with Baiju during that time period. Unlike Baiju, that message was not on her phone. The weird part was here. With this incident as a prelude, Baiju began to carefully explain the reason for coming here. This feeling of being cared for made Lingshue blush, and she was both touched and embarrassed. In the end, she could only say thank you to Baiju to express her emotions. After explaining the reason, and Lingshue's family still had a vacant guest room, which was given to Baiju and Lin Yu to stay temporarily. Senior Lin, do you smell a strange smell? Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Baiju frowned and sniffed. It seems to be a little bit. Lin Yu also sniffed and distinguished the strange smell hidden in the air. And Ling Xue was in the bedroom, and following the strange smell, Bai Ju came to the refrigerator. Sniffing it closely, the strange smell was strong, and he was sure that the strange smell came from inside the refrigerator. Reaching out and opening the refrigerator door. Ugh! Before Bai Ju could react, Lin Yu, who was standing next to Bai Ju, retched and quickly stepped back. What's wrong? Hearing the noise coming from the living room, and Ling Xue came out holding a quilt, and her eyes fell on the refrigerator at the first time. Signorin, there must be something broken in the refrigerator. Although her reaction was not as exaggerated as Lin Yu's, Bai Ju also subconsciously held his breath and frowned at the stench. I'll throw it away in a while. Also smelling the peculiar smell emanating from the refrigerator, and Ling Xue's pretty face flushed, and she hugged the quilt in her arms upwards, trying to cover up her embarrassment. Without staying on this topic for long, Bai Ju closed the refrigerator door and returned to the sofa. Perhaps the peculiar smell surrounding the tip of his nose was relieved, and his frown slowly relaxed. Let's go out for dinner later. After preparing the quilt for Bai Ju and Lin Yu to sleep at night, and Ling Xue came to the living room and said, "Yeah. All right." Bai Ju and Lin Yu responded one after another. Just now, while Ling Xue was tidying up their quilts, they searched the room in tacit agreement. There was nothing abnormal. But for some reason, this extremely normal scene made Bai Ju feel more and more weird. Let's stay for a few more days and observe. Bai Ju still remembers the video call wherein Ling Xue curled up in a corner and cried helplessly. He also asked Ling Xue in person whether she had video called him last night, but she denied it. Strange, too strange. It was so strange that although Bai Ju came to Ling Xue, he had no idea what to do with this weirdness for a while. We can only take it one step at a time. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ju looked at Ling Xue and Lin Yu in front of him and quickened his pace to catch up. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky was dim. In order to fulfill the hospitality of Ling Xue, she took them to a famous shopping mall in Yancheng. Eat whatever you want today, I'll pay. And Ling Xue patted her slightly bulging chest. Junior sister and is generous. Lin Yu echoed on the side. Bai Ju smiled. When did you become like this? You didn't treat me like this before, break up. As soon as they entered the mall, the three were thinking about what to eat for dinner, and a scream suddenly exploded, attracting their attention. Following the source of the sound, Bai Ju looked at the young couple who were breaking up. The girl threw her bag into the boy's arms and squatted on the ground crying. The boy also threw his bag on the ground. Seeing how violently his chest rose and fell, he was also very angry. Tisk compared with Bai Ju's indifference, Lin Yu seemed to be watching the fun without thinking it was a big deal. Let's go, frightened by the scream, and Ling Xue didn't want to stay here any longer. Yeah. Bai Ju responded. Look at what you look like now. You only got 95 in the final exam, and you still have the nerve to ask for a reward? Whoever you want to live with can live with you, I don't care. Stop talking nonsense, if you want to get out, get out. The deeper he went into the mall, the more Bai Ju frowned at the scenes that unfolded in front of him. If it weren't for the colorful neon lights reminding Bai Ju that this was a high-quality mall, what he saw and heard looked like a vegetable market where a bunch of bad neighbors gathered. Couples breaking up and scolding each other, children asking for toys and being scolded by their mothers, conflicts between customers and waiters. Finally, they were all annoyed by the noise, so Bai Ju, Lin Yu, and Ling Xue randomly found a hot pot restaurant and had a quick dinner. But, during the hot pot, something very interesting happened. That was when Lin Yu was about to put the dish in, but he picked out a whole dead mouse from the bubbling pot. Seeing the dead mouse, the three of them were very disgusted. But this was not the most disgusting thing. Lin Yu called the waiter, and his tone was not very aggressive, nor did he deliberately make things difficult, but just asked him to change a table. The waiter was unhappy and sarcastically output. If it were not for the college regulations that it was not necessary to reveal the existence of superpowers when leaving school during the holidays, Lin Yu would probably have been chopped off by him. In the end, it was the manager who came out to settle the matter, and ended by changing a table for Lin Yu, freeing all meal expenses, and firing the waiter involved. After this dinner, it was not a welcome dinner, but it made Bai Ju and Lin Yu depressed. Attributing all this to her own failure, and Ling Xue's high mood due to their arrival slowly fell to the bottom. After returning home, Bai Ju drank a sip of ice water, and his mind calmed down with the coolness. Why does Yanqing feel so strange? With a puzzled look in his eyes, Bai Ju drank the ice water in one breath. Because of the waiter, Lin Yu's bad mood has not yet recovered. And Ling Xue was like a child who had done something wrong, and she became cautious when talking to them. Good night, senior sister. Before entering the room, Baiju and Ling Xue said good night to each other. To make up for the unhappiness of the night, Ling Xue made an appointment with Baiju and Lin Yu before going to bed, and took them out to play together tomorrow morning, and promised not to go to the mall last time. Seeing Ling Xue's attitude, Lin Yu felt embarrassed. After turning off the lights in the living room, the two door frames closed one after the other. Junior Bai, you don't have any habits when you sleep at night, right? Lying on the bed, Lin Yu looked at Baiju vigilantly. I'm a pervert, you should be careful at night. Seeing him pull the quilt halfway up to his chest, Baiju couldn't help but shudder. What's the matter with a little bit of disgust? I'm also a pervert. Lin Yu responded to Baiju with an increasingly exaggerated smile. Baiju's mouth twitched. Turn off the lights. Yeah. Lin Yu lay down on the bed. The bed was very large, and after they all lay on the bed, there was still a lot of space left. Junior Bai. Lying on his back on the bed, staring at the dark ceiling, Lin Yu called Baiju. Yeah? Baiju responded. Do you feel that this place is so weird? Lin Yu said, frowning and shaking his head, there is a weird feeling that I can't describe. I have this feeling too. Baiju agreed. Speaking of which, regarding the fact that Sisterin sent you text messages, called you, and video chatted with you, where should we start? Lin Yu started a new topic. I don't know yet. Baiju shook his head, his voice full of confusion. Let's live here first, at least it's safe to see Sisterin. That's right. Lin Yu agreed. Senior Lin, can I ask you something private? After the previous topic, the atmosphere was silent for more than 10 seconds, and was broken by Baiju's question. How private? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. General level. Ask. What is your relationship with Sister Jiang? As he asked, Baiju turned his head to look at Lin Yu. Lin Yu closed his eyes, and a deliberate snoring sound came out of his mouth and nose. Refusing to answer. Baiju retracted his gaze and had a rough guess about the relationship between Lin Yu and Jiang Qianqian. The night talk ended here. As Lin Yu's artificial snoring turned into breathing, Baiju also closed his eyes and fell asleep. Tonight was still a nightmare. But this nightmare only lasted until late at night, and Baiju was awakened by crying. He opened his eyes in a daze, and his consciousness gradually became clear. Someone is crying? Sitting up from the bed, Baiju cast his eyes to the door of the room. Listening to this voice, it is Senior Sisterin? With doubt, Baiju got off the bed, opened the door and came to the living room. As he got closer, the crying sound became clearer. It was indeed Ling Xue's crying. Senior sister, is crying? Baiju frowned and couldn't help but recall the content of the video between Ling Xue and him last night. At that time, Ling Xue was also crying, and she was crying and asking for help. Lowering his footsteps, Baiju leaned against the door of Ling Xue's bedroom. The crying was not very intense, and there was no movement in the room except crying. Instead of pushing the door open directly, Baiju knocked on the door symbolically. Ding ding. Perhaps because of the knocking, the crying inside the door weakened. After waiting for a few seconds outside the door, without waiting for Ling Xue's response, Baiju pushed the door open. As the gap in the door widened, the bedroom scene appeared in front of him. The bed was facing the door, and Ling Xue was curled up in the corner next to the bed, like an abandoned kitten, helpless and uneasy. Senior, looking at Ling Xue's appearance, Baiju's heart sank. The senior sister, who usually appeared very happy, was now crying and pitiful. What happened to her? Baiju was puzzled, but more angry. No matter what it was, he would not let it go easily. I'm so scared. Looking at Baiju with a bit of fear, Ling Xue hugged herself tightly, and her tears wet her knees. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Baiju slowly came to Ling Xue, half squatted down, and tried to give Ling Xue a sense of security with a gentle voice. What happened? While he asked, his eyes moved around the bedroom, looking for signs of other people. However, it seemed that Ling Xue was the only one in this room. Why was she crying? Baiju's thoughts seemed to be bound by a shackle, and he was trying to find the key. Ding ding. There was a sudden sound of footsteps behind him, and Baiju immediately looked back, only to see Lin Yu with a strange and solemn face, and relaxed. What's wrong with Xue? Lin Yu frowned and walked closer to ask. Baiju shook his head. I don't know. You stay with her first, I'll check the house. Already surrounded by a sense of weirdness, at this moment, Lin Yu's uneasiness began to resonate with the environment, and the weirdness began to transform into a sense of crisis. The air sizzled, and a faint sound of electricity came, and purple lightning flashed on Lin Yu's body, and he walked out of the bedroom. With Lin Yu around, Baiju could temporarily put aside his vigilance against the environment and focus all his attention on Lingxue. Senior sister, the ground is cold, don't catch a cold, let's go back to bed first. Baiju used the softest voice. I don't know if it was because of fear or cold, and Lingxue's delicate body trembled violently. I'm so scared, and Lingxue didn't respond to Baiju normally, she just kept repeating this sentence. But fortunately, Lingxue could listen to what Baiju said. She followed Baiju's meaning and returned to the bed from the corner, but her curled posture did not change, as if this could fill the missing sense of security. Has anyone come to the room just now? Baiju asked softly. And Lingxue was also so scared during the previous video call, and there must be something or someone who aroused her fear. Shaking her head helplessly, and Lingxue's sobbing gradually weakened. Did something happen? Baiju repeated the question that had not been answered before. Still shaking her head, and Lingxue did not give a specific response. 2 questions in a row did not get a specific answer, and seeing Lingxue's unstable state now, Baiju decided to stop for the time being, and wait for Lingxue to sleep, and it would not be too late to ask again after her emotions stabilized. It's okay to sleep, I'll be with you, don't be afraid. He coaxed Lingxue until she fell asleep. Baiju was relieved to hear the breathing sound gradually stabilizing. How is Lingxue? After a while, Lin Yu returned to the bedroom and saw Lingxue lying on the bed, and subconsciously lowered his voice. Baiju shook his head, left the bedside, and motioned Lin Yu to go to the living room first. Gently closing the door, Baiju and Lin Yu sat on the sofa opposite each other. Last night, the senior sister video called me in that state. Baiju looked at Lin Yu, his voice was very deep. I don't know what happened to her to become like that. I checked every room, there is no one else, and there is no special movement in the corridor outside, everything is normal. Lin Yu frowned, it's so strange here, I felt uncomfortable since I came here. By Lingxue, do you have this feeling? A little. Baiju nodded in agreement. This weird feeling is invisible and intangible, as if it comes from self-doubt, but it really exists. Doubts cannot be answered in a short time, and can only be accumulated continuously, evolving into greater doubts and unstoppable creeping feelings. I'll report to the information department first. If anything goes wrong, be ready to evacuate at any time. Lin Yu looked solemn and made a decision. Yes. Baiju nodded, his pupils reflecting the not very bright moonlight. Go to bed first and replenish your energy. Lin Yu said to Baiju while dialing. It's not a good idea to waste time here. Baiju returned to the room with full of doubts. At this time, Lin Yu also called the information department. Xiao Qi, a member of the information department, is serving you. A cold voice came first from the other side of the phone. Second-level student Lin Yu has reported a suspected murder incident. Standing in front of the window, facing the moonlight, Lin Yu's voice was as deep as the night. The next day, not only Baiju and Lin Yu, but Lingxue also woke up very early. I'll make you breakfast. And Lingxue was in a good mood and didn't seem to be affected by what happened last night. Xu Man, please wait for a moment. Lin Yu spoke first, and he looked serious, asking like an interrogation, what exactly happened in your room last night? Ah? And Lingxue was startled for a moment, looking a little confused. What happened last night? Baiju and Lin Yu were stunned by what she said. Don't you remember? Lin Yu asked carefully. Did something happen last night? And Lingxue looked at Lin Yu and then at Baiju with weak eyes. I always feel that they are very serious. But in Lingxue's memory, she slept until dawn last night. Listen to her. Lin Yu and Baiju looked at each other, and they could see varying degrees of confusion in each other's eyes. For Lingxue, Lin Yu and Baiju were also strange at this time, but she didn't care, blinked and said, then I'll make breakfast for you. Lin Yu and Baiju both responded absently. Watching Lingxue go from the living room to the kitchen, Baiju and Lin Yu sat on the sofa and looked at each other, wanting to say something, but not knowing where to start. There was noise from the kitchen, and Lingxue was making breakfast for them. Suddenly, Baiju turned his head and his eyes fell on the kitchen and Lingxue's busy figure. He stood up from the sofa and frowned the closer he got to the kitchen. It'll be ready soon. And Lingxue thought Baiju was impatient and said with a smile. Senior. Baiju looked at the pancake being fried in the pot, his expression was not very good. Did you use the pancake in the refrigerator? Yes. And Lingxue said matter-of-factly, and the flipping action in her hands was temporarily stopped because of Baiju's gaze. Do you smell anything strange? Looking at the innocent look on his senior sister's face, Baiju's expression was tactful even though his expression was still ugly due to the smell. Yes, yes. Reminded by Baiju, and Ling Shua approached the pot and took a sniff, looking a little overwhelmed. When I came back last night, I saw there was a breakfast shop downstairs. Let's go there to eat. Baiju smiled reluctantly. Without asking, and Ling Shua smelled the aroma coming from the pot again. Although she didn't smell the smell that Baiju said, since Baiju said so, it should be based on facts. Without any entanglement, and Ling Shua ended the stir-fry, and her mood recovered after a brief period of disappointment. The three of them went downstairs and headed to the breakfast shop not far from downstairs. It was still early, and the breakfast bar was full of students and office workers. When Baiju and the others arrived at the store, there happened to be a table of customers who were about to leave. After sitting down, we ordered our meals and chatted about light topics. Can you please stop arguing? And Ling Shua was just talking to Baiju when an elder brother sitting next to her suddenly roared, making her tremble. The three of them quickly looked at their neighbors. I saw the elder brother angrily scolding the little boy at the front table, with veins popping out on his forehead. For some unknown reason, the little boy kept crying, and his voice became louder and louder, affecting more than just the elder brother. Or maybe he finally couldn't stand it anymore and the elder brother exploded. Did I disturb you? The little boy's father threw away his chopsticks, stood up and stared at his elder brother to reason. Get out! The eldest brother rolled up his sleeves, grabbed the little boy's father and left the breakfast shop. The atmosphere was full of hostility. Lin Yu and Baiju were affected for a time, and their eyes were slightly bloodshot, but fortunately they regained their composure in time. When his father and others left, the little boy didn't cry. Instead, he chased him out angrily with his delicate body. Seeing this, Lin Yu and Baiju slowed down in eating. They frowned in unison and looked at each other, and could see the complexity in each other's eyes. Senior? Baiju said, glancing at Ling Shue, who had been in a daze since the beginning. Oh. And Ling Shue was startled for a moment, then continued eating. Breakfast ended quickly, and they didn't pay much attention to what the grumpy brother and the little boy's father were doing. When he got home, Baiju felt a vague sense of uneasiness in his nerves. We'll go play outside later. And Ling Shue said, returning to the room to prepare. After being reminded, Baiju and Lin Yu remembered that before going to bed last night, they had promised Ling Shue to go out to play tomorrow. Senior Lin, has the college given you a reply? Baiju asked Lin Yu while sitting on the sofa. Yes, it said there are no rule fluctuations. There are currently no killing rules in and around Yancheng. Lin Yu shook his head, with confusion in his eyes. The sixth sense of the supernatural person reminded him of the weirdness of Yancheng all the time, but the college information department did not detect the existence of a murder rule. Is it really just too much worry? Lin Yu, like Baiju, fell into a strange cycle of semi-self-doubt. When Ling Shue came out of the bedroom, she greeted Baiju and Lin Yu, and the three of them went out again. The weather is not too hot, and the wind blowing in front of you is slightly cool. Baiju, Lin Yu, and Ling Shue just came downstairs and have not yet left the community. Bad guy, beat you to death. While walking, a stone as big as a finger flew over without warning and hit Ling Shue on the back, causing her to frown in pain. What are you doing? Baiju looked at the little boy with cold eyes. I'll beat you to death. The little boy didn't seem to be afraid of him. After throwing Ling Shue, he picked up another stone and threw it at Baiju. But this time he missed it, and the stone hit the ground next to Baiju. Kid, don't make me beat you. Glancing at Ling Shue, she was rubbing the spot on her back where the stone had hit her, with a touch of pain on her pretty face. Baiju looked at the little boy in front of him, unable to restrain his anger. I'll beat you to death. Another shout came in their direction, and the little boy ran away. Baiju had the urge to catch up and discipline him for his parents. White Jew. Lin Yu pulled him and his deep voice sounded beside him, look ahead. Following Lin Yu's direction, Baiju looked forward. There were constant curses and large-scale fights. The order brought about by civilization collapsed at this moment. What appeared in front of Baiju and Lin Yu was chaos like a chaotic world. Go home first. Lin Yu made the decision. Yeah. Baiju responded in a deep voice. And Ling Shue also panicked at this moment and just followed Lin Yu and Baiju. As soon as he got home, Lin Yu started to contact the information department. Xiaoqi, a member of the information department, is at your service. I am Lin Yu, a second-year college student. I would like to ask the college to confirm again whether there are any killing rules in Yancheng, Lin Yu was communicating with the information department, while Bai Ju and Ling Xue were listening. Yanqing, are there any rules for killing people? And Ling Xue frowned. I don't know. Bai Ju shook his head. Although the current situation is so weird that it can only be explained by the killing rules, the college information department has not detected any killing rules in Yanqing and surrounding areas. This is very contradictory. Don't go out today. The Ministry of Information said they will test again. Let's wait. After ending the call, Lin Yu told Bai Ju and Ling Xue the result. A few hours later, the Ministry of Information called back with the test results, which once again denied the existence of a murder rule in Yanqing and surrounding areas. In this way, I spent the day in a slightly nervous mood. Fortunately, Ling Xue had some instant noodles that were not put in the refrigerator, which they could eat for a few days. The night gradually deepened. After saying good night to each other, the three of them returned to their rooms. Turn off the lights. After looking at Lin Yu lying on the bed, Bai Ju said something before turning off the light. Yeah. Lin Yu pulled the quilt up. Sleeping on the other side, Bai Ju stared at the ceiling covered in night. Senior, do you think Senior will cry tonight? Bai Ju's eyes showed worry. Last night and the night before, Ling Xue cried twice inexplicably, once in the video and once in person. Because he couldn't find the reason, Bai Ju couldn't help but worry when night came. Have no idea. Lin Yu shook his head and sighed. Let's take it one step at a time. If it doesn't work, take Junior back to the academy first. Yeah. Bai Ju responded solemnly. If you really can't find the source of the weird feeling, that's all you can do. Go to sleep. After Lin Yu said this, he closed his eyes and prepared to fall asleep. Listening to the steady breathing slowly coming from beside him, Bai Ju followed his sleepiness and fell straight into sleep. Outside the window, the moonlight slanted in, illuminating a corner of the house. Late at night, Bai Ju on the bed suddenly opened his eyes, and then, as if sleepwalking, he picked up the mobile phone beside the pillow and opened the address book. With a dull gaze, he scanned the only 4 contact numbers with notes, Mom, Bai Yangjun, and Ling Xue, Lin Yu. Then, text messages were edited one by one and sent to 4 people respectively. Bai Ju, I'm so scared, come and save me. The next day. The sun had just risen, and the soft light fell on the edge of the bed. Lin Yu opened his eyes and woke up from his sleep. Subconsciously, he turned sideways and picked up his phone to check the time. However, as soon as he lit up the screen, he saw a new message reminder and couldn't help but click it in confusion. Bai Ju, I'm so scared, come and save me. Looking at the message, Lin Yu's eyes slowly widened. Bai Ju. Bai Ju? Lin Yu woke up Bai Ju because of a sense of horror wrapped around his nerves. He was still a little confused when he just woke up, until a mobile phone was placed in front of him, and Bai Ju suddenly woke up. This. Bai Ju's eyes widened, pointing at the message displayed on the screen in disbelief. Seeing Bai Ju's shocked look, Lin Yu's face became worse. Bai Ju sent a message in the middle of the night, but looking at him like this, he seemed to be equally confused about this text message. Under Lin Yu's gaze, Bai Ju opened his mobile phone, clicked on the message interface, and clicked on the column for contacting Lin Yu. There was no record of sending that message. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became heavy. Lin Yu took back his mobile phone in silence. Bai Ju sent a message, but there was no message record on Bai Ju's mobile phone, and even he himself didn't know when the message was sent. This was exactly the same as when Ling Xue sent him a text message for help when they were still in the academy. Wait a minute. I'm so scared, come and save me. Recalling the content of the text message, Bai Ju's face turned pale. If he remembered correctly, when he was still in the academy, the text message, phone call and video that Ling Xue sent him, all had this content. After Bai Ju's reminder, Lin Yu also associated the two, and his face suddenly became worse. Killing rules, there are definitely killing rules here. Previously, Lin Yu only heard Bai Ju's bizarre experience orally, although he believed it, he still had some doubts, until now, the bizarre happened to him. Lin Yu was almost categorical. Although he was only a sophomore, he had a lot of experience in breaking the killing rules. He had previously suspected that there were killing rules in Yanqing, but because the information department informed him that no fluctuations in the rules were detected, Lin Yu had been hesitating, but now. The sense of weirdness was unprecedentedly strong, and at this moment, he decisively defined the weirdness. It was the killing rules that were at work. Bai Ju, go ask Ling Xue if she has the same situation first, and I will contact the college. Lin Yu spoke calmly. To be the captain of a team, to be trusted by the team members, and to remain calm in times of crisis are the most basic qualities. Yeah. Baiju responded heavily, got out of bed and pushed the door to leave. At the same time, Lin Yu's call to the information department was also connected. Xiaoqi, a member of the information department, is serving you. The familiar cold opening remarks sounded in his ears. Sophomore student Lin Yu has a major killing rule incident to report. Lin Yu said solemnly. It is being recorded, please speak. Xiaoqi, a member of the information department, said solemnly. Yanqing now, describing the strangeness he encountered. At the end of the sentence, there was only a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. The information department is analyzing the information you provided, please keep in touch. After the sentence, Xiaoqi hung up the phone. Lin Yu did not delay and immediately went to the living room. Pushing open the door, he saw Baiju knocking on the door with a serious face. Where is Inshu Ma? Lin Yu approached with a frown. She won't come out. Baiju stopped knocking on the door and looked at Lin Yu. Why? Lin Yu stepped forward and knocked on the door. I don't know, and you don't answer me when I ask. Baiju looked heavy and hesitated. Senior Lin, let's break the door open. With no answer to the question and no opening of the door, Baiju was already worried that Ling Shue had an accident in the house. Okay. Lin Yu agreed, took a step back, and purple lightning gathered when he reached out his hand. No! Just when Lin Yu was about to use his thunder power to break the door, and Ling Shue's voice came from inside the door, don't come in, I want to stay alone for a while. The purple lightning gathered in his hand dispersed, and Lin Yu and Baiju looked at each other, wanting to understand each other's intentions in the exchange of eyes. But, and Ling Shue's voice this time dispelled their doubts and refused their move to break in. Senior sister, what happened? Baiju asked outside the door. It's okay, I just want to stay alone for a while, don't come in to bother me. Across the door, and Ling Shue's voice came, which was obviously not very impatient. Baiju was stunned at first, and then he could only nod and say okay. Retracting the action, Lin Yu and Baiju sat down on the sofa. Why isn't Inshu Ma like this suddenly? Lin Yu scratched his hair, trying to tear off the question mark on his head. Baiju sighed and said that he didn't know. This was the first time he saw Ling Shue showing impatience with him. Today's senior sister is different from usual. Ignore her for now. Lin Yu released the hand holding her hair. I have already reported to the college, saying that there is a killing rule activity in Yancheng. What did the college say? Baiju answered quickly. I haven't replied yet. Lin Yu turned his head, with a bit of worry between his eyebrows. Let's eat first. As the atmosphere gradually fell into silence, the two had no further topics to talk about. Baiju took 3 buckets of instant noodles, soaked them with boiling water, and used them as breakfast. A few minutes later, he handed Lin Yu a portion of instant noodles, and then Baiju picked up another portion of instant noodles, came to Ling Shue's bedroom door, and knocked on the door. Senior sister, the instant noodles are ready. Baiju said, and it took more than 10 seconds to get a reply. Just put it at the door. And Ling Shue's voice came from inside the door. Remember to eat. Not knowing what Ling Shue's current state was, Baiju followed her instructions and put the instant noodles at the door, and then returned to the sofa, distracting part of his attention to the door in front of the instant noodles. When Ling Shue came out to get the instant noodles, he would go forward immediately. About 10 minutes later, Ling Shue did not come out, and Lin Yu's phone rang. It was a call from the information department. Our department has not detected any regular fluctuations in Yancheng and its surrounding areas, but all the personnel deployed by the college in Yancheng have lost contact. On the other end of the phone, the voice of the information department member was cold and heavy. It is possible that there are killing rules in Yancheng that can evade our department's detection. You should stay in Yancheng first. Our department has reported to the college, and the college is sending people there. The college has sent people. This is undoubtedly good news for Lin Yu and Baiju. After being told a few more words, the phone was hastily hung up. The people sent by the college will arrive in the evening. Lin Yu put away his mobile phone. Then wait here until the evening. Baiju replied, and then frowned and looked at the door of Ling Shue's bedroom. Half an hour, senior sister hasn't come out yet? Ask again. Lin Yu said, got up, walked to the door, and knocked on the door. And Shue, don't bother me, get out. As soon as he knocked on the door, Lin Yu's expression quickly stiffened in the annoying voice coming from inside the door. Then, he returned to the sofa in a depressed mood. Baiju looked at Lin Yu, and then at the bucket of instant noodles in front of the door half an hour ago. After half an hour, the instant noodles were cold. But seeing Lin Yu's frustrated look just now, and Ling Shue's mood seemed unstable now. Without knocking on the door again, Baiju and Lin Yu waited for the night to come in silence. As long as someone from the college came, they could break this weird feeling. This was the consensus of Baiju and Lin Yu. The sky changed from bright to dim, ushering in the evening. The lights in the living room were not turned on. Baiju and Lin Yu sat on the sofa in the same position as a few hours ago. As time passed, the atmosphere became unusually solemn. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise broke the solemnity. Baiju and Lin Yu were startled almost at the same time, and captured the direction of the sound source at the first time, and then they all moved violently and rushed to Lin Xue's room. Lin Yu condensed an electric ball in his hand, and swung it, blowing up the wooden door. Their sight fell into the room first, and a cold corpse appeared in their trembling and unbelievable pupils. Corpse? And Lin Xue's corpse? She stared with eyes wide open, with nostalgia and satisfaction in her eyes. But there is no life. Seniorin, Baiju was trembling even when he spoke. He swayed slightly and came to Lin Xue, holding her up in his arms. He shouted, but the only response was the coldness of his whole body. Who did it? Lin Yu screamed, lightning surged around him, and an extremely terrifying power rose rapidly. He looked in every corner of the house, but found no trace of a person. It was as if Lin Xue died by suicide. But why did it happen like this? In addition to the pain of losing a good friend, there were countless confusions surrounding the two at this time. They seemed to be walking in a foggy forest, unable to find the exit, and even unable to distinguish the direction. Senior sister. Baiju hugged Lin Xue in his arms tightly, his teeth almost breaking. Behind him, Lin Yu approached and looked at Lin Xue's body in silence. Why did Lin Xue commit suicide? They didn't know, and they had no way of knowing. This was like a mystery that only contained weirdness. The atmosphere was oppressive and heavy in silence. Baiju slowly put Lin Xue down, a trace of miserable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then turned into confusion and anger. Baiju. Behind him, Lin Yu suddenly called him in a deep voice, "Look out the window." Following Lin Yu's direction, Baiju raised his head and his eyes fell out of the window. In a few moments, colorful beams of light filled his pupils. It was outside the window, streams of colorful light cut through the sky and gathered in one direction. At this moment, the night was as bright as day. The scene in front of them was too sudden. Lin Yu and Baiju were at a loss for a moment, and could only watch the streams of colorful light gathering quietly. Buzz! Suddenly, a buzzing sound spread in the air. Baiju and Lin Yu were both startled, and then, their bodies began to emit colorful light, just like the one outside the window. What's going on? Lin Yu's eyes were filled with confusion and shock. He retreated violently, and the thunder-type ability of the breakthrough period burst out instantly, trying to drive away the colorful light surrounding his body. However, this colorful light seemed to be emitted from Lin Yu's body. Although he mobilized the thunder-type ability and purple lightning exploded around him, the light still spread. Lin Yu's ability was extremely aggressive, and even he couldn't stop the colorful light from spreading. Baiju could only stay still and observe the further changes in his body. He stared at the colorful light that was emitting from his body, and saw it pass through the window along a certain route, float outside the window, and gather with the colorful light, flowing in a general direction like a stream flowing into the sea. Buzz! The tinnitus sounded again, and Baiju's consciousness was dazed for a while, and his vision was blurred and clear. Then, he saw that his own colorful light had changed. It was a person made of colorful light, and his appearance and figure were exactly the same as Baiju. He followed the flow of colorful light step by step, leaving Baiju's body and gathering outside the window. But just when the human-shaped colorful light was about to leave, Baiju suddenly reached out and grabbed him. With no light in his eyes, Baiju just stared at the other self that seemed to be made of colorful light. Just now, there was a voice in his heart reminding himself that he couldn't let it go. He couldn't let this colorful person who looked exactly like him leave. Being caught by Baiju and blocked from moving, colorful Baiju turned his head and looked at Baiju in disbelief. His shocked eyes seemed to say, "Can you touch me?" However, Baiju didn't restrain him for long. He just felt his body gradually become weak until he had no strength left. The hand holding colorful Baiju loosened, and Baiju's eyes were dull. He watched colorful Baiju float out of the window as if passing through a wall, and then, he gathered with a large amount of colorful light and was submerged by the colorful light. His vision gradually blurred, and he was about to be blinded by darkness. In the last second before his consciousness disappeared, Baiju stared at the direction where the colorful light converged, and memorized its position in his heart. Then, the world was gray. Ding ding! His consciousness and vision suddenly became clear. Baiju was shocked, and the first thing he saw was his own fingers that had just knocked on the door. "I'm coming," Ling Xue's voice came through the door. Then, the door was pushed open, and Ling Xue, who was sweating because of cleaning the room, walked into Baiju's sight. Looking at the senior sister, Baiju's eyes were instantly warm. Before reincarnation, Baiju collapsed when he saw Ling Xue's body. At the time point after reincarnation, senior sister An was still alive. There was no time to entangle the inexplicable death before reincarnation. Baiju pulled Ling Xue and Lin Yu downstairs and even threw away their luggage. "Let's go first." Without explanation, Baiju just pulled them away. "What's wrong?" Lin Yu didn't resist much when Baiju dragged him to run, but he was still confused. And Ling Xue also looked at Baiju strangely, but her steps were very obedient. "Yanqing is in danger, let's go back to the academy first," Baiju explained concisely. "What's going on? Hey!" The more he listened, the more confused he became. Seeing Baiju leading them out of the community and hailing a taxi on the side of the road, Lin Yu hurriedly followed. "Master, let's go to Yanqing Airport." Baiju spoke hurriedly, and even the driver was a little nervous and sped up. "Shouty Bai, tell me what's going on." Lin Yu sat aside and asked in a deep voice. Everything Baiju has done so far is really confusing to him. "Senior Lin, Senior An, you also know that I have the power of prediction. Just now, I predicted that something would happen in Yanqing, and something would happen the day after tomorrow." Baiju didn't lower his voice, and he didn't bother to cover up the topic. The driver in the front seat frowned. "Report the situation here to the academy first." With that said, Baiju dialed the number of the information department of Rhine College. "Xiaoqi, a member of the information department, is at your service. I am Baiju, a student with the ability to predict forbidden powers, and I have a major event to report." After first revealing his identity, Baiju continued, "Just now, I predicted that there is a murderous rule hidden in Yanqing, and it will break out in 2 days and destroy Yanqing. Taking advantage of the information gap obtained through reincarnation, it is named precognition to quickly gain trust. In the memory, at the last moment before reincarnation, after the 7-colored light emanating from Baiju's body merged into the 7-colored river, he lost consciousness and returned to the time point when he first came to Ling Xue's house. He is dead. Only after death can one be reborn. This also means that countless people died in Yanqing at that time, which made the colorful river so strong. The destruction of Yanqing is by no means an exaggeration by Baiju. Precognition? On the other end of the phone, listening to Baiju's words, Xiaoqi was stunned for a second, and then said solemnly, "Student Baiju, are you sure the above information is true?" "Okay." Baiju said solemnly. "Okay, the information department has received the information you provided. Is there anything else that needs to be reported?" Xiaoqi's voice was serious and cold. "I, as well as first-year student in Ling Xue, and second-year student Lin Yu, need tickets to leave Yanqing and go to the academy." Baiju continued, "Also, I apply for permission to search the rule files. The rules file, the full name of which is the murder rule file, is an exclusive information database of Rhine College that requires certain permissions to be queried. Both applications have not been rejected and have not yet been approved." I only heard Xiaoqi, a member of the information department, say, "Wait a moment." After reporting the matter to the higher level, he quickly received approval and told Baiju that the air ticket he needed was being arranged by the academy, and the query permission of the relevant rules file was, and also gave him a 3-day deadline. After hanging up the phone, Baiju immediately opened the map on his mobile phone and, with Lin Yuan and Ling Xue staring blankly at him, began to search for the place where the colorful lights gathered in his memory. Yanqing, Back Mountain. Locking on a mountain on the map, Baiju looked out the car window. The taxi was just on the last stretch of road leading to the airport. Looking out the window, we had a broad view of the towering winding mountains. Before reincarnation, the place where the 7-colored light gathered was the back mountain of Yanqing. With his eyes darkened, Baiju remembered this information point. "Junior brother Bai, did you foresee that something would happen in Yanqing?" Taking advantage of Baiju's free time, Lin Yu hurriedly asked. The conversation between Baiju and the Ministry of Information just now really shocked Lin Yu and Ling Xue. They all knew that Baiju had the taboo power precognition. In the past, regardless of the Blue Moon or Phantom incident, and Ling Xue and Lin Yu both knew more or less the reliability of Baiju's precognition. This time, Baiju said that something was going to happen in Yanqing, and it was related to the rules of killing. Lin Yu was undoubtedly shocked. The college said it would send someone to solve the problem. "What we need to do next is take the latest flight back to the college." Baiju looked at Lin Yu with serious eyes. Lin Yu spent the last moments before reincarnation with him. Even though he was stronger than Lin Yu, he was helpless against the colorful light. This is a killing rule that even the superpowers at the breakthrough stage cannot solve. The danger was so great that Baiju could only think of escaping from Yanqing to protect himself, Lin Yu and Ling Xue. What kind of killing rules? Lin Yu asked. Rather than escaping, Lin Yu was a little more eager to try. The seven-colored light will overflow from our bodies, and then we will die because of the passage of the seven-colored light. Baiju didn't know whether this statement was accurate, but the scene he saw before his death was too grand, and the situation was quite urgent at this time, so he didn't have the extra energy to think about the words. As he spoke, he turned on his phone and clicked on an app with 3 blood marks on the screen. This is the Rule File Information Database software developed by Rhine College. It records the specific information of hundreds of killing rules. However, it requires a certain permission to query. This permission is usually issued during the mission. Clicking on the rules file, Baiju began to search for keywords under Lin Yu's gaze. I spent several minutes trying to decipher the keywords from the existing information, but I still couldn't get the killing rules that met the requirements. At this time, the taxi arrived at the airport. After paying the money, Baiju temporarily exited the archives and walked into the airport with Lin Yu and Ling Xue. Beep, the phone vibrated. Baiju lifted it up and saw that it was a call from the information department. There have been changes in Yancheng. All the forces affiliated with the college have lost contact. Flights, high-speed trains, cruise ships, have all been cancelled in recent days. Baiju students, you are currently unable to leave Yancheng. On the other side of the phone, Xiaoqi's voice was cold and heavy. Please don't worry, the superpower department has sent 2 transcendent superpowers. However, the School of Transportation and Resources is temporarily unavailable, and the 2 dispatched superpowers will arrive tomorrow morning. During this period, please keep the communication open. After a few words of conversation, the call was hung up in a hurry. How's it going? Lin Yu asked immediately. I can't leave Yanqing for the time being. Baiju frowned. The Ministry of Information said that flights and high-speed trains leaving Yanqing have been interrupted. So, you can only enter Yanqing now, but you can't leave? As Lin Yu spoke, his eyes fell on the crowded airport hall. The Ministry of Information said that there is currently no transportation route out of Yanqing, but now large numbers of people are arriving in Yanqing. And Ling Xue stood behind Baiju, her little hand hooked on her chest, still a little confused. Baiju followed Lin Yu's gaze, looking through the slightly reflective glass into the airport lobby. His eyes were slightly dark, and memories from before reincarnation were flooding back at this moment. I'm so scared, come and save me, counting time, and Ling Xue was the first person to say this. Because of these words, he came to Yanqing and came to Ling Xue. However, one day before reincarnation, that is, the morning before his death, Lin Yu woke up in the morning and told him that he had received a message from him. The content of the message is exactly, I'm so scared, come and save me. But Baiju's mobile phone has no record of sending this message. Linking the scene of the crowded airport hall in front of him with this memory, Baiju seemed to have some realization. That seemingly inexplicable message was actually meant to lure more people to Yancheng? Memories surged up again like a tide, and Baiju recalled what he had seen before his death, the colorful river that converged towards the mountains behind Yancheng. Lure more people to come to Yanqing and die, thereby achieving an incomprehensible purpose. His thoughts suddenly became clear, and Baiju's uneasiness reached its peak at this moment. Go home first. His heart was beating hard, Baiju said in a deep voice. In his memory, today was the first day he and Lin Yu came to Yancheng. There are still 2 days before the colorful river appears and Ling Xue commits suicide inexplicably. They are temporarily safe for these 2 days. After taking 2 deep breaths, Baiju and the other 2 took a taxi back home. After dragging the luggage outside the door back to the room, Baiju borrowed a blank paper from Ling Xue and sat down at the table in the room. Death is painful. It feels like suffocating bit by bit, and the organs are torn apart, and finally lose consciousness in endless pain. There are still 2 days left, and Baiju does not want to get the information gap of the incident through repeated reincarnation. To be precise, he does not want to experience the pain of death again. Holding a pen and staring at the blank paper on the table, the things that are about to happen emerge in his mind, and as time goes by, they move forward in parallel. Tonight, Senior's sister will cry inexplicably. Tomorrow morning, she will forget what happened last night and make breakfast for us with the spoiled things in the refrigerator. The day after tomorrow morning, Senior Lin will receive a text message that I have never sent and my phone has no sending record, and Senior Lin will lock herself in the room and will not come out no matter what I say. The day after tomorrow evening, Senior Lin died, and I saw the colorful river outside the window converging towards the back mountain, and a colorful light will also overflow from my body, and the colorful light will condense into my appearance and drill out of my body. When the colorful me leaves my body, I will usher in death. A series of events were sorted out in his mind, and Baiju wrote and drew on the white paper, his eyes bright with deep meaning. Tomorrow morning, the superpowers sent by the Academy will arrive at Yenqing Port. At that time, I only need to tell them that all the abnormalities will appear in the back mountain. Putting down the pen and exhaling deeply, Baiju relaxed a lot. As long as the superpowers sent by the Academy solve the killing rules of the back mountain in advance before the evening of the day after tomorrow, they can avoid the death ending. Although no killing rules that meet the requirements were found in the rule archive, Baiju has already assumed that the killing rules are at work. Most of the weirdness in this world comes from the killing rules. It was already afternoon when Baiju and Lin Yu arrived in Yencheng. The rest of the time was spent in heaviness, and soon it was night. After saying goodnight to Ling Xue, Baiju and Lin Yu returned to the room. After talking to Lin Yu for a few words, Baiju closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. In a few hours, there will be crying from Sisterin. Without falling asleep, Baiju waited while using known information to deduce the weirdness behind it. At about 2 o'clock in the morning, just like before the reincarnation, a sob and low cry came from outside the door. Lifting the quilt on his side, Baiju got out of bed and headed to Ling Xue's bedroom. Without knocking, Baiju pushed the door open and entered. Looking through the ever-widening crack in the door, the first thing that caught his eye was Ling Xue huddled in the corner. "I'm so scared," looking at Baiju, and Ling Xue cried weakly. Without any unnecessary movements, Baiju just squatted in front of Ling Xue and comforted her softly. After a while, Lin Yu arrived. "What's wrong with Senior Sisterin?" What Lin Yu said was just like memory. Baiju shook his head, "I don't know. You stay with her first, and I'll check the house." After saying this, Lin Yu left the room. "Senior, please go back to bed." Speaking softly, Baiju helped Ling Xue back to the bed. At the same time, he was also paying attention to Ling Xue's facial expression. There was a hint of pride concealed by a crying look, hidden in the corners of Ling Xue's slightly curved mouth. Without breaking the point, Baiju continued to comfort him until Ling Xue fell asleep. "How is Senior Sisterin?" After inspecting the house, Lin Yu returned to the bedroom. Without saying much, Baiju walked outside the bedroom and closed the door. The next development was the same as before the reincarnation. He had a few words with Lin Yu, and when he reported to the college, Baiju returned to the room. Lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling covered in night, Baiju's thoughts were wandering. When she gets up tomorrow morning, and Ling Xue will not remember crying tonight. After experiencing this night for the second time, Baiju got an important but not very important piece of information from why Ling Xue was crying to observing her facial expressions. The Ling Xue just now was not the real Ling Xue. The scene just now was deliberately staged for him and Lin Yu to see. As for why he pretended to show it to them, Baiju had no way of knowing. It was getting late, and he had to get up early tomorrow to pick up the seniors with abilities from the academy at the port of Yencheng. Baiju did not think about it for too long, and closed his eyes and fell asleep. When the stars set and the moon sets, dawn appears in the sky, and the time comes to 7 in the morning. The three of them all got up very early, washed up, had instant noodles for breakfast, and then got ready to go out. The information given by the Ministry of Information is that the two transcendental superpowers will arrive at Yenching Port at 9 o'clock in the morning. After getting into a taxi, the three of them arrived at the port at around 8:30. There were still 10 minutes left before the seniors with superpowers arrived in Yenching, and Baiju and the other three were waiting at the exit. "Junior brother Bai, should we take a piece of white paper and write down our names? There are so many people and we can't even see where the seniors are." And Ling Xue stepped on her feet and tried to distinguish among the huge crowd passing by the port exit. Senior said that wherever there was a commotion because of her beauty, she would be there. Baiju said with a helpless expression. He originally thought that all those with transcendent abilities were the same as Professor Pullman, that they were of a certain age and had a high B rating. However, I had just contacted a senior with superpowers. When Baiju asked how to contact him, the senior said, "If there is a disturbance in the harbor, it will be because of my beauty." Just, quite helpless. After hearing what Baiju said, Lin Yu was silent for a few seconds and said, "I should know who the senior sent by the academy is." "Who?" Baiju and Enlingshu said in unison and looked at Lin Yu with tacit understanding. You'll find out later. Lin Yu frowned, seeming to have some objections to this senior. With a little confusion, Baiju and Enlingshu turned their attention back to the crowd. Strange, no one is looking at me? As the port approached the exit, a blonde woman with blue eyes took off the dome hat on her head. Her facial features were so three-dimensional that it cast shadows on her face. Professor Severna, where are the little guys who came to pick us up? Beside, a man in ordinary clothes asked quietly. I don't know. I'll take a look. Professor Savina smoothed her soft blonde hair, slightly raised the corners of her mouth, with a smile that enhanced her intellectual beauty. Stop being such a slut. You're in a hurry to go home. Who's looking at you? Or maybe he couldn't bear it anymore, and the man complained. You have such a bad mouth. Savina glared at the man. On the other side, Baiju and the others were also troubled by not being able to find where the commotion was. Follow me. Or having found the target, Lin Yu called Baiju and Enlingshu to go in the same direction. It's so annoying, you should yell and let them find us. Professor Savina put on her dome hat again, folded her hands across her chest, and glared at the man traveling with her. It's really unlucky to be in a team with you. The man was not good at words, and he gritted his teeth at Savina's rebuke. Professor Severna. Just when the atmosphere was tense, Lin Yu's voice came over, attracting their attention. It's Xiao Lin Yu. Before turning around, Savina did not forget to glare at the man, and then put a smile on her pretty face. And student Enlingshu. Several people approached, and Savina smiled and said hello to each other, her eyes finally resting on Baiju. Predictive kid, long time no see. Savina leaned forward slightly, her breasts drawing a full arc in the air with the movement. Do you miss your sister? As she spoke, Savina blinked her left eye, her charm fully revealed. Faced with the provocation, Baiju remained expressionless and unmoved. Hello, Professor Severna. He greeted back calmly. Okay, very good. Savina retracted her waist and raised the corners of her lips with an unclear but dangerous smile. I met Professor Situ Hung. Just as Baiju and the others finished their topic, Lin Yu respectfully greeted the man behind Savina. As expected of a descendant of the Lin family, you are almost as strong as me at such a young age. Situ Hong said with a smile. Then, Baiju and Enlingshu greeted Situ Hong in turn. You are the one who was recruited this year with a old man. You are talking so much nonsense. Hurry up, I am dying of the sun. Savina rolled her eyes at him without mercy, interrupting Situ Heng's words. The two professors seemed to have a conflict, and Baiju and Enlingshu looked at Lin Yu at the same time. Let's talk about it when we get back. Let's talk about it when we get back. Savina looked impatient. Situ Hong was so angry that he gritted his teeth, and Lin Yu smiled apologetically, but his head was about to explode. Why did the college send these two professors at the same time when it couldn't send anyone else? You know, the conflict between Savina and Situ Hong 5 years ago was not small, and it once alarmed all the major supernatural families. However, compared to personal grudges, fortunately, both professors attach more importance to the rules of killing. Soon returned home. Student Baiju, first tell us what you have predicted, the more specific information about this killing rule. Sitting around Baiju on the sofa, Savina stopped being frivolous, and her pretty face was solemn as a professor. This has to start with why I came to Yancheng. After sorting out the order of words, under the gaze of the four people, Baiju calmly narrated everything he knew, including the information gap obtained before reincarnation. The narration was very long, and it was not until noon that Baiju explained everything clearly. Student In sent a message for help, but Student In denied that he had sent a message for help 3 times. The colorful light that separated from himself and gathered towards the back mountain, Professor Savina muttered in thought, and her pretty face was stained with a different kind of heaviness. 7-colored light, or maybe she knew something. Savina emphasized the 7-colored light. I know. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes sank. It's twin flowers. Savina frowned tightly. Blevel murder rules twin flowers, the legendary devil's flower. Once this flower appears in the world, if it is not removed as soon as possible and allowed to evolve, it will usher in the end. After listening to Professor Savina's words, Baiju, Lin Yu and Enlingshu all had their expressions darken. Situ Hong, who is also a professor, raised his thick eyebrows. The last time the twin flower was born was 100 years ago. It is said that the twin flower was not controlled until it successfully evolved into the level killing rule. Bana of the other side, destroyed several small countries in a short period of time, and this attracted the highest attention in the supernatural world. Afterwards, in a months-long battle, at the cost of the death of dozens of transcendent superpowers, it was successfully eradicated. As he said that, Professor Sitahang's face also looked slightly ugly. Although the action against the twin flowers 100 years ago was too far away for him, he could feel the despair of the entire supernatural world at that time just from the written records. Level-killing twins can evolve into apocalyptic disasters and a level-killing flowers. Baiju couldn't help but tremble when he thought of the long colorful river that converged towards the back mountain of Yenching in the last moments before reincarnation. Could it be said that the twin flowers at that time were evolving? Taking the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in one city as nutrients for evolution, Baiju could not imagine what a disaster it would be once the twins successfully evolved. I have seen the Supreme Files that contains twin flowers before, and the introduction to it is, the twin flowers are intelligent killing rules. They sleep among the flowers, and their rules cover the whole city. When they wake up, invisible and tasteless pollen spreads throughout the city, breeding people's dark side, and evolution induces people who can be controlled by it. Deputy Soul. The secondary soul will replace the main soul from time to time, inducing people covered by the rule field to call their relatives and friends to store nutrients for evolution. When nutrients are sufficient, the twin flowers begin to evolve, and everyone covered by the rule field will die. Professor Savina's voice was very deep, so deep that the atmosphere was extremely depressing. The Supreme File also records the killing rules, but unlike the killing rules file, the killing rules recorded in the Supreme Files are retrieved from the killing rules file and can trigger the Doomsday killing rules. The flower of the other side, which evolved from the twin flower, has brought about doomsday more than once in the course of history. There is a saying, flowers bloom on the other side, life and death are like illusions. Understanding the horror of allowing the twin flowers to evolve, Baiju couldn't help but feel a chill running down his spine. It can be called a doomsday disaster, and the danger of twin flowers is evident. After Savina's words, Baiju also understood in Lingshua's several requests for help when he was still in the academy, and the day after arriving in Yenching before reincarnation, he also sent a request for help message to Lingyu who was sleeping next to him, but he himself there was no impression of this. The twin flowers will actively lure nutrients to the area covered by the rule field. Thinking about it, he turned on his phone and checked his address book. Mom, by Yangjun and Lingxue, Lingyu, Information Department of Rhine University. There are only 5 contacts in his address book. Or rather, only 3. Senior sister and, according to what Professor Savina said, you shouldn't be the only one who sent me a distress message. Baiju looked at Lingxue and said solemnly. He came to Yenching because of Lingxue's distress message, so Lingxue's other relatives and friends should also have received her distress message. He should not be the only one, because news of Lingxue's help came to Yenching. I don't know, the atmosphere was depressing, and Lingxue didn't even dare to take a breath. When she was suddenly questioned, she was obviously at a loss. Open your phone and take a look. Savina's pretty face was solemn, and she also looked at Lingxue. At this point, 4 eyes in the living room focused on her, bringing heavy pressure, and Lingxue couldn't help but feel nervous. With the 4 people watching, Lingxue opened her phone and checked her address book. Dad, Mom, Baiju, Rhine College Information Department. There are 4 contacts in total, 1 less than Baiju, who has almost no social contact. Look, put the screen on the coffee table in front of the sofa, and Lingxue said weakly. It's unlikely to be sent to the Ministry of Information. That would only be the parents of Junior Bai and Juniorin. Lingyu said on the side, and then looked confused. No, if I remember correctly, Shuemayan's parents are both professors of the Department of Supernatural Powers. How could they react at all when they received the message from the girl asking for help? No? Following these words, Baiju also became confused. My parents are on a mission outside and may not have time to look at their phones. And Lingshue's eyes were filled with sadness. Let's not talk about this for now. Savina glanced at Lingxue, a hint of complexity flashed through her beautiful eyes. She interrupted the topic in time and looked at Baiju. Student Baiju, in your prediction, the twin flowers will begin to evolve tomorrow evening? Yes. Baiju nodded heavily. It's not too late. Professor Savina was slightly relieved, and her pretty face became solemn. Tonight, Sitohang, and Lin Yu will go to the back mountain to pull out the twin flowers. You and Mr. Rin are staying here. Do you hear me clearly? Yes. Baiju and the other 3 responded. Perhaps due to his status, Sitohang just nodded slightly to express his approval of Savina's plan. Then it's decided, let's have lunch first. Savina said, turning her attention to Lin Yu. There are only instant noodles. Is Professor Sabina used to it? Lin Yu said. I want to order takeout. Savina frowned. Just deal with it first. Lin Yu shook his head. I don't care. Savina refused. In the afternoon, after eating takeout, Savina began to report the situation here to the college. You want us to capture the twin flowers? Standing by the window of the living room, Savina was on the phone, her eyebrows slightly curved. I think you know how dangerous the twin flowers are. Can the research department control them? The director of the research department said that they can be controlled. Without the speakerphone turned on, only Savina could hear the voice on the other end of the phone. It's inexplicable. Why study this thing? Savina frowned and murmured. It is said that some key information about the twin flowers is missing, and we need to take this opportunity to fill it up. An explanation came from the other end of the phone. Okay, that's it, hang up. After hanging up the phone, Savina told Situhong and Baiju about this matter without reservation. Nonsense. Situhong frowned, and had a completely different attitude towards this matter. Bringing such a big hidden danger to the college, what if something goes wrong? Can his research department afford it? Situhong's voice was so loud that Ling Shue hid behind Baiju. I don't know why the principal approved it. Although Savina and Situhong didn't get along well, their views on this matter were similar. Let's capture them first, don't give them to them for the time being, and go back to the college to ask the principal what he thinks. They were only second-level professors. This task was assigned by the ministerial level and approved by the principal. They had no power to veto it outright, so they could only adopt a compromise. Situhong responded solemnly and agreed with Savina's words. Then, evening was approaching. Savina, Situhong, and Lin Yu went out and told Baiju and Ling Shue to wait at home. If they were taken to face the twin flowers, Baiju and Ling Shue would not be able to provide much help, but would become a burden. As the night deepened outside the window, Savina and the other two climbed the back mountain of Yenshan. What comes into view is dense clusters of trees with swaying shadows, stretching as far as the eye can see like a green ocean. The faint scent of flowers lingers around the nose, adding a touch of softness to the darkness deep in the forest. There are so many flowers, which one is the twin flower? After passing through the dark forest, he came to a flower cluster covered with moonlight. Looking at the endless flowers of various colors in front of him, Situhong couldn't help frowning. Fool! Savina glared at him unceremoniously. Do you use your fire ability to roast your butt? After Savina said this, Situhong turned around. He groaned, knowing that he was in the wrong, and didn't argue much. He just waved his hand forward and mobilized the fire ability. A black flame emerged from Situhong's palm, sprayed several meters into the air, and then slowly fell, and the height tended to be stable. As a holder of the transcendent fire ability, the black flame summoned by Situhong is naturally extraordinary. Situhong turned his palm forward, and the black flame in his palm shot outward at a certain angle. The black flame spread out in the air like a net and fell directly on the flowers on the ground. Under the silver moonlight, black flames were surging among the flowers, and one piece of barren wasteland after another was born under the burning of black flames. The beauty brought by the flowers was destroyed in an instant. Twin flowers. With her beautiful eyes narrowed, Savina stared at the twin flowers that gradually lost the cover of the flowers and exposed their true bodies, with a smile on her lips. Standing behind the two professors, Lin Yu also stared at the twin flowers that remained unmoved by the burning of black flames, with a bit more solemnity between his brows. The twin flowers were invisible and could escape. Situhong flicked his left hand, and the still burning black flames were extinguished in the wind in the blink of an eye. Do you know how to bring the twin flowers back to the college alive? Situhong asked Savina, knowing only about the twin flowers. Leave this to me. Savina looked at Lin Yu and Situhong separately, her beautiful eyes as calm as a deep spring. Use your supernatural powers to attack the twin flowers, consume its power, until the colorful light shield around it is broken. Listening to Savina's words, Lin Yu and Situhong gathered their eyes at the same time and looked at the twin flowers. I saw that the twin flowers began to appear around the twin flowers with a grid-like colorful light, like a defense shield, protecting the twin flowers. Without hesitation, Lin Yu took the lead, with purple lightning surging all over his body, carrying a momentum to the sky, carrying endless lightning, and heading straight for the twin flowers. Situhong's eyes also sank, and a group of black fireballs the size of a human head quickly condensed and formed, shooting towards the twin flowers, passing through the sound of breaking through the air. And Savina's lips gradually flattened, and her golden hair gradually turned blood red from the roots of her hair. Looking at her back, Her shoulder blades on both sides trembled, and a few seconds later, a pair of blood wings suddenly spread out. The changes that happened to Savina were far more than that. Her white eyes were gradually filled with blood, the upper canine teeth between her teeth grew downwards, blood-colored lines climbed all over her skin, and her nails were quickly stretched, reflecting the moonlight under the sky like knives. At this moment, she was like a vampire queen descending into the world, bringing endless disasters. Special System Transcendence Ability, Blood Clan. At this moment, the protective shield protecting the twin flowers was flashing dazzling colorful light, and in order to block and attack Lin Yu and Sitohong, the colorful light kept scattering and flowing in the air. Savina slapped the blood wings behind her, and a huge wind force rose up. She moved violently and went straight into the air, waiting for an opportunity to move. And just as the fierce fight in the back mountain was going on, and Ling Xue's family also ushered in a change. According to the memory before reincarnation, nothing happened tonight. Because they had to wait for Professor Savina and the other two to return, Bai Juan and Ling Xue did not fall asleep. Instead, after a short chat, they leaned on the sofa in the living room and played with their phones. Bang! Just as he was boredly flipping through the files on the rules of killing, he suddenly heard a sound of something falling beside him. Bai Ju subconsciously turned his eyes away. Senior sister? Seeing in Ling Xue hanging her head, not caring about the phone slipping from her hand, he called out in confusion. The air was quiet for a few seconds, and then Ling Xue suddenly raised her head, with a little charm in her eyes that did not match her temperament. She turned her face and met Bai Ju's eyes, her feet off the ground, crawling on the sofa, her collar half open, and the beautiful scenery was shallow. Realizing that Ling Xue was not right, Bai Ju frowned immediately. Senior sister? The voice was a little puzzled, with the intention of waking her up. However, Ling Xue and he got closer and closer, until Bai Ju was forced to the corner of the sofa, with no room for retreat. I want to eat you. The charming look in her eyes seemed to have the ability to soften bones. And Ling Xue bit her lower lip lightly, and the charm of desire completely enveloped Bai Ju. His brows were furrowed tighter and tighter. As the hot and humid breath carrying the fragrance of the girl rushed to his face, Bai Ju's eyes suddenly became empty, and his consciousness slowly lost contact with his body. But, in the next second, he saw his hands move, stretching towards Ling Xue, as if to hold her in his arms. Someone has taken control of my body. When Bai Ju realized this, his memories also surged up. The twin flowers are intelligent. When they wake up, the invisible and tasteless pollen will float throughout the city, nurturing the dark side of people, and evolving to induce secondary souls that can be controlled by it. This was Professor Savina's introduction to the twin flowers in the morning. It mentioned that because of the twin flowers, people covered by its rule domain will breed a secondary soul that can be controlled by the twin flowers, and this secondary soul can control the body from time to time instead of the main soul, thereby luring more people to Yenqing to become nutrients. The secondary soul took away my body. If Bai Ju could still control his body now, his eyes must be wide open. Then think of the last scene before reincarnation in death. The colorful Bai Ju that separated from his body was his secondary soul. The secondary soul that provided the twin flowers with nutrients for evolution. Bai Ju is very anxious now. His body is controlled by the secondary soul. It seems that Ling Xue is also controlled by her secondary soul. It is still unknown how the subsequent plot will develop, but it will be very shameful. However, just when the secondary soul that controlled Bai Ju's body was about to hug Ling Xue, who was also occupied by the secondary soul, into his arms, and Bai Ju's main soul was very anxious, a terrifying force that seemed to be able to destroy the world appeared and disappeared in an instant. Then, Bai Ju felt that his eyes were blurry and clear. He looked down at his hands, clenched his fists and opened them. There was a colorful light on his palms, and all parts of his body dissipated to nothing. What's the situation? Doubts and confusion coexisted. Bai Ju only knew that a terrifying force that made him lose hope flashed by just now, and then he regained control of his body. He raised his eyes slightly and saw Ling Xue sitting on him with a confused face, and colorful light was also radiating from her body. Did Professor Savina and the others solve the twin flowers? Bai Ju tried to explain the reason for this strange phenomenon. But he told Lin Yu that he would tell him as soon as he solved the twin flowers. Apparently, no phone call came in nearly 10 seconds. And the terrifying power just now seemed to destroy the world. Bai Ju, who had personally experienced the evolution of the twin flowers, did not think it had anything to do with the twin flowers. To be more precise, the twin flowers were not worthy. Thinking about it, his thoughts stopped abruptly, and Ling Xue, who was sitting on him, blushed and hurriedly retreated to the sofa. After a few minutes of awkward atmosphere, a hot breath slowly dissipated, and a steady breathing sound came from the side. Baiju looked around and saw Lingxue leaning against the sofa, her head tilted back slightly, her beautiful eyes closed, and her sleeping face was peaceful. He turned on the screen of his mobile phone and looked at the time. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning. He gently left the sofa and stood in front of the coffee table. Baiju suddenly stretched out his hand, his eyebrows slightly condensed, his mind moved slightly, staring at a pack of tissues placed on the coffee table, and then pressed his palm down. Squeak! Without any contact, the pack of tissues was slowly flattened as Baiju pressed his palm down. He immediately withdrew his hand, and Baiju was surprised. Just after regaining control of his body, he had always had a strange feeling in his heart, as if there was a force suppressing his body, suppressing and suppressing again, forcing him to try to release it. What's going on? Looking at his palm and then at the tissue that was flattened out of thin air, Baiju turned to face the sofa, staring at a certain place on the sofa cushion, and stretched out his hand to press down as before, releasing the strange feeling in his heart. As the palm pressed down, a pit gradually formed on the flat sofa cushion, as if some invisible object was pressing on it. This! Baiju opened his eyes wide in surprise. After that, he tried a few more times and found that he seemed to be able to exert pressure on objects out of thin air, forcing the objects to deform. Because of that power? After several attempts, Baiju withdrew his hand, frowned slightly, and recalled the sudden and terrifying power that destroyed the secondary soul before. Is this considered a superpower? Baiju couldn't be sure, but being able to exert pressure on objects out of thin air was not considered a superpower. In a vague way, he suddenly had a suspicion that the source of this power was related to rebirth after death. And the terrifying power just now was also related to rebirth after death. However, this suspicion had no factual basis. After thinking for a moment, Baiju put it aside for the time being. Through repeated measurements, Baiju found that the range within which he could exert pressure on objects was only 2 meters, and it would be ineffective if it exceeded 2 meters. To be honest, suddenly having practical superpowers was as exciting as getting rich overnight. Baiju released superpowers almost non-stop, constantly exerting pressure on various objects. An hour later, all the objects in Lingxue's living room that were more likely to deform were flattened by Baiju. Baiju was excited about having superpowers, and on the other side, in the back mountain of Yancheng. In midair, Savina flapped her blood wings and flew up, leaving a streamlined blood mark under the moonlight. The colorful light shield of the twin flowers is about to break, try harder. Her voice was as loud as the scream of a bat, and her 5 fingers were like sharp blades. When rushing towards the twin flowers, she scattered the colorful light rushing towards her. She had read about the attack of the twin flower in the Supreme Archives before. The colorful light it controls contains a deadly poison. If it touches the human body, both ordinary people and superpowers will be poisoned immediately. It cannot be solved without the twin flower. When launching a close attack on the twin flower, Savina naturally could not avoid being hit by the colorful light, but her superpower Blood Clan has a very high self-healing ability and is immune to all poisons, almost immune to the toxicity of the twin flower. But in addition to the poison, the destructive power of the colorful light should not be underestimated. Hearing Savina's voice, Situhong roared, and the black flames all over his body surged again, showing a momentum of soaring into the sky. Lin Yu also began to use the last of his strength. Under his hideous face, dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, and rolling purple thunder gathered. In front of them, the colorful light shield that protected the twin flower was somewhat dim compared to before. Black flames, purple lightning, colorful light. The elements and light converged and merged, like a long-lasting and dangerous fireworks display, gorgeous and wonderful, intimidating but untouchable. The most violent blow came, thunder fell with a bang, and a black fire column fell from the sky, directly suppressing the twin flowers. Perhaps sensing a great crisis, the twin flowers gathered all the colorful light to resist with all their might. However, just when it was distracted by the attacks of Situhong and Lin Yu, 5 knife-like sharp nails mixed with moonlight quietly sank into the colorful light shield. The already dim colorful light shield had cracks, and in an instant, all the colorful light burst out, and the twin flowers were submerged by thunder and fire columns. The blood wings flapped forward, stirring up a huge wind. After Savina tore the colorful light shield, she rushed backwards by hugging the ground and barely stood firm more than 10 meters away. Watching the purple lightning and black flames mix and wrap the twin flowers. It lasted for more than 10 seconds. Under the deliberate control of Situhong and Lin Yu, the purple lightning and black flames slowly dissipated. When everything calmed down, Savina flew to the twin flowers. The colorful light shield that protected it was gone, and the twin flowers began to wilt, like a proud head drooping decadently. The power of the twin flowers is exhausted and they fall into sleep again. Seeing Sita Hong and Lin Yu coming over, Savina did not remove the supernatural power blood clan, but put away the blood wings behind her and half-crouched in front of the drooping twin flowers. She carefully inserted her knife-like nails into the soil near the twin flowers, cut the soil surrounding the twin flowers, and then dug it up and held it in the palm of her hand. While the twin flowers fell into sleep, dig out the flowers and soil together. This is the description of how to capture twin flowers in the Supreme Archives. Let's go back first. Savina said, breathed a sigh of relief, and removed the supernatural power. The blood wings flapped twice for no reason, and then quickly shrank, as if hiding in the shoulder blade. The blood-red hair faded to gold, the blood in the whites of the eyes slowly dissipated, and the fangs and claws shrank and returned to normal. Situ Hong and Lin Yu each looked at the twin flowers held in Savina's hands. Just looking at them, they couldn't help but feel a palpitation. Without staying in the back mountain for long, the three returned home at around 3 in the morning. When they opened the door, the first thing they saw was a pile of soil held in Professor Savina's hands, and on the soil was a wilting twin flower. The noise was a bit loud, and Ling Xue, who was sleeping on the sofa, was woken up. She rubbed her hazy eyes, saw Professor Savina and others return, blinked, and quickly woke up. Is this the twin flower? After taking a flower pot to temporarily plant the twin flowers, Ling Xue squatted in front of the coffee table, holding back her palpitations, curiously observing the twin flowers whose petals were tilted downwards. I'm so tired. Savina leaned on the sofa, her long legs crossed. Xiao Yuyu, come and massage your dear Professor Savina's shoulders. Perhaps it was the long-term battle that caused her shoulders to ache. Savina blinked at Lin Yu, who was not far from the sofa. Professor Savina, I'm tired too. Lin Yu was tired and helpless. Humph, I gave you a chance but you didn't use it. With a light snort, Savina cast her eyes on Baiju. Dear Professor Baiju, Professor Savina, I have something to tell you. Before Professor Savina finished speaking, Baiju spoke first, looking very serious. Look. Without saying it directly, Baiju motioned Savina to look at a certain part of the sofa cushion. Her eyes followed, with a little confusion. In Savina's sight, she saw that the sofa cushion where Baiju pointed was slowly sinking from flat, as if it was squeezed by a heavy object. The confusion in her beautiful eyes became more and more intense. Savina turned her eyes away and looked at Baiju, stretching out her white palm to him. Do to me what you just did to the sofa. This sentence sounds a bit bad, but the atmosphere is thick and the ambiguity is suppressed. Situ Hon, Lin Yu and Ling Xue also turned their attention to it. Seeing the sofa cushions sinking out of thin air, they were all surprised. Looking at Savina's outstretched palm, Baiju was obviously hesitant. His ability has only been used on objects, and he doesn't know what will happen if it is applied to people. Seeming to see what Baiju was worried about, Savina pursed her lips slightly, and then released the ability Blood Clan. The moonlight poured in from the window, reflecting the shadow of Savina's blood wings on the floor. Let's start, Savina said lightly. The nails extended, the edges were as sharp as swords, and beautiful bloodlines climbed on the white palm. Seeing Professor Savina's ability for the first time, Ling Xue opened her eyes wide, curiously looked at the blood wings, and then looked at the bloodlines on Savina's skin. Baiju was slightly surprised, and then regained his composure. He nodded slightly, no longer hesitated, his mind moved slightly, and he released the strange feeling in his heart. 5 eyes met on the palm, and saw that the moist skin gradually had a small depression, and it was slowly deepening, just like the depression of the sofa cushion before. Situ Hong, Lin Yu and Ling Xue were surprised just by watching. As a witness, Savina's expression was also quite wonderful. Her pretty face was shocked at first, and then turned to disbelief. As her eyes raised and fell on Baiju's face, she turned to excitement again. You can exert pressure on objects? Savina looked very surprised. Under the gaze of 4 people, Baiju nodded. Do you know what kind of superpower you have? As Professor Savina's voice became more and more excited, the curiosity and doubts of Baiju and the other 3 reached their peak. Super breath. Savina looked at Baiju excitedly and said, it is an extremely rare special superpower. From ancient times to now, only 4 people have registered it in the superpower book. The words she used were extraordinary. Not to mention the 3 students Baiju, Lin Yu and Ling Xue, even Sita Hong, who was also a professor, raised his eyebrows. Super breath. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Not as knowledgeable as Savina, when Professor Sita Hong learned the term super breath, he stroked his chin beard and tried to retrieve information about super breath from his memory. Although he didn't know what kind of superpower super breath was, he should be very strong from Professor Savina's tone. Looking at the excited Savina, Baiju was looking forward to her introduction. Special power super breath. Those who possess this power can exert pressure on everything in the world. In the 1,000-year history of superpowers, there are only 4 people who have super breath. And you are the 5th. Sabina became more and more excited, and her eyes seemed to be burning when she looked at Baiju. 5th? Lin Yu was stunned. And Ling Shue looked at Baiju blankly. And Baiju himself reacted after a little daze. Professor Sabina, according to you, this power is not strong? Baiju's heart skipped a beat. Although he could learn the rarity of this power from Professor Savina's introduction, it seemed that there was nothing special about it except the ability to exert pressure. Strong. Professor Savina's eyebrows deepened, and her excitement was hidden. Although only 4 people in the history of superpowers have this ability, there is one who has developed the super breath to the mystery stage. There are written records that the superpower who possesses the mystery stage super breath can easily kill living things by exerting pressure, and can suppress the A-level killing rules with one hand. At the end of her words, Savina's expression was stained with a touch of respect. The super breath of the mystery stage can suppress the A-level killing rules with one hand. Hearing this, Baiju's heart was like being hit by a sledgehammer, making a rumbling sound. His eyes were ignited like a torch, lighting up the holy fire that lasted forever. Savina's words gave him a glowing signpost, who was still confused about the road ahead. In order to break the phantom, Baiju chose to join the Rhine Academy, but when will the phantom appear again, and how should he deal with it when it becomes stronger after it appears? These are all problems that have troubled him for a long time, and the answers are hard to find. Now, Savina told him that the super breath of the mystery period can suppress the A-level killing rules with one hand. This sentence is hope, and it is also a beacon on the road of revenge for the young man. Mystery period. Baiju pronounced the words very strongly. The realm of superpowers is divided into Awakening period, Breakthrough period, and Transcendence period, and the mystery period is the existence above the Transcendence period. Listening to Professor Savina's last words, Situ Hong, Lin Yu and Ling Shue were all moved. Compared with Baiju, they know more about the horror of the A-level killing rules. The super breath of the mystery period can suppress the A-level killing rules with one hand, which is also a big shock to them. But, how easy is it to enter the mystery period? Seeing Baiju's eyes full of hope, they all knew or heard why the young man chose to join Rhine College, and they were silent for a while. Student Baiju, can you promise me one thing? Suddenly, Professor Savina bit her lower lip, visibly embarrassed. What's the matter? Baiju asked. I want to study super interest rates. Savina looked at Baiju with longing eyes, as if she was about to swallow him up in the next second. There are too few records about super breath in the superpower files, and I want to complete them. Looking at Savina and looking at each other, Baiju was startled. Because Professor Savina said it very easily and had the blessing of being a professor, he didn't hesitate much. Baiju nodded slightly in agreement. Very good. With Baiju's agreement, Savina's pretty face was full of smiles. On the side, Situ Hong glanced at her and said calmly, I don't want to complete the power file, but I want to be promoted to a 3rd-level professor. Professors in the college are divided into 1st-level to 3rd-level professors, and now Savina and Situ Hong are ranked 2nd-level professors. After Situ Hong said these words, Savina's smile quickly stiffened and then disappeared. The blood wings on her back flapped, creating a huge wind in Situ Hong's direction. Situ, believe it or not, I will kill you tonight. With blood-red eyes, the enraged Savina gritted her teeth and glared at Situ Hong with obviously murderous intent. Just you? Situ Hong also sneered. Without fear, black flames surrounded him, just settled the grudges 5 years ago. The two men glared at each other angrily, murderous intent sweeping across them as their momentum continued to rise. Lin Yu sighed, walked between the two professors with a wry smile, and tried to smooth things over, giving each of the two professors a step. If Xiao Yuyu hadn't stopped me, I wouldn't have been able to get away with it. Before being separated, Savina did not forget the threat. Humph, my black flame is not a vegetarian either. In front of the 3 students, Situ Hong naturally couldn't show weakness. After such a fuss, Baiju didn't have much time to react. After being studied by Savina, the matter was settled. At 4 o'clock in the morning, dawn lurks in the night. Savina and Ling Shue shared a room, while the remaining 3 men shared a room. However, just before falling asleep, except for Baiju, the 4 people who closed their eyes opened their eyes one after another. Wrong, Baiju has 2 powers? Perhaps Savina's introduction to super breath was too shocking, so that the four people, including Savina, temporarily forgot that Baiju had an even more outrageous ability: precognition. So, Baiju, who was about to fall asleep, was pulled out. This time, the four looked at him as if he were a monster, with shock in their eyes. Before, they all thought that although Baiju had super breath, it was unlikely that he would reach the mystery stage. But now, the impossible has become possible, and each of them is full of confidence in Baiju. Not only does he have two abilities, but he also has taboo abilities and very rare special abilities at the same time. In the impressions of Professors Savina and Sita Hong, this level of genius only appeared 10 years ago. It was not until dawn that Baiju was able to fall asleep. Little Hess, we have hope for the rise of Rhine. In the living room, Savina was on the phone, trying her best to control the volume that rose involuntarily due to excitement. What did you do again? Instead of getting excited with Savina, Principal Hess on the other end of the phone frowned. Hey, what's your attitude? Savina's words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing Savina's burning desire to share. I won't tell you anymore, I'm hanging up. Hey, without waiting for Hess to ask more, Savina snorted coldly and hung up the phone. Beep. Then, Hess called again. Hang up again and blocked him skillfully. Perhaps feeling unsatisfied, Savina gritted her teeth and muttered words like bastard. At the same time, in an apartment at Rhine College, Hess sat on the bed, staring at the screen of his mobile phone for a long time without coming back to his senses. It's over, she must have caused trouble again. Hess's phone was blocked, and he didn't dare to sleep anymore. Quickly putting on formal clothes, he adjusted his collar while calling Sita Hong. Hess knew that Savina and Sita Hong went to Yenching for reinforcement. Like Baiju, Sita Hong had just fallen asleep. A phone call woke up all three of them. After learning from Professor Sita Hong that Baiju not only possessed precognition but also superbreathing, Hess's voice was calm, but there was also excitement. Immediately, Hess waved his hand and immediately sent a private cruise ship to Yenching to pick them up and take them back to the college. Although he was the principal of Rhine College, Hess could not sit still in front of a genius with two extraordinary abilities. Professor, it's 7 o'clock. The principal said the cruise ship will arrive at 9 o'clock. Lin Yu yawned while persuading Professor Sita Hong, who was obviously sleepy. After a sleepless night, they began to wash up. Who will go to call Professor Savina? After washing up, the three of them sat on the sofa in tacit understanding. Sita Hong coughed, took up the professor's airs, and spoke first. Junior Bai, go. Lin Yu looked at Baiju without hesitation. After a moment's pause, Baiju exchanged glances with them one by one and simply blinked. Then, under the gaze of the senior and professor, he came to the bedroom door and knocked. Professor Savina, go away. The voice inside the bedroom door was neither light nor faint, but full of oppression that made people dare not resist. Suddenly, his whole body froze, and his hand stopped knocking on the door. Baiju sat back on the sofa silently. The three men looked at each other in silence. In the bedroom, Savina slept in a big shape, squeezing in Lingxue to shiver in the corner. Not only could she not sleep, she also dared not leave for fear of waking up Professor Savina. Time went on until the evening. A group of 5 people came to the port. Xiao Shue, don't look for a boyfriend like them in the future. Looking through the sunglasses, slightly sideways, looking at Baiju, Lin Yu and Sita Hong, Savina took in Lingshue's arm and taught them. Oh. And Lingxue just nodded. After entering the port, you can see a small cruise ship docked at the pier from a distance. This cruise ship has been docked since the morning. During this period, Sita Hong tried to contact the principal to solve the problem that Savina was unwilling to get up and delayed the trip, but after listening, the principal just left a solemn sentence, figure it out yourself, and hung up the phone. Solution? What other solution is there? They can only wait for Savina to wake up. After a while, the 5 people boarded the ship and came to their respective cabins under the guidance of the receptionist. The principal's private cruise ship is very luxurious. It is simply a mobile 5-star hotel. Sitting down on the leather sofa to rest, Baiju only felt a strong sense of heroism coming towards him. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window is the sunset, and the setting sun casts afterglow. After a day and a night of failure to fall asleep, leaning on the soft sofa cushion, the indescribable comfort wrapped Baiju, pulling his long-hidden sleepiness. The cruise ship will arrive at the academy late at night, and he can have a good sleep before the night comes. He closed his eyes slightly, fell into sleepiness, and gradually fell into sleep. At night, the sunset in the sky was replaced by the night. The moonlight fell, covering the endless sea with a layer of silver mist, and a cruise ship set off a buzzing sound, breaking through the waves. When Baiju was awakened, the sky outside the window was completely dark. After washing his face with cold water in the bathroom, his consciousness was cleared by the coolness, and Baiju followed the receptionist who woke him up to get off the ship. Student Baiju, Principal Shi has asked you to go to the principal's office. Sabina stretched lazily while looking at Baiju. Perhaps because she had enough sleep, Sabina looked much more friendly at this time. Yeah. Baiju responded with a forced smile. Looking at Sabina, Baiju regretted it when he thought of his promise to study super breath for her. Although he didn't have much contact with Professor Sabina, in these few contacts, he had a deep understanding of the professor's fickle personality. It was late, it was 11 o'clock in the evening. Having just slept on the cruise ship, everyone was not very sleepy. Several people said goodbye at the port, and Baiju was about to go to the Dream building. Bai Shueti, after walking a few steps, and Ling Xue's voice came from behind. Bai Zhe stopped and turned around, only to see Ling Xue change the direction of returning to the dormitory and trot to his side. I'll go with you. And Ling Xue panted slightly and looked at Baiju, her beautiful eyes with some expectation. Yeah. Baiju agreed with a slight smile on his lips. Walking side by side and chatting all the way, the atmosphere between Baiju and Ling Xue was much more relaxed than when they were at home. Although Rhine College is a college, it looks more like a future city as a whole. Although the night is dark, it also hangs a white flag under the colorful neon lights. Soon, a 100-story building rose from the ground in front of the site, and its top soared into the sky, like the most magnificent lighthouse in the night. Entering the Dream building, Baiju and Ling Xue took the elevator directly to the 98th floor. Walking along the corridor with burgundy carpet, they came to the principal's office and Baiju knocked on the door with his knuckles. Come in. Almost at the moment when the door was knocked, the voice of Principal Shihis came over. P.S. See that you have read this far, please urge me to update and give me a free gift. Concon will try to write another chapter tonight. PPS. There is a collection post for supernatural settings in the book circle. Interested friends can participate. I'll wait for you outside. And Ling Xue stopped outside the door. With a slight response, Baiju walked in. Student of Baiju. Looking at Baiju, Principal Sais crossed his hands on the table, looking at it with a bit of appreciation. Principal Sihis. Baiju replied with a greeting, which was a prelude to meeting again after a few months. However, when meeting Principal Sais this time, there were not many oppressive senior college officials. Baiju only had to face the principal. I thought you were good enough, but I didn't expect you had something to hide. Principal Sais smiled and said, Can I ask a more private question? His conversation and even his every move were that of a British gentleman. Principal Sihis loosened his hands and frowned slightly. Although the principal asked the question very elegantly, the choice before Baiju seemed to be that he only agreed. Have you just awakened to the super breath power, or have you had it before and been hiding it? Sai smiled, with a meaningful smile in his eyes. I just woke up. Baiju said matter-of-factly. He has nothing to hide in this regard. When they looked at each other, Principal Sais did not ask the next question. Instead, after a few seconds of silence, he took the initiative to break. Twin powers, one has precognition, the other has super breath. Sais looked at Baiju with more and more satisfaction. Excellent, so excellent. With you here in Rhine, I'll see if those stubborn old guys in Blanca can laugh again. Talking about this, Principal Sais seemed to recall bad memories, and his anger was superficial, but he was quickly calmed down. Do you know how our Rhine College treats talented students? Principal Sihisi stood up with a smile and walked along the table to Baiju. You and Linyu should have a good relationship. In your eyes, what is the difference between Linyu and other students? Facing the inquiry, Baiju thought for a moment, and then said uncertainly, stronger than other students? This is the simplest answer to this question. Lin Yutsai's thunder power reached the breakthrough stage in his sophomore year. He had told Baiju before that he was likely to become the fifth youngest person in the history of superpowers to reach the breakthrough stage. Yes, he was able to reach the breakthrough stage at the age of 20. Compared with his peers, he is very outstanding. There are few students in the entire sophomore year and even the entire academy who can compare with him. Principal Sai smiled, as if paving the way for something. An outstanding student like Linyu is one of the seed students of my Rhine College. Seed student? Coming into contact with an unfamiliar term, Baiju couldn't help but frown slightly. The so-called seed student is the college's recognition of your excellence, and it is also a gold-encrusted business card for you when you leave the college in the future. Principal Sai said, handing Baiju a light green card with the same size and hardness as an ID card. The highest pass of Rhine College, the identity certificate of seed students, when encountering any supernatural forces or people. If you want to make things difficult, or if you want to entrust the college with help, you can show this certificate. Baiju took the highest pass and saw Principal Size's eyes condensed. With solemnity and sharpness, anyone who refuses to accept this certificate will be the enemy of the entire Rhine College. The last sentence the principal said was extremely powerful. Looking at the card with the river pattern printed on it in his hand, accompanied by the principal's overbearing words, Baiju suddenly felt flattered. Ever since he was a child, except for his mother, he has never been taken seriously by anyone. If you have any requests, just ask, and the college will try its best to accommodate them. After chatting for a few more words and ending with this promise, Baiju said goodbye to the principal and opened the door to the principal's office. Outside the door, and Ling Xue was leaning against the wall, playing games in a boring way. Hello! Seeing Baiju walking out, and Ling Xue exited the level that was about to be completed and jumped to Baiju's side. Come on, let's go have a midnight snack. Speaking of eating, and Ling Xue looked at Baiju with her big eyes gleaming, exuding a light of expectation that could not be resisted. Baiju responded with a smile, put the highest pass into his pocket without leaving a trace, and walked to the elevator with Ling Xue. The principal had just reminded him that in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the identity of his seed students should not be exposed unless necessary. But, this is very contradictory. On the one hand, they are the seed students cultivated by the core of the college, but on the other hand, the college does not want the seed students to be known to many people. There is no need to be a brand of the college, so what is the purpose of setting up seed students? Is it really just to cultivate outstanding students and help them go further? The benefits are still unclear, and the identity of the seed student is directly given by the principal. Baiju cannot refuse, and will not refuse. If he wants to get rid of the phantom, it is necessary to improve his supernatural strength. With the focus of training from the academy, he will get twice the result with half the effort. On the way to the Mers Food Street after leaving the Dream and Dream building, and Ling Xue did not ask Baiju what she had said to the principal in the principal's office. Instead, she kept talking to Baiju about topics she found interesting. Emotional feedback is converted in a timely manner. Sitting down in a Japanese restaurant, surrounded by soothing piano music and soft lights, both Baiju and Ling Xue felt a lot more relaxed. It's not even July yet, will senior sister return to Yancheng? While waiting for the meal, Baiju asked. Won't come back. And Ling Xue shook her head, or thinking of what happened in Yancheng in the past 2 days, a hint of timidity quickly appeared on her pretty face. I will stay at the college during the summer vacation. It's boring to stay in the college for 2 months. Baiju said casually. Not boring. Looking at him, and Ling Xue blurted out, leaning forward subconsciously. Her head drooped, and her voice was very weak. Actually, it's boring at home. I can only watch dramas in the bedroom every day. I have you to play with me in the college, so I don't have to watch dramas all the time. Watching dramas all the time is also boring. Without responding, and not knowing how to respond to this sentence, Baiju just looked at Ling Xue. The atmosphere was silent for a few seconds, and was broken by Baiju's chuckle. The feeling of being relied on is also quite good. Soon, various platters were brought by the waiter, accompanied by elegant piano music. Baiju was unconsciously a little reserved while eating. The midnight snack was over, and it was 1 o'clock in the morning. Maybe they slept well on the cruise back to the college, or they just filled their stomachs. Baiju and Ling Xue were not very sleepy. The dormitories were all in the number 4 student apartment. The two said goodbye in the elevator, and Baiju went up to the 5th floor. Facial recognition unlocked the door, and Baiju pushed the door and walked into the dormitory. Not counting the days before reincarnation, Baiju went from the college to Yancheng and then back to the college, which took a total of 3 days. If the plot still develops according to the time before reincarnation, I will not live past the evening today. Feeling emotional, Baiju shook his head and went to the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, because the food had not been digested yet, Baiju did not go to bed immediately, but sat on the sofa chair below for a while. And Ling Xue, look at this, it's so funny, Little Bear laughs, and Ling Xue sent a video of a collection of funny videos. Baiju clicked it and watched it for more than 10 seconds. But didn't get the funny point. Baiju, very interesting, without spoiling the senior sister's sex, Baiju deliberately agreed. But, because of his very interesting sentence, in the next hour, and Ling Xue shared all the funny videos she had collected throughout her life with him. In order not to perfunctory the senior sister, Baiju gritted his teeth and watched them one by one, and then gave feedback one by one. It was 5 in the morning, and the sky was slightly bright. And Ling Xue was sleepy and said goodnight to Baiju. Only then did Baiju get out of the bitter sea of funny videos. He lay down on the bed. After a while, his breathing gradually became steady and he fell asleep. The next day, the sun was shining brightly outside the window. A phone call pulled Baiju out of his nightmare. He turned over and picked up the phone beside the pillow. He saw that the call was from Linyu. P.S. Rhine College will start school tomorrow. Guess who Baiju will meet? Hello, Baiju answered the phone. Junior Bai, have you eaten? Lin Yu's voice came from the phone. You haven't eaten yet, what's wrong? Sitting up from the bed, Baiju looked at the time. It was already 11 o'clock noon. Come to DeMille, I have something good for you to see. Lin Yu seemed very excited. DeMille, the full name of DeMille Cafe, is a famous cafe at Rhine College. What? Baiju asked subconsciously. You'll know when you come. Lin Yu pretended to be mysterious. After a few more words of conversation, the phone was hung up. Baiju yawned and got out of bed. After washing, he changed his clothes and went out. DeMille Cafe was not very far from the student apartment. After a while, Baiju came to an elegant cafe, opened the glass door and walked in. It was summer, so there were not many people in the cafe at this time, and all the seats were empty. Soon, Ling Yu was found. Order something to drink first. I also called senior sister and she will be there soon. Ling Yu handed an ordering screen to Baiju. What's so mysterious? Baiju asked while ordering food. Look. After Baiju put down the ordering screen, Ling Yu handed over another document. After taking the document and scanning the words above, Baiju's throat moved slightly and he swallowed. Number 0067, codename Twin Flowers, level murder rules. Killing rules, for your safety, please abide by them as much as possible. 1. Please try to stay awake. Your body only belongs to you, and it does not belong to another you. 2. Twin flowers have one stem and 2 flowers. The body of the rule is the body of the flower. Destroying the body of the flower will break the rule. Note, this rule can evolve into the A-level killing rule Higanbana. Once the rule has evolved, please do not try to escape, because you can no longer escape. Please try to leave a last message for those who come after you to take back to your hometown. This is relevant information about the Twin Flowers of Class B killing rules. Compared with the Phantom's killing rules, the Twin Flowers killing rules are very few as 2. One is full of dangers, and the other is about how to break it. Can evolve into a level rule Higanbana. His eyes fell on the last line, the paragraph marked attention, and Baiju frowned slightly. Because they can evolve into the apocalyptic disaster Bonaflower, the Twin Flowers are included in the Supreme Archives and cannot be viewed unless they have special permission. Even Professor Severna has seen the Supreme File before, so one can imagine how rare and important this document is. I, Professor Topelman, got this. It's not accessible to ordinary people. Lin Yu said. Is there any bienhua? Baiju looked away from the document and looked at Lin Yu. Don't even think about bienhua. At that level, only those at the level of our principal may have permission to view it. Lin Yu shook his head. So? He handed the document back to Lin Yu, and after a while, a waiter brought coffee. Although Twin Flowers has a level murder rule, it is quite scary to be able to escape the Academy's rule detection. If you hadn't predicted that the Twin Flower would be born in Yenching, Junior Brother Bai, once it successfully evolved into the flower of the other side, tisk, Lin Yu smacked his mouth and took a sip of coffee. He didn't elaborate, but the meaning was obvious. By the way, Senior, the crisis of the Twin Flowers has been resolved for the time being. Are all the people affected by the Twin Flowers in Yenching okay? Baiju asked. I hear Professor Pullman, everything should be fine. Lin Yu thought for a moment. Before the Twin Flowers evolve into the other side flower, they are not very dangerous, and the dark side of people without the power of rules to nourish them will eventually perish. After the Twin Flowers were pulled out, the people in Yenching were fine. Also, we just arrived in Yencheng. Didn't you predict that you would take us away as soon as we arrived in Yencheng? Lin Yu said, the taxi driver at that time heard what you told us about the rules of killing, and the Academy had sent someone to erase his memory about supernatural powers. Memory wipe? After listening to Lin Yu's words, Baiju's eyebrows raised in surprise. He had only seen this term in novels. Yes, there is a power that can erase memories. I forgot what it's called specifically. Anyway, that's the effect. Lin Yu drank the coffee in one gulp and picked up the ordering screen. By the way, why hasn't Senior Sister come yet? I turned on my phone and looked at the time. Baiju came at about 11 o'clock, and now it's after 12 o'clock. I don't know. Lin Yu shook his head. Because he had plenty of time, he didn't pay much attention. The two chatted for a while. I'm sorry, I'm late. An apology came along with the sound of hurried footsteps, interrupting Baiju and Lin Yu's chat. They looked towards the door in unison and saw An Ling Xue trotting towards them. Sorry, I accidentally fell asleep again after receiving a call from my senior, and Ling Xue did not sit down immediately. She clasped her hands in front of her lower abdomen, lowered her head slightly, and looked at Baiju apologetically, then at Lin Yu. It's okay, it's okay. Lin Yu waved his hand and handed the ordering screen to An Ling Xue. Schoolgirl, order a drink. I'm really sorry, although he was forgiven, and Ling Xue still felt very sorry. It's okay, it's okay. Then An Ling Xue ordered a drink, and Lin Yu handed An Ling Xue the documents about the twin flowers as he had done with Baiju before. After taking the document and reading it from beginning to end, An Ling Xue was a little scared. They didn't have lunch, so the three of them discussed going to a convenience store in the new territories to find food. After sitting down in a restaurant, Lin Yu waved his hand and said that he would treat them, and asked Baiju and An Ling Xue not to be polite. After Baiju ordered, An Ling Xue felt a little embarrassed to order when she saw the full screen of food. Soon, the waiter brought the plates one by one. I once turned my youth into her while eating. Lin Yu's phone rang. He picked up the phone and took a look, then stood up and looked at Baiju and An Ling Xue go outside to answer a call. Before watching Lin Yu leave, Baiju glanced at the caller note displayed on the screen without leaving a trace. It was Jiang Qianshan's name. It was a call from Senior Jiang. Baiju had previously guessed that although Lin Yu and Jiang Qianshan seemed to be nothing on the surface, they definitely had an unusual relationship behind the scenes. After seeing this call, his thoughts became more certain. Compared with Baiju, An Ling Xue didn't think so much. Scooping up a spoonful of pudding, the taste buds were wrapped in sweetness, and An Ling Xue's eyes were filled with a satisfied smile. After a while, Lin Yu finished dialing the phone and returned to his seat. Lunch lasted until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The three returned to their dormitories. July and August are summer vacations, and the vacation lasts for 2 months, which is what many students look forward to for the whole year. Baiju spent the 2-month vacation in the college. After the exercise plan formulated by microbrain granules, his various body functions have been improved to varying degrees in 2 months. And An Ling Xue, after entrusting the relevant personnel of the college in Yanqing to send some of the items placed at home, never returned to Yanqing again. Like Baiju, he has been staying in the college. As for Lin Yu, because Professor Pullman hoped that he would reach the transcendence period during the summer vacation, he spent the whole of July in hard training, and complained to Baiju every day. Until August, he couldn't stand Professor Pullman's devilish training anymore, so he sneaked back home, making Professor Pullman so angry that he jumped up and down. So far, September is approaching, and the annual Rhine College enrollment season has begun to slowly unfold. There were still 2 days before school started, and Lin Yu suddenly said that he wanted to invite Baiju to dinner. There was no refusal. In the evening, after contacting Lin Yu, Baiju went out and headed to Tianpa Cross Street. Arriving at a classically decorated French restaurant, Baiju looked around to find where Lin Yu was. Nearby. In a corner, Lin Yu stood up and shouted. Arriving at the square dining table, Baiju sat down next to Lin Yu. Sitting across from each other were An Ling Xue with a soft smile and Jiang Qianshan with a cold face. Senior brother Bai, school starts the day after tomorrow. Senior Jiang and I are planning to celebrate for you. Lin Yu smiled and looked at Jiang Qianshan, who was sitting opposite him, but the latter glanced out the window and did not respond to him. But the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. The college assigned tasks to all the newly promoted student teams. As the topic changed, Lin Yu's voice also dropped. Senior Jiang and I are in the same team. The mission is urgent and we will set off tomorrow. What was assigned to my team of judges was a mission to break the Blevel murder rules, and it was much more dangerous than ordinary Blevel missions. If something happened during the mission, this might be the last time we saw each other. The words were quite heavy, and with every word Lin Yu spoke, the atmosphere became more depressing. Listening, Baiju frowned, and An Ling Xue's beautiful eyes were full of worry. Well, if something happens to me, don't listen to his nonsense. Lin Yu's words were interrupted, and Jiang Qianshan looked at him coldly. It's just an ordinary Blevel mission. You can come back in less than 10 days and a half. The rhythm was disrupted. Under the confused gazes of Baiju and An Ling Xue, Lin Yu grinned awkwardly, just a joke to lighten the mood. Eat food, eat food. Looking at Lin Yu, the corners of Baiju's mouth twitched. And Ling Xue puffed up her face slightly. By the way, Junior, did Seniorin tell you about the precautions after school starts? While eating, Lin Yu suddenly said. Without subconsciously looking at Ling Xue, Baiju shook his head. In the past 2 months, Ling Xue either took him to eat or took him on the way to eat. She didn't mention anything about what happened after school started. The hand that was about to pick up the dessert paused in the air, and Ling Xue pursed her lips, obviously a little embarrassed. She was just having fun, and she didn't think about it at all. After school starts, there will be an opening ceremony and a freshman party in 2 days. The opening ceremony is similar to that of an ordinary university. The principal says a few words and ends. Then there is the freshman party. The attendees are usually freshmen and sophomores. Most of the juniors and seniors are away on missions at this time. Lin Yu paused and continued, enrollment will be considered after the opening ceremony, and there will be an entrance test in 2 days. Speaking of this, Lin Yu's eyes showed solemnity. Junior, you must pay special attention to this entrance test. If you can get a high ranking in the entrance test, this will not only be directly linked to whether you can receive special training, but also get high scholarships. In particular, the first and second place winners can obtain a 1-year access license to a non-open area, the top floor of the library. The word suddenly stopped, and Lin Yu motioned to Baiju to look at Jiang Qianqian next to Ling Xue. You, Senior Jiang, were the second place in my class. There are many books on the top floor of the library that record the secrets of the supernatural world. They are worth reading. Being stared at by 3 eyes at the same time, Jiang Qianqian looked a little uncomfortable and said coldly. Senior Jiang is second, so who is the first in your class? Baiju was confused. Listening to what Lin Yu just said, it seems that he is not the number one? After several months of getting along, Baiju had figured out Lin Yu's temperament. If he was the number one, he would definitely brag shamelessly. It's the student council president. Lin Yu explained. When the word president was mentioned, a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes, and then he quickly passed over the topic. In the entrance exam, you'd better go for the top 2. High scholarships are not important, the important thing is to be specially cultivated, and the top floor of the library is open to you. Although I have never been to the top floor of the library, I heard that there are many amazing things there. I wanted to ask you what books senior sister Jiang saw in it, but she refused to tell me. Lin Yu looked at Jiang Qianqian with a look of resentment. Glancing at him coldly, Jiang Qianqian pinched the handle of the cup and took a sip of juice. Also, classes will start in a few days after the entrance exam. Before the class starts, you have to take some elective courses. I advise you not to choose a brief explanation of C-class murder rules and a brief explanation of some superpowers class. Or thinking of a terrible scene. Lin Yu couldn't help but shudder. Those 2 are Professor Severa's classes, don't choose them. Seeing Lin Yu's solemn look, Baiju trembled subconsciously. After returning from Yenching, because he had promised to be studied by Professor Savina, Baiju was approached 3 times by Savina during the summer vacation. Although there were only 3 times, Savina created a new psychological shadow for Baiju each time. That's not research, that's torture. Physical and mental torture. Just thinking about it for a moment made Baiju hold his breath for a few seconds. That woman is so scary. Absolutely. Right. No. Able. Select. She. Of. Class. Under Lin Yu's gaze, Baiju nodded in recognition and solemnly. In the first semester of freshman year, we will focus more on theoretical knowledge. There won't be many tasks, but if there are, they are very simple, basically all clever tasks. But for you, Junior Bai, clever tasks can't even be considered tasks. Lin Yu smiled and raised his glass, the wine swaying on the wall of the glass, and moved in front of Baiju. Clinking the glass with Lin Yu, Baiju took a symbolic sip. After experiencing the killing rule several times, if it was just an ordinary clever killing rule, it would really be nothing for Baiju now. Although he spent most of his summer vacation doing fitness and playing with Seniorin, Baiju did not give up his ability training. Although it was only 2 short months, the strength of Chaoxi's ability did not make a qualitative leap, and it did not advance from the initial awakening period to the breakthrough period, but the amount of pressure that could be applied to objects and the range of pressure applied were improved. For example, Baiju can now use Chaoxi to crush dense wood, and the range of action is 5 meters away. There will be more tasks in the second semester of the freshman year. And Ling Xue should know this. Lin Yu said. When it was suddenly mentioned, and Ling Xue had not had time to chew the crispy chicken in her mouth. She puffed her cheeks and spoke unclearly. There are 2 tasks during the snowy period. After replying, and Ling Xue was able to chew. Also, from the freshman year, you have to look for team members. Lin Yu looked at Bai Ju again and said seriously, you can get along with the team members in several tasks throughout the freshman year, and then in the sophomore year, you have to decide the final team members. In Rhine College, each student needs to form a 5-person team to receive and complete the regular tasks in the form of a team. When talking about this topic, and Ling Xue was obviously a little depressed. It is said that she will find team members in her freshman year, but because she is too weak, she is disliked by many people and has not yet determined the final team. Not realizing that the schoolgirl in across from her has not yet had a team, Lin Yu and Bai Ju were about to further focus on how to select the right team members for themselves. Okay. Jiang Qianqian glanced at Ling Xue and interrupted Lin Yu, change the subject. You asked me to change, so I will? Lin Yu was dissatisfied. Without saying anything, Jiang Qianqian just stared at him coldly. I will change. Lin Yu was disappointed after being tough for only 3 seconds. Dinner lasted until 10 o'clock in the evening. From Lin Yu, he learned a lot of precautions after the start of school. After saying goodbye to Ling Xue in the elevator of the student dormitory, Bai Ju went straight to the 5th floor and returned to the dormitory to rest. The day after tomorrow was the first day of the official start of school. 2 days after the start of school, the opening ceremony and freshman party will be held. While washing up, Bai Ju involuntarily sorted out the schedule for a few days in his mind. School will start the day after tomorrow, and he will also welcome his roommate who will spend 4 years with him. When he first came to the college, Bai Ju was quite resistant to group life, although there were only 2 people in the group here, but after a few months of college life, his resistance was also affected by the college atmosphere and eliminated a lot. After washing up, he watched some videos on the bed until 12 o'clock, and then Bai Ju put his phone next to the pillow and prepared to fall asleep. Lin Yu and his friends were on the cruise ship at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Bai Ju originally wanted to see him off, but Lin Yu said that the content of the mission needed to be kept confidential during the mission, so he did not agree. Time passed, and Bai Ju woke up slowly at dawn. Just like the summer vacation, he spent the day before school started. The next day was the first day of school. The sun had just risen, and the faint light fell on the sea, covering the surrounding area of Rhine College with a layer of golden mist. Buzz cruise ships broke through the waves, carrying the freshmen's infinite expectations for Rhine College. The academy, which had been quiet for several months due to the summer vacation, would be injected with fresh blood every time the school season started. One by one, the young superpowers set foot on this island with tall buildings. They were looking forward to the beauty, but they never thought that behind this beauty was a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses piled up behind the killing rules. It's great. When I was young, I was as youthful and energetic as them. On the 98th floor of the Dream and Dream building, Principal Sai stood in front of the French window with his hands behind his back, looking at the new students flowing in the port, and suddenly felt emotional. Is there any difference between you then and now? Behind him, Savina, who was leaning on the edge of the desk, crossed her arms and said bluntly, youthful and energetic, have you ever had this thing? Deliberately using honorifics, Savina's sarcasm was full. I won't argue with you. After this sentence, Principal Sai stopped talking and just looked at the port. Hey, did you really give the killing rule numbered 0044 to the judge team? The atmosphere in the principal's room was silent for a moment, and was broken by Savina's question. Yeah. Principal Zai's replied lightly. The judge team has 2 seed students. Are you really not afraid that something will happen to them? Savina's pretty face showed a bit of solemnity when she said this. Although it is also a level killing rule, can they really handle it? Otherwise, it's better, trust them. Before Savina finished speaking, Principal Zai's sight left the window. He turned around and looked at Savina. Besides, it was Lin Yu who took the initiative to undertake this task. If he takes it, you will give it to him? He can't see his own strength clearly, can you still not see it clearly? Professor Savina's voice was a little anxious. Listen to me. Principal, she has said, I have talked to Pullman about this matter. Pullman told me that it would not be a bad thing if we could further exploit Lin Yu's talent and danger and enable him to successfully reach the transcendence period. Once Lin Yu can reach the transcendence period in this mission, then number 0044 will not be a problem for him. After the voice fell, Savina was silent. Savina also knew that Lin Yu was about to advance to the transcendence period. If she was to follow Shihasa's statement, she would be overthinking. What if it fails? Savina's eyes were complicated. No ifs, believe them. She shook his head. While looking at each other, the two did not bring up the topic again. Student apartment. After 9 o'clock, Baiju had breakfast and sat on the sofa chair, boredly flipping through the chat forum. This is the official online communication forum of Rhine College for all students in the school. The forum is divided into 3 modules, namely Today's Rhine, Secondhand Black Market and Underwater Rhine. Among them, Today's Rhine is mainly for the Student Union Propaganda Department to release information about the college, Secondhand Black Market is for students to trade daily, and Underwater Rhine is for students to chat and post, express their desire to share or ask about related matters. After looking at Today's Rhine for a while, there was not much useful information. Baiju returned to the forum homepage and clicked on Underwater Rhine. There are many people posting in Underwater Rhine, and new posts are generated every 10 seconds. After seeing a few interesting posts, Baiju read to the end and then read the comments. Unconsciously, it was 11 o'clock in the afternoon. This thing is not as addictive as short videos. And Ling Xue, do you want to eat? Do you want to eat? Little Bear touches his belly. Seeing the new message, Baiju clicked in to check, and then called out the virtual keyboard and typed a reply. Baiju, where to eat? And Ling Xue at Junming Shopping Mall, that's the noodle shop I told you about yesterday, I heard it's delicious. Little Bear wipes his saliva. Baiju, okay, and Ling Xue, okay, wait for me for a while, it will be ready soon. After deciding on the lunch place, Baiju did not delay, got up and left the dormitory, and took the elevator to the 3rd floor. After spending a few months with Ling Xue, Baiju had a very deep understanding of her unpunctuality. A moment equals half an hour immediately equals 1 hour wait for me for a moment plus it will be ready soon equals he will have to wait for at least an hour and a half so he usually goes to Ling Xue's dormitory to wait, so that she will feel a little embarrassed and speed up. He knocked on the door, and as Ling Xue's voice came from inside the door, Baiju pushed the door open and walked in. Where are you? Baiju looked at her. To the skin care. There were various bottles and jars on Ling Xue's desk, and she was patting her fair cheeks with her little hands. Sitting down at the vacant table under the bed, Baiju continued to browse the forum while waiting for Ling Xue. Half an hour later, Ling Xue, who had sped up, finally finished and went to Junming Shopping Mall with Baiju. After lunch, Baiju sent the satisfied senior sister back to the dormitory, and took the elevator directly to the 5th floor. Stepping on the Weinard carpet, Baiju went to the direction of the dormitory. When he walked to the door of the dormitory, he saw a half-open door. His eyes went into the room first, and for a moment, Baiju was stunned. It was a young man of the same age as him, holding a bra, with a troubled look on his face. P.S. There is always love between the mountains and rivers, can you please click to urge me to update under Baiju's dull gaze, the young man brought the bra closer to his chest. Yeah, closer. Looking at the young man, and then at the pile of luggage beside him, although Baiju found it hard to accept, he had to admit that this guy should be his roommate. Is this from Little Cather or Leanly? While holding the bra, the young man, who had not yet noticed his roommate's return, murmured in a low voice, it should be Nars, only she is B. As he said this, the young man's eyes slightly shifted, and the moment he saw Baiju, he jumped back in fright. With a slightly stiff smile on his lips, Baiju walked into the dormitory. Nice to meet you, my name is Izo Addison. Izo threw the bra directly on the table, smiling, and stretched out his hand to Baiju. Baiju. After shaking hands and briefly introducing themselves, the two of them confirmed their roommates. Did you enroll early? While packing his luggage, Izo was surprised to see Baiju's well-arranged desk and made bed. Yes. Baiju nodded in response. I see. Afterwards, Izo kept looking for topics and looked very enthusiastic. Hey, do you know a beautiful senior? The topic changed from life to hobbies, and then to personal hobbies. Izo changed the subject, and his words and actions were full of purpose. Beautiful senior? Baiju was startled and subconsciously thought of Ling Xue. Why are you asking this? He asked back. I want to have the most grand love of this century with my senior. Izo smiled, and his handsome features seemed to have a soft filter. Sorry, I don't know. For some reason, Baiju suddenly trembled. Through the conversation just now, he found that his roommates seemed to be a romantic. The kind who falls in love with everyone he meets. Izo packed his luggage and it was afternoon. I'm so tired. Sitting on the sofa chair, Izo wiped the sweat from his forehead with his clothes. Perhaps he thought of something, he turned around and said to Baiju, which place has the most senior girls? Baiju didn't react a little, and the corners of his mouth twitched unnaturally, girls' dormitory. Not very satisfied with his answer, Izo asked a few more questions, but didn't get the answer he wanted, and couldn't help but turn back disappointed. Beep, dear little Weiwei, have you come to the college? The atmosphere was silent for a moment, and was broken by the sound of Izwa's phone. I'm here, brother Izwa, where are you? The dormitory was very quiet. Although Izwa didn't turn on the speakerphone, Baiju could vaguely hear the voice on the other end of the phone. It was a very coquettish female voice. Wait for me at the entrance of student apartment number 4. Izwa and the girl on the other end of the phone agreed on the meeting place. Almost as soon as he hung up the phone, he got up from the sofa chair in front of the table, without saying hello to Baiju, and left the dormitory. Not caring about Izwa's whereabouts, Baiju was chatting with Lingxue at this time. And Lingxue, going to the library? Going to the library, Little Bear is looking forward to it. Baiju, why go to the library? Baiju typed a reply, but within a few seconds, a new message popped up on the chat interface with Lingxue. And Lingxue, going to the library for a nap, and Lingxue, Little Bear taking a nap, Baiju? After reading Lingxue's message again, Baiju was sure that he had not read it wrong. Seniorin said she was going to the library for a nap. Baiju, is there a nap area in the library? He was a little confused. And Lingxue, no, and Lingxue, I can sleep on the table. Baiju, then why not sleep in the dormitory? And Lingxue, it's boring to sleep alone. A black line was visible across Baiju's forehead. Sleeping alone is boring, so sleeping in the library is not boring? Even so, Baiju did not refuse, but agreed. It was boring in the afternoon, so it was nice to go to the library to read a book. And Lingxue, okay, wait for me for a moment. Seeing the new reply, Baiju couldn't help but twitch his lips. He glanced at the time on the screen and typed a reply mercilessly. Baiju, 10 minutes, and Lingxue, 15 minutes, poor little bear. Baiju, 5 minutes, and Lingxue, 10 minutes, Baiju, deal, and Lingxue, without delay. After confirming the time, Baiju went downstairs. After spending the afternoon in the library and having dinner with Lingxue, Baiju returned to the dormitory. After washing up, the time came to 12 o'clock. It was late at night, but his roommate showed no signs of coming back. Lying on the bed and watching a short video, Baiju put his phone next to his pillow and fell asleep when he felt sleepy. The next day, dawn broke. Today is the second day of school, and tomorrow is the time for the opening ceremony and the freshman party. Spent the same time as yesterday, late at night again. Although school has started and there is a new roommate, Baiju's daily routine has not been affected. Because Izo hasn't been home for a day. I met Baiju once yesterday when school started, and then nothing happened. The opening ceremony will start tomorrow afternoon, and after the ceremony there will be a freshman party. And Lingxue and Baiju agreed to attend the freshman party together. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Baiju woke up from his dream. Because the opening ceremony didn't start until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he had plenty of time to prepare. After taking a shower, Baiju put on a black formal suit and adjusted the corners of his clothes in front of the mirror. You need to wear formal clothes to attend the ceremony to show solemnity. After doing all this, the time jumped from 9 o'clock to 11 o'clock. Instead of choosing to go out for food, he ordered the restaurant's delivery service and waited in the dormitory for half an hour for lunch to arrive. After lunch, it was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and Baiju went out to the Rhine Auditorium. The opening ceremony and the freshman party were both held in the Rhine Auditorium. This is a rule that Rhine College has followed since its establishment. After leaving the student dormitory, Baiju found that many freshmen were wearing formal suits or evening dresses like him. However, most of them had a strong expectation, unlike Baiju who was indifferent. Along the way to Rhine College, you can see many freshmen with different faces and shapes. Not long after, he arrived at the Rhine Auditorium. Stepping on the green stairs, Baiju walked towards the auditorium door step by step. The Rhine Auditorium was built 1,000 years ago, and it was built at the beginning of the Rhine College. It consumed countless manpower and material resources just to create the Rhine symbol. Entering the auditorium, following the landmark, Baiju came to the hall where the opening ceremony would be held. Because he had to enter the venue in advance, there were many people sitting in the hall at this time, which seemed lively. Sitting in a corner, Baiju waited for the ceremony to begin. As time moved towards 3 o'clock, the freshmen gradually filled the hall. Soon, 3 o'clock arrived. Almost pressing the time, Principal Sai slowly approached the most eye-catching podium in front of the hall. Hello, everyone, I am Sai Addison, the president of Rhine College. The podium was very high, and looking at the densely packed auditorium chairs filled with freshmen below the stage, Principal Sai smiled elegantly. Sighs Addison? Listening to the principal's voice magnified by the microphone, Baiju raised his eyebrows. Why does the surname Addison sound familiar to him? Suddenly, he thought of his roommate who he had only met once since the beginning of the school year. Izo Addison. Baiju's roommate is also from the Addison family. He is from the same family as the principal. The doubt was answered, and Baiju's face remained calm, and he continued to listen to Sai's speech. I believe that you are all outstanding people with special abilities and have the great quality of sacrificing for the safety of the world. As his voice became more profound, Zahisi's tone became more solemn. From the moment you enter the school, you will completely leave the hotbed of lies that the world is safe. Next, the meaning of your life will be realized in breaking the killing rules and maintaining world safety. After a pause, Zahisi's eyes swept over every freshman in the audience who looked awe-inspiring. In order to let you experience how terrifying the killing rules are, the college will organize an entrance exam before the official start of school. Below the stage, Baiju sat in a corner, his eyes stained with solemnity. Entrance exam. Before leaving on the mission, Linya specifically told him the importance of the entrance exam and solemnly told him that if possible, he should try to get the top 2. The entrance exam is not difficult. You only need to face the weak level killing rules. However, even though it is the lowest level killing rule, it cannot be easily broken. Speaking of this, Zahisi raised his voice by 1 degree. This test has challenges and rewards. The first person who breaks the rules will receive $1 million scholarship, 1-year access to the top of the Rhine Library, and intensive training. The second person who breaks the rules will receive a $500,000 scholarship, 1-year access to the top of the Rhine Library, and intensive training. The third person who breaks the rules will receive a $100,000 scholarship and intensive training. The following until the 10th person who breaks the rules will receive a scholarship of 100,000 yuan and intensive training. The reward for the third place winner will be the same as that for the third place winner. After announcing the entrance exam, Principal Zai smiled and said, more specific information about the entrance exam will be sent to you by the information department after the ceremony. Since you have chosen to enroll in my Rhine College, I believe you are all ready to fight the killing rules for your whole life. However, as the principal and an educator, I have to remind you here. Principal Zai's expression suddenly became solemn. If you choose to join, you must be prepared to face death at any time, because no one can guarantee that you can successfully break the killing rules and return smoothly every time. The voice was very heavy, and the atmosphere was suppressed. In the corner of the hall, Baiju's eyebrows were slightly deep. Listening to the principal's words, he was deeply touched. With the ability to reincarnate after death, when he fights against the killing rules in the future, death is likely to become the norm for him. There was silence in the audience. Zahisi swept his eyes over everyone again, closed his eyes slightly, raised his left hand to his chest, and his expression was tinged with piety. May Brian bless you. Without saying much, leaving only one sentence as the end, Zahisi announced the end of the ceremony. Watching the principal leave the podium, the quiet hall was noisy for a moment. After the opening ceremony, there was a freshman party, and the venue of the party was not far from the edge of the ceremony hall. Without leaving with others, Baiju sat in the auditorium chair, picked up his phone, and opened the chat window with Lingxue. Baiju, the ceremony is over, and Lingxue, I'm almost at the auditorium. Little Bear Run. Baiju, I'll wait for you at the auditorium entrance, and Lingxue, okay. After discussing the meeting place, Baiju left. Walking in the opposite direction of the noise, as soon as he arrived at the auditorium entrance, Baiju saw Lingxue rushing over. And Lingxue was wearing a short pink evening gown. The gauze-like skirt had a dreamy feeling, which made Lingxue look like she came from a fairyland. Senior sister, you are so beautiful today. Although Baiju was sincere in his admiration, it felt more like a deliberate compliment to others. You are also beautiful. And Lingxue blushed and responded subconsciously. Ha? Baiju was stunned. Ah. No, I mean you are also handsome. And Lingxue's shyness intensified, and her face was red. Let's go to the party. Baiju smiled, turned around, and his eyes fell on the crowd. In fact, you can leave after attending the opening ceremony, and you don't have to attend the freshman party. However, Lingxue said that there are many delicious foods at the freshman party, and because of social phobia, she wants Baiju to accompany her. There was nothing to do in the evening, so Baiju agreed. The freshman party was not ordinary lively. In addition to the freshmen, there were also many sophomores. There were seniors trying to impress juniors, and there were also seniors teasing the young handsome juniors. The lights were not very bright, and Baiju accompanied Ling Xue through rows of self-service dessert stands. Seeing the desserts, Ling Xue's eyes were shining. "Senior, you took so much, can you eat it all?" Seeing that the desserts on Ling Xue's plate were piled up to the point of being a little shaky, Baiju couldn't help but remind her. "This is also delicious, try it." As if she didn't hear what he said, Ling Xue scooped up a spoonful of cream with a disposable spoon and put it to Baiju's mouth. After hesitating for a moment, Baiju opened his mouth and let Ling Xue put the cream into his mouth. As he took a sip, a strong sweetness filled his taste buds. "It's delicious." Ling Xue smiled in the blink of an eye. "Yeah." Baiju gave a pertinent answer. Then, Ling Xue's plate piled up a little higher. Following Ling Xue all the way, Baiju didn't take much because he didn't like too sweet food. "Hey, long time no see, classmate." Suddenly, a clearly sour voice came, and Ling Xue paused. With the help of the not very bright light, Baiju frowned and looked at the person who came. It was Lin Yuyu, Lin Yu's cousin who had a conflict with him before. "I haven't seen you for a summer vacation. Have you become a beggar?" Because the light was dim and everyone's attention was on Ling Xue, Lin Yuyu didn't notice that Baiju was following her. She started to mock again. "Tisk, tsk, I thought you could turn from a sparrow into a phoenix after you hooked up with that guy with foresight, but I didn't expect that you could not even afford to eat. Talk to your sister. Are you tired of that guy and dumped by him?" Leaning forward, Lin Yuyu raised a disdainful arc at the corner of her mouth, and the followers behind her also showed a slight mocking look. Suddenly being picked on, Ling Xue looked a little timid and at a loss while holding the plate, and subconsciously stepped back. After a faint collision, Ling Xue stopped on a warm chest. Baiju pressed her shoulders, and his face was shadowed by the dim light. "P.S. There will be another chapter later. Since Kong Kong is so diligent, please urge me to update." Wah! His eyes followed Ling Xue's figure. The moment he saw Baiju, Lin Yuyu screamed in fear as if he had seen a ghost. "Have you been played by someone before?" The other party's words were vicious. Baiju sneered, and at the same time as he spoke, the super breath ability was activated. After hearing Baiju's words, Lin Yuyu's shoulders suddenly sank, as if a huge stone had been placed there. Facing the tremendous pressure, Lin Yuyu's face immediately turned ugly. "Go on." Baiju sneered and controlled the pressure he exerted to a moderate limit. Cough. Her delicate body couldn't withstand it. Lin Yuyu gasped heavily after speaking, her face turned pale, and she just stared at Baiju fiercely. Although she knew it was him who was causing trouble, Lin Yuyu couldn't do anything about him for a while. What did you do to Sister Yuyu?" Seeing Lin Yuyu's breathing getting heavier and heavier, the follower behind her became anxious. "Don't bully others too much." "Who is bullying others?" Baiju glanced at the follower behind Lin Yuyu and became even more angry. I had learned from Ling Xue before that Lin Yuyu liked to bully her whenever she had nothing to do. With two thugs, he came from a family with supernatural powers. No one dared to mess with her, and no one even dared to approach Ling Xue who was being bullied. This is one of the reasons why Ling Xue is becoming more and more marginalized in the academy. Baiju and Lin Yuyu had a conflict before, but just when the conflict was about to intensify, Zhang Qianqian resolved it. But this time, Baiju, who was more confident than last time, would not expose the matter so easily. After all, what Lin Yuyu said to Ling Xue just now was too unpleasant. "Wipe your mouth carefully when you go out from now on. Don't make it dirty at home, which will make you disgusting when you go out." Baiju replied with evil words. Under the pressure of Chao Shi, Lin Yuyu could only barely keep standing. While his face looked ugly, he couldn't even open his mouth to speak. "Let my sister go." Suddenly, a majestic male voice came. Following the voice, Baiju turned his gaze and saw a young man rushing over angrily. The visitor was unkind. Baiju held the plate in both hands and protected Ling Xue, who was dazed on the spot, behind him. "I tell you to let go of my sister." The young man's appearance was somewhat similar to Lin Yuyu's, and based on the chatter of the people around him, Baiju could guess that this was Lin Yuyu's twin brother. Under the gaze of everyone, Baiju and Lin Zhuan looked at each other coldly. "Who do you think you are?" Baiju's words made Lin Zhuan furious. His face became even more angry, sparks flew around him, and then, flames gathered together. "You go to the side first." Turning his face to the side and speaking to Ling Xue, Baiju's expression suddenly hardened, and he released his full breath, retracting the attention scattered on Lin Yuyu's side, and focused on suppressing it in the direction of Lin Zhuang. "See if I don't kill you today." Lin Zhuang roared angrily, like a mad bull that had lost its mind, wrapped in not too strong flames, and rushed towards Baiju. But staying still, Baiju just put pressure on Lin Zhuang with cold eyes. When all the pressure fell on Lin Zhuang's shoulders, he froze in place along with the flames. Under the gaze of almost everyone at the party, Baiju and Lin Zhuang presented what could be called a strange scene. One person's figure did not waver even a little bit, and the other person stood still holding the flame. This looks like a show. No one except Lin Zhuang himself knows how much pressure he is facing now. The pressure was so great that even though he looked ferocious and used all his strength, he couldn't move even a little bit. Lao Yu, help me fuck him. Although he didn't know why, he couldn't move. Lin Zhuang yelled behind him, and saw a young man standing out from the crowd of onlookers hesitantly. Master Zhuang, his identity, stop talking nonsense, come to me. Lin Zhuang stared at Baiju, obviously blinded by anger. Lao Yu was silent for a moment and had no choice but to do as he was told. I saw a powerful water ball condensed on his palm, and it was about to condense and shoot in the direction of Baiju. Super interest must not move when using it. Seeing a second person joining in, Baiju's face darkened and he used it to disperse part of the pressure and use it as a barrier to hinder the water polo. Yuluan, do you dare to attack my friend? Just before the water ball in Yuluan's hand was about to be released, a lazy and questioning male voice came out unhurriedly. His eyes were slightly averted, and he saw a young man in a light blue dress who looked both coquettish and majestic, walking slowly with a goblet in one hand. It was Izzo. He came to Baiju step by step with a smile. He blinked his left eye as he looked at him, then chuckled and turned sideways to face Lin Zhuang and the others. Lin Zhuang, it's the freshman party now. No matter what happened just now, this is my friend. Give me some face and forget about it today. Izzo said, his eyes flashing sharply. Looking at Izzo, Lin Zhuang was wary. His eyes returned to Baiju. Although he was full of hatred, he could only grit his teeth and submit. The matter ended with Izzo's intervention. Baiju raised his lips slightly as he watched Lin Yuyu and Lin Zhuang leave. Thanks. He looked at Izzo. It's my roommate. What are you grateful for? Izzo waved his hand, smiled, and then his eyes became more serious. There are many children of the Lin family in the college. I know there is a person named Lin Yu, who is now a junior. Both his background and strength are quite terrifying. You have to be careful that Lin Zhuang and his sister will find Lin Yu to retaliate against you. Lin Yu? Hearing a familiar name from Izzo's mouth, the arc of Baiju's mouth deepened. Thank you for reminding me. Baiju smiled. It should be, we still have to be roommates for 4 years. Izzo put his other hand around Baiju's shoulders, and smiled with a teasing, is that your girlfriend? Why don't you introduce her to me? Not a girlfriend. Baiju explained first, and then waved to Ling Xue, who stood behind him, motioning her to come over. And Ling Xue obediently returned to Baiju. And Ling Xue, sophomore. Baiju introduced Ling Xue, and then gestured to Izzo beside him, Izzo Addison, my roommate. Hello. Knowing that it was Izzo who stopped the situation from developing further, and Ling Xue bowed slightly to him and greeted him. Hello, senior sister. Izzo replied, and then the smile on his face froze, and whispered in Baiju's ear, didn't you say you didn't know any pretty senior sisters? She's not pretty. Baiju said against his will. Isn't this pretty? Izzo gritted his teeth, tell the truth, do you know any other students, Master Izzo? Izzo was interrupted by a gentle call while he was talking. A girl in a dress, with a beautiful face and good temperament, trotted towards them, looking at Izzo with joy. Let's talk later. Letting go of Baiju's shoulders, and showing in Ling Xue a friendly smile, Izzo turned around and walked towards the girl who was walking towards him. Let's go, baby, let's go over there. Yeah. Watching Izzo leave, Baiju cast his eyes on Ling Xue's pretty face, which was still nervous, with a look of determination. We must not let the senior sister have too much contact with this scumbag. After the episode, the freshman party was not affected much and returned to normal. She was originally thin-skinned. After the scene just now, and Ling Xue was embarrassed to stay in the party. She said weakly to Baiju, and the two left. However, just as Baiju left. Ichi, what happened here just now? A girl pulled another girl, showing some curiosity. I don't know. The girl being asked shook her head, but her eyes were involuntarily placed at the exit of the party. What she saw was a dark mixed with neon lights. For some reason, she couldn't stop feeling lost in her heart. The Rhine Academy that Baiju mentioned should be here, right? Yi Ichi's pretty eyes were filled with deep worry, and her eyebrows were slightly bent. P.S. This subject is quite niche, and not many people read it. If many people keep reading it, the results will become very bad. If possible, please follow the update every day, please. After leaving the party, Baiju and Lingxue wandered around the academy until after 10 o'clock, and then returned to the dormitory. As soon as he arrived at the dormitory, he went straight to the bathroom and washed off his stickiness with hot water. After drying his hair and changing his clothes, Baiju sat down at the table. Seeing the screen light up because of a new message, Baiju opened it to check. And Lingxue, look at Shui-in, you've been hung up. And Lingxue, screenshot, and Lingxue sent a screenshot of the water Rhine section of the student forum. There was a hot post marked in red that was very eye-catching, but what attracted Baiju more was the title of the post, shocking. A student actually used such an ability at the freshman party. The title was a complete shocker, and Baiju replied to Lingxue with an OK, exited the chat interface, and opened the water Rhine section of the student forum. As soon as he clicked it, he saw the red-marked post that Lingxue had just screenshotted. He continued to click on it, and the content hidden behind the title made Baiju's mouth twitch. Does anyone know what superpower that is? Curious, cute face, Baiju skimmed through the content of the post and read the comments. Laughing flying pig, special superpower, mind? Lost, I think it might be the forbidden superpower control, film lover, don't listen to the nonsense above, it's clearly deterrence, lost it film lover, you have 1 minute to change your name, film lover? There were more than 100 comments, and Baiju became more and more speechless. It's fine that no one mentioned the super interest, but they even quarreled at the end. Exiting this post, Baiju clicked on the message, and there was a message from the Rhine Information Department, which had more specific information about the entrance examination. But most of them were useless words, and the main part was almost what the principal said at the opening ceremony. After reading it through and noting that the entrance examination would be the day after tomorrow, Baiju began his last entertainment before going to bed. The night is very dark tonight, and Izui is out all night again. On the other side, in a girl's dormitory. Ichi, lend me your shampoo. The roommate's request came from the bathroom, and Ichi replied, my shampoo is by the ladder. Okay, the roommate's response was accompanied by the sound of water. Ichi, who had finished washing first, was wearing loose pajamas, half leaning on the bed, holding the glowing mobile phone screen, and was in a daze. Shasha said that Rhine College has a special student forum. Thinking of what her roommate Shasha mentioned casually before taking a bath, Ichi took some effort to find the entrance to the forum, and 3 simple style sections appeared in front of her. Click them one by one until the Rhine in the water. Shocking, there are students who use such supernatural powers at the freshman party? Looking at the post with a hot label, Ichi curiously clicked to check. Click party. Expectations were dashed, and Ichi habitually flipped through the comments. First there was a fairly serious analysis, then there was a quarrel, which was quite lively. Ichi read it with great interest until she saw a comment from a user with the ID Flourishing World's Leaked Fish. Flourishing World's Leaked Fish, I don't know what supernatural power it is, but I know that the freshman who confronted Lin Zhuang at the party was called Baiju, and he seemed to have some background, Baiju. When her eyes passed over this paragraph, Ichi's beautiful eyes immediately widened and a light flashed. Almost instantly, Baiju's appearance appeared in her mind. She wanted to continue scrolling down to get more useful information, but after this comment, she reached the top. Just got the news about Baiju, but there was no follow-up. This feeling is like seeing an oasis in the desert, but when you get closer, you find it is a mirage. Ichi clicked on the avatar of Flourishing World's Leaked Fish, came to the user's homepage, and found the private message function. User G1586, hello, do you know Baiju? The opening was very straightforward and useful. In less than half a minute, the fish that slipped through the net in the prosperous world replied. After a brief chat, Ichi thanked him disappointedly after knowing that he only knew that the man was called Baiju and didn't know any other information. This is the Rhine College that Baiju told me about. Putting the phone in her arms, Ichi raised her head slightly, her eyes full of expectation and joy. I should be able to find him in the entrance exam the day after tomorrow. The expectation of the entrance exam spanned time, weaving the girl's love into a dense net and trapping herself. After parting at Los Angeles High School, she also mustered up the courage to continue to follow Baiju's footsteps and came to Rhine College. As for the reason, love has no reason. Why are you laughing so happily? Roommate Shasha had just finished taking a shower and was wiping her wet hair with a towel. Seeing Ichi's pretty face covered with a smile on the bed, she couldn't help but be curious. No, nothing. Yi Ichi hurriedly restrained her smile. After a dull day, the time came to the day after tomorrow, the day when the entrance exam began. At about 7 in the morning, Baiju was awakened by the sound of the door unlocking. "Sorry, I woke you up." Izo apologized to Baiju. After 4 days, he returned to the dormitory again. A sense of strangeness came over him. Sitting at the table, Izo sighed. "Doesn't it start at 11? Baiju glanced at the time displayed on his mobile phone. It was still early, just a few minutes after 7. "According to the grapevine, I can go early." Izo pretended to be mysterious. Without saying much, Baiju got up. Soon, the time came to 9 o'clock. After breakfast, Baiju and Izo went out and headed to the Rhine port. Because the entrance exam is held on an archipelago near Rhine College, all new students have to take a yacht to the archipelago. Saint Land Islands is the full name of the islands. On the way to the port, Izo and Baiju chatted. "If you can, try to compete for the top 2 in the test." Speaking of this, Izo changed his frivolous expression, and his words were full of solemnity. "My father told me that there is something very extraordinary on the top floor of the Rhine Library. If you have the chance to check it out, you must seize it." The top floor of the Rhine Library. Before Linyu left, he also emphasized to Baiju the importance of top-level access permissions in the library. "Now, I learned about it from Izo's mouth." "What's on the top floor of the library? Books?" Baiju wondered. "I don't know, it could be a book or something else." Izo shook his head, "Not sure, no matter what it is, as long as you get the top 2 in this test, you can see it." When he said this, he suddenly showed his fear. However, among the freshmen, there are 2 difficult guys. "Who?" Baiju answered quickly. "Terrence Houston has fire powers. It is said that his powers are about to reach a breakthrough stage. He is very strong." Izo said in a deep voice, "There is also Insane Sock. She has wind powers, and my father told me that she has probably reached the breakthrough stage." Terrence Houston, a fire superpower who is about to reach his breakthrough stage, and Insane Sock, who may already be in the breakthrough stage. After staying in the academy for more than a few months, Baiju finally understood how big the gap between power levels was as he gained a deeper understanding of supernatural powers. The breakthrough period and awakening period are not simply 2 greater than 1. If we really need to use digital simulation, the previous 2 can be replaced by 20 or even a higher number. When it reaches the breakthrough period, the superpower will usher in a qualitative leap. This may not be very obvious in special abilities, but it is immediately obvious in elemental abilities. The owner of wind power in the breakthrough stage. Baiju silently remembered the name Insane Sock in his heart. As the first seated contestant in this class of Rhine College, before the entrance exam, the principal and Professor Savina approached him respectively, and both expressed their request that he must win one of the top 2 if possible. Quota. The specific reason was not stated, but he was just given this task. After learning about the strong competitor from Izo, Baiju couldn't help but become nervous. Soon, the 2 came to the port. It was still early, and only a few freshmen arrived as early as them. There are yachts docking at the pier. Seeing Baiju and Izo arriving, people who looked like sailors stepped forward to separate them, explaining that they needed to be sent to the St. Orchid Islands in batches. They parted ways with Izo at the dock. Because they were also in a competitive relationship, Baiju didn't make an agreement like an alliance. Baiju took a yacht and headed for the St. Orchid Islands. The sound of the powerful motor and the sound of breaking waves mixed in his ears. Baiju sat on the yacht and looked into the distance. The outline of the island gradually emerged on the endless sea, and within a few seconds, the outline became clearer and clearer until it was completely revealed. The Holy Land Islands have arrived. The yacht came to the beach and the crew reminded Baiju. In response, Baiju got off the boat. 2 people in suits and leather shoes walked towards me, holding various things in their hands. "Hello, student Baiju, here are the final instructions before the entrance test." The man in a suit on the left took a step forward with a solemn look on his face. "Brian's soul, specially built to break the Klebel murder rules, named in memory of the savior Brian, has 5 Brian bullets inside." As he spoke, the man in the suit handed over a pistol that was as black as a snake. Baiju glanced at it and skillfully accepted Brian's soul. A mobile phone that can be used to call for help and receive resource distribution messages. The man in his suit handed over another mobile phone. After Baiju took it and checked it, he continued, "If something dangerous and difficult to solve happens during the test, please press the distress button immediately and we will send someone to rescue immediately." The man in the suit paused for a moment and motioned Baiju to look up into the sky. Looking up, The sunlight filtering through the clouds was a bit dazzling, but as the man in the suit pointed, Baiju could vaguely see the outline of a helicopter behind the clouds. Some resources will be airdropped at different times during the day. Please get them in time. In addition, if you need items, you can check the resource subsidy points on the island through the email in the resource receiving mailbox. There may be things you need there. Baiju listened and nodded gently, only to see the man in the suit hand over a document again. This is relevant information about the killing rules involved in this test, please read it carefully. After taking the document, Baiju simply glanced at it without looking at it carefully, and continued to receive the compressed food and some drinking water from the man in the suit. After the resources were distributed, the man in the suit watched Baiju leave and head to the dense forest behind the beach. After a while, Baiju stood under a big tree and took advantage of the sunlight divided by the leaves to look at the documents carefully. Number 0145, Codename Tomb of Night, Clevel Murder Rules. Killing rules, for your safety, please abide by them as much as possible. 1. When night comes, the tombstone rises. If you find your name engraved on the tombstone, please do not approach it. Please destroy the tombstone. 2. It is safe during the day. Tombstone will sleep during the day and tombstone only eats at night. 3. Be firm in yourself and don't get close to the tombstone, don't hug the tombstone, and don't engrave your name on the tombstone. 4. There are many tombstones rising at night, but there is only one with the will of rules. Destroy that tombstone and the rules will be broken. Note, this rule can evolve into the Clevel Murder Rule, Tomb of the Undead. If you find that the number of tombstones has increased significantly at night and is surrounded by soul-like bodies, do not approach. Please report it in time and escape in time. Those with non-breakthrough powers are not allowed. Those who touch or have non-breakthrough powers cannot fight. His eyes passed over the 4 rules, and Baiju looked at them with slightly deepened eyebrows. The rules can be broken by destroying the tombstone that only appears at night and is safe during the day. Destroying the tombstone where the awareness of the rules is located. At first glance, the Clevel Murder Rule Tomb of the Night does not seem to be very difficult, not even as difficult as Blue Moon, who was broken by Baiju in Luo City. But Baiju did not take it lightly. After reading it over and over again, he kept these rules in mind before heading deeper into the jungle. In the document handed over by the man in the suit, in addition to information about the Murder Rules Tomb of the Night, there is also a map of the Holy Land Islands. The Saint Land Islands are very large and consist of 5 adjacent islands. Tombs of Night will appear on these 5 islands. Therefore, let's not talk about whether the rules can be broken or not, but whether it can encounter the true form of the Tomb of Night is uncertain. The island where Baiju is now is named Island Number 1. There are many dense forests on the island, and many resource subsidy points are set up around the deep forests. Following the description of the resource subsidy location in the email in the resource receiving mailbox, Baiju successfully found a resource point with the Rhine School flag. There are many resources at the subsidy point, including tents, food, and water. After transferring the resources, Baiju came to the edge of the dense forest, near Island Number 2. According to the instructions, he set up the tent. Baiju looked at the mobile phone with only 2 functions, help button and resource receiving mailbox. The time displayed on the screen was less than noon. The Tomb of the Night only appears at night, so be prepared to stay up all night. Baiju pulled up the curtain of the tent and closed his eyes to replenish his energy before the night fell. There are many people who have the same plan as him, and Izo, who was assigned to Island Number 2, is one of them. I'll find Maggie first, and I can also find Little Cather. Setting up the tent obtained from the resource point, Izo licked his lips, as if there was a fire burning in his body, and he looked a little entangled. Ichi, how many days will the entrance exam take? Not far away, a conversation like a yellow oriole came, attracting Izo's attention. They said that the test can only end after the top 10 are selected. Ichi thought for a moment. I don't want to be in the top 10, can I go back to the college directly? Roommate Nyashasha complained. In the future, we will face the killing rules directly, so let's experience it first. Ichi comforted her roommate's emotions. Okay, Nyashasha temporarily gave up the idea of retreating. Hey, 2 beauties. In front of Ichi and Nyashasha, Izo came out from nowhere, holding a bunch of wildflowers in his mouth, blinking his eyes lightly, showing a bit of narcissistic charm. Do you need help? P.S. I'm a little stuck, I don't know if I can finish the 3rd chapter before 12 o'clock, I'll try my best, I know you. Ichi looked at Izo with her head slightly tilted, a little confused, but the roommate next to her blinked when she saw Izo. You're Izo Addison. Nyashasha thought about it for a moment and looked at Izo with a little excitement. I am honored to be known by you. Izzo smiled calmly and took the flower by his mouth into his hand. The flower leaned forward and approached them. Ichi, he is the big scumbag I told you. Nyashasha said excitedly, holding Ichi's hand. Izzo's footsteps stopped, and his smile gradually solidified. Let's go. Just looking at Izzo, Ichi held her roommate's hand and wanted to go around him from the side. Misunderstandings are all rumors. Seeing that the two women were about to leave, Izzo, who rarely succeeded, reached out and took Nyashasha's arm. Seeing Nyashasha stop her steps and her body being pulled to a halt, Ichi didn't say a word to Izzo, and a faint blue light appeared in her jade-like eyes. Well. Noticing Ichi's strangeness, Izzo looked at her subconsciously. However, just one glance made Izzo feel dizzy, and the clear world in front of him began to blur. Then, a girl who took root in his memory and gave him endless pain and nostalgia came from afar. Izzo stared ahead in disbelief, tears flowing uncontrollably. Ichi, is this your superpower? Seeing Izzo go from normal to abnormal, Nyashasha swallowed. Right. Without even looking at Izzo, Ichi pulled Nyashasha forward and said, let's go, he will return to normal after a while. Coming. Nyashasha followed closely behind Ichi, her curious questions slowly drifting away. Izzo, on the other hand, still stayed where he was, smiling with tears mixed in his eyes, and was touched by what he saw. Time passed and it got dark quickly. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Baiju woke up from his tent. He opened the door curtain and walked out of the tent. Under the moonlight divided by the gaps in the leaves, he poured some drinking water and smeared it on his face. A breeze blew by, bringing a slight coolness that refreshed his consciousness. Let's take a look at island number 1 first, and then go to island number 2. Holding the map, Baiju walked to the edge of the dense forest in a few steps and looked ahead at island number 2, which was only separated by a creek. There was no delay. After making a plan, Baiju took action immediately. Returning to the dense forest, Baiju was careful every step of the way, his nerves tense. During the planned route, Baiju also met several new students, but they didn't communicate with each other. They just looked at each other from a distance and then consciously headed in different directions. The entrance test will end after the top 10 are determined. Before it ends, everyone in the Saint Land Islands is a potential enemy of Baiju. What's more, his goal is to be in the top 2. Tombstone. Arriving deep in the jungle, in an open space in the forest, there was a tombstone standing in the moonlight. Baiju did not approach immediately. He squatted quietly behind the bushes and stared at the tombstone with calm eyes. Brian's soul slowly loaded the gun, minimizing any possible movement. Baiju pointed the gun at the tombstone and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunfire rang out, causing waves of sound to break through the air. But, at some point, the tombstone disappeared at a speed that was difficult to find with the naked eye, as if it had disappeared out of thin air. Just when Baiju was confused, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. His eyes were wide open and his whole body was tense. He turned around with almost the fastest reaction speed and shot behind him. Bang bang! 2 consecutive shots, both in the back. And when Baiju turned around completely, he could see a damaged tombstone falling backwards. Staring at the tombstone, Baiju gasped for air. Tombstones can move, and quite quickly. This is key information that is not mentioned in the documents about the Tomb of Night. Without reminder, this is not the real Tomb of Night. After firing 2 more shots at the damaged tombstone that fell to the ground, Baiju put away Brian's soul and continued moving forward after emptying the magazine. However, he did not know, and could not know, that the damaged tombstone that had been cracked by the bullet had actually stood up again, and the damage was slowly disappearing, as if it had been restored by some kind of force. After walking along the planned route, he encountered 2 other tombstones along the way, and after destroying them both with little risk, Baiju prepared to head to island number 2. Cross the creek and land on island number 2. Compared with island number 1, island number 2's dense forest covers a much smaller area, mostly on the beach. First, they walked along the beach, and then, Baiju entered the dense forest. The night was very dark, and we could only rely on the faint moonlight to see the way forward. The time came to 9 o'clock before I knew it. After arriving on island number 2, Baiju also encountered a tombstone, but it was not the Tomb of Night itself. Continuing forward, I passed many people in the night. Help! Suddenly, a scream sounded from the left. Almost instantly, when Baiju paid attention, his footsteps moved accordingly, approaching the source of the sound. After passing through the dense forest, we came to a relatively open grassland. Ah! His eyes were locked on the source of the sound, and a familiar face with a frightened expression was running in his direction. Seeing Baiju, Izzo was almost excited. The pace quickened and then quickened, and he ran towards Baiju crazily as if he saw hope. Izzo? Baiju was startled when he saw Izzo escaping in a hurry. What is going on with him? Baiju was puzzled, but as he noticed the objects flashing behind Izzo, his doubts were answered. It was a tombstone chasing Izzo. Baiju felt a completely different aura from the tombstones he had encountered before, and his eyebrows suddenly darkened. Not surprisingly, this is the Tomb of Night. Baiju. Izzo ran towards him, bringing the Tomb of Night. Without hesitation, Baiju raised his gun and pulled the trigger continuously. The sound of breaking through the air came and went, and the magazine was emptied. What's going on? All 5 Brian bullets hit the Tomb of Night, but the other party seemed to be fine, not even a single damage. Run! Izzo shouted, his handsome face twisted because of his exaggerated expression. The Brian bullets did not stop the Tomb of Night, and it was too late to change the bullets now. At the same time that Izzo shouted, Baiju turned around and ran. Every second was a 100-meter sprint, but after running for only a moment, Baiju suddenly realized that there was no movement behind him. Where is Izzo? With a little doubt in his eyes, Baiju turned his eyes to the back and slowed down his pace. Izzo stopped not far behind him, standing upright, very close to a huge tombstone. Izzo turned his back to him, stepped forward step by step, and opened his arms, as if he wanted to embrace the tomb. In an instant, Baiju raised his eyebrows. 3. Be firm in yourself, don't get close to the tombstone, don't hug the tombstone, and don't carve your name on the tombstone. This is the 3rd rule of the killing rules of the Night Tomb. It clearly stated that you cannot hug the Night Tomb. But looking at Izzo's situation, there is a trend of violating it. His eyes became more and more turbid, staring at the tombstone in front of him. Izzo seemed to have lost his will. Just as Izzo was about to hug the tombstone, a huge pressure suddenly came, falling on his shoulders and on the tombstone. Baiju stared, releasing his super breath with all his strength. The pressure turned into resistance, and Izzo was forced to stand still. A few seconds passed, and the atmosphere was particularly depressing. Holding his breath, Baiju concentrated, releasing his super breath, and slowly moved towards Izzo. At some point, tombstones began to be erected around him, and the number was increasing. Step by step, until he came to Izzo. The pressure on Izzo suddenly shifted, and Baiju stared at the Tomb of Night, and quickly pulled out the soul of Brian inserted in Izzo's waist. Bang bang! A few shots in a row, until the magazine was emptied. As before, Brian's bullets were all shot on the tombstone. But, the Tomb of Night did not show any signs of damage. With cold sweat crawling all over his back, Baiju gritted his teeth and pulled Izzo, who had empty eyes beside him, to run in one direction. However, just before he ran away, the tombstone in front of him suddenly escaped and disappeared out of thin air. This sudden change made Baiju startled. Just when he didn't know where the Tomb of Night would appear in the next second, several figures came from all directions with the sound of wind. Run away again? Damn it, it ran away again. No, this tombstone specifically picks on those who are alone. Is it controlled by the college? According to you, we have to separate? Several freshmen were communicating, not caring much about Baiju and Izzo. After seeing the Tomb of Night disappear, they dispersed. It ran away? Baiju was quite confused. Could it be human intervention by the college? His thoughts were tangled, and only this answer was the most reliable. Putting aside the unanswered questions, Baiju patted Izzo's shoulder beside him. Are you okay? Not bad. Izzo held his forehead, feeling a little dizzy. What happened to you just now? Baiju and Izzo left the place just now, and said, why are you halfway ready to hug the tombstone? I don't know. Izzo shook his head, I just want to hug it. After asking a few more questions, Izzo did not get any useful information, so he took Baiju to his base on island number 2. After eating some compressed biscuits, Baiju did not continue to move, but took out the soul of Brian and spare bullets, with a puzzled look on his face. Why is Brian's bullet useless when it hits the Tomb of Night? He was very confused about this. If it was shot off the target, he could understand it, but almost every bullet hit the Tomb of Night, but it did not have any damage. Baiju had used Brian's bullets in actual combat, and tonight Brian's bullets seemed more like ordinary bullets to him. Is this Brian's bullet fake? Izzo was also quite confused with him. Born in the Addison family, the same family as Principal Size, Izzo has also used the soul of Brian, but this time, the use of the soul of Brian is beyond his cognition. It is useless against the Clevel killing rule Knight's Grave, and the rules cannot be broken by the Brian bullet alone. Then what other methods are there to deal with the Tomb of Night? Superpowers? Don't be funny. Among the new freshmen, except Baiju, no one has the experience of breaking the rules. Talked with Izo for a few words. Because of what happened just now, the two of them tacitly did not continue to look for the Tomb of Night. Soon, the sky gradually brightened. After a sleepless night, Baiju and Izo were yawning and felt sleepy. I'm going back to island number 1. After saying something to Izo, Baiju went in the direction where the two islands connected. Before leaving the dense forest of island number 2, the sandy shore in the distance just appeared in front of Baiju, and he was walking and tripped. Subconsciously, Baiju thought it was a branch on the ground, but when his eyes slightly tilted and fell to the ground, he saw a human hand. A chill instantly crept up his back, and Baiju's nerves immediately tensed up. He took 2 steps back, but his eyes did not leave the hand on the ground. Holding his breath and concentrating, Baiju tried to stay calm. Without panicking, nor continuing to explore along the hand, Baiju returned to Izo's tent in the direction he came from. Don't sleep anymore, follow me. Waking up Izo, Baiju called out as he stared blankly. Izo was woken up just after falling asleep, and although he didn't know what Baiju was going to do, he still followed him in a daze. Arrived at the dense forest near the sandbank. Under Baiju's instructions, Izo was no longer sleepy when he saw the hand. Someone died? Izo opened his eyes wide. It doesn't look like death, it's more like being buried alive. Baiju's voice was very deep. Swallowing, following Baiju's words carefully, Izo's eyes followed the hand and fell to the junction of the arm and the soil. Then they looked at each other, and both of them could see the solemnity in each other's eyes. 2. It is safe during the day. The tombstone will sleep during the day and only eat at night. This is the second rule of killing related to the night tomb. It emphasizes that the night tomb sleeps during the day and eats at night. Among them, how the night tomb eats is not detailed in the rules. Has anyone died in the entrance examination of Rhine College in previous years? Baiju asked in a deep voice. It seems, no. Izo stared at the hand, his eyes gradually turned from the initial panic to calmness. Dig him out first. Following the soil layer of the hand, Baiju and Izo dug with their bare hands. Is this a tombstone? Izo screamed. Halfway through the digging, the human body gradually took shape, but then, a corner of the tombstone also appeared in front of him. Continue. Baiju said in a deep voice. A moment later, a corpse and a tombstone directly inserted into the soil reappeared in the world. Do you know it? Baiju asked. No. Izo shook his head. His face was very bad. Someone died in the test, and we must contact the academy to terminate the test. He turned his head and looked at Baiju very seriously. This is very likely man-made. Man-made. Although there is a tombstone next to the corpse, and it is unknown how the night tomb eats, leaving a corpse behind always makes people feel that it is not something that can be done according to the rules of killing. After saying this, Izo took out the mobile phone with only 2 functions and clicked the help button. Can't press it? Izo opened his mouth slightly, looking a little unacceptable. He repeatedly touched the screen with his fingertips, but the SOS button on the screen seemed to be non-existent, with no feedback. Baiju also took out his phone, but after clicking the SOS button, the same situation as Izo appeared. The SOS button was useless. No matter how they pressed it, there was no movement. Another function, mailbox, also did not work for sending signals. For a moment, Baiju and Izo's faces were horrible. Brian's bullets could not break the rules, corpses appeared on the island, and the SOS button was invalid. All of this seemed to indicate that the so-called entrance examination was not as simple as it seemed. Just as the two were silent, a panicked female voice screamed from a distance. Don't! Someone! Looking at each other, Baiju and Izuo immediately went to the source of the sound without hesitation. Stepping over the blades of grass, his eyes wandered between trees. Soon, Baiju locked onto a certain direction. This way. He greeted Izuo and quickened his pace. For a moment, a girl kneeling on her knees and crying helplessly appeared in front of her. Looking in the direction of the girl, Baiju held his breath unconsciously when his sight came closer and past the branches and leaves. The girl was not the only one. In the girl's arms, there was a bloody corpse that had been dug through the chest. While running, Baiju's pace suddenly slowed down. He looked at the corpse in the girl's arms, his eyes trembling. Ichi, holding Iichi in her arms and watching her dying, the anxiety in Miyashasha's eyes gradually turned to despair. Iichi was dead and fell in front of her, but there was nothing she could do. She? Baiju's eyes were trembling and his breathing was unsteady. He tried to stabilize his body step by step and came to Iichi's body. Noticing Baiju, the lingering fear in Nyashasha's eyes began to deepen. Why is she here? How so? Baiju felt like he couldn't breathe. His eyes were wide open, bloodshot, filled with confusion and disbelief. Who killed her? Baiju turned his gaze away and stared at Nyashasha with a stagnant gaze. The Tomb of Night is the Tomb of Night. As if returning to the moment when the Tomb of Night suddenly appeared in Indaji-ichi's life, the fear and panic in Nyashasha's eyes reappeared. Tomb of Night. These three words almost popped out of Baiju's teeth. He didn't know why Iichi appeared here and why she also participated in the entrance examination of Rhine College, but none of this matters anymore. Looking at Iichi's painful death face and the bloodstained body, Baiju felt that a nerve in his mind was about to snap. Where did the Tomb of Night go? Baiju asked in a deep voice, carrying an irrational anger. That, Nyashasha looked at him with some fear and pointed out the direction of Tomb of Night's escape. From seeing Iichi's body to starting to pursue the Tomb of Night, all this happened in just a few dozen seconds. As soon as Izzo followed him, he saw Baiju leaving quickly in one direction. Soon, Baiju's back disappeared in front of his eyes, and Izzo also noticed Nyashasha and Iichi's body in her arms. Izzo opened his eyes subconsciously. The speed of his feet was very fast, and in just a moment, Baiju passed through the dense forest and came to the beach. Turning his sight, he saw a tombstone standing quietly on the beach not far from the sea. It's the Tomb of Night. Looking at the tombstone, Baiju's eyes were not only angry, but also a little confused. 2. It is safe during the day. Tombstone will sleep during the day, and Tombstone only eats at night. This is the second rule about killing in the Tomb of Night. It shows that the Tomb of Night will sleep during the day and wake up at night, but Baiju raised his eyes and could see the clear sky. It's daytime now. So what's going on with this tombstone? With deep eyes, Baiju picked up Brian's soul and quickly approached the tombstone without worrying about the issue. He pulled the trigger continuously and fired 3 Brian bullets to break the sound waves. Bang bang bang. The sound of breaking through the air was followed by a muffled sound, and 3 more black and conspicuous bullets were seen around the tombstone. Then, as if Baiju noticed it, the tombstone moved. Around the tombstone, soul-like bodies emerged one after another like solidified souls. They turned their blue and transparent heads and looked at Baiju. Looking at the group of soul-like bodies, Baiju's heart tightened, and a very bad intuition surged up. They float in the air, completely transparent, like a bay of blue water, somewhat like the undead often seen in horror movies. Note, this rule can evolve into the Blevel murder rule Tomb of the Undead. If you find that the number of tombstones increases significantly at night and is surrounded by soul-like bodies, do not approach. Please report it in time and escape in time. Those with non-breakthrough powers are not allowed. Those who touch or have non-breakthrough powers cannot fight. Here's something to note about Tomb of Night's killing rules. It is emphasized that the Tomb of Night can evolve into the Blevel killing rule Tomb of the Dead. What I saw in front of me was exactly the same as the Tomb of the Undead described in the note. Tomb of Night has evolved. Baiju swallowed, and a palpitation spread in Baiju's chest. Suddenly, he remembered the phantom of Sunshang. Even Linyu in the breakthrough stage was almost killed, and Professor Pullman in the transcendence stage couldn't stop him. You know, Phantom has Blevel killing rules. And the Tomb of the Dead in front of us also has Blevel murder rules. For a moment, Baiju's eyes were filled with disbelief. The Holy Land Islands are all freshmen of Rhine College, and those with the strongest abilities are only in the breakthrough stage. In this situation where they are surrounded by the sea and cannot contact the college, the Tomb of the Dead can destroy them in a short time. His thoughts passed by in an instant, and Baiju barely hesitated. When he saw the soul-like body appear, he turned around and ran away. However, when he turned around, his whole body froze and all movements stopped. Tombstones, there are tombstones everywhere, all surrounding the soul-like body. Baiju's gaze wavered, and what came into view were hundreds and thousands of tombstones that were out of sight. It was clearly a clear sky, but the sea was covered with a cold air. Baiju took a deep breath and tried his best to stay calm. He couldn't escape anymore, once the ghosts attacked him. The soul of Brian had only 2 bullets left. Baiju fired at the first 2 ghosts, but the Brian bullets went through the bodies of the ghosts and fell into the sea. Baiju seemed to understand. He understood that this was not the Brian bullet that could break the rules of killing, but the most ordinary bullet. The entrance exam was not a test at all, but the graveyard of all the freshmen of Rhine College this year. The ghosts rushed one after another. Baiju lay on the ground, bloody, just staring at the sky, enduring the pain that was about to crush his spirit. Dismembered by the ghosts, hollowed out by the ghosts, in the deep pain, Baiju completely lost consciousness. Suddenly sitting up, sweating all over, Baiju gasped for air. Although he was reborn, the pain before death seemed to be reincarnated with him, pulling his temples to beat continuously, which was very uncomfortable. Level killing rules: the Tomb of the Dead, the soul of Brian loaded with ordinary bullets, the disabled SOS button, the body of Yiichi. Baiju clenched his teeth, a breeze blew, and the hot sweat turned into cold. This is not an entrance exam at all. This is to put all the freshmen to death. But, could this be the intention of the academy? This is the most confusing point for Baiju. If killing all the freshmen in the St. Lon Islands is the intention of the academy, then where is the point of interest? What's more, some freshmen come from supernatural families and have good backgrounds. Once those supernatural families know that their children died in Rhine Academy, how can Rhine Academy be easy? Also, why is Yiichi here? There are two confusions: like a mountain that is difficult to climb, Baiju can only put them aside for the time being. I can't ask for help, I can't contact the academy. Baiju took a deep breath and opened his mobile phone with only two functions to check. It was past 7 in the evening. It was his first day on the island. After replenishing his energy during the day, he was ready to leave the temporary station and look for traces of the Tomb of Night. We must leave the Holy Orchid Islands before dawn. Baiju opened the curtain and walked quickly towards the direction of Island number 2. Under the premise that he could not contact the academy, the method of leaving the Holy Orchid Islands that he could think of for the time being could not be completed by him alone in a short time. Baiju needed help, as much as the help of the new students of the entire archipelago. Following the night, Baiju came to the station on Island number 2 where Izo was. It was just past 7 o'clock, and Izo had just woken up and had not started looking for the Tomb of Night. Baiju? A figure slowly walked out of the darkness, and Izo called out with vigilance and uncertainty. It's me. Baiju came to Izo in the moonlight. How did you? The Tomb of the Night will soon evolve into the Tomb of the Dead. The St. Orchid Islands are very dangerous and we can't stay here any longer. Baiju interrupted Izo and directly described the future in a deep voice. Izo was obviously stunned. Everything Baiju said was too sudden and hard to believe. Rhine College is well known in the supernatural world. The level killing rules used in the freshman entrance examination evolved during the test. This is a huge mistake. It is hard to believe that it came from the hands of Rhine College. Look. In order to increase the persuasiveness, Baiju took out his mobile phone and pressed the SOS button under Izo's gaze. Just when Izo was wondering why Baiju asked for help, he found that the SOS button pressed by Baiju did not move at all. Useless? Seeing Baiju press a few more times, but the SOS button on the screen seemed to be just an icon, unmoved. Izo didn't believe it and took out his mobile phone to try. His distress signal also failed to be sent successfully, and it was the same whether he pressed it or not. Swallowing, Izo and Baiju looked at each other and saw the seriousness in Baiju's eyes. He began to believe it. I didn't tell you before that I have another ability besides super breathing. Baiju chose to tell Izo another ability, forbidden ability, foreknowledge. Suddenly, Izo was silent. Are you serious? Izo said in a deep voice after a moment. Yes. Baiju nodded solemnly. What do you need me to do? Izo's eyes were stained with heaviness. We will split up and bring all the people in the St. Lon Islands to the beach of Island number 2. Baiju said solemnly. Okay. Izo agreed. After discussing a few more words and organizing a set of rhetoric, the two of them acted immediately without delay. Shuttled through the dense forest, and met people under the pretext of notifying of major events. The news of going to the beach of Island number 2 spread rapidly like weeds to 5 consecutive islands. Late at night, 12 o'clock had passed. What's going on? I just saw a tombstone. Me too. I was called here just after I saw the tombstone. It's been less than a day since the test started. How important could it be that we have to gather at night? There were constant discussions and doubts. Seeing that everyone was almost there, Baiju clapped his hands to attract attention and stood in front of everyone. Everyone, the Tomb of Night is about to evolve into the Tomb of the Dead. We need to evacuate the Holy Orchid Islands. Baiju's opening remarks were very direct, pointing out the upcoming danger. As he expected, the whole audience was silent, but after a few seconds, an uproar broke out. Are you kidding? If I remember correctly, the Tomb of the Dead is a level killing rule, right? The Academy didn't find out about such a big thing, but you found it? Sneer, fear, confusion. The freshmen showed different expressions. I know you all don't believe it. Baiju clapped his hands again, and the scene returned to silence. Everyone looked at him. You can try to click the help button, and you will know after clicking it. Following Baiju's guidance, some people were hesitant, and some had already tried to click the help button, but found that the help button was invalid. Suddenly, an unbelievable emotion brewed among the crowd. Although the failure of the help button had little to do with what Baiju had just said, that the Tomb of the Night would evolve into the Tomb of the Dead, with this atmosphere, Baiju could better proceed to the next step. He seems to be. Baiju? Suddenly, Izo's voice rang out from the low noise. The owner of the forbidden ability to predict. The distance between each other was very close, and everyone subconsciously wanted to look at the person who was speaking, but seeing that the people around them were looking for him, they had to give up and focus on the forbidden ability to predict. Rhine College has a new student with the ability of precognition, and all new students with a little status know this. The person who has foresight is indeed called Baiju. Suddenly, a cold female voice sounded, and the surrounding noise dissipated automatically, and everyone looked at her. This is a girl with long light green hair. Under the gaze of everyone, her eyes are like a forest in late autumn, with a dark luster. Annie Saint Sock is from the Saint Sock family. Hiss, she is the Annie who reached the breakthrough period at the age of 18? Annie said so, it should be true. Discussions started again, but this time, some people's suspicions were put aside. And Saint Sock, possessing the wind power of the breakthrough stage, is the only one among the freshmen present who has reached the breakthrough stage. Regardless of her background or strength, what she said carries great weight. At the same time, standing not far from Annie, Izzo looked in the direction of Baiju and said, "You mean, you predicted that in the near future, the Tomb of the Night will evolve into the Tomb of the Undead and massacre us?" Izzo's words completely eliminated the remaining doubts about Baiju's identity. Will the Tomb of the Dead massacre us? Then, what should we do? The distress signal can't be sent out. Are we going to die here? Panic spread quickly, and after a while, everyone was panicking. What should I do? Nia Shanshan stood at the back of the crowd, frowning worriedly, and held Yi Ichi's arm. Yi Ichi pursed her lips but did not respond. In fact, she didn't listen to Baiju's words just now, she just kept staring at him, her eyes filled with joy from beginning to end. She really wanted to run up to Baiju and tell him, "We meet again," but the current atmosphere didn't seem suitable for the plot of such a reunion. She could only endure it and wait for other opportunities. The Tomb of the Dead will appear after dawn. What we need to do now is to build a raft. Baiju's voice drowned out the noise that had weakened in consciousness. The academy is not far from the St. Orchid Islands. Since the distress signal cannot be sent, we only need to send one person back to the academy on a raft to inform them of the situation here. I believe that the academy will be there soon. Someone will be sent to pick us up and leave. The self-rescue method is very simple, but it is regarded as hope among the people who have already panicked. The operation of building rafts was carried out quickly, and the new students with fire, wood and other powers were doing their best. Because there is no special attribute related to sharpness, a boy found a stone with a sharp edge and used it as an axe to chop down trees. Stop knocking! And Saint Sock stopped their movements, and saw a rapidly rotating wind blade solidify in her hand, and then cut the tree trunk straight, causing the tree to fall. Seeing this scene, many people were shocked and stunned. "Sister Annie, you are still so awesome." Izzo flattered him in time. "Get lost, you scumbag." Annie didn't even look at him and continued to control the wind blade. There are many new students, some of whom are temporarily unable to contribute in terms of supernatural powers, but are all fine for the time being. Yi Ichi came to Baiju's side immediately. Step by step closer to Baiju, Yi Ichi's eyes couldn't help but turn red. Just when she thought the touching story of reunion after a long separation was about to unfold, Baiju also walked towards her, but with a serious look on his face. Baiju's appearance was too solemn, and he didn't seem surprised at all that she appeared here. "White, when the raft is finished, you can go to the academy and inform us of the situation." Before Yi Ichi could speak, Baiju took the lead in assigning her a task. "Oh." Yi Ichi was startled, then nodded obediently. Moved by the persistence of love, the drama of living a happy life did not go as planned. Yi Ichi's eyes flashed with disappointment, but because it was Baiju's arrangement, she would not refuse. "Reminiscing about old times and stuff, let's talk about it back to the academy." Sensing the girl's loss, Baiju left these words and left. Good, the story of reunion has ended before it has begun. Yi Ichi looked at Baiju's walking back, her beautiful eyes moved slightly, and she felt complicated. "Ichi, is he the boy you have been looking for?" Behind her, seeing Baiju and Yi Ichi separated, Nia Shasha hurriedly joined in to gossip. Responding to her roommate, Yi-ichi followed by Ju's gaze. Wow, your target is actually a genius with forbidden powers. Nyashasha looked at Yi-ichi with a bit of admiration. Geniuses with special abilities are prohibited. Yi-ichi lowered her eyes slightly. The matter was urgent, a matter of life and death. At this time, Baiju focused all his attention on constructing the raft. Not long after, a simple raft was placed on the beach and surrounded by a crowd of people. Baiju stood at the front and seemed to be the one giving orders. The raft can only carry 2 people, so it will be troublesome for classmates Shangsok and Yi. Just like in the plan, Baiju had established enough prestige, and everyone had no objections to who he appointed to return to the academy. Accepting the arrangement, and Saintsok and Yi-ichi boarded the raft. Because of her breakthrough wind power, Annie can greatly reduce the time it takes to return to the academy. Ichi, before parting ways with her roommate, Nyashasha's eyes were full of worry. Be back soon. Yi-ichi smiled. Definitely. Nyashasha looked back, her eyebrows slightly curved. This scumbag keeps asking me for my contact information, I'm scared. Reject him. Yi-ichi looked forward and could see Izzo, who was happily chatting with a girl. I wanted to refuse, but Nyashasha pursed her lips. But what? He's good at it. Yi-ichi blinked, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Classmate Yi, it's time to go. Beside, Annie's cold eyes glanced over. Coming. Yi-ichi let go of her roommate's hand, turned her head to look at Baiju and said, I'll wait for you at the college. Knowing that Yi-ichi was talking about old things, Baiju nodded gently. Although he looked calm on the outside, he was extremely anxious in his heart. The reason why he chose Yi-ichi and Annie to return to the academy was, firstly, that he knew the former and could give them enough trust, while the latter had a certain identity and background and had wind powers, which could speed up the process of returning to the academy. Judging from the failed distress button and Brian's soul loaded with ordinary bullets, it was obvious that someone wanted to destroy them all in the St. Land Islands, and he was not sure whether the people here had infiltrated the new students and were monitoring them. Every move they make. The situation is dangerous, and both he and Izzo need to calm everyone's emotions on the island and bring hope that can be seen at a glance. Therefore, Yi-ichi and Annie are the best candidates. Soon, the 2 women boarded a simple raft. With the blessing of Annie's wind power, the raft floated far away on the sea and gradually disappeared from sight. White Jew. Izzo didn't know when he came behind him, his voice was low, it's almost dawn, how long will it take for the Tomb of Night to evolve? Following Izzo's words, Baiju's eyes turned solemn. After making the raft, I watched Annie and Yi-ichi leave. It was already 4 o'clock in the morning. Baiju was not sure when exactly Tomb of Night will evolve. Before reincarnation, when he encountered the Tomb of the Undead, someone had already died because of the Tomb of the Undead. There was no response, Baiju just shook his head. It's close to 5 o'clock in the morning, Rhine College. Sais, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by a phone call. Who? Oh no, Principal. There was an urgent voice on the other side of the phone. Principal Sais immediately sat up from the bed. The freshman who just took the entrance exam returned to the academy and said that the Clevel murderous Tomb of the Night dropped on the Holy Land Islands will soon evolve into the Blevel murderous Tomb of the Undead. The report came quickly and very heavily. Who is responsible for the entrance test? Sais was shocked. Those who participated in the entrance test were all freshmen from Rhine College this year, and many of them were children from families with supernatural abilities. If something went wrong with them, Rhine College would not be able to escape the blame. What's more, his nephew is also there. Professor Stowe from the mathematics department, he has disappeared since we got the news. Listening to the voice coming from the other side of the phone, Sais gritted his teeth. Let the Ministry of Information organize personnel to go to the St. Orchid Islands to bring everyone back to me. After making arrangements, Sais hung up the phone, changed his clothes, and left quickly. At this time, Annie and Yi-ichi also successfully arrived at the port. After reporting the news, they waited at the dock. Within a few minutes after they brought the news, manpower began to gather at the pier, and yachts were speeding towards the St. Land Islands. On the other side, the beach of number 2 island in the St. Land Islands. At around 5 o'clock in the morning, a gap opened in the night, and dawn appeared. It was almost dawn, and the atmosphere among everyone was deathly silent. Will the killing rules come here to kill us all? Don't say such unlucky words. No, don't be afraid, the college will send someone to pick us up soon. The remaining darkness of the night was as dark as a mountain hanging upside down above everyone's heads, full of oppression. Baiju stared at the horizon, and as time passed, his heart began to beat. When the Tomb of the Night evolved into the Tomb of the Undead, and when the Tomb of the Undead started killing, all of this is unknown, and it is precisely because of this unknown that panic brews among the group and becomes more and more intense. Coming. Next to him, Azo, who was squatting on the beach, suddenly stood up. His words broke the silence in the atmosphere. Everyone followed his gaze and looked towards the sea. Those are yachts racing through the waves. The sound of breaking waves, the roar of engines. As the yacht gets closer and closer, the cheers of the freshmen also rise. Call, Baiju also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the yacht arriving at the coast. The heart that was so high because of the Tomb of the Dead can finally let go. Soon, all the freshmen boarded the yacht, and a group of young and middle-aged people who came with the yacht all headed in the opposite direction to them and entered the dense forest. Later, Baiju learned that these were seniors from the supernatural department who came to destroy the Tomb of the Undead. In a sense, the Holy Land Islands are quite close to Rhine College. Looking at the worst, if the Tomb of the Dead is not contained and the rule field spreads to Rhine College, it will be a big trouble. Riding on the yacht, after a while, you can see the outline of the Rhine College in the distance, and a moment later, the future city on the island is clearly presented before your eyes. As soon as he got off the pier, before Baiju had time to stand still, he was told that the principal asked him to go to the principal's office. Without stopping, Baiju entered the first campus and headed to the Dream building. Take the elevator to the 98th floor where the principal's office is located. Stepping on the burgundy carpet and walking along the dimly lit corridor, Baiju knocked lightly on the door of the principal's office. Enter. Principal Sai's voice came from inside the door. Opening the door, Baiju walked in. Aside from the evolution of the Tomb of Night, what else did you foresee? Without any unnecessary words, Sai asked directly when he saw Baiju. The distress button is disabled. The bullets contained in Brian's soul are not Brian's bullets. Taking a deep breath, Baiju told Sai all the information he knew before reincarnation. After listening, Sai's face turned very bad. This is going to put all the new students to death. There was anger in his eyes. Principal, someone wants to attack the new students? Baiju asked tentatively. There was no response. Sai just shook his head. You go back first, and contact me if you have anything else. After asking to no avail, Baiju responded and left the principal's office. Since the reincarnation, Baiju has been mentally tense. After successfully returning to the academy, without the threat of the Tomb of the Dead, Baiju can finally relax. Heading towards the student apartment, he just wanted to sit down and take a good rest. Soon, apartment buildings appeared in front of them. But as Baiju walked, his pace slowed down. He saw Yiichi. The girl was standing in front of the apartment area, looking forward to it. White Jew. Seeing Baiju, Yiichi waved to him happily. The appearance of the girl in front of him was so familiar. Without the threat of death, after a few months, the emotions like seeing old friends again were no longer suppressed and gradually came back. Looking at Yiichi, Baiju now had many questions to ask her. Why did she appear here? Why did she join the Rhine College? Before the reincarnation, when she saw Yiichi's body, these doubts quickly took shape, but because of the uncontrollable anger, they could only be put aside temporarily. Furthermore, after rebirth, due to the pressure of the upcoming evolution of the Tomb of Night, it is not a good time to reminisce about the past. They slept well during the day yesterday and were not very sleepy now. Baiju and Yiichi came to a coffee shop and sat down in the corner. Why did you come to Rhine College? Baiju asked, looking at his opponent Yiichi with puzzled eyes. Because I also have superpowers. Being stared at by Baiju, Yiichi blushed slightly. That I came to Rhine College. What a coincidence. Baiju was startled when he heard this. They were in the same class at Los Angeles High School, and they were in the same row, and they both had superpowers. It was a perfect coincidence. It's just a coincidence. Yiichi pursed her lips and smiled every time she looked at Baiju. What kind of power? Baiju asked. Special power, vision. Yiichi then explained, a power that can make others hallucinate. That's it. Baiju's eyes darkened slightly. Speaking of vision, Baiju had seen it in books about supernatural powers in the library. After using this kind of power, people will see the things they want to see most, and become addicted to them, unable to extricate themselves. During the college entrance examination in June, when I was taking the math test, my powers suddenly collapsed, and then someone invited me to join the Rhine College. Perhaps seeing the atmosphere getting colder, Yiichi found a topic within a few seconds. Power collapse? Baiju seems to have seen this word somewhere. Yes, my powers are not very stable. Yiichi nodded. The specific meaning of superpower collapse, which Baiju has read in books about superpowers before, refers to a certain type of powerful superpower. For some reason, the superpower is out of control, thus collapsing and erupting with unprecedented power. Why did it collapse? Baiju asked the reason. I don't know. Yi Ichi shook her head. At that time, in the examination room, halfway through writing the test paper, Yi Ichi was concentrating and did not realize that the power collapsed and the vision exploded, affecting an area of several hundred meters. What about Baiju? Why did you join Rhine College? After ending the topic about herself, like Baiju, Yi Ichi was also full of curiosity about why Baiju came to Rhine College. Because we want to break the rules of killing. Baiju raised the corners of his mouth stiffly. The memory of dozens of reincarnations in Xinjiang was touched. Baiju did not tell the truth, but brought up the topic with a dry smile. At this time, the drinks were made and the waiter brought 2 cups of coffee. Which department did you choose? Yi Ichi asked. Special type. Baiju took a sip of coffee and felt a hint of bitterness flowing through his mouth. I am also a special type. Yi Ichi looked very happy. Where is the class? Not yet. Baiju shook his head. It would be great if we could be in the same class, Yi Ichi murmured in a low voice. What? The voice was a bit soft and Baiju couldn't hear it clearly. No, it's nothing. Yi Ichi shook her head quickly. After that, they talked for a while, until the sleepiness of a sleepless night came over. Baiju and Yi Ichi ended the conversation, left the coffee shop, and parted in front of the student apartments in different buildings. When he returned to the dormitory, he didn't see Izzo. Baiju stepped on the steps connecting the bed and the table, threw himself into the soft quilt, and fell asleep quickly. When he woke up, it was already 6 in the evening. He turned over habitually and opened the phone placed beside his pillow. The screen was glowing, showing the time and several unread new messages. Clicking on the new message, he saw that it was sent by Enling Xue. Enling Xue, I heard that something went wrong with the entrance exam. Enling Xue, are you okay? There were 8 messages expressing concern, each with a period of time, and the latest one came 3 minutes ago. Baiju, it's okay, I just woke up in the dormitory, and Enling Xue, I'm glad you're okay. Baiju just sent it, and Enling Xue replied in seconds. Enling Xue, if you just woke up, are you hungry? Baiju, a little. I returned to the college in the morning and had something to eat in the cafe with Yi Ichi. Now I'm not too hungry. Enling Xue, I'll treat you to a delicious meal. Xiao Xiong pays. Baiju, okay, senior sister. After discussing the time, Baiju got out of bed and washed up. After a few minutes, he left the dormitory. Today, Enling Xue did not let him wait any longer, and showed up at the agreed place in advance. It's good that you're okay. Seeing that Baiju had no wounds on his body, Enling Xue breathed a sigh of relief. Can you tell me what happened in the test later? Enling Xue was full of curiosity in a blink of an eye, and used a negotiating tone, fearing that Baiju would be embarrassed. Although she knew that something went wrong with the entrance test for this year's freshmen, the college did not announce the specifics. Let's talk while eating. This was not something worth keeping secret, so Baiju agreed. Afterwards, when they arrived at the restaurant that Enling Xue had booked, Baiju told Enling Xue the whole story while filling his stomach with delicious food. After dinner, at around 8 o'clock, Baiju and Enling Xue parted in the elevator and returned to the dormitory. It was still early, and Baiju was about to open the forum to take a look. Yi Ichi, I just woke up. Yi Ichi, has classmate Baiju eaten? A message from Yi Ichi popped up in the notification bar, and Baiju clicked it to check. When he was about to leave the coffee shop in the morning, Yi Ichi asked for Baiju's contact information. Baiju, I've eaten, Baiju replied truthfully. Yi Ichi, okay, these 2 simple words, but you can see the girl's loss from the gaps between the words. After chatting with Yi Ichi for a few more sentences, the topic naturally ended, and Baiju began to browse the forum. Time passed quickly, and the night came quietly. At nearly 12 o'clock, Baiju washed up and went to bed. Although he made up for his sleep until 6 in the evening, in order to avoid disrupting his work and rest, Baiju closed his eyes for a long time and squeezed into sleep. But, not long after, Baiju suddenly opened his eyes again. Where is this? Looking around, what was reflected in his pupils was not the scenery of the dormitory, but a layer of black cloth. Baiju looked ahead with doubt, at the object that sewed the 2 pieces of cloth together, like a zipper. He stretched out his hand, pinched it, and pulled it down. As the pull head reached the bottom, another glimmer of darkness broke into his sight, and a sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. Baiju pushed aside the curtain, and the whole person was exposed to the moonlight. The familiar dense forest scene came into view, and he opened his eyes wide in horror and disbelief. This is the Holy Land Islands? What's going on? The night entered his eyes, and the darkness was so overwhelming that Baiju found it difficult to breathe. I'm back again? Looking at his open hands in the moonlight, Baiju found it difficult to accept this reality for a while. He has obviously returned to the academy. Why did he come back here again? Am I dead again? Baiju turned around and looked at the tent behind him. The last time he was killed by the Tomb of the Undead, the starting point of his reincarnation was also here. His thoughts stopped suddenly, and Baiju quickly took out his phone and checked the time. What was displayed on the screen was 7 o'clock in the evening. The last time he died and was reborn was at 7 o'clock in the evening. Am I dead? Baiju's eyebrows were furrowed, looking incomprehensible. Why? Why die? He was obviously sleeping in the dormitory. Could someone enter the dormitory and kill him? Apart from him, Izzo was the only one who had the permission to authorize the dormitory door lock. But Izzo didn't think he had any motive to kill him? Moreover, they had only known each other for less than a few days. Baiju was completely confused now. He couldn't find even a single reason for his own death. But looking at the dense forest covered by night in front of him, he had to accept the reality. Let's leave the Holy Land Islands first. Baiju took a deep breath and tried his best to maintain his composure. The cause of death is not yet known, but the reason can always be found. As his thoughts faded away, Baiju walked into the dark forest, just like his first reincarnation, heading towards island number 2. Find Izzo, use the same rhetoric to gain his trust, and then gather all the new students in the archipelago on the beach of island number 2 in the middle of the night. Repeat the plot of the last reincarnation. The raft is built, and the white Juseki Ichi returned to the academy with Annie. While waiting for someone to come from the academy, Baiju looked at the sea reflecting the full moon and fell into deep thought. He still couldn't think of anything that could kill him in his sleep. Stealing lives silently, is it the killing rule? A flash of spiritual light suddenly flashed, and Baiju's pupils shrank suddenly. The unanswerable questions came to an outlet. He held his breath and concentrated his thoughts. Clevel killing rules, Tomb of the Night, evolved into Blevel killing rules, Tomb of the Dead. The Tomb of the Dead used souls to kill people. The Tomb of the Dead evolved again, and the rule level jumped from level B to level A. How to kill people with the level A killing rules. The confusion faded away, and Baiju seemed to have locked in the direction of getting the answer to the question. Go back to the academy first. Looking at the sea, his eyes were filled with determination. When dawn passed through the night, the yacht sent by the college appeared on the horizon. The seniors from the supernatural department who were waiting for the yacht to arrive entered the dense forest and launched an operation to destroy the Tomb of the Undead. Baiju boarded the yacht and waited for more than 10 minutes before arriving at the college port. The next plot development was the same as the last reincarnation. After landing at the dock, someone told him that Principal Sais was waiting for him in the principal's office. As if going through a process, Baiju went to the mansion of dreams and came to the principal's office. After a conversation as remembered. Go back first and contact me if you have anything else. After learning that Baiju's prediction was actually a message brought from reincarnation, Sais frowned and asked Baiju to leave. Watching Baiju's back disappear behind the door, Sais gritted his teeth, with an unspeakable depth in his eyes. Then he made a phone call. After ringing for a few seconds, the call was connected. Minister Han, the people in charge of the entrance examination are all gone? Sais said in a deep voice. No one can be reached. The voice on the other end of the phone was also deep. Can the people sent to the Holy Land Islands to deal with the tombs of the dead be trusted? Sais frowned. They are all descendants of my Han family and your Addison family. It is impossible for them to be infiltrated. The voice on the other end of the phone was firm. When the Tomb of the Undead is destroyed, contact me as soon as possible. After Sais said this, he hurriedly hung up the phone, dialed another number, and continued to issue instructions and obtain the latest progress. After leaving the building of dreams, Baiju did not go back to the dormitory like he did in his last reincarnation, but headed towards the library. Nothing happened from then until 12 o'clock in the evening. He had to find the reason for his inexplicable death in the last reincarnation before 12 o'clock. He just asked the principal, what will the Tomb of the Dead evolve into? The principal thought for a moment, said he didn't know, and asked if he had predicted the evolution of the Tomb of the Dead. Baiju shook his head, he was just worried about this. Principal Sais said that he will send more transcendent superpowers to the Holy Land Islands to destroy the Tomb of the Undead within today. Even so, Baiju still didn't know the reason for his death in the previous reincarnation. Hopefully I can find the answer in the library. In a confused situation, Baiju could only dive into his previous guesses. Under the guidance of the librarian acted by Wei Now Particle, Baiju found one after another about the Tomb of the Night, Tomb of the Dead, and other related books. Scroll through to get a lot of information about the two tombs. Clever murder rules. The Tomb of Night is divided into a main tomb and a secondary tomb. There is only one main tomb, and the secondary tombs can be distributed in any number or distance. In addition to being destroyed, the connection with the main tomb always exists. The secondary tomb can provide nutrients to the main tomb. The Will of Rules only exists in the main tomb, but the secondary tombs are also controlled by the main tomb. Repeatedly reading a more detailed information about the Tomb of Night, Baiju shifted his sight and spread out another book at the same time. The level killing rules of the Tomb of the Dead are divided into the main tomb and the secondary tomb. There is only one main tomb, and the secondary tombs can be distributed in unlimited numbers and at unlimited distances. The main tomb and the secondary tomb can be transformed at any time. All tombstones need to be destroyed to completely break the Tomb of the Dead. Looking at it, Baiju's brows frowned deeper and deeper. The danger level of the Tomb of the Dead is more than one order of magnitude higher than the Tomb of Night. The Tomb of the Night with the Clevel killing rules can evolve into the Tomb of the Dead with the Blevel killing rules. The Tomb of the Dead with the Blevel killing rules can evolve into, following the notes at the end of the chapter. Baiju's eyes sank when he saw the end. Because the sentence after can evolve into is see the Supreme Archives for details. Supreme Archives. The 11 killing rules evolved from the Tomb of the Dead are included in the Supreme Archives of the killing rules. Compared with the Higan Bana that once caused the end of the world, the danger of the re-evolved killing rules of the Tomb of the Dead can be imagined. This last sentence is like a basin of cold water, pouring directly on Baiju's head. But this also makes him more certain that the inexplicable life and death in the last reincarnation is related to the re-evolved 11 killing rules of the Tomb of the Dead. But, a new problem has come again. With the guarantee of Principal Zeiss to break the Tomb of the Dead, Baiju does not think that the Tomb of the Dead has a chance to evolve again. Putting aside the question of whether the nutrients are sufficient to support the Tomb of the Dead to evolve again, it has no possibility of evolution under the eyes of Rhine Academy. As far as Baiju knows, the supernatural department of Rhine Academy is full of supernatural masters in the transcendent period. How could it be impossible not to break a Blevel killing rule? But, except for the re-evolution of the Tomb of the Dead, there is no other suitable reason to explain his rebirth after death. Doubts are entangled, and it is back to the initial unsolvable. Baiju stared at the pages of the book in a daze. His mind was confused. After reading books for a day, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. It was time for the library to close. There were still unread messages from Ling Xue and Yi Ichi on his phone. Baiju, who was overdrawn, did not have the extra energy to reply. He returned to the dormitory under the urge of confusion. He did not wash up, but sat on the sofa chair, with only confusion and puzzlement in his eyes. As long as you get through tonight, you will know the answer. Baiju was confused to a certain extent. He decided to stay up all night and witness his own death with his own eyes. Waiting in silence, time soon came to midnight. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, until 4 o'clock in the morning, there was a faint light outside the window, and suddenly, there was a great palpitation flowing in Baiju's chest. He was so depressed that he looked hideous. It seemed that some force was forcing him to leave the seat. He could not hold on, so Baiju had to move with that force. He stood up, and every time his body swung slightly, he would suffer a terrible pain like the destruction of his organs. His consciousness slowly faded away in the pain. Before he fell into darkness, Baiju suddenly turned his head and looked out the window. It was a large tomb hanging upside down in the sky, illuminated by the moon. His eyes suddenly became empty, and a dead body fell backwards. Oh, he stood up straight, sweating on his back. Baiju gasped heavily, and what he saw was the dark curtain. The great tomb hanging in the sky. Recalling the last thing he saw before his death, Baiju was still frightened. The Tomb of the Dead has evolved again. After going through the second reincarnation, Baiju finally understood the reason for the inexplicable death in the first reincarnation. The Blevel killing rules of the Tomb of the Dead have evolved again. The 11 killing rules cover the Rhine Academy. Baiju violated the killing rules without knowing it and died. However, since the principal sent so many transcendent superpowers to the St. Orchid Islands, shouldn't the Tomb of the Dead have been destroyed long ago? How can it evolve? Where do the nutrients it needs to evolve come from? The question of the inexplicable death was answered, but the doubts spread. Level killing rules. The undead tombs are divided into main tombs and secondary tombs. There is only one main tomb. The secondary tombs can be distributed in any number and distance. The main tomb and the secondary tombs can be transformed at any time. All tombstones need to be destroyed to completely eliminate the undead. 2. This is the information Baiju learned from reading books related to the Tomb of the Dead in the library during his last reincarnation. Tombs of the undead are divided into main tombs and secondary tombs, and the main tombs and secondary tombs can transform into each other. All secondary tombs need to be destroyed together to completely break the rules. Just if. In the last reincarnation, all the tombs of the undead in the St. Orchid Islands were secondary tombs, and the main tombs drew nutrients elsewhere. This can explain why the tombs of the undead can meet the conditions required for evolution. However, new problems arise. Who has such a big body to make trouble in the entrance exam? And the ultimate goal of this matter is also very obvious, which is to destroy Rhine College. The Rhine Academy has enemies and a mole. Thoughts passed by in a flash, and all previous doubts were solved after another death and rebirth. His eyes were solemn and Baiju breathed out deeply. After 3 reincarnations, he figured out everything that was going to happen next, as well as the more secretive reasons behind the incident. If Tomb of the Dead evolves again, what kind of a level killing rules will it be? Baiju once wanted to check it out in the library, but the information he finally got pointed to the Supreme Archives. The Supreme File contains information about the most dangerous murder rules since ancient times. It cannot be viewed by non-Supreme permission holders. This is the purpose of the Alliance of Superpowers, to prevent the killing rules from being used by those who are interested in achieving terrible goals such as destroying the world. Now that we are sure that the Tomb of the Dead will evolve, the next step is to tell the principal about it. Faced with the 11 murder rules, all Baiju can do is to attract the highest attention from the supernatural world, thereby avoiding the end of the world. His thoughts gradually stopped. Just like the previous 2 reincarnations, Baiju faced the night and headed to island number 2. Find Izzo, gain his trust, then gather freshmen on the beach of island number 2, make a raft, and send Iichi and Annie to the academy. Waiting on the beach until dawn, the college sent a yacht. After taking the yacht, Baiju returned to the college with heavy thoughts and came to the principal's office again. This time, he made the upcoming future even more unbelievable, but with the aura of foreknowledge of forbidden powers, Principal Size did not dare to doubt it. The Tomb of the Undead will evolve, and the area of 11 murder rules will cover the academy. Although Principal Size trusted Baiju, his eyes were full of doubts. That shouldn't be the case. There are many transcendent superpowers sent to the St. Orchid Islands. How can a level murder rule evolve? The tombs of the undead are divided into main tombs and secondary tombs. It is very likely that the main tomb draws nutrients from other places. There are only secondary tombs in the Shanglan Islands. Baiju said solemnly. This doesn't make sense. If there were tombs of the dead around Rhine College, the Ministry of Information should have detected it long ago. As he said this, or thought of something, Principal Size's expression suddenly turned bad. Go back first and tell me if you have anything to do. Size gave the eviction order. Principal, there is one more thing. Before leaving, Baiju said, I want to know the specific level killing rules for the evolution of Tomb of the Dead, but this is included in the Supreme Archives. Go to Professor Severna, she knows. Principal Size responded quickly. In response, Baiju left the principal's office. Beep. As soon as Baiju left, Principal Size made a call. After 2 seconds of ringing, the call was connected. Hanzhou, go to the St. Orchid Islands yourself. Sahisi's tone did not allow him to refuse. What happened? Hanzhou on the other side of the phone was obviously startled. People in the St. Land Islands have a regular club. Size's voice was urgent. They will kill those who go to the Holy Land Islands to break the rules and provide protection for the evolution of the Tomb of the Dead. I'll leave immediately. On the other side of the phone, Hanzhou barely hesitated and hung up the phone the moment Size finished speaking. On the other side, Baiju has also made contact with Professor Savina and is heading to her residence. Baiju had previously agreed to be studied by Professor Savina on hyperbreathing. Baiju had been to her house several times, and his memory was profound. Rhine College is located on an island, but the island is large enough, and there are still many areas to be planned on the edge of the island. The Seaview Villa where Professor Savina lives is in an area to be planned. Soon, we arrived in front of a luxurious villa. Baiju, who knew the door lock password, had a smooth journey and came to the living room. Agreed with Professor Savina to discuss matters. Why are you so anxious? Professor Sabina seemed to have just woken up. She was still wearing pajamas, which were loose and occasionally revealed beautiful scenery. Baiju looked at Professor Sabina and said solemnly, "What is the rule of the level killing rule of the Tomb of the Dead?" He asked directly, and Sabina blinked and could not respond for a while. I seem to have seen the evolutionary path of the Tomb of the Dead in the Supreme Archives before. Professor Sabina thought for a moment. The level killing rule, the Tomb of Life and Death, is a very, very terrifying killing rule. The expression gradually became solemn, and Sabina and Baiju looked at each other, their beautiful eyes solemn. The Tomb of Life and Death, see life and death. The area covered by the Tomb of Life and Death rules will gradually form a life-restricted area, with only death, no life. Listening, Baiju continued in a deep voice, "The existence of the Tomb of Life and Death is suspended in the sky? You even predicted this?" Sabina was surprised. The doubt was confirmed, and Baiju's eyes deepened slightly. "Professor Sabina, are there any hostile forces in our Rhine Academy?" he asked with a fixed gaze. "They are not hostile forces to our Rhine Academy." Sabina was silent for a moment. "They are enemies of the entire supernatural world, and even the entire world." Baiju frowned, his eyes heavy. "In this case, everything can be explained clearly. Someone wants to use the entrance examination to cultivate the level killing rules of life and death, so as to achieve the ultimate goal of destroying Rhine Academy." However, when Baiju asked for details, Sabina shook her head with a very serious expression. "It's too early now. You will know it naturally when you have time." It seemed like a riddle, but Baiju did not ask further. After a few more words, Sabina said she had something to do and sent Baiju away. Leaving the villa, although Baiju was well prepared for this reincarnation, he still felt flustered. Unable to participate in person, he could only pin his hopes on others through information gaps. This kind of feeling of not knowing the process and only waiting for the results was quite tormenting. It felt like a huge rock was pressing on his chest, and it was difficult for Baiju to relax. He took a deep breath and headed towards the student apartment. Next, he would meet Ichi in front of the student apartment, and then go to the cafe with her to eat something. Recalling the plot development of the first reincarnation, Baiju patiently carried on. As he remembered, he met Ichi in the student apartment, and then sat down with her in a corner of a cafe to start a conversation. Perhaps it was because he had not waited for the news of the destruction of the Tomb of the Dead. Baiju was very depressed, and his voice was also heavy. Ichi realized that something was wrong with Baiju, thinking that he was tired, and took the initiative to end the topic. She left the cafe with Baiju and returned to the dormitory. Sitting on the sofa, Baiju was not sleepy, but tired. This fatigue originally came from the spirit, but gradually affected the body. His eyelids were as heavy as lead. Before waiting for the latest progress in the destruction of the Tomb of the Dead, he didn't want to do anything. Soon, sleepiness came quietly, and Baiju leaned on the sofa and fell asleep unconsciously. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Baiju was awakened by a phone call. Without looking at the notes, Baiju subconsciously answered the phone. "Come to my house within 5 minutes." It was Professor Sabina's voice on the other end of the phone. As soon as the voice fell, the phone was hung up. Without caring about the unread message sent by Lingxue, Baiju quickly got up from the bed, put on his clothes and left the dormitory. 4 minutes later. Sabina was dressed neatly, and her beautiful eyes were rarely frivolous, but filled with solemnity. She stared at Baiju, who had just run over to the other side of the sofa and was sweating profusely. She pushed forward with her slender white fingers and handed a document to Baiju. With doubt, Baiju picked up the document and checked it. At 5 p.m., the Tomb of Life and Death appeared on Neon Valley Island, and the Valley Island and several surrounding cities began to collapse. At 5:38, the Lighthouse Frere detected the rule fluctuations of the Tomb of the Undead, and the Lighthouse branch of Rhine Academy was sent to solve it. There were only a dozen paragraphs on the document, but the information was very dense. There is already a Tomb of Life and Death? Baiju stared in disbelief. This was information he had never learned in his previous reincarnations. He thought that the Tomb of Life and Death that appeared in Rhine Academy was the first one in the world. Not only Neon, Lighthouse and China have detected the fluctuation of the rules of the Tomb of the Dead. The living room was dark, making Sabina's face look very dark. Once the Tomb of the Dead in Lighthouse and China successfully evolves, the world will usher in a doomsday. Listening to Sabina's words, Baiju's face changed drastically. The doomsday caused by the level killing rules. The last time he heard such words was in Yencheng. At that time, he reincarnated several times, and although he failed to witness the final evolution of the twin flowers in the end, the evolution process alone took his life. The Doomsday. The Tomb of Life and Death is a killing rule that can trigger the Doomsday. Also, our hospital has completely destroyed all the tombs of the dead on the island at the cost of sinking the St. Lon Islands. You can rest assured. Savina continued. The St. Lon Islands sank and the tombs of the dead were destroyed. Is there a traitor? Baiju asked. Yes. Savina hesitated for a moment and told the truth. Fortunately, you reminded me, otherwise the first group of people going to the Holy Orchid Islands would not be able to break the rules, and it would be a problem whether they could save their lives. Hearing this news, Baiju's doubts that had puzzled him for a long time were completely solved. There was a traitor among the first group of people sent to the Holy Orchid Islands by the Academy, and the traitor would prevent the Academy from breaking the Tomb of the Dead and give enough information to mislead the Academy, thus causing the Tomb of the Dead to evolve and the Tomb of Life and Death to descend on Rhine Academy. After hearing that the Tomb of the Dead and the traitor were dealt with, Baiju's heart, which had been hanging high, was completely put down. Besides these, do you foresee anything else? Savina said, for example, which other cities have the Tomb of Night or the Tomb of the Dead? I don't know. Baiju shook his head, and then puzzled, if there is a Tomb of Night or the Tomb of the Dead, shouldn't the Academy be able to detect it? Someone has mastered the method of evading detection. Savina just mentioned it, without saying more, and quickly changed the subject. That's it for now. If you foresee anything else in the future, you must tell me as soon as possible, understand? Yes. Baiju agreed. Then, Savina seemed to have something urgent, and left before Baiju, and asked him to lock the door, and if the house was robbed, only he would be the one to ask. Baiju pulled the corner of his mouth expressionlessly. Then, he returned to the dormitory. It was more than 8 o'clock, and when Yiichi sent a message, Baiju remembered that he had not replied to Enling Xue's message. So he hurriedly replied. Student apartment number 4, a female dormitory. And Ling Xue was lying on the table. Although she was flipping through the short video, her eyes were fixed on the table, and her thoughts were wandering. Xiaodi Bai hasn't replied to me yet, and Ling Xue frowned, muttering in worry, is he safe? The news that the entrance exam was forced to be terminated spread after Baiju led all the freshmen back to the college. Because she stayed up late, she didn't wake up until 2 p.m. When Enling Xue learned the news, it was already dark. She hurriedly sent a message to ask if Baiju was okay. But, a few hours passed, and Baiju hadn't replied yet. Just as she was worried, a new message reminder popped up. Baiju, sorry, I just woke up. And Ling Xue quickly adjusted her sitting posture, stood up, and typed a reply. And Ling Xue, I'm glad you're okay. Perhaps thinking that this reply was a bit simple, and Ling Xue sent another message immediately. And Ling Xue, if you just woke up, are you hungry? Baiju, I've eaten, and Ling Xue, okay, and Ling Xue lowered her eyes and reached out to touch her stomach. Empty, flat, she hasn't had dinner yet. On the other side, Baiju replied to Enling Xue and Yiichi at the same time. Time passed quickly, and the night quietly came. Baiju did not choose to sleep tonight. Although the St. Lon Island sank and the Tomb of the Dead was destroyed, on the surface, the crisis of the Tomb of Life and Death descending on the Academy is no longer there, but accidents are constant, and he cannot be sure that nothing will happen tonight. Baiju is prepared for both death and rebirth. The last time the Tomb of Life and Death appeared in reincarnation, it was 4:15 in the morning. He has to wait until 4 o'clock in the morning to confirm with his own eyes whether the Tomb of Life and Death disappears in this future. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, time passed in agony, and soon, the clock came to the 4 o'clock direction. Baiju stood in front of the window, his face solemn, looking into the night sky. If the Tomb of Life and Death still appears, he will try to see as many details as possible before he dies, so as to succeed in the next reincarnation. 1 second, 2 seconds. Time passed in seconds, slowly approaching the time of the previous reincarnation, when Baiju recorded the Tomb of Life and Death hanging high in the night sky. Soon, it was 4:15. Looking at the night sky for several minutes, Baiju didn't even bother to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead to the corners of his eyes. Time passed slowly, and the end of death did not come. Baiju breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I have survived this reincarnation. Swallowing his saliva, Baiju sat back on the sofa chair, and every nerve was soothing. The crisis was resolved, and tonight, he could finally have a good sleep. Back to bed, he slept until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and then Baiju woke up slowly. Opening his eyes, he saw the familiar dormitory scene. Baiju turned over and turned on the phone beside his pillow. There were several unread messages, all from Enling Xue. Enling Xue, have you eaten? Have you eaten? Little bear touches his belly, turn on the virtual keyboard and Baiju typed a reply. Baiju, just woke up, where do you want to eat, senior sister? A few seconds later, and Ling Xue sent a message. And Ling Xue, let's go to Tianpa Cross Street. I saw a restaurant with a particularly high rating in Shuiyin. After making an appointment with Ling Xue for dinner, Baiju got dressed, washed up and went out. After waiting in the hall of the student apartment for a few minutes, and Ling Xue finally arrived. Not leaving the apartment right away, and Ling Xue first looked at Baiju's whole body. She didn't see any injuries, and her slightly bulging chest rose and fell, and she breathed a sigh of relief. I was scared to death when I saw the news that something went wrong in the entrance exam yesterday. On the way to Tianpa Cross Street, and Ling Xue expressed her concerns yesterday. It's really scary. It's hard for Baiju to disagree. Because of this test, he died 3 times. Chatting all the way, they soon arrived at the restaurant that Ling Xue mentioned. The restaurant is not big, and the style is more like a dessert shop. There is a faint milky and soft fragrance in the air. After ordering the food in a corner, seeing that Ling Xue was hesitant to speak, as if she had something to say, Baiju took the initiative to ask. Is there anything bothering me, senior? No, and Ling Xue shook her head insincerely. Really? Baiju asked. Actually, a little bit. And Ling Xue pouted, leaned forward, and half leaning on the table. Usually, the team members who will carry out the task together in the future will be determined in the freshman year, but now I am a sophomore, and no one wants me. The voice was full of grievance. And Ling Xue was worried that no one was willing to team up with her. The midterm and final task. Assessments are all based on teams. How can I complete the task alone? With a sigh, and Ling Xue's eyebrows were slightly curved. Senior, why don't they want to team up with you? Baiju hesitated for a moment and said. I heard Ling Xue say before that no one was willing to team up with her. One of the reasons was that she was bullied by Lin Yuyu, but this alone could not constitute the current situation where no one wanted Ling Xue. They despise me for being weak. And Ling Xue raised her eyes and looked at Baiju, her eyes showing some timidity. How weak? Baiju's eyebrows raised an even more puzzled arc. And Ling Xue has the awakening water ability, how weak can it be to be despised by everyone? Without saying anything, and Ling Xue silently raised her finger and motioned Baiju to look at her fingertips. Watching, I saw that Anne's white and soft fingertips slowly condensed a drop of water, and then, like an unpressurized water pump, a stream of water so thin that it could barely be seen flowed from her fingertips and splashed onto the table. Looking at the stream of water, Baiju blinked and looked at Ling Xue in surprise. What else? Baiju felt his throat was a little dry. No more. And Ling Xue put away her fingers, her eyes weak. Baiju didn't know how to comfort her. If she can only use water-based superpowers to this extent, then the team that recruited Ling Xue must have regarded her as a mascot. Is there any training to enhance superpowers? Baiju tried to find a solution from the perspective of enhancing Ling Xue's own strength. Yes. And Ling Xue's eyes showed some entanglement, but it doesn't work for me. Why? Baiju asked. My parents are both second-level professors in the superpower department. Since I awakened my superpowers, they have led my training, and then, at this point, and Ling Xue paused. Then? Baiju was wetted. Then they gave up. And Ling Xue lowered her head even more fiercely. Baiju was speechless for a moment. You know, those who can become second-level professors in the superpower department are all superpowers in the transcendence period. As a superpower in the transcendence period, and Ling Xue's parents have no way to improve her strength, let alone Baiju, who is only a freshman. What should we do? Baiju was silent for a moment, and changed his position from helping Ling Xue find a solution to being troubled by the same problem as Ling Xue. There is no other way. If it doesn't work, I can only repeat the year. And Ling Xue bit her lower lip lightly, her tone was very depressed. Can a sophomore join the freshman team? Baiju had a flash of inspiration. No, and Ling Xue shook her head. The course time is different, and the task distribution time is also different. Baiju was really silent this time. He knew that Seniorin was weak, but he didn't expect that Seniorin was so weak. If it weren't for that small injection of water flow, she would be no different from ordinary people. The topic was heavy at the beginning, and the atmosphere was also a little heavy. After dinner, the two returned to the student apartment and said goodbye in the elevator. It was not dark yet, so Baiju was going to take a rest in the dormitory, and then go to the library to expand his knowledge. Stand in front of the dormitory door and wait for 2 seconds. The facial recognition is successful and the words "unlocked successfully" are displayed on the door lock screen. When I opened the door, I was greeted by the faint fragrance of flowers. Baiju. Hearing the door open, Izzo's voice came. Yeah. Baiju was a little surprised that Izzo was back. Come and see. Izzo's brows were furrowed, and his whole body looked a little heavy. What? With doubts, Baiju stepped forward and his eyes fell on Izzo's phone screen facing him. At 4:23 p.m., a tomb of life and death appeared in Baiqing, China, and Baiqing and the surrounding area became a restricted area for life? Looking at the information displayed on the screen, Baiju's eyes darkened. Also, Izzo switched screen pages. At 5:16 p.m., the tomb of life and death appeared in Friel, the lighthouse, and Friel and the surrounding area became a restricted area for life. The two messages, apart from the difference in time and location, expressed the same content. They all involved birth and death in the tomb. Baiju still remembered that Professor Savina told him yesterday that in several cities where the tombs of the dead appeared, the college and college branches had sent people to deal with them. But, looking at it this way, it not only solves the failure, but also allows the tomb of the dead to evolve smoothly. Currently, there are only 3 that have evolved into tombs of life and death. Izzo's voice was deep and his eyes were filled with worry. In addition, a tomb of night and 2 tombs of the undead were discovered one after another. Can the tomb of life and death be destroyed? Baiju's breath was a little unsteady when he spoke. Tomb of life and death, included in the Supreme Archives, are A-level murder rules that can cause the apocalypse. Now, there are 3 of them as soon as they appear. A bad premonition surged in Baiju's heart. This is part of the information about the tomb of life and death that I got from my father. Izzo said, solemnly handing over a document. Number 0023, codename Tomb of Life and Death, A-level murder rules. Killing rules. Rules do not mean everything. Please follow them carefully. 1. The Tomb of Life and Death, see life and death. If you see a tombstone in the rules area, please don't panic, please stay calm, and please burn the last drop of your life for mankind, and future generations will erect a monument for you. 2. 1 step to life, 1 step to death. Life in the tomb will not lead to death, and death in the tomb will lead to death. 3. Destroy the large tomb hanging in the sky and break the rules. Note, this rule can evolve into the S-level murder rule God's tomb. Please destroy the tomb of life and death as soon as possible at all costs. If the God's tomb comes to this world, the consequences will be unimaginable. Looking at the 3 short rules with unclear meanings, Baiju's eyes darkened again and again. Different from the killing rules of phantom and twin flowers that we have seen before, compared to them, the killing rules of Tomb of Life and Death do not have much useful information. Many teachers and professors have been sent out to destroy the tombs of life and death. They may have to go on early winter vacation before the semester begins. Izzo said in a deep voice as he stood up from his chair and began to pack his belongings. Pack it up and leave. Now there are 3 seats. Who knows how many more will be added in a few days. There was a hint of bitterness in his voice, and it could be seen that Izzo had little hope of breaking through the tomb of life and death. Are you leaving tonight? Baiju said after a moment of silence. My family has sent someone to pick me up. The port will be very busy tonight. Izzo pushed the suitcase. Is the academy unsafe? Baiju watched as Izzo began to sort out her clothes. It's not unsafe. Stopping his movements, Izzo said, compared with the academy, I would rather trust my family's protection of me. Understood. Instead of packing his luggage like Izzo, Baiju sat down, his mind a little confused. 3 tombs of life and death that have been formed, several tombs of the undead and the tomb of night that are evolving. No matter how you look at it, the current situation is quite bad. Have you not passed the cycle of life and death in the tomb? At this point in his thoughts, his temples were pounding, and Baiju felt a pinprick-like pain on the side of his head. But there is a new message reminder, which is from Lingxue, who has just separated. And Lingxue, my father asked me to leave the college, and Lingxue, why? Little Bear is confused. After staring at the message for a few seconds, Baiju opened the virtual keyboard to reply. Baiju, listen to your uncle. Baiju, when will senior sister leave? And Lingxue, he asked me to leave immediately, and Lingxue, he said someone would pick me up at the port. Baiju, pack it up, I'll see you off later. After this message, it took several seconds for Lingxue to reply. And Lingxue, okay, putting down the phone, Baiju exhaled deeply. Just now Izzo said that someone from his family was coming to pick him up and leave, and now Senior Ant's father is also going to pick her up and leave the academy. In such an atmosphere, it felt like a heavy rain was coming and everyone was running away. But Baiju cannot escape. Now even if the sky falls, the best place for him is to stay in the academy. Another new message alert came. Baiju picked up his phone and checked it. This time it was from Yi Ichi. Yi Ichi, where will Baiju go later? The question was very direct, but this was the opening line that Yi Ichi finally decided after thinking for a long time. Baiju, don't go anywhere, stay in the academy. After replying, Baiju asked immediately. Baiju, what about you? Yi Ichi, I am planning to return to Luo City, but I heard that a tomb of the undead is moving to Luo City. Yi Ichi, I should just stay in the college. Baiju, I will also stay in the academy, in a certain girl's dormitory. Yi Ichi saw the last message sent by Baiju, and her pretty face turned red all the time. Immediately afterwards, a series of embarrassing little stories played out in my mind. Ichi, what's wrong with you? On the side, Nyashasha, who was packing her clothes, looked at her roommate worriedly. Your face is so red, do you have a fever? No, it's just a little hot. Yi Ichi used a smile to cover up her embarrassment. Then, continued to send messages to Baiju. After chatting for a few more words, the topic was over. Baiju put down his phone and went to the bathroom to wash his face with cold water to cool down his anxiety. Without much delay, he left the dormitory and took the elevator to the third floor. Knocking on the door of Lingshue's dormitory, Baiju walked in after the door opened. Just like when she went home during the summer vacation, and Lingxue basically brought everything she could, and her 2 large suitcases were stuffed to the brim. It'll be ready soon. Seeing Baiju, and Lingxue speeded up cleaning up. Where are junior fellow students going? Compared to others, and Lingxue knew that Baiju had no family now after spending time with Baiju and Xincheng. Stay in the academy. Baiju deliberately avoided the topic. Senior, hurry up and pack up. Leave early and go home early. Ahoo. There was no more chatting, and after a few minutes, and Lingxue pushed 2 suitcases out of the dormitory. Pushing a suitcase, Baiju took Lingxue to the port. On the way to the port, they saw many students like Lingxue pushing their luggage to leave the college. It's around 7 o'clock in the evening, and it seems to be extraordinarily dark tonight, giving people a sense of urgency as dark clouds are closing in on the city. I'm leaving. Before parting with Baiju, and Lingxue was reluctant to leave, with little pearls hanging in her eyes. Remember to send me a message if you miss me. Baiju responded calmly and watched Lingxue leave. Then, he turned and headed towards the academy. Baiju! A joyful shout suddenly came from behind him. Baiju turned around and saw Yi Ichi running towards him. Did Baiju just send his roommate away? Yi Ichi asked simply. I guess so. Without complicating the question, Baiju responded and asked, what about you? I just sent my roommate away too. Yi Ichi said. Nyashasha also came from a supernatural family, but the family's influence was not very strong. Baiju, why are they all leaving? Yi Ichi's beautiful eyes were puzzled. Nyashasha was just told by her family to go home quickly. She didn't know the reason, but just blindly obeyed. There was no need to hide it. Baiju told Yi Ichi the news about the Tomb of Life and Death that he had learned from Izo. 3 tombs of life and death. Yi Ichi's beautiful eyebrows curved, with a strong sense of uneasiness. Although she didn't have much idea about the A-level killing rules, she could hear from Baiju's description that the Tomb of Life and Death was extremely terrifying. Will we be okay? Yi Ichi said worriedly. The academy will protect us. Baiju said in a deep voice. At this point, all hopes can only be placed on the academy. Yi Ichi was slightly uneasy when she learned the reason behind the students' escape from the academy. Without much conversation, the 2 returned to their dormitories. In this way, it was late at night. Sitting at the table under the bed, Baiju opened the student forum and looked through the posts of Shui Rhine. The 5th Tomb of Life and Death appears. Is there still hope for mankind? Seeing such a title, Baiju's fingertips stopped sliding down. The 5th Tomb of Life and Death? With doubt and solemnity, Baiju clicked on the post. After Neon Valley Island, Lighthouse Frere, Huaxia Baiqing, and Never Setting Reposari, a Tomb of Life and Death also appeared in a small town in the south of Peacock Country. I don't understand, the Superpower Alliance, Rhine College, Blanca College and major superpower families, can't break it before the Tomb of the Dead evolves? Are they really just trash? The topic content is very violent, but it is all about the inaction of various superpower forces. There are also many people posting below, expressing panic and dissatisfaction. The world's most handsome guy, it's over, it's completely over. Looking at the information about the Tomb of Life and Death revealed by the Alliance, It is estimated that if the Tomb of Life and Death is allowed to develop for a period of time, the doomsday will come, swimming without a swimming ring. Oh, it's time to eat and drink, sword immortal no sword. How much of a threat can a mere Tomb of Life and Death pose to our human race? The world's most handsome guy, is the person above a fool? Sword immortal Mei Jian, are you scolding me? Music symbol, 5 more tombs in one day. How many more areas will fall because of the Tombs of Life and Death after tonight? World's #1 handsome guy, I'm scolding you. Sword immortal Mei Jian, here comes the sword. Each comment is extremely subjective, but all thoughts and opinions undoubtedly point to a general direction: the end of the world is coming. Without reading too much, Baiju closed the forum. Getting up from the sofa chair in front of the table, Baiju came to the window and looked at the dark night sky. There were no stars and the moonlight was very faint. Although he had survived the reincarnation of death in Rhine College, the current situation was not good. Once there are more and more tombs of life and death, so many that the whole world becomes a forbidden zone for life, what kind of future will he usher in with the ability of reincarnation after death? Is this forcing him to use all means to break all tombs of life and death before he can survive a new reincarnation? With just a little association, Baiju felt a swelling pain on the side of his head. Thinking about such a future makes me feel desperate. In addition to rebirth after death, he only has the super breath and the awakening period. Although I heard Professor Sabina say before that when the super breath reaches the mystery period, it can suppress the level killing rules with one hand, but how difficult is it for the super breath to complete the leap from the awakening period to the mystery period? He simply cannot do it in a short period of time. With a night of messy thoughts, Baiju fell into a deep sleep. The night is very dark, because the appearance of the level killing rule of the Tomb of Life and Death, the entire superpower world is in panic. The Superpower Alliance, the Supreme Meeting. This is a very large round table, surrounded by hundreds of solemn superpower senior personnel. The 6th Tomb of Life and Death appeared, and the 7th Tomb of the Dead failed to be broken. What are they all doing? In the main seat, an old man was furious, and his calloused palm slapped the round table, shaking it. Send me more people, and break the 8th and 9th Tombs of the Dead at all costs. At the end of his words, everyone around the round table responded, and then there was a sound of orders, and many people left the meeting room. There can't be more Tombs of Life and Death. The old man in the main seat spoke with fear and determination. 9 Tombs of Life and Death have come to the world, the Tomb of Life and the Tomb of Death have merged, and the Tomb of the Gods has been born. The old man seemed to be reciting a classic, and his voice was heavy. The Tomb of Life and Death is so noisy, how does the world react? The old man looked at a middle-aged man next to him. The middle-aged man bowed and responded, because the panic caused by the Tomb of Life and Death is spreading around the world, all regions are basically in chaos. Alas, with a deep sigh, the old man knocked on the table with his knuckles and shook his head tiredly. In this way, after receiving news and issuing new instructions, dawn slowly broke through the darkness. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Baiju woke up from the bed. Without getting up, Baiju immediately opened the student forum to check the latest posts about the Tomb of Life and Death. The 8th Tomb of Life and Death descended on the lighthouse. Seeing the most popular post at a glance, Baiju's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Overnight, 3 new Tombs of Life and Death were added. Continuing to look through the posts, there was news that Neon was destroyed and 1/3 of the Peacock Kingdom was turned into a life-restricted area. After reading the post, he continued to check the comments. Not long after, Baiju put down his phone and got out of bed with a heavy heart. After washing up, Baiju didn't have the heart to eat breakfast. He kept looking at the latest news about the crisis of the Tomb of Life and Death. Not only was the student forum of Rhine College discussing it, but outside, news about the rules of killing emerged like mushrooms after rain, allowing more ordinary people to know the existence of the Tomb of Life and Death. As a result, the superpowers and killing rules that had been concealed by the superpower world were spread, and all kinds of conspiracy theories and rumors were flying around, and the world seemed to be in chaos. Looking at the news, Baiju didn't know what to think. Doomsday, everyone is saying that the doomsday is coming, including superpowers. No one believes that the Tomb of Life and Death can be defeated, and no one has hope of survival. Baiju's mind is very confused now, completely confused. Yi-Ichi just sent a message, and Baiju asked her out. At the entrance of the student dormitory, only they walked side by side. Since last night, the huge college has become extremely deserted. On the street, many stores are closed, and only a few stores are still open. They came to a small restaurant that they usually don't notice. Classmate, there is a menu here. They were greeted by an old woman with a kind face. She handed over a menu with wrinkled corners and a tattered look. After taking the menu, Baiju randomly ordered a staple food and handed it to Yiichi. After Yiichi ordered, she returned the menu to the old lady. "It'll be fine soon, just a moment." The old lady said something and slowly walked into the kitchen. "Yiichi, do you think the end will really come?" Baiju's voice was deep and confused. It's not that he has no confidence in the academy or the major supernatural forces, but it's hard for him to maintain hope when everyone is negative. "The end," Yiichi thought for a moment and said seriously, "I don't know, but it's just an 11 killing rule. There should be a way to solve it." Baiju didn't speak, his face was dark. "Don't worry. If the end were to come so easily, humanity wouldn't be able to develop as far as it does now." Yiichi smiled reluctantly, trying to cheer up Baiju. "What should we do now?" The atmosphere was silent for a moment, and Yiichi was startled when Baiju said something suddenly. What to do?" Not quite understanding Baiju's words, and fearing that the question would cause discomfort to the other party, Yiichi's voice slowly weakened. "Can we just wait?" Another sentence. Baiju didn't seem to be talking to Yiichi, but rather asking himself. Not knowing how to respond, and afraid of giving the wrong response, Yiichi could only purse her lips. "If the end really comes, I will die." Just when Baiju was about to say something related to rebirth after death, while unconscious, his voice suddenly stopped. Under Yiichi's worried gaze, Baiju fell silent again. "Classmate, your face." At this time, the old lady brought the noodle bowl, "And yours too." Putting the 2 bowls of noodles in front of Baiju and Yiichi respectively, the old lady glanced at Baiju and said with a kind smile, "Child, you have to believe in the academy. The academy will work with other forces to break the rules." "Really?" The old lady smiled so gently that he almost wanted to cry. "Real." The old lady smiled and said, "Death is not scary. What is scary is not having hope. Death is not terrible, the terrible thing is that there is no hope." These words were like a torch, burning in Baiju's pupils. Hope, he can be reborn after death, he can bring hope again and again. Death is not terrible. What is terrible is not having hope. Moved by these words, Baiju and Yiichi finished breakfast and returned to their dormitories. In the following time, Baiju received news of the appearance of the 9th tomb of life and death. 9 large tombs are suspended in the air, occupying 9 directions in a circle. The realm of rules is spreading step by step, and the restricted area of life is constantly expanding. Evening comes again. Baiju had a very confused day. He was so confused that he didn't know what he was doing, and it was evening. I was browsing various news messages in my dormitory when suddenly, a colorful light appeared from the window. Baiju's attention was attracted, and he came to the window with some doubts. His eyes fell outside the window, far into the sky. The sky is bright, with 9 colors of light, turning night into day. Looking directly at where the 9-colored light gathered, Baiju's eyes trembled, and he could see an absurdly large coffin slowly taking shape in the air. Then, a corner of the coffin was opened, and a 9-colored finger emerged from the coffin. After a few seconds, the coffin opened wider and wider until a huge monster with 9 colors on its body and a humanoid shape walked out of it. His pupils reflected the 9-color monster. Baiju's eyes were blank and his breathing slowly stopped. The 9-color monster completely escaped from the coffin and walked around the world, emitting an absolutely intense light that illuminated the earth. However, as the light passed by, corpses covered the ground. Opening his eyes covered in sweat, Baiju saw a dark curtain. Return to the Holy Land Islands again? Baiju breathed heavily and tried his best to regain his composure. The Tomb of the Night evolved into the Tomb of the Undead, and the Tomb of the Undead evolved into the Tomb of Life and Death. In the 3rd reincarnation, the last thing I saw should be what the Tomb of Life and Death evolved into, the level killing rules, the Tomb of God. With a deep gaze, Baiju couldn't help but think of the information about the Tomb of Life and Death that Izzo had shown him earlier. Note, this rule can evolve into the level murder rule God's Tomb. Please destroy the Tomb of Life and Death as soon as possible at all costs. If the God's Tomb comes to this world, the consequences will be unimaginable. The Tomb of Life and Death can evolve into the level murder rule God's Tomb. It must be destroyed before the Tomb of Life and Death evolves. If the Tomb of Life and Death is allowed to evolve successfully, the consequences will be nothing more than the destruction of the world by the rules. 9 Tombs of Life and Death. After slowly sorting out what was going to happen in the next few days, Baiju took a deep breath, opened the curtain, and came outside the tent. The location of this rebirth is still the St. Orchid Islands. The site was deflected, and what came into view were patches of dense forest covered by moonlight. After several reincarnations, new doubts arose in Baiju's heart. How is the time point for rebirth after death chosen? Recall the time points of the reincarnations of Blue Moon, Phantom and Twin Flowers, and then combine it with the reincarnation brought about by the Tomb of Life and Death this time. After breaking the Blue Moon, successfully spent that night, after Phantom evolves and Blood Shadow escapes, the time point for rebirth after death is reset. After breaking the Twin Flowers, go through reincarnation. Baiju frowned and thought deeply. In the third reincarnation, I clearly returned to the academy and spent the days of death in the previous reincarnations. Why did I return to the Saint Orchid Islands after my death? Suddenly, a flash of spiritual light flashed, and Baiju's eyes suddenly darkened. Could it be that it has something to do with whether the killing rules are a threat? The Tomb of Night, the Tomb of the Dead, the Tomb of Life and Death, and the Tomb of Gods. The 4 different levels of killing rules belong to the same evolutionary path. To be honest, their essence is the same. Combining the timing of rebirth after death with whether the rules of killing will threaten life can also explain why the Phantom escaped after evolving and the reincarnation time was reset when he was in Forest City. The eyes were dark, but they were quickly covered up. Starting from today, the God's Tomb will be revealed in 2 days. Baiju's eyes burned brightly. The appearance of the God's Tomb should be related to the 9 hanging tombs of life and death. After the last reincarnation, I have mastered all the directions of the 9 tombs of life and death. Even if they can avoid the detection of the academy, there is no way to escape reincarnation. As long as the evolution of the Tomb of Life and Death is prevented, the Tomb of God will not come, and the world will not come to an end. At this moment, the hope for the future of the world rests on this 18-year-old boy across time and space. His vision was as sharp as a knife. Baiju faced the moonlight and walked step by step in the direction of Island number 2. Just like the previous reincarnations, Baiju took all the freshmen away from the St. Orchid Islands and returned to the academy. Before arriving at the principal's office, Baiju sorted out his words over and over again, trying to convince the principal in the shortest possible time, get his support, and mobilize all the power he could to stop the evolution of the 9 tombs of life and death. You said that there will be 9 tombs of life and death that will appear and then evolve into the Slevel Murder Rules God Tomb? Principal Sais couldn't sit still after hearing the terrifying future described by Baiju. His eyes were wide open, full of solemnity and solemnity. Student Baiju, do you know what the Slevel killing rules are? I know. Baiju looked equally solemn. The last time the Sklas killing rules came out, it was 800 years ago. The supernatural world couldn't compete with it, and the heavy damage it suffered has not been fully recovered to this day. Principal Sais's voice was so heavy that it made the atmosphere depressing. It's not that I don't believe in your ability to predict, but this matter is too unbelievable. Moreover, if it is really what you said, I alone at Rhine College cannot mobilize so many people. The manpower was divided into 9 cities to destroy it. In this way, we can only ask for reinforcements from the alliance of superpowers and the major superpower forces. However, how to convince the alliance and various forces in a short period of time is a very difficult task. Sais put his hands behind his back and shook his head. Can't I convince them with my ability to predict? Baiju's lips turned a little white. There are still 2 days before the arrival of the God's Tomb. In these 2 days, the 9 tombs of life and death will gradually take shape. Once the best time to break it is missed and the tombs of life and death succeed in evolving one after another, the arrival of the tombs of gods will be unstoppable. I just want to ask you a question now. Principal Sai stared directly at Baiju. Did you really predict that the tomb of the god would come the day after tomorrow? Baiju nodded solemnly. Good. Principal Sais responded solemnly, Neon Valley Island, Lighthouse Freer. Including the Holy Land Islands, there are 10 places in total where there will be tombs of life and death, right? Yes, this afternoon there will be a tomb of life and death on Gu Island, and a tomb of the undead on the side of Freer. Baiju told Principal Sais the time of appearance of the tomb of life and death, accurate to the minute. Go back first. I will contact you if anything happens. Looking at the large list of information recorded on the paper, Sahisi's expression was not normal. If the time when the 9 tombs of life and death appear is exactly as Baiju said, then there is not much time left for them. Hanzhou, take someone to go to the Holy Orchid Islands in person and solve the Tomb of the Dead as soon as possible at the cost of sinking the Holy Orchid Islands. A phone call was made, and Zeiss kept giving orders. Yes. Hanzhou on the other end of the phone responded quickly. After this call, Zeiss called Savina again. Deputy Minister Savina, I need to convene a school board meeting, immediately, right away. In contrast to the usual relaxed chat with Savina, Zeiss even addressed her by her position. Savina, who was still at home, was startled when she received the call, and then quickly responded that something big had happened. She responded solemnly and began to take action. Soon, it was noon. Rhine College second campus, Bushane Palace. The space was filled with classical elegance, and a huge round conference table was occupied by dozens of middle-aged and young people. Everyone, this school board meeting is to discuss important matters. The opening remarks were simple. Sihisi looked around and got to the point. I learned a piece of news that could trigger the end of the world from a master who did not want to reveal his identity and had forbidden supernatural powers. After saying this, he paused for a moment, glanced at everyone, and then continued, the day after tomorrow, 9 tombs of life and death will descend on the world, triggering the end of the world, the human world will perish, and the supernatural world will also perish. From then on, the world will embrace the rules of killing. Compared to Baiju, Sihisi described the future more seriously. After saying this, everyone present frowned, their eyes were heavy. President Addison, does the master you mentioned really have the ability to predict the future? Someone asked. I'm sure. Zeiss affirmed. Is that Master Baiju, the freshman at Rhine College who enrolled before? The question was raised again, pointing directly at Baiju. No, Zeiss denied decisively. Baiju's prediction is still only in the awakening stage, and the range of prediction is limited. The prediction of this master is in the transcendence stage, which he is far from reaching. Using a specific explanation to separate the master and Baiju, Zeiss tried to lead the topic from the identity of the master to the doomsday that will come the day after tomorrow. Today at 5 p.m., the Tomb of Life and Death will appear on Neon Valley Island. At 5:38, the Tomb of the Dead will appear at the Lighthouse Frere. Zeiss first reported 2 simple numbers, which made everyone frown. Is this the time when the Tomb of Life and Death will appear? A member of the Addison family asked Zeiss. Yes. Zeiss affirmed. If they are asked directly for help, most families will definitely weigh their interests and the credibility of the news and will not provide much useful help. However, when Zeiss first threw out the time when several tombs of life and death appeared, and then let a tomb of life and death appear at the cost of gaining the trust of all forces, in this way, the scattered forces can be gathered together, and all resources can be used to break the tomb of life and death. So, what do you need us to do? The question was confirmed, and a senior executive from the Houston family continued to ask. Gather strength and break it before the tomb of life and death evolves. Zeiss's voice was very heavy. As soon as the voice fell, the conference room fell into silence for a moment. Sweeping the participants, seeing that they were all hesitating, Zeiss was not in a hurry and waited quietly. My Addison family is willing to help as a family. After a moment, Zeiss's family took the lead in expressing their position. My Saint Sock family is also willing to use the power of the whole family. Then, the Saint Sock family, which is quite prestigious among the family forces, also expressed their trust. After that, half of the families chose to believe she has, while the other half of the supernatural forces were waiting and watching. They would make a decision only after 5 p.m., whether the first tomb of life and death would appear as promised. Those who are willing to stay can continue to participate in the combat meeting against the tomb of life and death. With the trust of half of the supernatural forces, Shihessa's heart could be relieved by half. After he said this, some people left the meeting, and some waited for the next meeting to start. Next, the school board meeting turned into a combat meeting. Shihess launched a combat plan based on the city and time where the Tomb of Life and Death would appear, which was provided by Baiju. On the other hand, Baiju had done everything he could, and now he could only stay in the dormitory and wait for the result. When he came back, he met Jiichi in front of the student apartment as promised, just like the several reincarnations he had gone through before, but this time, Baiju did not accept her invitation. After all, he had repeated the same experience several times in a row, and the crisis of the Tomb of Life and Death had not been resolved. He was nervous and had no extra energy and did not want to repeat the experience again. Sitting at the table under the bed, Baiju has been browsing the forum to kill time. He is waiting for 5 o'clock to come. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the first Tomb of Life and Death appeared, and then there was an explosion period of the number of tombs of life and death. Can we survive this time? Baiju's breathing was very heavy. After 4 reincarnations, this time, Baiju did everything he could. If he couldn't stop the Tomb of Life and Death from appearing, then he really had no choice. Rebirth after death, the transcendence of the awakening period. His own weakness made him feel helpless. I want to become stronger. He gritted his teeth. He had enough of this feeling of powerlessness that he couldn't hold hope in his own hands. However, no matter what, he had to survive this reincarnation to achieve it. All he could do now was to wait. Soon, the horizon gradually turned dim. 5 o'clock, it's here. As expected, the Tomb of Life and Death suddenly appeared on Neon Valley Island, and the supernatural forces that had not yet made a choice sent out their help. Report. The Lighthouse Division's demolition operation is progressing smoothly. The Tomb of the Dead was successfully demolished without casualties. Report. The Huaxia Division's demolition operation is progressing smoothly. The Tomb of the Night was successfully demolished without casualties. Report. The Peacock Country Division has demolished the Tomb of the Dead. Please ask the headquarters for instructions. Most of the supernatural world has been mobilized. Supernaturals from all over the country have joined the demolition operation. Soon, one after another, good news came from the front line. Rhine College Second Campus, Busheng Palace, Conference Room. Listening to the report, Hess was sweating and relieved. Sure enough, Baiju's prediction was accurate. The 9 locations he provided all had Tomb of the Night or Tomb of the Dead. If Baiju hadn't provided this information, and the information department could not detect the fluctuations in the rules of Tomb of the Night and Tomb of the Dead, it is estimated that the Tomb of the Gods might really come. At the same time, in addition to Hess's happiness, other supernatural forces were also surprised by the good news from the front line. The information given by Zeiss turned out to be true. Like Zeiss, they also considered that if the Tomb of Night and the Tomb of the Dead were not contained, the 9 Tombs of Life and Death would appear one after another, and the Slevel Killing Rule tomb would not be far away from them. At this point, the supernatural forces had no hesitation about Zeiss's next order. In the early morning of the next day, Zihisi did not sleep all night, discussing with representatives of various forces how to break the Tomb of Life and Death on Neon Valley Island. After all, it is an 11 killing rule, and a killing rule included in the Supreme Archives. It is extremely dangerous and difficult to break. Can we call a senior in the mystery period? Someone suggested. No, Zihisi refused. The seniors in the mystery period are suppressing the embryonic seeds of the Slevel killing rules. Once they leave, I am afraid that those Slevel killing rules will break free and come to the world. Can we rely on ourselves? The man said in a deep voice. Think of another way. Zihisi rubbed his temples. After not sleeping for a day, because of the high tension of the Tomb of Life and Death, Zihisi has been holding on until now, and he is exhausted. But fortunately, they only need to face one Tomb of Life and Death, not the future of 9 Tombs of Life and Death as described by Baiju. There are many level killing rules in this world, and they appear every year. Although they are all level killing rules, most of them are not as dangerous as the Tomb of Life and Death. After all, among the many level killing rules, only a few are included in the Supreme Archives. So far, the crisis of the Tomb of Life and Death has reached the brink of collapse. When Baiju was informed of the latest developments by Zeiss, he was completely relieved. Except for the Tomb of Life and Death on Neon Valley Island, the Tomb of Night and the Tomb of the Dead in other places have been destroyed. This means that the Tomb of God has no possibility of descending to the world again. After successfully passing the reincarnation, Baiju will be greeted by a college life full of youthful atmosphere. Dream and Dream Building, 98th floor Principal's office. Student Baiju. Principal Hess smiled and came to Baiju, reaching out to straighten his collar. Thanks to you this time. It should be. Being very close to Hess, a faint, indescribable mature cologne fragrance lingered on the tip of his nose. Baiju was not moved, and even his breathing slowed down subconsciously. There is something I want to tell you. Principal Hess's expression suddenly became serious, took a step back, and looked at Baiju solemnly. In this incident, in order to better protect you, I concealed your identity. Because a genius like you, once noticed by other forces, is afraid of causing unwarranted murder. Thank you, Principal. Baiju breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he was also worried that others would know that all the news about the Tomb of Life and Death came from him, which would lead to a series of uncontrolled consequences. Fortunately, the principal had far-reaching considerations. There are not many young people as low-key as you now. Looking at Baiju's reaction, Hess turned around and approached the desk with admiration, and picked up a bottle of red wine with English labels from the table. Can I drink? Hess asked while uncorking the red wine and handing it to Baiju. There was no room for refusal, so Baiju had to nod and take it. I'll toast you a bottle. Another bottle of red wine was opened. Principal Hess didn't even have a goblet. He raised the bottle to Baiju, and then poured the red wine directly into his mouth from the long bottle mouth. Baiju was stunned for a moment, looked at Principal Hess who was looking up and blowing the bottle, and then looked at the red wine bottle in his hand. It seemed a bit of a ritual, not sure, look again. After hesitating for a moment, Baiju also imitated the principal and started blowing. How does it taste? The bottle was empty. Principal Zai's wiped the remaining wine on his lips, looked at Baiju who was still blowing the bottle, and smiled. This is the finest wine from Kara, known as the God's Wine. Only 100 bottles are produced each year, and it is difficult for ordinary people to get it. Good wine, cough cough. Baiju stopped drinking before finishing the bottle, and his throat coughed twice because of the astringency of the wine sliding through his throat. 5 million for a bottle. Principal Zai suddenly said. Ah? Baiju was a little confused. This is a special reward from the principal. Zai's smile was mixed with a bit of cunning. Student Baiju, the 4 years at Rhine College are not long or short. Have you considered what to do after graduation? After this, Baiju was silent for a moment. If I can't find the blood shadow in these 4 years, I will continue to look for it after graduation. What if I find it and break it? I found it. Baiju was stunned. He joined Rhine College to improve his strength and then send blood shadow to hell with his own hands. If he finds blood shadow and breaks it within 4 years of Rhine College, he has never thought about what to do after graduation. It's a bit early to talk about this topic now. Principal Zai smiled, skipped this topic, and his expression turned serious, and entered the topic. Your current goal is to find and break the 11 killing rule blood shadow that killed your mother, right? Yes. Baiju responded solemnly. You should know that the 11 killing rule blood shadow, although not included in the Supreme Archives, is far less dangerous than the red spider lily and the Tomb of Life and Death, but the rating is there, it can't be weak. Zai said with a serious expression, even if the trace of blood shadow is explored, do you think you, a freshman, have a chance to come into contact with blood shadow? Baiju was silent. The answer is obvious, his chance of coming into contact with blood shadow is very slim. Seeing that Baiju's emotions were slowly being aroused, Principal Zai persuaded him, if you choose to join my Addison family and become a guest of my Addison family, then I can promise you that once the blood shadow appears, I will immediately notify you to rush to the scene, and provide the resources of the Addison family to help you break the blood shadow. The principal wanted to win over Baiju before others discovered Baiju's potential. Listening to the principal's words, it is undeniable that Baiju was moved, very moved. Principal Zai and his roommate Izo are both from the Addison family. And from the third reincarnation because of the Tomb of Life and Death, Izo obtained the relevant information about the Tomb of Life and Death included in the Supreme Archives, which shows that the Addison family is very powerful. Now, Principal Zai, who obviously has a superior status in the Addison family, personally invited Baiju to join, and used the conditions of helping him break the blood shadow and avenge his hatred to win him over, and Baiju could not refuse anyway. Then I'll trouble you, Principal. Baiju smiled and agreed to the invitation. He was not surprised. Principal Shihas just smiled and patted Baiju on the shoulder, as if to say that the young man had good vision. Your reward for winning the first place in the entrance examination has been issued. Please check it. Shihas turned his back and put the bottle of red wine on the desk. Ha? Baiju was puzzled, but within a few seconds, the puzzlement was broken by a text message alert. He turned on his phone and saw a 7-digit $1 million bonus and a notification message about the opening of the top-level permission of the library. The $1 million bonus and 1-year reading time on the top level of the library have been issued. As for the focus on training, Principal Zai stroked his inconspicuous beard. I think you, as a seed player, don't need it anymore. Baiju responded, and then asked, isn't the entrance test terminated? Why is there still a ranking? The entrance test is terminated, but if you hadn't led the freshmen away from the St. Land Islands, they would probably be in danger. Principal Zai shook his head and affirmed Baiju's contribution, you deserve the first place. Nodding, the doubt was answered, and Baiju put away his phone. Finally, I wish you a happy study at Rhine College. Principal Zai smiled and ended the conversation with a laugh. Welcome to take the Special Department Superpowers Deep Explanation, see you in class. At the end of the conversation, Baiju returned with a full load of the Addison family's identity background and the reward of the first place in the entrance test. However, just as he left the Dream and Dream building and was about to go to the Mel's Food Street to keep an appointment, a man wearing gold-rimmed thin-framed glasses, about the same age as Zai's, stopped in front of Baiju. I am Hanzhou, the Minister of Information. Nice to meet you. Hanzhou extended his hand, smiling elegantly, and every move he made was graceful. P.S. 3 updates a day, please give me a small gift, hello. Baiju shook Hanzhou's hand with some vigilance. Student Baiju, let's take a step to talk. Hanzhou took a step back. If you have anything to say, just say it here. I'll have something to do later. His eyes darkened slightly, and Baiju was alert. Information Minister Hanzhou, Baiju had met him before and could confirm that the identity of the person in front of him was true. All right. Hanjo smiled and said, "Student Baiju, congratulations on winning the first place in the entrance exam." There was no response, so Baiju waited for the next step. The reward for the first place is very generous, including a $1 million bonus and a 1-year access license to the top library, as well as special training. First, he described the reward, and the smile on Hanjo's eyebrows gradually deepened. "I promise you to find the blood shadow within a year, and provide you with the help I can, in exchange for a 1-year access permission to the top floor of the library. How about?" Hanjo directly stated the price and wanted to exchange the permission rights to the top floor of the library with Baiju. Baiju was startled at first, and then frowned in confusion. Previously, Principal Sais also promised to help him find the blood shadow, but did not promise a time. However, in Hanjo's case, the time limit was directly divided. But, why did he want to change access permissions on the top floor of the library? Or noticing that there was hesitation and confusion in Baiju, Hanjo increased his efforts and said, "Add another favor from me, and you can redeem my help at any time." The favor of the director of the information department of Rhine College sounds very valuable. But the more Hanjo behaved like this, the more puzzled Baiju became about why he wanted to replace the access permission on the top floor of the library. "Is there anything not to see on the top floor of the library? Is there anything you need on the top floor of the library?" Baiju asked tentatively. "You don't have to worry about it." Hanjo smiled. Although his smile was still elegant, his expression was a little more indescribable. "If you are worried about being cheated, we can make a contract. Contract? Baiju had seen this word in the library before. "My superpower is the contract." As Hanjo spoke, he took a step back and raised one hand to the side. A circular pattern like a magic circle emerged from his palm, emitting a soft light. "Besides looking for the blood shadow and the favor I owe you, if you need anything else, just ask." After his superpower was released, Hanjo looked quite serious. Frowning, Baiju turned his gaze slightly, and could see that around the Dream building, there were one after another big men pretending to be passers-by looking at him. "Threaten me?" His eyes darkened, and he was about to call the principal who had just left before retreating. "Don't struggle, your cell phone signal has been cut off by me." Hanjo smiled, and the circular pattern in his hand shone brightly. Turning on the phone, just as Hanjo said, the signal was indeed cut off. "What are you going to do?" Baiju stared at Hanjo, his eyes a little heavy and his whole body tense. "In exchange for access to the top level of your library." Hanjo put away his smile and moved forward step by step, approaching Baiju. "What if I don't change?" Baiju's eyes were full of solemnity and vigilance. "It's not up to you." Hanjo stopped 3 steps in front of Baiju. "Besides, it's not like I didn't make conditions for you. This is Rhine College," Baiju said in a deep voice, looking at Hanjo and the circular formation pattern in his hand. "I know. Hanjo didn't care. I didn't do anything to you, I just wanted to change something." After saying these words, Hanjo seemed to have lost his patience. He held up the contract array with one hand and stretched it forward. The palm-sized contract array continued to expand until it was submerged in Baiju's body. Baiju wanted to dodge, but the contract formation was so fast that he couldn't dodge it at all. "When the contract comes into effect, I will take back the access permission on the top floor of your library. At the same time, I will also fulfill the favor I owe you for helping you find the blood shadow within 1 year. Furthermore, you'd better not tell anyone else about this, especially the principal." "Of course, if you really want to tell it, I can't help it." Hanjo shrugged helplessly, turned his back and waved to Baiju. "A person who is good to you is not necessarily a good person, and similarly, a person who is bad to you is not necessarily a bad person. Young man, please keep your eyes open." Seeing Hanjo's back slowly disappearing from his field of vision, Baiju frowned tightly. If he heard correctly, did Hanjo take back the words he used to access the top floor of the exchange library? Without hesitation, Baiju immediately turned on his phone and noticed that the signal was restored. He quickly clicked on the message list and found the message that the bonus had been received not long ago, as well as the message under the access permission on the top floor of the library. Looking at the contact note that sent the permission unlock message, Baiju frowned with a bit of confusion. Astonishingly, the note contained the words Rhineland Information Department. Licensing rights for top-level access to libraries are delegated to the Ministry of Information. And Hanjo is the Minister of the Ministry of Information. Since he is a minister, his power in the Ministry of Information is not as great as usual. There is no need to discuss with him, or you can make up any reason to withdraw his access permission. But, why do you want to do this? Baiju is a little confused. A person who is good to you is not necessarily a good person, and similarly, a person who is bad to you is not necessarily a bad person. Young man, please keep your eyes open. These were what Hanjo said before leaving, more like a reminder to him. Good guy here, if his guess is right, is Hanjo talking about principal size? And the bad guy, of course, refers to himself. I used the library access permission that I just got and it's not even warm yet to exchange for the promise of the Minister of Information and the favors I owed. Thinking about it, not only did I not lose out, but Baiju's interests also increased to a certain extent. What exactly is on the top floor of the library? Baiju was puzzled. Compared with the secrets on the top floor of the library, Baiju was not very curious about Hanjo's ability contract. Because he had seen this ability in the library before, it was considered a special ability of a niche category. The contract can only take effect after the consent of both parties. Note that the consent here is not verbal consent, but both parties must agree to this matter before the contract can be completed. The consequences of violating the contract are also very simple. They will be registered in the contract default list and then blacklisted by the Superpower Alliance, and will no longer enjoy the benefits and rights of the Superpower Alliance. So, Hanjo was able to sign the contract with Baiju so smoothly just now, and Baiju was really tempted by the conditions he gave. Although he seemed to resist on the surface. Find Blood Shadow within a year. As the Minister of Information, Baiju still has the most basic trust in him. Although the principal just promised to help him find Blood Shadow, there is no clear time limit. In this way, just Hanjo stated that he would help him find Blood Shadow within a year and sign a contract. Even without the previous process, Baiju would still agree after a moment of hesitation. After all, no matter how important the books on the top floor of the library are, they are not as important as his hatred for Blood Shadow. The more forces are willing to help him, the more likely he is to break Blood Shadow. Thinking gradually, Baiju continued to go to Melt's Food Street. The entrance examination was forced to terminate. Because of the information provided by Baiju, the tombs of the dead and the tombs of night were eradicated in various places. The tomb of life and death that first descended on Neon was also destroyed with the efforts of all parties. At this point, the official start of school is about to begin. By the way, Yi Ichi and Ling Xue got to know each other well before the start of school, using Baiju as a bond, and their relationship was not bad. Senior was able to make new friends. While Baiju was happy for her, he was also a little bit puzzled. Why doesn't this plot seem right? The night before the first day of school, Ling Xue, as a senior, said that she would treat the juniors to a good meal. In a restaurant. Thank you, senior. You're so kind. Nia Shasha hugged Ling Xue's half-body and rubbed it wildly, as if the two had known each other for a long time. Smiling, not uncomfortable, Ling Xue let Nia Shasha hold her. Yi Ichi raised her chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat, and was about to put it into Baiju's bowl. Reacting in time, Baiju picked up the bowl and put it back expressionlessly. Classmate Yi, I really can't eat anymore. Looking down, he could see that Baiju's bowl was filled with various foods. Oh. Just as she kept putting vegetables for Baiju, Yi Ichi pursed her lips and smiled, then put the slices of meat into her bowl. This semester is about to start. It's been less than 2 months since the midterm exam, and I haven't found a team yet, and Ling Xue couldn't help but panic when she thought that no team was willing to take her. If there is no team member, it means that the task cannot be performed. Failure to perform the task is directly linked to failing the class. Once he fails the class. And Ling Xue is very afraid of having his legs broken by the father of the professor of the Department of Supernatural Abilities. Is the sophomore team full? There was really nothing Baiju could do about Ling Xue's problem that no team was willing to accept. No, and Ling Xue shook her head, because the number of people is limited, many teams only have 3 or 4 people. Discuss with the teams that are short of people? Baiju suggested. I don't dare, and Ling Xue shrank back. Senior sister, why don't they team up with you? Yi Ichi expressed her doubts at the right time. Because I'm weak. When this was mentioned, and Ling Xue felt a little unsure. They are all superpowers, no matter how weak they are, how weak can they be? Nia Shasha was puzzled. Look, and Ling Xue pursed her lips and stretched out a finger. In the reincarnation of the Tomb of Life and Death, he had witnessed Ling Xue's supernatural powers. After more than 10 days, when he saw the small stream of water again, which was not even enough to quench his thirst, the corners of Baiju's mouth twitched unnaturally. Well, there is almost no solution to the problem of weak superpowers. Like Baiju, Yi Ichi and Nia Shasha both stared blankly for 2 seconds. They looked at each other, as if they were discussing how to continue the topic without embarrassing in Ling Xue. Where are your powers? The sensible and Ling Xue has already taken the initiative to skip this embarrassing topic. Mine is a special power, vision. Yi Ichi answered quickly. Mine is amazing. Niashasha put her hands on her hips and raised her chin slightly. I have the power electric prison, which is similar to Senior Lin Yu's power. Is Lin Yu famous? Hearing this familiar name and the proud look on Niashasha's face, Baiju felt for the first time that he knew very little about Lin Yu. Senior Lin Yu, don't you know? Seeing that the three people except herself were obviously confused, Niashasha also became confused. Lin Yu, he comes from the Lin family, a powerful family. He has reached the breakthrough period in his sophomore year. It is very likely that he will be in his junior year, which is this school year. Reached the transcendental stage and became the fifth youngest person in the history of superpowers to achieve the transcendental stage. After saying this, Niashasha was speechless for a moment when she saw the varying degrees of complexity on the faces of Baiju and the other three people. You really don't know at all, do you? And Ling Xue and Yi Ichi both shook their heads silently. Baiju, on the other hand, has no movement. Because during the summer vacation, Lin Yu once boasted about this in front of him, but he didn't have a clear idea of the level of superpowers at that time. He only knew that it was a very powerful thing, but how powerful it was, I don't know. After confirming that Baiju and the others really didn't know, Niashasha could only say okay. The meal lasted until 9 o'clock in the evening, and the four of them parted in front of the student apartment. Tomorrow is the first official day of school. As usual, the counselors will hold a meeting. You will introduce yourselves to each other, and then you can go back to the dormitory. Based on last year's experience, and Ling Xue and Baiju talked about tomorrow's process. Understood. Baiju nodded. Senior, will class start tomorrow? And Ling Xue suddenly became depressed. I don't want to go to class, still worried about the midterm exam? Baiju asked. No, and Ling Xue shook her head firmly. I just don't want to go to class. Just keep playing? Baiju was a bit unable to take in the senior sister's words. Well, I really want to be a waste, as long as I can eat and drink and not starve to death. When Ling Xue said this, she actually felt a little yearning. Baiju was speechless for a moment. After saying goodbye in the elevator, Baiju returned to the dormitory. The door lock successfully recognized the face, and Baiju pushed the door open and entered. Since the end of the test, Izzo has been the same as before the start of school. It is more difficult for Baiju to see him. Alone guarding the dormitory, Baiju washed up, turned off the light, and lay down on the bed. School officially starts tomorrow and classes begin the day after tomorrow. Different from the regular courses taught in general universities, Rhine College teaches knowledge about superpowers and killing rules. Baiju has never looked forward to class so much. In addition to the required courses, Baiju also took electives: the principle of the birth and breaking of killing rules and analysis of extremely special superpowers. Baiju did not dare to take any of the two courses taught by Professor Sabina, which Lin Yu had avoided before, and also deliberately avoided the courses taught by Principal Zeiss. Because of his super breath, after being studied by Sabina 6 times in the villa, Baiju avoided this female professor who liked to tease people and had a great figure and face. As for Principal Zeiss, because of some deep connections, he felt a little uncomfortable taking his class. The Minister of Information promised me that I would find Blood Shadow within a year. Before finding Blood Shadow, I have to become as strong as possible. Staring at the dark ceiling, Baiju's eyes were like torches. The awakening super breath can only exert pressure on objects. Although it has a good effect on people and objects, it is not very useful in breaking the killing rules. I learned from Professor Sabina before that there is a record in the superpower file that there was a superpower who developed the super breath to the breakthrough stage. In the breakthrough stage, the super breath can not only kill people by pressure alone, but also temporarily suppress the weaker killing rules. That's right, it can suppress the killing rules. This is the horror of the high-level super breath. It is also the hope of Baiju to break the Blood Shadow. In addition to breaking the Blood Shadow within a year, his other goal is to promote the super breath to the breakthrough stage. The future painted by hatred is bright, and with this hope, Baiju closes his eyes and falls asleep. He was just stepping on the steps to get out of bed when he saw a figure moving under the bed. Hey, you got up so early. Izzo was seen with his middle parting and a smile on his angular face. What time did you come back? Seeing that it was Izzo and not the thief, Baiju breathed a sigh of relief and got out of bed. Just got back, around 5 o'clock. Izzo sat down at the table under the bed. Damn it, I haven't had enough fun with Xiaoyuer yet. This counselor really doesn't know how to pick time. You didn't sleep all night? Seeing Izzo yawning while talking, Baiju said. No, sleeping is disrespectful to beauty. Izzo said and yawned again. It's okay. I'll sleep while he's in the meeting. After chatting for a few more words, Baiju washed up, packed up and left the dormitory with Izzo. Baiju-san. As soon as she left the student apartment, Iichi's joyful voice sounded behind her. Baiju and Izuo stopped at the same time and turned their eyes back. What a coincidence. Are you going to the meeting too? Iichi pulled Nishasha, who was still dozing, and trotted to Baiju's side. Your counselor also requires 7 o'clock? Baiju asked. Yes, I informed you yesterday. Iichi nodded. Baiju and Iichi are both students in the special ability department, but they are in different classes. Baiju is in class 1 and Iichi is in class 4. For this reason, Iichi was lost for a while. It's so annoying. We have nothing to do but have a meeting. Why don't we let the beauty sleep well? Nishasha, who stayed up until 4 in the morning watching the show and only slept for 2 hours, looked very irritable. That's right. Izzo yawned in agreement. You scumbag, don't agree with me. Nishasha rubbed her hair vigorously. Izzo licked his dry lips and his smile froze. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at the teaching area. Finding the corresponding building number in a teaching building, Baiju and Iichi separated in front of different buildings. Take the elevator to the 5th floor. Baiju, while looking for the classroom where the meeting was held, Baiju was stopped by Izzo. Just when he was wondering what Izzo was going to do, he saw Izzo pointing to the back door of a classroom and motioning Baiju to look at the girls in black skirts in the last row. This is so pretty. Izzo subconsciously reached out and touched his mouth. If it looks good, go after it. The corners of Baiju's mouth twitched unnaturally. Wait to call sister-in-law. Izzo kept looking at the girl in the black skirt and muttered, it should be D, top quality. This is, after calling him twice, he didn't move, so Baiju had no choice but to continue looking for the classroom. Rhine College is indeed the world's top school for supernatural powers. Not to mention the many teaching buildings, the internal space is large and the various passages are intricate. You can get lost if you are not careful. A few minutes later, Baiju and Izzo entered a classroom. There were still 20 minutes before the meeting started, and there were not many people in the classroom. They took their seats in the back row. Baiju, look. Izzo looked a little excited. Following his gaze, the corners of Baiju's mouth twitched fiercely. That was a girl in the second row. She had fair skin, which made her first impression of comfort. You have another sister-in-law. Izzo announced unilaterally. Yeah. Baiju said perfunctorily. Although I haven't known Izzo for a long time, the word romantic is definitely the best introduction to him. Not one. Time passed quickly, and other people came one after another, until at 7 o'clock sharp, a middle-aged man with an unusually serious face walked through the front door. As soon as he entered the door, the atmosphere in the whole classroom was quite depressing. Everyone, the middle-aged man stood in front of the blackboard, holding the podium with both hands. His sharp eyes like a falcon swept over the students in the audience. After a while, the greetings were completed in a heavy voice. Good morning. 3 words in a row were like pebbles thrown into a dead pool without any splash. Kenbi, the middle-aged man gasped, your counselor. After he paused, the middle-aged man suddenly took a deep breath and said, I'm honored. Listening in the audience, Baiju and Izuo subconsciously held their breath. Other students are similar to them. My name is. These 2 words seemed to have been brewing for a long time before they came out of the counselor's mouth. After he glanced at everyone in turn, he turned around, picked up the chalk, and wrote his name on the blackboard. Take care of Daniel. This is the name of the counselor, but it is very similar to his appearance. His appearance is not good, and his name is not good either. After, the counselor's speaking rhythm is still the same as the previous 2 sentences, with 3 pauses in one sentence. If something happens, anyone can come to me. I will try my best, help you. Listening to the counselor speak, Baiju always had the feeling that he would be unable to breathe in the next second. The atmosphere in the classroom was deathly silent, or maybe he was aware of the deathly silence in the atmosphere. The counselor did not speak for more than 10 seconds, and then suddenly walked to the side of the podium and bowed fiercely to the audience. Baiju raised his eyebrows, a little confused as to what the counselor was doing. He was not the only one who was confused. Eizo and other students all opened their eyes wide. It's the first time, counselor. Guandania stood up, his face still serious, but his eyebrows and eyes hid a bit of honesty that was hard to notice. What's wrong with it? Please forgive me. After saying that, he bowed again. The audience was silent, and even the breathing sound was weakened a lot. Meeting, that's it. Guandania returned to the podium and left the classroom first without looking back. Although the counselor left, the atmosphere of dead silence and awkwardness remained. The students looked at each other, and they were all a little confused. Let's go. Aizo didn't have the heart to observe which girl in the class was pretty, and left with Baiju. Without commenting on the counselor, it was not easy to comment. Baiju and Aizo returned to the dormitory without saying a word. Aizo had planned to take a nap during the meeting, but he didn't expect that the meeting would be disbanded before it had even started for 3 minutes. Slowly, Aizo's breathing gradually stabilized and he fell asleep. Baiju also slowed down his movements, trying not to make any noise. Ding! About an hour later, it was past 8 o'clock, and a new message alert came on his phone. Baiju opened his phone and took a look. It was from Yi-Ichi. Yi-Ichi, Baiju, have you finished the meeting? He opened the virtual keyboard and typed a reply. Baiju, it's over, Yi-Ichi, can you come out for a while? Baiju, what's wrong, Yi-Ichi, I have something to tell you, Yi-Ichi, I'm at Demille Cafe. Baiju, 5 minutes, I didn't know what Yi-Ichi was going to do, and she didn't say what it was. After agreeing on a time and place, Baiju gently closed the door and left the dormitory. Demille Cafe was not far from the dormitory. 4 minutes later, Baiju saw Yi-Ichi sitting in the corner of the cafe. After entering the door, he walked towards her and saw the bright red bouquet hidden behind her. Classmate Baiju, noticing Baiju's arrival, Yi-Ichi stood up quickly, holding the bouquet tightly with her hands behind her back. There was a shallow response, and there were various complex emotions such as hesitation, entanglement, and confusion deep in Baiju's eyes. Instead of sitting down, he stood at the table like Yi-Ichi. Baiju looked at her and could see the shyness and a certain degree of determination in the girl's eyes. He seemed to be able to guess why Yi-Ichi came here to see him. In the midst of complicated thoughts, Yi-Ichi's voice rang in his ears. We can study in the same school again. Biting her lower lip, the girl's pretty face showed joy, you know? When I awakened my powers and was approached by people from Rhine College, I began to look forward to spending 4 years with you in the same university. Now that my expectation has come true, I'm really happy. With that said, Yi-Ichi let go of her hands behind her back, holding a bouquet of roses in both hands, and stretched them out in front of Baiju. Looking at the bright red roses, Baiju was stunned for a moment, and then his face looked neither good nor bad. Hesitation, confusion, sadness, all kinds of different emotions gathered in the eyes, and finally merged into a touch of indescribable complexity. Yi-Ichi is confessing to him. After leaving Los Angeles High School, he confessed that he had no identity and was worried about money. Breathing slowly and heavily, Baiju just stared at the rose bouquet. Classmate Baiju, I have liked you for 3 years, and I will always like you in the future. She looked uneasy, and even Yi-Ichi's hand holding the bouquet was trembling slightly. She was so afraid of being rejected by Baiju. Every time she was rejected, she would be sad for a long time before she could recover. When he was in Los Angeles High School, Yi-Ichi confessed to her several times, but those times because he really couldn't give her a future, Baiju could only refuse. But now, he has no worries. Do you really have no feelings for Yi-Ichi? To say no would be a bit of a lie. How could he not have feelings for someone who has liked him for 3 years? Yi-Ichi. Baiju raised his head with firm eyes, as if he had made a choice. Do you know why I came to Rhine College? The topic started suddenly and inexplicably. Yi-Ichi was startled and could only shake her head uneasily. Sit down first. Baiju did not take the bouquet, and his eyes did not stop at the bouquet. He said this and sat across from Yi-Ichi. I didn't plan to join Rhine College from the beginning. Starting from breaking the blue moon, and then to the desperate experience in Sinchon, Baiju's voice became heavier and heavier. After hearing Baiju's narration about the failure to save her mother, Yi-Ichi's vision was blurred by tears because of empathy. I came to Rhine College carrying hatred. Before the blood shadow was broken, I may not be able to have a relationship. This was the most tactful time Baiju rejected Yi-Ichi's rejection, and it was also the one that made Yi-Ichi know why he was rejected. Then after you get rid of the blood shadow, can you consider being with me? Yi-Ichi asked hurriedly, her beautiful eyes full of expectation and anxiety. At this point, Baiju nodded in response. It's agreed. Wiping away the tears that filled her eyes, Yi-Ichi said with a smile. It's agreed. Baiju handed over the tissue. Then can you collect a rose? Yiichi took the tissue and almost begged, just accept one. You didn't want any of the flowers I gave you before. Baiju was silent for a moment and did not refuse. She took a flower out of the bouquet and handed it to Baiju happily. Yiichi pursed her lips and smiled. Although this confession still ended in failure, Yiichi at least had hope. There is hope of being with Baiju. She was not in a hurry and sympathized with Baiju's experience. Yiichi secretly made up her mind to do her best to help Baiju get rid of the blood shadow. After not staying in the coffee shop for long, Baiju and Yiichi parted in front of the student apartment. Back in the dormitory, it was almost 10 o'clock, Izo was snoring loudly, and Baiju was even startled when he opened the door. He suddenly felt lucky that Izo often didn't go back to the dormitory. The snoring is so loud that I don't have to sleep at night. Just after entering and closing the door, he couldn't stay in the dormitory any longer, so Baiju chose to go to the library to take refuge. Baiju came to the reading area with ease, took out the books that he had not read before, and looked at them carefully. Time slipped through the cracks, and before I knew it, the time came to 11 o'clock. The phone vibrates to indicate a new message. Turning on the phone to check, it was a message from Enlingxue. Enlingxue, I'm so tired in class, Little Bear feels wronged, Enlingxue, want to eat? Want to eat? Little Bear eats, white technique, eat, Enlingxue, I also called Shuemei and Shuemei Nya, Enlingxue, Little Bear pays, his typing hand paused, and Baiju suddenly didn't want to go. I just rejected Yiichi's confession in the morning, and now I have to eat at the same table again in a few hours. Just thinking about it makes me feel a little embarrassed. But it's embarrassing. He just made an agreement with senior sister in Baijia, where to eat, all I can do is be shameless. And Lingxue, name me, I saw some delicious food there in Shuayin during class. After chatting for a few more words and ending the topic, Baiju closed the pages of the book and left the library, heading towards Junming Shopping Mall. Junming Shopping Mall is not far from the library. Within a moment, Baiju met Enlingxue and the three girls. Baiju greeted Yiichi with embarrassment and a fake smile. Compared with Baiju, Yiichi was much more frank, and her pretty face was visibly blushing. Something is wrong. Seeing Yiichi's state, Niashasha became excited, and her gossip spirit ignited. And Lingxue was a little confused, not knowing who Niashasha was talking about. After lunch, Baiju said goodbye to the three girls and returned to the dormitory. At this time, Izo had woken up and was not in the dormitory. As the afternoon came, the dusk in the sky continued to deepen, the clouds fell, and the night gradually rose. Soon, time came to late at night. Izo did not come back tonight, and Baiju was alone in the empty room. After watching some videos on the bed, Baiju fell asleep on time after 12 o'clock. The next morning, Baiju was woken up by the alarm clock. The first class in the morning was at 8:30 and lasted until 10 o'clock. Because there was only one class in the morning today, Baiju had free time after 10 o'clock in the morning. Compared with ordinary universities, Rhine College is not much different except that all students have superpowers and some of the subjects taught are different. After washing up, I took a book-related theory of killing rules and had breakfast, and went to the teaching area. I found the classroom, and there were not many people. Baiju sat in the back row. As time went on, more and more people entered the classroom. A second before the bell rang, Izo's figure appeared at the door and sat down next to Baiju. Izo yawned and looked listless. Remember to call me after school. After calling Baiju, Izo didn't even need to prepare, and fell asleep on the table. Listening to his heavy breathing, Baiju was really afraid that Izo would start snoring while sleeping. As the bell rang, a hot woman walked in at the front door of the classroom. For a moment, all the boys, excluding Baiju and Izo, stared at her. It's Savina. Baiju never expected that the teacher of the course Relevance of Murder Rules would be her. He felt cheated. Didn't it agree that Professor Savina would only teach elective courses? Baiju tried his best not to attract Savina's attention. Dear student Baiju, we meet again. As soon as Savina walked onto the podium, she smiled and greeted Baiju. Suddenly, the eyes of the whole classroom were focused on Baiju. There was no response, just a nod. Baiju's expression was calm. Let me introduce myself first. Savina's voice was very pleasant, and as soon as she opened her mouth, she shifted her attention to herself. She picked up the chalk on the podium and wrote elegant fonts on the blackboard. Savina Carroll, this is my first and last name. Holding the chalk and tapping the blackboard with her knuckles, Savina's chest shook with a full arc as she turned around. The Carroll family? Yes, the teacher is from the Carroll family. Hey, brother, let me ask you, is this Carroll family famous? Sabina simply introduced herself, but it caused a cry of surprise from the audience. The Carroll family not only has a seat on the board of directors of Rhine College, but also has a seat on the board of directors of Blanca College, the rival of Rhine College. Moreover, the current vice leader of the Superpower Alliance is from the Carroll family. Someone was explaining the reason for their exclamation. The Carroll family has a transcendent status, and most of the students from aristocratic families have more or less heard rumors about the Carroll family. Tap the blackboard lightly, making a loud knocking sound, and the classroom quickly returned to silence. It seems that many students know my family. Sabina smiled and looked at the audience. This is normal, but in class, I hope you can abandon the halo brought by your background, seriously accept the knowledge I transmit to you, and don't try to disrupt the order of the class. After all, the voice gradually faded, and the arc of Sabina's smile deepened. No matter from the perspective of strength, identity, or background, you are not as good as me. The voice became colder and colder, and many students shuddered after hearing it. From the history of superpowers, the first killing rule discovered by people was 3,000 years ago. Looking at the audience with a slanted eye, Sabina began to lecture. The killing rules can be roughly divided into two types. There are entity killing rules, and non-entity killing rules. Of course, there are also killing rules beyond this system, but now you only need to understand these two types. Without a lesson plan, in Sabina's lecture, a section of the history of killing rules slowly unfolded in front of everyone. As we all know, the levels of killing rules can be divided into C, B, A, and S. The rating of the rules is mostly selected based on the size of the coverage of the killing rules, but there are special cases that are not considered here. Sabina said, for example, the coverage of level killing rules can be a community, a large gymnasium, or a large shopping mall. As for level, it can cover a city at a small scale, and several cities at a large scale. For a level, it must be converted based on the land area of a small country. The voice paused for a moment, and Sabina looked solemn. As for level, each one is a world-destroying existence, and the advent is the end of the world. After a brief introduction to the rating of killing rules, Sabina gave a few examples, such as the Tomb of Night, to help students understand. Although he disagreed with Professor Sabina's personality, Baiju had to say that she taught very well. The class lasted until 10 o'clock, and Izo never woke up during the class, but fortunately he didn't start snoring in the middle of the class. As the school bell rang, Izo, who had not yet slept enough, was awakened, and Baiju led him back to the dormitory. Time quickly came to noon. Baiju was washing the cups, and the phone in his trouser pocket suddenly rang. He put the cups aside, wiped the water stains on his hands with clothes, and turned on his phone to check. Sabina, come to my house quickly. It was a message from Professor Sabina. Asking Baiju to go to her house at this time was nothing more than studying super breathing. When he saw this message, for a moment, Baiju's face turned pale. Just when he wanted to pretend that he didn't see it and put the phone back in his pocket. Sabina, don't pretend that you didn't see it, come quickly. The sentence was very plain, but it revealed a strong sense of oppression. With his mouth twitching, Baiju had to reply, I'll be there soon, then simply washed the cups, took a set of clothes, and left the dormitory. Coming to Professor Sabina's villa with ease, Baiju stood at the door and took a deep breath, and hesitated to knock on the door. Why are you staying outside? Come in. Professor Sabina's voice came from the smart door lock, and Baiju's body froze, so he had to push the door and walk in. From then until the afternoon, Baiju suffered inhuman torture, and his spirit and body suffered different degrees of damage. It's only been 3 hours and you can't do it? Professor Sabina crossed her arms and looked at Baiju, who was sweating and lying on the ground, with disdain. Professor Sabina, let me go. Baiju was shaking a little when he spoke now. Hold on for another hour, teacher, I will reward you. Professor Sabina looked at the record sheet recording various data, and said unwillingly. No, Baiju quickly refused. He didn't even dare to think about rewards, he just wanted to rest now. Okay, you can leave after you take a rest. Sabina didn't insist, her smile turned charming. Come and play next time. If Baiju wasn't too tired to stand up, he would have definitely run out of the door. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, after washing his body in the bathroom of Professor Sabina's villa, Baiju changed into a set of clean clothes and left. Back to the dormitory, Izo, who was sleeping soundly before, had disappeared. Spreading the textbooks from this morning on the table, Baiju began to look through them and review. According to Sabina's narration, the coverage of the 11 killing rule Blood Shadow is not large, limited to one or several cities, and its rule strength is not very high, but after all, it is an 11 killing rule, and it is not so easy to break it. In the next month, the days were very dull, spent in class and the usual college life. By the way, perhaps because of the complementary elements in their personalities, the relationship between Ling Shui and Yi Ichi became more and more familiar. Baiju was also very pleased to see that senior sister, who had difficulty in socializing, could actively expand her social circle. There is something worth mentioning in this month. That is, Izo set a record of not returning to the dormitory for 20 consecutive days. Although it is a double dormitory, Baiju feels that it is not much different from a single dormitory. Time passed quickly, and it was mid-October in a blink of an eye. On this day, after a month and a half, Baiju got news about Linyu, who was on a mission before the start of school. Senior. We made an appointment to meet at a restaurant. When he saw Linyu, Baiju obviously noticed that something was wrong with him. P.S. Adjust your work and rest schedule, plan the subsequent outline, go to bed early tonight, get up early tomorrow to write, and write 2 chapters today. Junior, sit down. The whole person looked very depressed. Linyu shrugged his eyelids and pushed over a bottle of beer. When did you come back? Sitting opposite Linyu, Baiju took the beer and observed Linyu's condition while talking. His face didn't look good, and his mood was very depressed, as if he had been hit by something. Yesterday. Linyu's voice was slightly hoarse. As he spoke, he opened the bottle of wine and drank by himself. Senior, seeing Linyu finish the whole bottle in one gulp, Baiju raised his eyebrows. Something must have happened. Baiju also opened the bottle of wine, drank a few sips with Linyu, and then asked tentatively, "What happened?" This was just a simple inquiry, and Baiju expressed his doubts in a timely manner, but Linyu had a reaction. He tugged at the corner of his mouth and gave a wry smile, opened another bottle of wine, and drank again. Senior, seeing that the second bottle of wine was about to be empty, Baiju quickly stood up and stopped Linyu. "If you have anything to do, tell your junior." Still smiling bitterly, Linyu put down the bottle of wine under Baiju's persuasion and leaned back in his chair, looking extremely depressed. "Junior I am such a waste." First, there was a self-deprecating sentence with strong emotional color. Linyu's voice was trembling slightly. "I overestimated my ability to take on the Blevel mission. Many people died because of my stupidity. I am a waste, I am really a fucking waste." With his fists clenched and his teeth about to break, Linyu lowered his head, his nerves stimulated by alcohol relaxed, and he let out his emotions wantonly. What happened? He had never seen Linyu like this before, and a bad premonition pounded in his heart. Baiju couldn't help but frown, obviously a little worried. "Donghua and Lan Yan are both dead," Linyu said in a trembling voice. "It's all because I died." Upon hearing these two familiar names, Baiju's temples jumped wildly. Donghua, Lan Yan. During the few reincarnations because of Phantom, Baiju had contact with them, and both of them were very good seniors. But now, Linyu told him that Donghua and Lan Yan were dead. Baiju's eyebrows sank. Then, in Linyu's narration, Baiju understood everything. The cause of the incident stems from the task assigned by the college to break the murder rules at the beginning of the junior year. The judge team, composed of Linyu, Jiang Chanxian, Lan Yan, and Donghua, is the most famous team of students in the third year of Rhine College. Linyu is the captain of the judge team. The team leader had the right to choose tasks. Because he was about to reach the transcendence period and was regarded as a genius by everyone, Linyu chose a few tasks related to Blevel murder rules amid the expansion. This killing rule is so strong that it even alerted the principal when the mission was assigned. Only after obtaining permission did it successfully fall into the hands of the Inquisitor team. The problem lies in this mission. Linyu led his team members to the mission execution location with confidence. After a month of searching, he finally found the rule itself. However, just when the destruction operation was about to be launched, an accident happened. The rules of killing are very strong, stronger than Linyu imagined. Donghua and Lan Yan, who were so strong that they were weaker than Linyu and Jiang Chanxian, didn't even have a chance to escape. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't seen my own strength clearly, Donghua and Lan Yan wouldn't have died." The wine slid down his throat, and Linyu's face was full of pain. "It's not entirely your fault." Baiju consoled him. "After all, no one knows that the evil eye is so powerful." Number 0044, Class B Murder Rules, Evil Eye. What Linyu performed was the task of getting rid of the evil eye. In Linyu's description, the evil eye can control others and turn living things, including humans, into puppets that obey his words. Donghua and Lan Yan died at the hands of breakthrough stage superpowers controlled by the evil eye. If Linyu and Jiang Chanxian weren't strong enough, even escaping would be difficult. Why am I still alive? When he thought of his team members falling in front of him, Linyu was helpless and felt desperate. I should die. Senior. Listening to what Lin Yu said in despair, Bai Ju's voice slowly increased. Senior Donghua and Senior Lan Yan are still waiting for you to avenge them. Revenge, I want revenge. There were dozens of empty wine bottles in front of him, and Lin Yu's eyes gradually turned bloodshot. I want to get rid of the evil eye. Without saying anything, Bai Ju drank the rest of the wine. Lin Yu drank a little too much and was quite drunk. Now was the time to vent his emotions. Just when the atmosphere was silent, the phone rang in front of Lin Yu's desk. Lin Yu used his remaining consciousness to pick up the phone and answer the call. Where did you go? Although the speakerphone was not on, the voice coming from the phone was loud enough and sounded anxious. Don't fucking, just as Lin Yu was about to yell, his hand suddenly shook and his phone fell straight to the table. Because of the wine spilled on the table, it slid to the Bai Ju table. Startled for a moment, he lowered his eyes and glanced at the call note. It's senior sister Jiang calling. Seeing that Lin Yu was leaning back in his chair and showing signs of falling asleep, Bai Ju helped him continue to answer the phone. Stop making trouble and tell me where you are, or maybe he heard the crash of a cell phone being dropped. Jiang Qianqian on the other side of the phone was so anxious that her voice became softer than usual. Senior Jiang, I am Bai Ju. First, he stated his identity. Bai Ju continued, Senior Lin is drunk. He is at Melts. After reporting the restaurant name, Jiang Qianqian hung up the phone in a hurry and was on her way. He had drunk a little too much. Bai Ju felt dizzy. He leaned against the back of the chair like Lin Yu, looking at Lin Yu at the opposite table. A complex and inexplicable emotion was brewing in his chest. The team members who had worked together for more than 2 years passed away one after another. If he were replaced by Lin Yu, he would also feel very uncomfortable. The most painful thing in the world is the death of a close and familiar person. Bai Ju had experienced it before, so he understood Lin Yu's current feelings better. But after a while, Jiang Qianqian came. Her pretty face, which was originally covered with coldness, was now full of anxiety. Are you okay? Coming to Lin Yu, who was leaning against the back of the chair with his eyes closed, Jiang Qianqian called out worriedly. I'm sorry for them. Lin Yu's consciousness was gradually paralyzed by alcohol, and he murmured like a dream, I should also die, don't talk nonsense. Jiang Qianqian cried, showing a weak side that Bai Ju had never seen before. Junior brother, go back early, I'll take him back to rest first. Helping Lin Yu stand up, Jiang Qianqian said to Bai Ju. Yeah. Bai Ju was also dizzy, and he barely stood up. Watching Jiang Qianqian help Lin Yu leave, Bai Ju sat in his seat for a while, and left the restaurant after he was much more sober. Following the moonlight, he returned to the dormitory. Bai Ju was not too sleepy. He rinsed his face with cold water at the sink and sat at the table under the bed for a while. Senior Lin Yu failed in his mission to break the Blevel murder rules, and team members Donghua and Lan Yan died. Unconsciously, Bai Ju had a new understanding of Rhine College. Here, students may also die. Every time you perform a mission, every time you face the rules of killing, there is a risk of death. For a moment, Bai Ju suddenly felt a little worried about Ling Xue. Senior Yin has a weak character and weak abilities. If the same killing rule has a danger factor of 0.4 for ordinary students, then for Senior Yin, it must be increased to 0.9. After all, the main force to break the rules of killing must be a person with certain abilities. Class B killing rules, evil eye. Bai Ju murmured, his eyes slightly darkened. The team members were killed, but he survived. According to Lin Yu's temperament, he would probably launch an operation to destroy the evil eye again. His thoughts gradually stopped, and a feeling of sleepiness surged up. Izzo didn't come back tonight, so Bai Ju turned off the light and went to bed, falling asleep peacefully within a moment. The next day, class was as usual. Superpowers are divided into elemental systems and special systems. The types of elemental systems are limited, while the types of special systems are, theoretically speaking, unlimited. On the podium, an old teacher who taught the theory of correlation of superpowers was teaching. With a straight face, he glanced at every student in the audience seriously. As long as the superpower awakens, it is the awakening period. To reach the second stage of breakthrough of superpowers, one's own understanding, proficiency in superpowers and what we often call opportunity are all indispensable. After a pause, the old teacher's voice also became louder. After the breakthrough period is the transcendence period, which means beyond one's own limits. After each superpower reaches the breakthrough stage, the strength of her superpower gradually solidifies. If he fails to surpass his own limits and reach the transcendence stage before the power is completely solidified at the age of 40, then there will be no hope in this life. The old teacher shook his head and said in a heavy voice, "The gap between the transcendence period and the breakthrough period is huge, and the benefits enjoyed are also very different. Like me, I am 63 this year, and I am still stuck in the breakthrough stage. There is no hope of reaching the transcendence stage in this life. This is also a regret in my life." Under the podium, Baiju, who was listening carefully, was attracted by the gradually louder snoring around him. Izzo stayed up all night again and caught up on his sleep in class during the day. Before his snoring was loud enough to drown out the sound of the lecture, Baiju woke him up as agreed with him before going to bed. Izzo, who was woken up, raised his head in confusion, then wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and continued to fall asleep. Ignoring him, Baiju continued to listen to the class. After the transcendence stage is the mysterious stage, pay attention. As I said before, every senior who reaches the mysterious stage is a genius among geniuses. As far as I know, the predecessors of the mysterious stage all reached the breakthrough stage before the age of 25 and the transcendent stage before the age of 30. When talking about the seniors in the Upanishad, the old teacher showed great respect. This has gradually become the standard for geniuses who can achieve the Upanishad. The sound of teaching echoed in the classroom and fell into everyone's ears. Most people were obviously surprised and stunned. The breakthrough stage is reached before the age of 25, and the transcendence stage is reached before the age of 30. At 18, many students are gearing up and full of hope for the future. At this point, Baiju had a clearer idea of senior Lin Yu's talent. Lin Yu is 20 this year, and is only 2 years older than him, but he is expected to reach the transcendence stage before turning 21, and his talent is evident. Baiju now understood the value of what Lin Yu said about the fifth youngest achievement in the history of supernatural powers, the transcendental period. This is ultimate genius. You also know that the rules of killing are divided into 4 levels, C, B, A, S, etc., and supernatural powers also have 4 levels, awakening stage, breakthrough stage, transcendent stage, and mystery stage. The old teacher's words brought Baiju back from his thoughts. From a simple point of view, the level of superpowers and the levels of murder rules can be directly compared. For example, the awakening period corresponds to level killing rules, the breakthrough period corresponds to the level killing rules, and so on. The old teacher picked up the teacup and took a sip of water to relieve the dryness of his throat, and then continued, "This is just a simple response and cannot be completely followed. After all, there are too many unstable factors in special abilities." Perhaps because he was afraid that some students might not understand, the old teacher explained it again. In other words, the level of superpowers and the level of killing rules cannot be compared too absolutely. After saying this, the old teacher was about to continue explaining, but the sun outside the window was bright and the school bell rang loudly. Without delay, the old teacher said get out of class was over, and while clearing away the lesson plans on the desk, he watched the students leave. School is over. After shaking Izzo awake, as soon as Baiju left, a young and beautiful girl walked into the classroom and acted coquettishly next to Izzo. Having known Izzo for a long time, Baiju was used to this kind of scene. But he still had to admire how Izzo soothed every flower among the thousands of flowers. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning when school ended. And Ling Xue had no classes today, so she had made an appointment with Baiju for lunch early. We were told to meet at the New Territory supermarket at 10:30, but Seniorin is probably not awake yet. With a murmur, Baiju walked into a milk tea shop without going back to the dormitory. Seniorin is good at everything, but she doesn't like to be on time. Having long been used to it, Baiju calmly ordered a drink and sent a message to Ling Xue. "Baiju, are you here?" He did not send a message of "Are you awake?" but directly asked Ling Xue if she was on her way. Although there was only one word difference between the two, the former gave Ling Xue a way out, while the latter forced Ling Xue to speed up after seeing the message. On some little tricks when getting along with senior sister and Ling Xue, on the way, soon, and Ling Xue replied. Seeing her words, Baiju automatically translated in his mind. On the way equals just woke up, getting out of bed in a hurry, give me some time, I'll come right away. Baiju, walk slowly on the way, giving Ling Xue a small way out at the right time, so that she won't be too anxious and ignore bumps and bumps. And Ling Xue, little bear nods. After agreeing with Ling Xue, Baiju looked at the time. Well, it's 10:11, and when senior sisterin arrives, it will probably be 10:40. It's okay, I can wait. After drinking a sip of milk tea, Baiju couldn't help but think of what the teacher said in class just now. Although you have just started school, after more than a month of classes, you have a certain understanding of superpowers and killing rules. Midterms are coming soon, and your sophomores will have a midterm test. According to the school's practice, 2 freshmen will be arranged to join the sophomores' teams to observe how they break the rules. But don't worry too much, they are all very weak killing rules, and you don't need to participate in breaking them, just watch from the side. The school will assign rule tasks to sophomores during the midterm, and 2 freshmen will be arranged to join the sophomores' teams to observe the whole process of breaking the killing rules. This is exactly what Baiju wanted to talk to Ling Xue about during lunch today. Rather than being assigned randomly by the school, Ling Xue knew him well and was the best person to observe the rule-breaking actions. At about 10:40, almost the same time as Baiju predicted, Ling Xue arrived successfully. "Sorry, Junior, I'm late again," Ling Xue subconsciously apologized as soon as she saw Baiju. "It's okay, I'm used to it." Baiju waved his hand. Yiichi said that she and Niashasha have full classes in the morning and will attend until 12 o'clock, so there is no need to wait for them. Oh. Ling Xue nodded. Having booked a meal last night, Baiju and Ling Xue came to a restaurant and entered the private room under the guidance of the waiter. "Senior, have you found the team?" Baiju took a tissue. No, and Ling Xue shook her head simply. "What about your midterm exam?" Baiju paused in wiping the edge of the table with a tissue. "It's fine." Ling Xue forced a smile and said, "When there are no people in the team, the college will make unified arrangements." "That's good." Baiju nodded and got to the point. "The midterms are coming soon. The freshmen will join the team of the sophomore seniors to observe the process of breaking the killing rules." Listening to Baiju's words, Ling Xue was obviously startled, and then suddenly said, "How could I forget this?" Baiju's mouth twitched. "I bet you came here this way too? Come to my assigned team." Ling Xue took the initiative to invite, and then looked at him pitifully as if she was afraid of being rejected by Baiju. "They all dislike me and let me play by myself in the safe house every time I do a mission." But there was a pause. Just when Baiju thought Ling Xue was going to say a series of ambitious words such as, "I also want to break the rules and I want to prove myself," Senior An's next words really surprised him. "But it's boring to play alone." Ling Xue looked serious. "This is like this." Baiju smiled reluctantly. "After midterm, it's final. What should I do for the final exam?" The midterm hadn't come yet, and Ling Xue started to worry about the end of the term. Because there is no fixed team, Ling Xue's worries are not unreasonable. After all, he will fail the class at the end of the semester. Once he fails, his legs will be broken by the father, the professor of the Special Abilities Department. Ling Xue was so afraid of having her legs broken. "I will join your team in the middle term." Baiju made an agreement with her. Pursing her lips, Ling Xue was obviously a little happy. After a while, the box door was knocked, and soon after, the waiters brought the food. Baiju didn't eat much, and most of the food plus dessert went into Ling Xue's stomach. By the end of lunch, she still seemed a little unsatisfied. During this period, Baiju's growing appetite was also revealed by Ling Xue's doubts. "Really not gaining weight at all?" His gaze shifted slightly and fell on Ling Xue's waist. It had clear curves and was perfectly proportioned. After lunch, I returned to the student apartment with Ling Xue, and parted ways in the elevator, which went straight to the 5th floor. Facial recognition was successful and Baiju returned to the dormitory. For the first time, he actually saw Azo in the dormitory today. "You're back." Azo looked at him and handed him a tablet. "Today's big news. If you don't read it, you will regret it for the rest of your life." "What?" Taking the tablet, Baiju flipped through the content displayed on it. Shocking. Linyu, a genius in his 3rd year, led the team of judges to be destroyed in the Grey City. The title alone reveals a strong sense of irony. Frowning, Baiju slid the page and looked down. Recently, at the beginning of junior year, there is a task to break the rules of killing that needs to be completed. The genius of our Rhine College is regarded as the genius senior who is most likely to achieve the next mysterious period. Linyu led the judge team, which had a 5-star team rating in the junior year, to take on the level regular mission. After 2 months of junior high school, all the junior students returned to school one after another. The team led by senior Linyu, with the breaking of the class murder rules, he also returned to the academy. What is unbelievable is that the genius senior Linyu failed to break the killing rule, and 2 team members lost their lives because of it. The following content was a bottomless smear against Linyu. As his eyes scanned the content, Baiju's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, and he continued to browse the comment area. "The sword immortal has no sword. This be genius really takes himself seriously, he overestimates his own abilities, it's pathetic and ridiculous." Jong in the opposite direction, "Oh my god, I remember that at the end of the last semester of the Inquisitor team, didn't a member of the team already leave? Sword immortal without a sword. Being weak is not scary, the scary thing is not being aware of one's own weakness, that's right. The most handsome man in the world, you idiot upstairs, your mother ordered liquefied petroleum gas at home, and it exploded, did you know? Sword immortal no sword, it's you again, I have no enmity with you, why are you targeting me? The most handsome man in the world, did your mother forget to give you a brain when she gave birth to you? The sword immortal has no sword, he actually insulted me over and over again. It's disgusting, hateful, disgusting. The most handsome guy in the world, silly egg, the sword immortal has no sword, here comes the sword. Except for the two familiar IDs who were scolding each other, other comments were based on the content expressed in the article, and they were madly criticizing Linyu. Baiju was furious after reading the comments. Linyu has done something like this, and someone has publicized it, tsk. Izzo smacked his lips at this kind of behavior that adds insult to injury. The number of retweets has exceeded 9000. Looking at the data of the number of comments, forwarding, and popularity, Baiju's brows darkened again and again. The total number of students and faculty of Rhine College is only tens of thousands. In a short period of time, the news that Linyu overestimated his ability and led the judge team to die almost spread throughout Rhine College. Damn it! Baiju gritted his teeth and cursed. Linyu was a senior who took good care of him, both in Xinjiang and in the college. Seeing him being slandered like this, Baiju couldn't help but get angry. Handing the tablet to Izzo, Baiju called the information department and exercised the permission of the highest pass to request the deletion of the article that slandered Linyu in the Water Rhine section of the forum. The high pass was very useful. Almost within a dozen seconds after he hung up the phone, Izzo could not see the article when he logged into the Water Rhine again. You have the high pass? Compared to Baiju asking the information department to help delete the post, Izzo was more surprised that Baiju had the high pass. Yes. Baiju did not deny it, and then called Linyu. Baishueti, are you busy now? Before Baiju asked, Zhang Qianqian's voice came from Linyu's phone. The call was answered by Zhang Shuejie. With almost no hesitation, Baiju went there immediately after learning where Linyu and Zhang Qianqian were. Watching Baiju hurried out, Izzo blinked, and there was a deeper level of surprise in his pupils. He also knows Linyu? Izzo suddenly felt that Baiju was so strange. Soon, Baiju came to the location given by Zhang Qianqian. The site arrived first, and what appeared in front of Baiju was the scene of Linyu, Zhang Qianqian, and a group of people headed by a young man confronting each other. Why, you still want to fight me? The young man in the lead smiled and looked at Linyu with disdain. Qianqian, get out of the way. Linyu stared at him, his eyes surrounded by purple lightning. Don't make things worse, calm down. Standing between Linyu and the young man, the coldness between Zhang Qianqian's eyebrows was dispersed by anxiety. Linyu, I didn't expect my fiancé to protect you to this extent. Myron Lambert sneered in self-deprecation, his eyes were full of disdain, and when he turned to look at Zhang Qianqian, he added a bit of anger. Today's matter is not over yet, I will destroy him bit by bit. After these words, Myron thought Zhang Qianqian would plead with him, but he never thought that Zhang Qianqian seemed to have not heard it, and didn't even look at him, just appeasing the irritable lion like Linyu. Myron raised his eyebrows fiercely, and his anger was even stronger. In front of him, Linyu's anger reached its peak. Because of Mylan, the deaths of Donghua and Lan Yan were publicized and known to everyone. Zhang Qianqian's reputation was also tarnished, and as for Linyu, he was even more smeared. Anger mixed with purple lightning filled his eyes, and when Linyu's emotions completely broke out, Zhang Qianqian could no longer stop him. Looking for death. I didn't expect Linyu to dare to do it. Mylan was shocked. While retreating, a barrier like the surface of water gathered in front of him in an instant, trying to intercept the purple thunder that rushed in. However, the destructive power of purple lightning was extremely strong. The water barrier disintegrated when it touched it, and fell directly on Malin's left leg. A painful numbness came instantly, and Malin's face was hideous with pain, half kneeling on the ground. President! The people behind Myron were startled, and then the girl closest to Myron glared at Linyu. Are you going to kill someone in the academy? Linyu's face was very cold. He raised one hand to the side, and a purple lightning condensed into a ball in his palm. Linyu, calm down. Things can't be intensified anymore, Zhang Qianqian almost pleaded. Because of the death of the members of the judge team, plus the propaganda of those with ulterior motives, public opinion at this time has pushed Linyu to the peak, and he can't make any more mistakes now. You want to play, I'll play with you. When the numbness caused by the electric shock was relieved, Myron was really angry, gritted his teeth and said to the people behind him, "Everyone, do it, I'll settle it if something goes wrong." "President," a strange voice came out, but it was quickly suppressed by Myron's eyes. Soon, various supernatural fluctuations such as fire, water, etc. rippled in the air, and their direction was directly pointed at Lin Yu. Lin Yu is a psychic in the breakthrough stage. Except for Myron, the other psychics are all awakening psychics. Although they are not a big threat to Lin Yu, once Myron recovers, a life and death battle will be inevitable. Just when the psychic powers of the elements and special systems were about to be released, a huge pressure came out of nowhere and was distributed on the shoulders of everyone on Myron's side. A buzzing sound spread out, and except for Lin Yu and Jiang Qianshan, everyone showed some discomfort, and then the psychic powers that were about to be released were unexpectedly interrupted. In an instant, all eyes were focused on the backs of Lin Yu and Jiang Qianshan. It was Bai Ju. He frowned and walked to Lin Yu's side. "Senior, what's going on?" After saying that, Bai Ju looked forward and met the eyes of everyone. "Junior Bai, don't worry about it." Lin Yu was surrounded by purple lightning, his eyes were sideways, and the whole person looked very majestic. "Senior, are you going to kill someone?" Bai Ju could feel the murderous intent in Lin Yu, and his face looked a little ugly. Bai Ju couldn't imagine what kind of consequences would be suffered if he killed someone in the academy. "Don't, let's go." Jiang Qianshan grabbed Lin Yu's hand in time to stop him from moving forward. "I must kill this cub today." Lin Yu gritted his teeth, and every word was mixed with murderous intent. The thunder power of the breakthrough period was terrifying, and the awakening students on the opposite side were immediately frightened and no longer had the posture of attacking just now. At this time, the paralysis was completely eliminated, and Mylan also stood up again. Drops of water condensed around him. With the blessing of anger, he had the intention of fighting Lin Yu to the death. As soon as he arrived, he saw Lin Yu and Mylan starting to conflict. Although Bai Ju didn't know the cause and effect, he would stand on Lin Yu's side no matter what. "Shouty Bai, please persuade him." Jiang Qianshan really couldn't hold Lin Yu, and his voice trembled slightly. Bai Ju was about to respond, but the next moment, Lin Yu broke free from Jiang Qianshan's restraints like a flash of lightning and rushed towards Mai Luan. As both were in the breakthrough period and the president of the student union, Mai Luan was not willing to be outdone. Lightning, rapids. For a moment, the figures of Lin Yu and Mai Luan were submerged in a purple-blue ocean. The aftermath of the battlefield was very terrifying, and Jiang Qianshan was so anxious that she was about to cry. Like Jiang Qianshan, Bai Ju did not have the strength to influence the situation. Looking at the scene of purple lightning and water colliding continuously in front of him, Bai Ju's face was very gloomy. Or maybe he was too anxious. The torrent brought by the thunder and water abilities became bigger and bigger, and for a moment, it alarmed everyone around. Is there a fight? If this is considered a fight, it is estimated that someone will be killed, right? Why are you standing there? Try to stop the fight. It's the breath of the breakthrough period ability. Well, you go and stop it. The school security is here. Gradually, many people came from afar to watch. But soon, several men in white uniforms arrived one after another. After leaving the crowd, the men called Shaoan released their superpowers one after another, and used the strong breakthrough superpowers to disperse the fighting between Lin Yu and Mai Luan. Lightning and water flow burst out in an instant, and Lin Yu and Mai Luan, who were injured to varying degrees, were quickly separated by the Shaoan. Bai Ju and Jiang Qianshan stepped forward at the first time. "Are you his friends?" A Shaoan stopped them. "Yes." Jiang Qianshan responded and hurriedly passed Shaoan and ran to Lin Yu. Bai Ju followed Jiang Qianshan, and seeing that Lin Yu was not seriously injured, he turned his eyes and fell on Mai Luan, who was also controlled by Shaoan not far away. Compared with Lin Yu, Mai Luan looked much more miserable. There was only Shaoan around him, and his friends just stood in the distance and watched, not even daring to come forward. "Everyone, go to the school security office and tell me what happened." An older middle-aged man, also wearing a school security uniform, came and angrily asked the school security to take Lin Yu and Myron away. Bai Ju and Jiang Qianshan followed closely. After Myron's friends exchanged glances, two of them also left the team and followed the school security. They were silent all the way and soon arrived at the school security office. "Tell me, what happened?" Bringing Lin Yu and Myron to an interrogation room, Harry Thompson stood at the table with his hands behind his back, looking intimidating without anger. Behind him stood a group of school security guards who also had breakthrough strength. Although Lin Yu and Myron were not far away, they did not dare to take action again. Baiju and Jiang Qianshan also wanted to follow into the interrogation room, but were stopped by the school security. When Jiang Qianshan was at a loss, Baiju took out the highest pass, and the school security guards immediately fixed their eyes and let them pass. The two people who came with Miloan also wanted to follow Baiju and Jiang Qianshan in, but they were also stopped by the school security. You are all juniors, do you know what the consequences will be if you use your powers to fight in the academy? Harry Thompson's voice was loud. After the sound, Lin Yu and Myron looked at each other, and they could see the hatred in each other's eyes. They are still seed students. Do you think that being valued by the college can ignore the rules and regulations of the college? Amid Harry's angry scolding, Lin Yu and Myron both lowered their heads in unison. Baiju and Jiang Qianshan stood behind the school security guards and listened silently. After being educated for a while, there was a knock on the door of the interview room, and then Baiju saw Professor Pullman walking in with an older man. Harry's voice stopped abruptly when he saw Professor Pullman and another professor. Did you win? Professor Pullman hurriedly came to Lin Yu. Following his words, the entire interview room fell into deathly silence. Harry, who had just scolded Lin Yu and Myron for ignoring the college's rules and regulations, stood still in embarrassment. On the other side, Professor Mandy Barton also came to her students and asked the same question as Professor Pullman. During the questioning by professors from both sides, Lin Yu and Myron both shook their heads. How do I usually teach you? Professor Pullman glared at Lin Yu, then turned around and looked at Professor Mandy. Why, you want to fight with me too? Professor Mandy's eyes and tone were very aggressive. Walk. Professor Pullman was famous for his violent temper. Almost instantly, there was a sizzling sound of electricity in the air. At the same time, black thunder and lightning crackled around Professor Pullman. Without any hesitation, Professor Mandy's eyes deepened, and a thin stream of blood-like water condensed into a net in the air and remained suspended. For a moment, the atmosphere in the interview room was anxious. Harry was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. He quickly advised, "Two professors, please wait, you must know that Professor Pullman and Professor Mandy are both in the transcendence stage. If a fight really breaks out, the school security guards who generally only have the breakthrough stage will not be able to solve it at all." Not only Harry, but other school security guards were also at a loss as to what to do. What to do? In the corner of the interview room, Baiju turned his gaze and looked at Jiang Qianshan. Don't worry, they can't fight. Jiang Qianshan shook her head, and she breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Professor Pullman arrive. Although senior sister Jiang said this, Baiju felt a little nervous when he saw the attitude of the two professors. Old guy, I'll let you go today. Seeing that Harry was so anxious that he blocked him and Pullman with his body, Professor Mandy and Professor Pullman looked at each other without any trace, and then he let go and led Myron away. The power of one party subsided, and Harry breathed a sigh of relief. After watching Professor Mandy and Myron leave, Professor Pullman did not stay in the interview room longer. He hummed in harmony with the atmosphere and greeted Lin Yu to leave the interview room. Baiju did not leave immediately with Professor Pullman. Before leaving, Baiju glanced at Harry and all the school security guards, and saw that they were all relieved and congratulated for seeing off Professor Pullman and Professor Mandy. The corners of his mouth twitched, and Baiju seemed to understand something. Bastard, who asked you to fight with Myron in the academy? As soon as he left the school security office, Pullman angrily scolded Lin Yulai. Because of the death of Dong Hua and Lan Yan, the Dong family and the Lan family were going to cause trouble for you. At this juncture, you still dare to confront Lan and the college. The descendants of the Burt family take action? When the Lambert family joins forces with the Dong family and the Lan family to launch an attack, will the Lin family be able to protect you? Taking the consequences of the incident to the family level, Lin Yu remained silent in the face of Professor Pullman's reprimand. Baiju and Jiang Qianshan were also listening silently. Jiang Qianshan. While training, Professor Pullman suddenly looked at Jiang Qianshan. Being mentioned, Jiang Qianshan looked at Pullman calmly. You and Myron are also engaged. I know you don't like him, but you can't disobey the family's orders. Instead of reprimanding Jiang Qianshan like he reprimanded Lin Yu, Professor Pullman's voice was very light, so light that there was only a strong warning. Jiang Qian pursed her lips and said nothing. Are you engaged to Myron? Baiju was startled when he heard this. If he remembered correctly, the person who just had a conflict with Senior Lin Yu was named Myron, right? Senior Jiang and Myron are engaged? The relationship is a bit messy, and Baiju can't help but be confused. After explaining a few more words to Lin Yu, especially asking him not to conflict with Myron again, it seemed that something happened, so Professor Pullman left in a hurry. Lin Yu, after watching Professor Pullman leave, Zhang Qianqian and Bai Ju were able to get closer to Lin Yu. Is something going to happen soon? Lin Yu looked at Bai Ju, his face a little pale. Without. Bai Ju shook his head. There is only one class today, and he will be free for the rest of his time. Have a drink with me. Lin Yu said, turning his gaze to Zhang Qianqian. Qianqian, please go back to the dormitory first. I have something to say to Senior Bai. Her beautiful eyes with natural coldness were filled with worry. Zhang Qianqian seemed to have something to say, but she hesitated and finally had to nod in response. The conflict between Lin Yuneng and Myron was essentially because of her. After all the fuss in the afternoon, the time quietly came to 5 o'clock in the evening. After saying goodbye to Zhang Qianqian, Lin Yu and Bai Ju sat down in a private room of a restaurant. They ordered food and a box of wine. Before the dishes were served, Lin Yu opened a bottle of wine for Bai Ju and himself. I like you, Senior Jiang. You should be able to see that. After drinking half a bottle of wine, Lin Yu started talking to himself. That guy named Myron Lambert is engaged to your Senior Jiang. But the engagement was made more than 20 years ago, when they were not even born yet. The Jiang family and the Lambert family made it because of their interests. After shaking half a bottle of wine, Lin Yu's eyes passed through the dark bottle and he was in a trance. Qianqian doesn't like him, but that guy is pestering Qianqian in the name of the engagement. Qianqian also mentioned to her family to cancel the engagement, but the Jiang family and the Lambert family are closely connected in terms of interests. They don't care whether she wants it or not, but repeatedly give Qianqian orders to sell her body to deepen the engagement and the relationship between the two families. Qianqian naturally refused, so Jiang continued to put pressure on her through her parents. Memories gradually came to mind, and Lin Yu gradually tightened his grip on the bottle. The feud between Lambert and I actually started a long time ago. I want to help Qin Shen break the shackles of the family, but I can't go directly through Lin. The best way is to reach the transcendent period before the age of 25. Get the halo that is most likely to become the next mystery period, forcing Jiang and Lambert families to consider whether to offend a superpower who is likely to achieve the mystery period in the future for this marriage contract. As he said, Lin Yu's eyes dimmed. The best way to advance to the transcendent period is to squeeze out the potential as much as possible in danger, so as to surpass the limit. This is also the reason why I took on the level task. In order to squeeze out as much potential as possible in a dangerous environment, in order to surpass one's own limits and reach the transcendence period. Out of selfish motives, but also with the encouragement of his team members, Lin Yu accepted this task. But who knows? With a deep sigh, Lin Yu's eyes were heavy and he said with extremely deep regret, I was the one who harmed them. If I didn't have such thoughts and changed to an ordinary task, they wouldn't have died. The words were trembling and convoluted, and Lin Yu fell into extreme self-blame. After learning the reason behind the incident, Bai Ju also fell silent. Although in Lin Yu's narrative, it can be felt that he is taking the responsibility on himself, the most fundamental cause of Donghua and Lanyan's death still originated from him. Bai Ju didn't know and couldn't comfort Lin Yu, so he could only drink bottle by bottle with him. Slowly, several boxes of wine gradually became empty. At the end of the drink, Lin Yu was drunk, and Bai Ju still had a vague consciousness. After paying the bill, he supported Lin Yu and walked towards the student apartment with one step at a time. In the end, Bai Ju didn't know how he got back to the dormitory. He only knew that it was noon the next day when he woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw the ceiling of the dormitory. Then, there was a voice full of resentment. You finally woke up. Noticing the movement of Bai Ju on the bed, Izzo came under his bed, his eyes and voice equally resentful. His head was still a little dizzy, so Bai Ju rubbed the side of his head and sat up from the bed. If I hadn't seen you on the roadside last night, you would have slept with the trash can in your arms all night. Thinking of the scene where Bai Ju hugged the trash can and called the trash can, don't be afraid, I will definitely save you. Izzo couldn't help laughing, you have to thank me properly. I turned down 2 dates. Take you back to the dormitory and take care of you while you sleep. He took the credit, but when he thought about turning down his date with Xiaomei last night, Izzo felt a little regretful. Thanks, after being hungover, I didn't even have much energy to speak, and Bai Ju's response was weak. I've asked for leave for you from class in the morning, too. Izzo suddenly became serious. Today, Professor Savina said that in 2 days, the day after tomorrow, the sophomore students will begin their midterm exams. Freshman students were assigned to the sophomore team in pairs to observe the test. In the team formation form handed out by Professor Savina, I filled out the form for you and me. In the morning, Professor Severna informed the first-year students about the time to observe the midterm exam for the sophomore students. They would observe in pairs, and the team list submitted by Izzo was him and Baiju. So fast? The groggy feeling improved, and Baiju was a little surprised to receive the news from Izzo. I was notified yesterday that there will be a midterm test for observation, and it will start the day after tomorrow? We are just observing and treating it as a trip at public expense. Izzo smiled. After chatting for a few more words, Izzo said he wanted to date Xiaomei and left the dormitory. Baiju picked up the phone beside the pillow and turned on the screen. You have 13 unread messages. The first thing that caught my eye was a series of 13 new message reminders. Baiju clicked on them one by one to check. They were from Enlingxue and Yi Ichi. Enlingxue, I'm out of school. Enlingxue, want to eat? Want to eat? Little Bear is looking forward to it. Enlingxue, why are you ignoring me? Little Bear probe. Enlingxue, are you busy? The time between Enlingxue's messages became longer and longer, accompanied by visible loss. The last message came from 3 hours ago. Before his mind was fully awake, Baiju didn't rush to reply, and then clicked on the message box with Yi Ichi. Yi Ichi, student Baiju, have you chosen your team members for the midterm test? Yi Ichi, if you haven't chosen, do you want us to come together? Yi Ichi, did I go a little too far? I'm sorry. The intervals between Yi Ichi's messages were longer, with uneasiness jumping between each character. After sleeping for more than 10 hours, there was still no response to the news from the two women. As time went on, emotions such as loss and uneasiness secretly grew while waiting. Baiju considered his words and responded to the two women in turn. They all came back in seconds. In the next half hour, I made an appointment with Seniorin to have lunch together later, and explained to Yi Ichi that I couldn't form a team with her because the team list had already been reported by his roommate. After getting up, washing up, and putting on a set of clean clothes, Baiju went out and met Enlingxue in the lobby of the apartment. The midterm test is the day after tomorrow. On the way, Enlingxue said, my team has also been arranged. Which team? Baiju asked. You can choose the sophomore team you want to observe. The teacher gave a brief introduction to some of the sophomore teams in yesterday's class. Qingguang team. Enlingxue said truthfully. Never heard of it. Baiju said, do you know all the team members? Generally, most of the people who form a team are students from the same class or from neighboring classes. They usually have close relationships and are relatively easy to get to know each other. I don't know. Enlingxue shook her head. Tomorrow my roommate and I will choose the Qingguang team. Baiju agreed with Enlingxue in advance. With joy in her beautiful eyes, Enlingxue was finally not afraid of being bored during the test. After lunch, I said goodbye to Enlingxue in the elevator, and went straight to the 5th floor. There was no class in the afternoon, so after returning to the dormitory, Baiju contacted Linyu. Linyu, Junior Bai, please thank your roommate for me. Linyu, thanks to him last night, Linyu and Baiju fell on the roadside together, and it was Izo who helped to call someone to send them back to the dormitory. Baiju agreed, chatted with Linyu for a few more words, and ended the topic. Putting down the phone, Baiju began to prepare for the observation test the day after tomorrow. According to Izo, today is the report of the team list, tomorrow is the selection of the sophomore team to be observed, and the day after tomorrow will officially start the midterm test, which will be arranged by the college and sent to the task location in turn. Time is very tight, and there is not much time left for them to prepare. Simply list the luggage to be packed, the sky slowly dims, and the sunset emerges. Time passes quietly between fingers, and soon, late night comes. After a dreamless night, Baiju was awakened by the alarm clock the next morning. Izo didn't come back last night, so Baiju simply washed up, got dressed, left the dormitory, and went to the teaching area. There was no class this morning, but because there was a midterm exam tomorrow, today we had to select the sophomore team for observation. The 5 classes of the special department gathered in a large classroom for the first time since the start of the school year. Baiju came not too late, but there were not many empty seats. He sat down in the back row, and soon 2 figures stood up from the front row and walked towards him. They were Yi Ichi and Nia Sha. They sat next to Baiju, and Yi Ichi brought up a topic about the exam, and Baiju replied one by one. As the class time approached, the large classroom was gradually filled with people. Izo also sat next to Baiju with 2 pairs of panda eyes before the bell rang, said call me after school, and then fell asleep on the table skillfully. At the front door of the classroom, Professor Sabina walked in on high heels, with her long golden hair standing up high, sweeping lightly in the air like a ponytail, and a formal dress that outlined her sexy figure attracted all the boys except Baiju and Aizo to stare. P.S. The daily plot is about to end, and a new rule plot is coming. A small preview: it is a little different from the previous rule plots. Count the people in each class, and those who are not here should come and tell me. Putting the document on the desk, Sabina leaned on the side of the desk with one hand, her charming figure leaning, her eyes sweeping over the students with a hint of charm and majesty. As soon as she finished speaking, 5 students stood up one after another and began to check the number of students in their class. Is Marion Stan here? The class monitor of Class 1 is a girl, with a soft and weak voice, giving people a sense of tenderness. Here. Perhaps because she was excited by the female class monitor, Marion's voice was loud, which attracted many people's attention. Aizo Addison. The class monitor continued to call the roll. This. Baiju spoke to attract the class monitor's attention, and then pointed to Aizo who was sleeping soundly beside him. Wake him up, this class is very important. Seeing Aizo sleeping, the responsible class monitor trotted to Baiju and said with concern. It's okay, I'm in the same group with him. Baiju shook his head. It's not that he didn't want to wake him up, but he couldn't wake him up at all. Even if he woke him up, he wouldn't wake up for more than 3 seconds. In short, there are only 3 words to make Aizo not sleep in class: impossible. Okay, the female monitor's voice suddenly weakened. In Baiju's blind spot, Iichi's eyes were as cold as ice knives. The female monitor left, and Baiju noticed something strange around him, so he turned sideways and looked at Iichi. With a slight smile on his lips, Iichi looked like 2 different people just now. After looking at each other, Baiju retracted his gaze. Watching her roommates change from cold to hot, Nihashasha was stunned for a moment, blinking blankly. Are they all here? Seeing that the 5 monitors had finished calling the roll, Sabina took the initiative to ask. All are here. After receiving a satisfactory reply, Sabina nodded slightly, put away her hands on the side of the table, and hid her charming figure behind the desk with the sound of high heels. I said yesterday that we will select the sophomore team for observation today, and the midterm exam will officially start tomorrow. After a few seconds of pause, Sabina looked at the students seriously. Don't be too nervous, the sophomore team basically takes clever tasks, and you just need to follow the seniors and watch the process, without taking any action. However, although it is just observation, don't be too indifferent. After all, in 2 months, it will be your final exam. At that time, what you need to do is not only to observe, but also to personally participate in breaking the rules. The voice is heavy. Against the quiet classroom atmosphere, Sabina continued, those who will be called will come to the podium and select the sophomore team to observe. After saying this, Sabina lowered her head and flipped through the documents spread on the table, and then raised her eyes and searched among the students. Until she saw Baiju. Let's start with Class 1. Sabina began to call the roll. Baiju, Aizo Addison. Because he was afraid that the Qingguang team that Enlingxue was in would be chosen by others first, after learning that Professor Sabina was responsible for selecting the sophomore team to be observed, Baiju used a little bit of his personal connections. The team with Aizo was called first, and Baiju walked to the podium. After a moment, after selecting the Qingguang team, Baiju returned to his seat. Which one did classmate Baiju choose? Iichi brought up the topic in time. Qingguang team. Baiju said truthfully. Not knowing that Enlingxue was also in the Qingguang team, Iichi nodded slightly. Ichi, which team should we choose? Nihashasha looked a little entangled. Whatever. Iichi didn't know. It can't be casual, we have to find a team with handsome seniors. Nihashasha was serious. Without answering, Iichi first glanced at Baiju, and seeing that he didn't respond, she said, let's find a team with more seniors. No, I want handsome students. Nihashasha shook her head, and suddenly her movements and the words she hadn't finished were frozen. Iichi glanced at her, puffing her face slightly. Nihashasha changed her words in time, with a forced smile, I like to cuddle with pretty seniors the most. Let's find a team full of seniors. Listening to her roommate's words, Iichi blinked and observed Baiju inconspicuously. Expressionless. Yes, expressionless. She looked like that clown. Her pretty face showed a bit of disappointment, her expectations were dashed, and her mood fluctuated greatly. Baiju had been listening carefully. Nihashasha could clearly sense her roommate's low mood, and blinked innocently. Although the special department has 5 classes, the number of students in each class is pitifully small. In less than 10 minutes, the selection of observation teams for all teams was completed. Next, I will talk about the precautions during the observation process. Professor Savina said while comparing the documents marked with different colors. There are not many precautions, and the content is not difficult to avoid, such as not to hinder seniors from breaking the rules, and to contact seniors as soon as possible when encountering difficult problems, and to contact the college if it doesn't work, etc. Time passed quickly. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, Savina, who had finished all the content, announced the end of school. Student Baiju, have you had breakfast? As the noise in the classroom gradually rose, Yiichi, who was sitting next to Baiju, asked. No, Baiju was in a hurry in the morning, and if he had breakfast again, he would be late. I haven't eaten either, let's go together. Yiichi said happily. Baiju was about to reply after waking up Izo. Breakfast. Izo suddenly woke up and exclaimed, I want breakfast. What aroused you? Startled by him, Baiju's mouth twitched. It's exciting, it's so exciting. Izo smiled evilly and licked his lips. You don't know, Xiaomei is getting better and better at playing, stop it. The following content was not suitable for children. Baiju quickly interrupted him and asked Yiichi, where to eat? Let me think about it, Yiichi thought. Nyashasha sat next to Yiichi, looked at Izo with disgust, and then murmured in a weak voice, damn scumbag. It was almost noon, so I simply had breakfast and lunch together. After filling their stomachs at the food court, Baiju and Izo parted ways on the way back to the academy. Your roommate looks so busy. Yiichi saw Izo just separated from them, and then he held hands with a girl. I guess I won't be busy for a few more years. Baiju shook his head. Ah? Yiichi was startled and didn't quite understand. It's okay. Baiju couldn't explain. Nyashasha pursed her lips and suppressed a smile. There was some element of innocence, but not much. Returned to the dormitory and started packing. I have to go to the port early tomorrow morning, leave with the seniors of the Qingguang team, and take a cruise to arrive at the mission location. Savina had previously said in class that after she handed in the list information, the information department would simultaneously send them information on the members of the sophomore team they wanted to observe, as well as the rules and tasks to be performed. When the sun outside the window became stronger, Baiju also packed his luggage for tomorrow. When new messages came in, Baiju checked them immediately. Rhineland Information Department, Dear Baiju students, the information about the Qingguang team you are observing has been decentralized, please pay attention to check it. Captain of the Qingguang team, Hiroi Gender, Male Department, Special Department Grade, 2nd Grade Power, 10 times Strength, Awakening Period. The first thing that caught my eye was the introduction of the members of the Qingguang team. There were 5 members in total, and Ling Xue was the last one. Baiju continued to read after skimming over the member information. Number 0124, codename Ghost Baby, Clevel killing rules, for your safety, please follow them as much as possible. 1. Newborns often cry in hospitals, but ghost babies don't cry, they laugh. 2. When a ghost baby is born, it is no different from a normal baby. As it kills, it will grow and gradually reveal its ghost state. 3. The growth paths of a ghost baby are infant state, toddler state, juvenile state, and youth state. Please find it, kill it, and break it before the ghost baby grows into a youth state. Note, this rule can evolve into the Blevel killing rule Dead Woman. If you find that the ghost baby has grown to a young adult, please report it in time and escape in time. Non-breakthrough psychics cannot touch it or fight it. Clevel killing rule, Ghost Baby. This is the task accepted by the Qingguang team. It doesn't look very difficult. Baiju murmured and continued to read. After the information about the killing rules, there are some precautions that Professor Savina talked about in class. Before I finished reading, a new message appeared in the notification bar. It was a message from Ling Xue. Baiju clicked on the message page to check, and Ling Xue, attending a meeting before the test ing, and Ling Xue, Little Bear is bored, turn on the virtual keyboard and Baiju typed a reply. Baiju, explain the precautions during the test? And Ling Xue, that's about right, and Ling Xue, that's how to guide freshmen. Baiju, I see. After chatting for a few more sentences, Baiju ended the topic with I've had lunch. The afternoon was free, so Baiju first went to the gymnasium to complete the exercise plan made by Microbrain Granules, took a short break, and went to the library. After staying in the library from 3 to 5 o'clock, after receiving a dinner invitation from senior sister-in, Baiju closed the book about Clevel killing rule Ghost Baby and went to Tianpa Cross Street. Although he participated in the midterm exam of the second year as an observer, in order to prevent unnecessary accidents, Baiju learned about Ghost Baby. Generally speaking, this rule is similar to Blue Moon, both of which are killing rules that can be solved through very intuitive ways. And, after experiencing 3 evolutionary killing rules in a row, Baiju also simply checked the Blevel killing rule. Dead woman evolved from Ghost Baby. The dead woman is okay, it's just an ordinary Blevel killing rule, not included in the supreme rules, and its strength is not as good as the Phantom. Arrived at Tianpa Cross Street, met in Ling Xue. Schoolmate Yi said that the seniors in the team they chose are very enthusiastic, and they took her and Shasha to dinner in the evening. And Ling Xue paused, and then patted her still plump chest. Senior sister will also treat you to dinner. I want to eat that. There happened to be a screen showing a luxurious seafood feast with a price of 88.88, Baiju pointed it. The next scene was a bit familiar, and in Ling Xue seemed to have made a painful decision, and responded heavily with a okay. Baiju suddenly felt that senior sister and was a little cute for being honest. I lied to you, let's go to this one. Baiju pointed to another restaurant. After a moment of shock, and Ling Xue didn't react. After dinner, they walked around outside for a while, and the two returned to the student apartment. They parted in the elevator, and Baiju went straight to the 5th floor. Back in the dormitory, Baiju read the forum for a while, then put down his phone and sat quietly at the table. There was a palm-sized stone slab on the table. He gradually released his super breath, and waves of pressure of varying degrees were superimposed on the stone slab. This was the training goal set for him by Professor Sabina based on the information about the super breath ability. From solid wood to stone slabs, the density of the objects that Baiju needed to crush increased step by step, so that he could improve the strength of the super breath ability through continuous use. After several months of training, the range of Baiju's super breath expanded from 2 meters when he first acquired it to 5 meters, and the pressure he could exert also increased significantly. He devoted himself wholeheartedly, but in just a few minutes, the stone slab did not change at all, and Baiju was sweating profusely. He kept releasing his super breath with all his strength, and the feeling of fatigue rushed in like a flood. Whenever his body was exhausted to the limit, Baiju had to stop and rest for a while. It lasts longer and longer. Muttering, he wiped the sweat from his forehead with a tissue. As time went by, the physical and mental fatigue was relieved to a certain extent, and Baiju continued to train. Soon, it was late at night. Izo didn't come back tonight either. Because he had to get up early tomorrow, Baiju went to bed early after washing up. The next day, before the sun rose, Baiju was awakened by the sound of tidying up. Sorry, the sound was a bit loud. It was Izo. I noticed that Baiju on the bed had moved, so he stopped and apologized. It's okay. Baiju opened his eyes, which were not yet fully awake, just came back. I've been back for a while. Izo said. Without saying anything more, Izo continued to pack his luggage. Baiju picked up the phone on the pillow and looked at the time. It was after 6 o'clock, which was almost the time for his alarm clock to go off. Instead of snoozing, Baiju got up and took a shower. It was still early and the college's delivery service hadn't started yet, so Baiju went out to buy 2 breakfasts and brought them back to the dormitory. We are going to Yucheng, which is known as the hometown of tulips in China. Izo said while eating breakfast, white tulips represent pure and noble love. I used to give them to a girl every day. Only for one? Baiju stopped chewing in his mouth. One. Izo laughed, I was very focused back then. What now? I'm very focused now. Izo added, dedicated to every girl. Baiju almost choked. After breakfast, Izo had almost finished packing. It was past 8 o'clock, and it was time to leave for the Rhine port. Carrying their luggage, Baiju and Izuo took the elevator and went down to the 3rd floor. Baiju asked Izuo to wait for him. After getting out of the elevator, I came to Ling Xue's dormitory with a familiar route. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Ling Xue carrying large and small bags. Are you going on a trip? Baiju raised his eyebrows. Watching Senior In's fight looks similar to that when she returns home during the summer vacation. There are a lot of things, and Ling Xue used all her strength to feed herself and could barely lift a piece of luggage. What did you bring? Baiju stared at the 2 bulging suitcases. Ah, and Ling Xue put down her suitcase and thought carefully, clothes, snacks, drinks, bear dolls, desk lamps, stop it. Baiju interrupted her, why are you bringing a lamp? I'm afraid of the dark. And Ling Xue said. Take off the lamp for me. Why? There's no reason, just unload it for me right now. The junior student looked a little scary, so Ling Xue had to obey obediently. A few minutes later, reduced to a suitcase and a backpack, Baiju and Ling Xue met Izo in front of the elevator. Hello, senior sister. Because of Baiju, I often see Ling Xue. Izo first said hello, and then looked at Baiju with a slightly confused look, as if asking, "Senior sister, do you want to be with us?" When the sophomore team was selected, Izo was sleeping. Baiju waited for him to wake up and just told him the name of the selected team. Baiju also wanted to tell him that Enling Shue was there, but apart from going to class, it was difficult to see Izuo, a busy person. After Enling Shue also said hello, Izo learned that Enling Shue's team was the sophomore team they wanted to observe. Immediately, the three of them headed to the Rhine port. Because the sophomore team was transported to the mission location in batches, the port in the morning was not crowded. There were many students along the road just like them, laughing and talking as they approached the port. "Senior, where are your team members?" Arriving at the port, Izuo saw Baiju contacting the people of the Qingguang team. Seeing Enling Shue doing nothing, he couldn't help but ask. Enling Shue was startled, then shook her head. Without getting a definite response, Izuo couldn't figure out what Enling Shue meant, so he didn't ask rude questions. With this doubt, Baiju took them to the meeting place agreed with Qingguang team. "Hello, Senior Bai, right?" Meeting a sophomore who stood tall and looked quite majestic, Baiju responded and confirmed the other person's identity. "Is it Senior Hirue?" Hirue nodded slightly, with a full senior gesture. "Is this Junior Addison?" "Hello, Senior." Izo subconsciously reached out to shake Hirue's hand, but the other party just glanced at him, and then looked away, not to mention his hand, as if he didn't even bother to look at him. Izo suddenly felt unhappy. "Where's this one?" Hirue turned his gaze and looked at Enling Shue behind Baiju. "Senior's sister Enling Shuen." Baiju also turned around and introduced Enling Shue who was hiding behind him. "Oh." The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and while responding, Hirue looked disdainful. This was disdain directed at Enling Shue. Baiju frowned, and his originally soothing nerves were slightly strained by Senior Hirue. "My name is Chen Xian, just call me Sister Xian." Behind Hirue, a girl introduced herself. When her eyes glanced at Enling Shue, there was a hint of obvious contempt. Then, the other two members of the Qingguang team introduced themselves. Compared with Hirue and Chen Xian, Zhang Jingtong and Yen Jiamei look much more friendly. However, the former didn't seem to like talking very much. After introducing himself, he shrank to the back and said nothing. Yen Jiamei, on the other hand, keeps a polite smile and is a senior sister who is easy to get along with. The cruise ship that would take them to Yuqing, the mission location, would not arrive for more than 10 minutes, so Baiju and the others waited quietly. Before the cruise arrived, while Baiju was chatting with Izuo and Enling Shue, he looked at the four seniors with a vague look. Hirue is the captain of the Qingguang team, but seeing how he's pretending, Baiju doesn't believe him when he says he's the president of the student union. There is also Chen Xian, whose appearance is not bad, but her contemptuous look really makes Baiju unhappy. What a pretense! Noticing Baiju's gaze, Izo also glanced at the Qingguang team not far away from them. "I feel so unhappy, I really want to beat him." "Who to hit?" Baiju looked back. "The last name is he." Izo was unhappy about being slighted by Hirue just now. "I feel like this guy looks down on me." "Don't feel it," Baiju answered quickly. Izo twitched his lips. "Right." Izo suddenly thought of something, and looked at Enling Shue with confusion in his eyes. "Senior, why do you look unfamiliar with the members of your team?" Enling Shue was immediately embarrassed. This question is difficult to answer because not only is she unfamiliar with her, she is also very strange. "The cruise ship is coming." The atmosphere gradually became awkward, and Baiju changed the subject. Following Baiju's words, he looked towards the pier and saw a cruise ship approaching slowly not far from the sea. Without asking any more questions, Izuo and Enling Shue followed Baiju to the dock. They and the four members of the Qingguang team were one behind the other, with a not a distant distance between them. They looked like two teams, which was incompatible with the 6 or 7 students walking together around them. Soon, they boarded the cruise ship, and under the guidance of the waiter, the three of them placed their luggage in their respective cabins. The cabin was as luxurious as a 5-star hotel. Baiju rested on the sofa for a while and made an appointment with Enling Shue and Izuo to meet on the deck. The speed of the cruise ship was very fast. Standing on the deck, the sea breeze roared, blowing the skirts and hair of the girls. "The wind is so strong." With her beautiful eyes filled with joy, Enling Shue held the railing, and her long, silky hair spread over her shoulders fluttering in the wind. White Jew. Although she was very close to Enling Shue, the roar of the sea wind was loud enough to cover up Izo's low voice. "Senior and is the best." "Do you know such a senior? Do you know Jiang Chanqian?" Baiju said calmly. Jiang Chanqian, Myron Lambert's fiancée, Lin Yu's rumored girlfriend? Izzo thought for a moment. Right. No, brother, I don't want to die yet. Although Baiju only mentioned Jiang Chanqian's name, Izzo didn't dare to have any thoughts when thinking about Jiang Chanqian's complicated relationship with Lin Yu and Myron Lambert. I only know these two seniors. Baiju said calmly. All right. Izzo sighed, there are not many seniors as easy to deceive as Seniorin, so you have to cherish them. The wind howled, but he didn't hear the last Baiju. It was almost noon, and the three of them came to the restaurant inside the cruise ship. Because it is a chartered ship, all expenses incurred on the cruise will be paid for by the college. After taking a seat in the corner and ordering the meal, and Ling Shue looked eagerly at the plates being brought back and forth by the waiter. Are you hungry? Seeing Senioran's mouth watering, Baiju couldn't help but say. I didn't eat anything this morning. I'm so hungry. And Ling Shue touched her stomach. Eat more later, it's free anyway. Izzo interjected. Ahoo. 10 minutes later. Senior, this is the 10th steak. Can you still eat it? The dishes in front of Ling Shue were piled higher and higher. Seeing that she ordered another steak, Baiju was a little worried that she would be overwhelmed. Not full yet. Chewing, and Ling Shue slurred her speech. On the side, Izzo was really surprised by Ling Shue's appetite. Senior's sister is really good at eating. Izzo praised. Glancing at him, Baiju took the 11th piece of steak brought by the waiter without giving it to Ling Shue. That's enough, no more. I still want to eat, and Ling Shue swallowed the minced steak. We'll talk about it tonight. Baiju was really afraid that Ling Shue would be broken. No, obedient. He and Izzo couldn't eat anymore, so they could only hand the untouched steak to the waiter. After leaving the restaurant, the three of them did not go back to the dormitory, but went shopping on the cruise ship. As expected of a luxury cruise ship, there are 3 restaurants, as well as a number of entertainment venues such as an arcade and a billiards hall. After spending the afternoon in entertainment, Ling Shue ate a lot at dinner as well as at noon, and was finally forced to stop due to Baiju's obstruction. After dinner, the 3 of them were enjoying the cool evening breeze on the deck. The cruise ship will arrive in Yuching at noon tomorrow, right after waking up. The night is long and the full moon hangs high, reflecting on the sea. The cruise ship cuts through the waves like a moving lighthouse on the sea. Rhine College, conference room of the Department of Supernatural Abilities. Professor Pullman, you want Lin Yu to go to Gray City alone? At the conference table, Professor Yashio's expression was not very good. Yeah. Professor Pullman said lightly, if he is not allowed to break the evil eye by himself, I am afraid that the death of his teammates will leave him with a psychological trauma, and he will never be promoted to the ultimate stage in his life. But he is not even in the transcendence stage now, what can he use to break the evil eye? Professor Yashio found it difficult to understand. Before you agreed to the judge team to break the evil eye, it has already caused the death of 2 outstanding students. Do you still want your most valued disciple to die in the hands of the evil eye? I believe in Lin Yu. Professor Pullman was silent for a moment. No matter how much you believe in him, he is only in the breakthrough stage. Professor Yashio gritted his teeth. With Lin Yu's talent, it is only a matter of time for him to reach the transcendence stage. There is no need to take this risk at all. It's too late. Professor Pullman's voice was very heavy. You also know the situation over there. If there is no more ultimate stage psychic, I'm afraid. He didn't finish his words, but all the professors present understood what Pullman wanted to express. As Pullman finished speaking, Professor Ash fell silent. What about protection? Don't you need it? After a while, another professor spoke. Whether he dies or breaks through the transcendence period depends on him. Professor Pullman refused. After this, the conference room ushered in a new round of silence. The night turns to day. At around 7 o'clock, Baiju was awakened by the alarm clock. The cruise ship will arrive at Yuching port on time at 11 o'clock. Time is not very tight, there are still 4 hours. After washing up, he sent messages to Izzo and Ling Shue respectively, asking them if they got up, but neither of them received a reply. First, he went to the breakfast room to have breakfast, and then Baiju returned to the cabin to pack his luggage. At about 8 o'clock, Ling Shue replied. Ling Shue, wake up, Little Bear rubs his eyes, Ling Shue, you got up so early. Putting down what he was doing, Baiju turned on the virtual keyboard and typed a reply. Baiju, we will disembark in less than 3 hours. Baiju, let's pack up. Ling Shue, yes, yes, Little Bear nods. After finishing the conversation, Baiju came to the French window of the cabin. He opened the curtains and looked through the glass. and the endless sea appeared in front of his eyes. After that, after receiving the message from Ling Xue that she had packed up, Bai Ju accompanied her to the breakfast room. "Where's Addison?" And Ling Xue sipped soy milk. "I guess he's not awake yet. I'll call him later." Bai Ju glanced at his phone. Aizo showed no sign of replying to the message, and the time came to 9 o'clock. Just as he was making plans and was about to close his phone, a call without any notes suddenly came in. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, Bai Ju answered it with a little doubt. "Hello, wait for us at the dock when you disembark. Don't run around." The voice from the other end of the phone was very domineering, using an imperative tone, as if it was unquestionable. After a moment of shock, Bai Ju realized that the guy who called was Hirue, the captain of the Qinghuang team. Hirue is the captain and Bai Ju's senior. It is normal to ask them to wait for the meeting at the Yuqing dock, but why does it sound so unpleasant? Bai Ju was about to respond, but after Hirue said this, he hung up the phone. The corners of his mouth froze, and veins on Bai Ju's forehead faintly emerged. "What's wrong?" And Ling Xue stopped eating and asked carefully after noticing Bai Ju's strangeness. "It's okay, Captain, he asked us to get off the boat and wait for them at the dock." Although Bai Ju was smiling, his smile was very stiff and his tone was very stiff. After saying "oh," he didn't dare to ask more questions, and Ling Xue accelerated his eating speed. After breakfast, it was almost 10 o'clock, and Bai Ju came to the door of Aizo's cabin and started knocking. Dong dong. After knocking for more than 10 seconds, there was no movement in the cabin. Bai Ju continued to knock patiently. Ding! Suddenly, the sound of a door opening briefly covered the knocking sound. Bai Ju paused while knocking on the door and looked back in the direction of the sound. I saw Aizo walking out of the cabin opposite with his upper body naked and clothes in his arms. It's too late, Bai Ju. Help me pack my luggage," Aizo said as he unlocked the door, pushed open the door of the cabin and walked in. Bai Ju stood by the door, stunned for a moment. He looked at the cabin in front of him that Aizo had just walked into, and then at the cabin opposite that Aizo had just walked out of, and he was somewhat unable to understand. But soon, this incomprehension was broken by the girl in the cabin opposite who closed the door in pajamas. It must be said that Bai Ju sometimes had to admire his roommate. He followed Aizo into the cabin and helped him pack for more than 10 minutes, and the luggage was ready. At this time, a waiter knocked on the door to tell them that they were about to get off the ship. After meeting up with Ling Xue, the cruise ship docked on time at 11 o'clock. Bai Ju and the other two got off the ship with their luggage and waited for the Qinghuang team not far from the pier exit. A moment later, among the sparse crowd, the figures of Hirue and his team of 4 appeared. There were not many people at the pier exit, and Hirue and his team members also noticed Bai Ju and the other two. Walking straight over, Hirue raised his head slightly, still maintaining the attitude of a superior senior. "I have sent you the address of the safe house. Next, you just need to stay in the safe house until we break the ghost baby and take you back to the college." Just like the call on the cruise ship, Hirue used a strong commanding tone when talking to Bai Ju in person. This was not a discussion, but a notification. Aizo was already unhappy with Hirue, so he exploded. "Who do you think you are?" Aizo passed Bai Ju and came to Hirue. Provoked by Aizo, Hirue's eyes suddenly widened. "I'll give you 3 seconds, say it again." Hirue growled. "What, hit me?" Aizo sneered. "You." Reason suppressed impulse, Hirue could only glare, trying to overwhelm Aizo with momentum. "Senior Hirue, you are too irresponsible." Bai Ju stared at Hirue, his eyes also mixed with coldness. "We are here to observe, not to be ordered by you." Hirue was choked and couldn't speak, so he could only deepen his glare. "Hey, Junior, you know you're here to observe?" Seeing the captain being humiliated, Chen Xian leaned over with a sharp voice. "Besides, Brother Roy asked you to stay in the safe house to protect you. Good intentions don't get good rewards. Do you really think you're so powerful?" Change the concept. The harsh words were directed at Bai Ju. "Then what's the point of observing the sophomore exam?" The sight fell from Hirue to Chen Xian's face. Bai Ju really wanted to slap this woman. "Meaning?" Chen Xian suppressed a laugh. "Don't you look at your own strength? A light-related ability, at most you can be a light bulb, shining for nothing, an ability that has never been heard of, probably too weak, and this in Ling Xue, if the teacher hadn't forced her in, who would want this waste?" After this, Chen Xian had stepped into the minefield of Aizo, Bai Ju, and in Ling Xue. And Ling Xue lowered her head, not even daring to look at Chen Xian. Aizo was almost furious. Bai Ju's eyes were cold, and his super breath was released immediately. Buzz instantly, a huge pressure was distributed to the shoulders of Hirue and Chen Xian. Hirue was fine, just felt a weight on his shoulders, and was able to stand, but Chen Xian was different, her legs softened under the pressure, and she almost fell to her knees. What are you doing? Chen Xian stared at Baiju, and the previous sarcasm on her face was replaced by discomfort and anger. The corners of Hirue's mouth trembled slightly. He resisted this pressure and released the superpower 10 times power, but he couldn't offset it. Before Baiju replied, seeing that the situation was out of control, the other 2 members of the Qingguang team also hurried forward. Sorry, junior brother, I apologize for them, you should put away your superpower first. Sister Yin Jiamei said kindly. Senior Zhang Jing remained silent, just standing silently beside Hirue. He had a much better impression of Sister Yin Jiamei than Hirue and Chen Xian. After all, it was a public place like the dock, so he didn't make things difficult for Hirue and Chen Xian. Retracting his breath, Baiju said coldly, "Don't worry, we are not done with this matter." After that, he took Aizo and Ling Xue away from the dock in front of the 4 members of the Qingguang team. The back view when he turned around was handsome enough, and Aizo not only lost all his anger, but also felt a little excited. Baiju, I didn't expect you to be so good at pretending. Aizo sighed, nostalgic for the scene just now, especially the last sentence, too pretentious. Baiju's mouth twitched, not knowing whether Aizo was praising him or insulting him. On the side, and Ling Xue also pursed her lips and smiled softly. After the dock, Baiju and the others had a complete fallout with the Qingguang team. What should we do next? After Aizo calmed down, he began to think about how to spend the next half-month in Yuching. The killing rules assigned by the midterm test are generally clever, and the time limit for breaking them is half a month. All students must return to the academy in early November. Go back to the safe house first. Baiju thought for a moment. Every time a rule mission is carried out, the information department of the academy will comprehensively consider various factors and set up a safe house at the mission location for students who go out on missions to stay. The safe house for this mission is a 5-star hotel. After leaving the dock and getting a taxi, Baiju and the other 2 went to a hotel called Yekan. It took only half an hour to drive to Yekan Hotel. After paying the fare, the 3 people walked into the hotel. A hotel service staff came forward, took their luggage and asked softly if they had an appointment. Taking out the room card assigned by the academy, the service staff's face changed, and his smile was more earnest than before. Then, under the personal reception of the hotel manager, Baiju, Aizo, and Ling Xue came to their suite. After making an appointment with Aizo and Ling Xue, Baiju entered the room and packed his luggage. Spacious space, leather sofas, various artworks, clean but stylish decoration. The luxury of the suite exceeded Baiju's imagination to a certain extent. He couldn't help but sigh at the financial strength of Rhine College. He opened the suitcase, first took out the clothes and put them aside, and then, Baiju picked up a heavy black suitcase, solemnly and carefully put it down. The black suitcase used a combination lock, and Baiju opened it after recalling the password. Brian Soul, dozens of spare Brian bullets, rule detectors. All kinds of professional instruments developed specifically for killing rules appeared one after another in Baiju's eyes. Picking up Brian's soul, his eyes fell on its irregular snake-shaped edges, and Baiju weighed it gently in his hand. He couldn't help but recall the first time he used Brian's soul a few months ago. At that time, the clever killing rule Blue Moon bewitched him several times because he looked up at the blue moon. In the end, he broke the blue moon with the soul of Brian. That was the first time he encountered the killing rule, and the first time he discovered his ability to be reborn after death. Without much recollection, Baiju put the soul of Brian back into the black suitcase intact, and picked up the rule detector that was half the size of a palm and was like a compass. Unlike the compass, the shell of the rule detector was as black as if it was stained by ink, and the dial was filled with white, with only a rotating needle indicating the direction. The rule detector, by receiving the rule fluctuations, can roughly find the location of the rule body within a certain range. It felt smooth and round, and Baiju played with it in his hand for a while, then put it down. Although it was for observation, in order to avoid the possibility of facing the rules directly and to give the freshmen the atmosphere of truly breaking the rules, the equipment for freshmen and sophomores was the same. It was noon, and they hadn't had lunch yet. They arrived at the agreed place at the agreed time. At Ling Xue's suggestion, they went to the mall next to the hotel to find food. Although Rhine College also has a mall, the mall is essentially for people with special abilities, with a kind of nobility that can only be felt when compared with ordinary malls. The mall next to the hotel is very large, with people coming and going, and the atmosphere of fireworks and prosperity is very strong. Because it is lunchtime, the flow of people in the mall is the highest in the day. This one, this one. And Ling Shuai excitedly pointed to a restaurant whose name alone did not tell what kind of food it sold. Baiju and Izo were very casual about lunch, and senior sister and had the final say. After lunch, there was no rush to return to the hotel, and the three of them went shopping in the mall. Or they are too good-looking, and Izo pretends to be charming from time to time, causing many passers-by to look at them. We can only stay in Yuching for half a month at most, so take it easy. Seeing Izo lift up his shirt and expose his abdominal muscles, which made the two girls not far away look at him, Baiju reminded him in a deep voice. Although she had a falling out with the Qingguang team and Ling Xue was still a sophomore, and unlike Baiju and Izuo, her nature of observation was different. She wanted to substantively participate in the rule-breaking operation. Now that they have kidnapped Ling Xue and ran away, it would be really disgusting if the Qingguang team took the lead in getting rid of the ghost baby and then went back to the academy to bite Ling Xue for not cooperating with the mission. Little things. Izo smiled to deal with him, put down his lifted shirt, and then winked at the girl opposite. Understanding almost instantly, the two girls discussed it for a moment, then trotted over to Izo and asked for their contact information. Izo was also generous and added both. And Ling Xue was stunned. The whole process only lasted 3 minutes, and Izo had the two girls fascinated. Baiju's mouth twitched. Next, Izo became unreliable, and he probably wouldn't be seen for the next half month. You and Senior and are playing for now. If you need anything, call me. Izo licked his lips and didn't even look at Baiju when he said this. Watching Izuo leaving with the two girls, and Ling Xue and Baiju looked at each other. The former's eyes were shocked, while the latter's eyes were mostly helpless. Where are we going? And Ling Xue blinked, her pupils as clear as a stream. Go to the hospital in Yuching to check it out? Baiju thought for a moment. Oh. And Ling Xue almost had the word disappointment written on her face. Let's go shopping in the next mall. Noticing the change in the senior's expression, Baiju said lightly. Really? And Ling Xue was delighted. Not true. Baiju had no expression on his face. We have to eliminate the ghost baby before the Qingguang team. Then, he told Ling Xue the reason, and she suddenly realized it and nodded frequently. Yuching is divided into 6 major districts, among which Qingping district has the most hospitals, with 12, and Chengtai district is the second, with only 7. Sitting down in a milk tea shop, Baiju shared with Ling Xue the homework he had done on the cruise ship. Yuching is very large, and there are 39 hospitals distributed in the 6 districts according to their economic strength. The Clevel killing rule ghost baby will be born in one of these 39 hospitals. In this way, even if the 4 members of the Qingguang team who broke up are included, Baiju and his team may not be able to find the ghost baby in the first time when it is born, thus missing the best time to break it without causing panic and disaster. The Academy also took this into consideration, so when the rule fluctuations are most intense, that is, before the ghost baby is about to be born, it will lock its radius of 100 meters and notify the student team to go to break it in the form of a message. At the same time, it will also notify the relevant police station to seal off the scene, cut off the spread of panic and disaster, and create the best breaking environment for the student team. We are in the Orange Iron District now, so let's start from the Orange Iron District. Baiju opened the map software, searched for the locations of the 7 hospitals in the Orange Iron District, and then planned the itinerary. After calculating the shortest distance between each 2 hospitals, Baiju and Ling Xue set off immediately. First stop, Yuching 4th Hospital. Taking the subway, Baiju and Ling Xue arrived at the first hospital. The hospital had a large flow of people, and one could see joy or sorrow on the faces of the people passing by. What are you going to do next? When Ling Xue arrived at the hospital, she regretted asking as soon as she asked, and her pretty face became a little ashamed. The senior sister asked the junior brother what he was going to do next. Well, very good. Already not holding out hope that Ling Xue could provide help, Baiju simply responded, before the ghost baby comes, try to understand every hospital as much as possible, and find out the delivery room and the surrounding structure, especially when the ghost baby is born, you can take more initiative. And Ling Xue nodded, indicating that she understood. In the library, Baiju had consulted many books on the preparations needed before breaking the killing rules, and he had deduced the process of breaking the ghost baby many times in his mind. Following the flow of people into the outpatient hall, the noise never stopped in his ears. Find the floor plan of the hospital, first find the delivery room, and Baiju and Ling Xue go there. As we approached the delivery room, the noise showed signs of fading, mixed with the continuous crying of babies. 1. Newborns often cry in hospitals, but ghost babies don't cry, they laugh. This is the first rule of information about ghost babies. Newborns cry when they are born, but ghost babies laugh when they are born. In this way, ghost babies can be quickly distinguished from ordinary babies. What a cute girl. Looking at the baby in the arms of a nurse, and Ling Xue's eyes flickered. That's a boy. Bai Ju also took a look. Why? And Ling Xue was puzzled. With a penis. Bai Ju motioned her to look down. After figuring out the basic structure of the delivery room and the surrounding area of Yuqing Fourth Hospital, Bai Ju and Ling Xue immediately rushed to the next hospital. From the dusk of the afternoon to the arrival of night, when they left the fifth hospital, it was already dark. After having dinner at a nearby shopping mall and taking a taxi, Bai Ju and Ling Xue returned to the hotel. As soon as Bai Ju got out of the car, he saw a group of familiar people walking out of the hotel door with laughter. They were members of the Qingguang team. Chen Xian also noticed Bai Ju and Ling Xue. The smile on her face froze, and then turned cold. She gritted her silver teeth behind her lips, snorted coldly, and quickened her pace with He Rue and other team members. Without paying much attention to them, Bai Ju and Ling Xue returned to the hotel suite. It was late, and he had to get up early tomorrow to go to other hospitals for investigation. After washing up, Bai Ju set the alarm for tomorrow morning and went to bed early. On the other side, senior sister An also wanted to go to bed early, but she lay in bed for half an hour and couldn't fall asleep. She had to open the online drama she hadn't finished watching and started staying up late. The next day, early morning, Bai Ju was woken up by the alarm clock, got dressed, washed up and went out. After sending a message to Ling Xue without getting a response, Bai Ju came to her room and knocked on the door. Knock, knock after a knock, the door of the room opened hastily. Wait for me for a moment. Wearing pajamas and with not very obvious dark circles under her eyes, Ling Xue leaned over the crack of the door and said something to Bai Ju hastily, and then closed the door. Bai Ju stood outside the door and waited for about 5 minutes. I'm ready, let's go. Simplifying the washing process, Ling Xue got dressed and went out. The senior sister is a little strange today. Bai Ju noticed that she was yawning. Well, I stayed up late. After having breakfast at the hotel, like yesterday afternoon, I went to different hospitals all day. This has been the case for several days in a row, but there are too many hospitals, and Yuqing is big enough, so the journey to different hospitals is quite time-consuming. The 6th day in Yucheng. Bai Ju still has 13 hospitals to go to. He hasn't seen Izo for 5 days. Today, noon is approaching, and he and Ling Xue have just come out of a hospital. Ding, 2 new message reminders came from Ling Xue and Bai Ju's communication devices respectively. Subconsciously looking at each other, Bai Ju and Ling Xue stopped at the same time and took out their mobile phones to check. Rhine Information Department, our department has detected a strong rule fluctuation in Yuqing Tulip Hospital. It is expected that the ghost baby will be born at 7 o'clock tonight. Please ask the Qingguang team to go there immediately to start breaking it. It's news about the ghost baby. His eyes suddenly became serious, and he looked at Ling Xue, and they could see the solemnity in each other's eyes. Tulip Hospital is in Zishan District, not far from them. But before going to Tulip Hospital, Bai Ju and Ling Xue need to go back to the hotel first. The ghost baby has not appeared yet, and they need to pass the security check when taking the subway. They cannot carry Brian's soul and other tools for breaking the rules with them. Soon, after returning to the hotel, Bai Ju and Ling Xue picked up the black suitcase containing the soul of Brian and other instruments and headed for the Purple Shirt District. At 5 p.m., when they arrived at Tulip Hospital, a small number of police cars were already waiting across the street, waiting for further instructions from their superiors. There were still 2 hours before the expected birth of the ghost baby. In order to avoid panic, Tulip Hospital was not blocked for the time being. Following the normal flow of people, Bai Ju and Ling Xue came to the corridor outside the delivery room. There were not many people coming and going, but most of them revealed anxiety and panic. Stopping in a corner with Ling Xue, Bai Ju touched the soul of Brian on his waist to make sure it was placed properly, and then he picked up the rule detector and watched the watch hand that shook violently and gradually stabilized in one direction. This one. With a solemn expression, Bai Ju came to a delivery room according to the guidance of the detector. There are less than 2 hours until the ghost baby is born. After deciding on the target delivery room, Bai Ju and Ling Xue looked at each other and sat quietly on the chairs outside the delivery room to wait. As time goes by, the fluctuations in the rules that announce the birth of the ghost baby are gradually getting stronger, and the hands of the rule detector in Bai Ju's hand are shaking more and more violently. Under the deliberate control of the college, There were not many people coming and going in the corridor. About 10 minutes later, Xinguang team and Izzo arrived one after another. It's right here. Hirue used a rule detector to determine the location of the delivery room. As soon as there is movement inside, rush in and get rid of the ghost baby. Hirue simply ordered, "Do you understand everything?" "Understood." Chen Xian and other 3 team members responded solemnly. As he said that, Hirue glanced at Baiju, who was sitting on the corridor chair. While he was introducing the situation to Izzo, Baiju didn't even bother to look at him. There were 7 people in total, sitting on 2 corridor chairs not far apart, like 2 completely different teams. "Did you bring Brian's soul with you?" Baiju looked at Izzo. "I can forget this." Izzo patted the bulge on his waist. The predicted time for the ghost baby's birth was approaching. Baiju glanced at Hirue and his group next to him calmly. "At that time, act quickly to get rid of the ghost baby in our hands." "Why?" And Ling Xue was confused. "Only one of you will be given credit when you return to the academy," Baiju said calmly. "What happened at Yuqing Pier is not over yet." Although Baiju's eyes were dull, they always revealed an indescribable sharpness. And Ling Xue hesitated to speak. Soon, 6 o'clock arrived. It was less than an hour before the ghost baby was born. Outside the delivery room, only the 3 of Baiju and the Qingguang team were slowly left. According to the information from the Ministry of Information, the last mother was pushed into the delivery room at 4 p.m., and medical care was in place. The soundproofing of the delivery room is good, but in the quiet corridor, you can clearly hear the crying of the mother and the anxious voices of the doctors and nurses. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, time passed between the fingers, and it arrived at 6:50 in the evening as promised. However, just as the nerves of the 7 people in Baiju were tense, there was a sudden silence in the delivery room, and then there were sounds of panic in varying degrees. "Get in!" Baiju immediately shouted and took the lead in Qingguang team to break open the door of the delivery room. The huge banging of the door also caused the screams of the doctors and nurses to fall into a brief stasis. All eyes fell on Baiju, who broke in through the door. As the doctors and nurses watched, Baiju pulled out a snake-shaped pistol from his waist and pointed it at a baby lying on the ground, all black and surrounded by blood. Shot! Bang bang, the 2 bullets broke through the air one after another, but the next second, there was a violent metal collision. The gun pointed at the ghost baby actually missed. Baiju's face suddenly darkened. Still lying on the ground, the ghost baby was laughing, its laughter inspiring fear like a silver bell. "Why are you still standing there? Run!" Izuo Baijue walked in, glanced at the doctors and nurses who looked stunned, and shouted loudly. They all came to their senses one after another, and the doctors and nurses hurriedly left the delivery room with their bags in panic. And Ling Xue followed Izzo, and the Qingguang team arrived one after another. "Push the mother away," Hirue said to Zhang Jingtong behind him. Although silent, Zhang Jingtong's hands and feet were very nimble. After receiving Hirue's instructions, he quickly walked to the movable nursing bed equipped with pulleys and pushed the nursing bed out of the delivery room. With no scruples at all, after the Baiju, several people picked up Brian's soul one after another, pointed their guns at the ghost baby on the ground, and fired suddenly. Bang bang, 7 or 8 rounds of bullets were fired directly at the ghost baby, but they all stagnated in the air as they were about to approach the ghost baby, as if they had encountered an invisible barrier of wind. "Damn it!" Hirue gritted his teeth, and the superpower 10 times the power was released immediately. Veins all over his body suddenly popped out, and both his arms and legs were thicker than before. 10 times the power, a special power in the awakening stage, which can enhance the physical strength of the person with the power after being released. Hirue raised his thick thighs and was about to pounce on the ghost baby. However, the next moment, the ghost baby floated strangely from the ground, suspended in the air like a weightless balloon. Hirue stopped. Baiju's face was solemn. He originally thought that he could break the rule by hitting the ghost baby with a Blaine bullet, but when he actually encountered the ghost baby, he found that breaking this clever murder rule was not as easy as he thought. After releasing the super breath, a pressure like a boulder immediately fell on the ghost baby, forcing it from the air to the ground. During this period, Baiju tried to shoot the ghost baby, but just like before, as soon as Brian's bullet reached the ghost baby, it was blocked by an invisible force and stagnated in the air. "Missed?" Baiju's heart sank. "Seal up!" Suddenly, there was a loud shout. While attracting everyone's attention, a piece of broken soil appeared out of thin air and splashed towards the ghost baby, showing signs of forming a cage to seal the ghost baby. However, it is a pity that the broken earth was shaken away by an invisible force before it could get close to the ghost baby. It was Zhang Jingtong who shouted loudly. He wanted to use Earth-type powers to build a cage to block the ghost baby's movements, but it undoubtedly failed. Immediately afterwards, Chen Xian and Yan Jiamei took action at the same time. The former waved away a strong wind, while the latter waved his hand and scattered wooden thorns like needles, but these attacks couldn't even get close to the ghost baby. Get out of the way, let me meet this guy. According to the principle that masters always appear last, Aizo picked the right time. After everyone was defeated by the ghost baby, he took 2 steps forward with a smile. But, at this moment, the ghost baby moved. As soon as it stopped laughing, it broke through Baiju's super breath suppression and rushed towards Hirue, biting him. Hirue's face changed drastically. He raised his hand in time before the ghost baby pounced, almost using all his strength to hit the ghost baby with his elbow, and at the same time raised Brian's soul to shoot the ghost baby. Bang! The gunshot sounded, but the ghost baby disappeared. Baiju and others were shocked and scanned all corners of the delivery room, but they could not see the ghost baby. The ghost baby disappeared? Although the patients and medical staff in the building where the delivery room was located were evacuated, they were afraid that the ghost baby would leave the hospital and move the rule field to carry out bloody killings. At the critical moment, Baiju and Hirue tacitly let their team members disperse and start looking for the ghost baby with this building as the range. Although Ling Xue was weak, she also put aside all self-factors when carrying out the task of breaking the rules. Her beautiful eyes were solemn and serious, and her nerves were tense. The ghost baby disappeared inexplicably, and Aizo no longer dared to laugh. With a solemn expression, he walked around the floors to search. Baiju also held the rule detector to find the location of the ghost baby. At night, the building was brightly lit, but it was extremely quiet, so quiet that every footstep could echo in the corridor. Ah! Suddenly, a scream arose, and Baiju's nerves were tense. He immediately identified the direction and rushed there immediately. P.S. I have a fever and feel dizzy. I may only write 1 chapter today. Sorry. Following the scream, he came to the corner of the stairs. It was Yan Jiamei. She was seen holding the soul of Brian in both hands and shooting straight ahead. And deep in the corridor, there was a black baby hiding in the shadows. Ghost baby. Baiju arrived first. After hearing the footsteps, Yan Jiamei turned around subconsciously with tears in her eyes. Retreat! His eyes suddenly turned cold. Baiju held the soul of Brian and locked his eyes with the ghost baby. Although it was the junior who gave the order, Yan Jiamei could feel a sense of security from Baiju. She suddenly had a premonition that came from the inexplicable trust in Baiju. The junior in front of her could break the ghost baby. Without hesitation, Yan Jiamei retreated and passed by Baiju, who was rushing forward. Pull the trigger, and the bullet of Brian shot out at the same time, and the super breath was released. Baiju leaped up and closed the distance with the ghost baby. A huge pressure suddenly descended as he approached, pressing the ghost baby from midair to the ground. Hiss! The ghost baby made a sound like a crying baby, and its black eyes seemed to have an abyss flowing in them. It stared at Baiju, watching them getting closer and closer. Suddenly, a space wave was stirred up from the ghost baby's body. Buzz Brian's bullet, which was about to sink into the ghost baby's chest, deviated from the trajectory strangely, and Baiju, who used super breath to suppress the ghost baby and quickly approached for close-range shooting, was also pulled by an invisible force and suddenly slowed down. His hands and feet seemed to be poured with cement, and Baiju couldn't move for a while. I'm so hungry. At this moment, the ghost baby opened its gray-black lips, and its voice was childish and a little ethereal. I want, eat you. The voice suddenly became sharp, and the ghost baby screamed and pounced towards Baiju. Without showing any fear, Baiju's mouth corners slightly raised, with a hint of cold smile. Just as the ghost baby pounced on him, Buzz the super breath was no longer reserved, and it was fully released. A mountain-like pressure suddenly descended. Boom! Suddenly, the ghost baby opened its eyes wide, and its dark eyes like the abyss showed some disbelief. Then, Baiju struggled to break free from the restraints, but did not shoot directly, but continued to rush towards the ghost baby until the muzzle of the gun was close to its chest skin. Goodbye. The cold smile stopped, the trigger was pulled continuously, and following the recoil that was better than nothing, Baiju kicked forward and distanced himself from the ghost baby. I saw that several Brian bullets were sent into the ghost baby's body, destroying its skin surface and going straight into the heart. After rolling in the air, Baiju landed safely. He lowered his hand holding the soul of Brian and looked forward. The ghost baby was kicked to the ground, its dark face showing pain, and a pair of eyes as dark as the abyss staring at him. At a distance not far away, Baiju seemed to see hatred in the eyes of the ghost baby. However, Professor Sabina once said in class that the clever killing rules are not intelligent and are only for killing. Illusion? Baiju frowned, not thinking that the experience of the supernatural world against the killing rules can be negated by the feeling brought by what he saw in front of him. Hit by Brian's bullet, the ghost baby lay on the ground. After a while, a pair of black eyes gradually lost their minds, and the body gradually became ethereal and slowly became transparent. At this point, the ghost baby was broken. And just as Baiju broke the ghost baby, footsteps were heard in the corridor. Hirue, Chen Xian, Zhang Jington, Yan Jiame, Izua, and Lingxue all saw this scene. In the same breath, several people were stunned. Especially Yan Jiame, she witnessed the whole process of Baiju breaking the ghost baby. Super, Izua swallowed his saliva while looking at Baiju's back, and Lingxue blinked with stars. Hirue was unbelievable. Chen Xian opened his eyes wide, Zhang Jingtong remained silent. Seeing the ghost baby disappear, the rules were broken. Baiju slowly turned around, his eyes swept over a few people calmly, as if breaking the ghost baby just now was just a casual thing. Clean up the scene and get ready to leave. Baiju passed by the people of the Qingguang team while giving orders. At this moment, Hirue couldn't tell who was the captain among them. Yes, yes. Chen Xian responded in a daze. After breaking the rules, the number of Brian bullets must be counted and recovered according to the location. After all, the technology used to make Brian bullets is too advanced, and the materials used are enough to shock the world. At about 9 o'clock, Baiju and 7 others left the hospital. At this time, there were layers of cordons outside the Tulip Hospital. Police cars and police officers were very vigilant and did not allow anyone to approach the hospital. Seeing Baiju and his men walking out of the hospital, a man in police uniform immediately stepped forward. "Excuse me, have you finished?" Officer Hao looked at the young man who he thought was the leader. "It's done, we can leave." Baiju responded according to the procedure. He also followed the procedure, and Officer Hao did not know what was being handled here. Okay. He left without noticing that Hirue, who was next to Baiju, had turned pale. "You don't ask me, the captain, but ask this freshman who came to observe." "Good, very good, great." However, when thinking of Baiju's figure that had just broken the ghost baby alone, Hirue had to hold back his anger. He was a freshman, but he was better than him. Hirue had to admit this. There was no conversation along the way, and the 7 people took the police car back to the hotel. Without saying much to Hirue and others, Baiju, Izo, and Lingxue prepared to go back to the room. "What will happen to you later?" Seeing Izo grinning at the phone, Baiju asked before entering the room. "I'll go to watch a movie with my sister later." Izo blinked his right eye at Baiju. "Pay attention to moderation." After making an appointment with Lingxue to put Brian's soul back in the room and come out for dinner, Baiju returned to the room. He didn't eat lunch either, and he had consumed too much energy in the action of breaking the ghost baby just now, so Baiju was already starving. "Are you going back to school tomorrow?" In a restaurant in the mall next to the hotel, Lingxue stopped cutting steak. "Yes, the cruise ship will leave at 11 a.m. tomorrow." Baiju put down the drink that he had just brought to his mouth. "Junior Bai, you are so amazing." The topic changed quickly. Lingxue looked at Baiju, her eyebrows slightly curved with a smile. Although she had never broken the rules herself, Lingxue had seen the process of breaking the rules in tests of all sizes. It was only after several people overcame their fears, racked their brains, and tried their best that they barely succeeded. But Baiju easily broke the ghost baby alone. And the previous blue moon was the same. "Junior Bai is so amazing." Lingxue pursed her lips and smiled. Cutting the steak, Baiju did not feel much about breaking the ghost baby, but instead had a strong sense of crisis. The clever killing rules are so strong. How powerful is the level blood shadow? In the reincarnation, I have experienced the level killing rules of the Tomb of Life and Death, which can take away life silently. A level killing rule seeing just the tip of the iceberg and gazing at the mountain hidden under the sea, Baiju felt extremely heavy. After dinner, I returned to the hotel. After saying goodbye to Lingxue in front of the room door, Baiju returned to the room. After washing up, he looked at his phone for a while and fell asleep before 12 o'clock. The next day, Baiju was woken up by the alarm clock at 7 o'clock. The cruise ship that took them back to the college would arrive at the port on time at 11 o'clock in the morning. It took half an hour to drive from the hotel to the port, so they had to leave for the port at 10:30 at the latest. After washing up, he packed his luggage first, and Baiju contacted Lingxue and Izo. And Lingxue, I'm awake, and Lingxue, I'm ready to wash up, little bear bath. I learned about Lingxue's movements, but Baiju's message to Aizo was delayed. He probably didn't come back all night. You can imagine what Aizo was doing last night, and Baiju didn't rush him. It was past 8 o'clock, and after Lingxue had packed up, he had a simple breakfast with her first. Without a hurry to check out, and Lingxue lay on Baiju's bed and played Candy Crush out of boredom. Why don't you reply to me? It was almost 9 o'clock, and there was still no response from Aizo. Baiju frowned slightly. After 11 o'clock, the cruise ship returning to school would arrive at Yuqing port. It would take no more than an hour and a half to depart for the port. Aizo, who was usually punctual for classes, had not returned to the hotel to pack his luggage at this time. Baiju was more than a little strange. Thinking about it, he called Aizo. Beep, the dial tone rang again, and Lingxue, who was lying on the bed, pricked up her ears. Don't answer? 2 consecutive calls were automatically hung up due to timeout. At this time, Baiju suddenly had a bad premonition brewing in his heart. Senior sister. Baiju turned his eyes away. Call Aizo. Oh. After a moment of shock, and Lingxue responded, exited Candy Crush, opened the phone book, and called Aizo. Beep like Baiju, and Lingxue couldn't get through to Aizo. Seeing the call timed out and hung up, and Lingxue looked at Baiju with innocent eyes. Contact the academy. Before the bad feeling in his heart fermented further, Baiju made a decision immediately. Aizo was not a person who had no sense of time. If it was Lingxue, he could still attribute the reason for not being able to contact her to her not waking up, but for Aizo, who had to keep in touch with his sister at any time, there was only one reason for not being able to contact her. Aizo was in trouble. Call the information department and inform Aizo of his situation. Aizo was from the Addison family and was of the same clan as the principal. Upon learning that he might be in trouble, the information department attached great importance to it. Not only did they decisively suspend the return of the Qingguang team to school, they notified the supernatural people around Yuqing to rush over, and issued an order for the academy's forces in Yuqing to keep in touch with Baiju. And Lingxue also realized that something was not right. She frowned and wanted to ask about the situation, but she didn't dare to ask because Baiju looked serious. Senior sister, stay in the hotel and wait for me to come back. It was really impossible to contact Aizo, and waiting was useless. After contacting the forces in Yuqing of the college, Baiju suddenly thought of the last words Aizo said to him last night. I'll go to the movies with my sister later. He went to the movies with his sister last night. After searching, there are 113 movie theaters in Yuqing. Screen out the 113 movie theaters last night, how many were open, and then retrieve the surveillance after 9 o'clock, and you can know where Aizo was last night. With a clear mind, Baiju left the hotel and met with the people from the Yuqing forces of the college in a high-rise building. Because the information department issued an order to cooperate with all efforts, after seeing Baiju and hearing Baiju's request to retrieve the surveillance videos of all the movie theaters in the city, the forces in Yuqing immediately launched. 1 hour later. Student Bai, we found it. In the office of the high-rise building, a middle-aged man with a solemn face hurriedly opened the door, came to Baiju, and handed him a tablet computer. The screen showed a surveillance video of several dozen seconds, with a man and a woman framed by a yellow box. It was Aizo and a girl. On the surveillance video, Aizo walked into the screening room with the girl while laughing and talking. Baiju glanced at the time. This happened at around 10 o'clock last night. Then, the picture jumped, and at around 11 o'clock, Aizo smiled and left the screening room with the girl. From the beginning to the end of the movie, Aizo's smile never stopped. The video stopped when Aizo left the cinema. Let's find his next route. Baiju's voice was very deep. Everything he saw just now was normal, so normal that Aizo didn't show any signs of trouble. But, until now, he couldn't contact Aizo. The information department also tried to lock the location of his mobile phone, but in the end, it locked on a roadside and remained motionless for a long time. The people from Yuqing also went to the roadside to look for it, but they only brought back a pile of mobile phone fragments. Aizo's mobile phone was violently destroyed. This also made it more certain that Aizo had an accident. After spending half an hour in anxiety, the middle-aged man brought new clues. He finally entered here. Pointing to the last scene on the surveillance screen, the middle-aged man frowned. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Aizo finally disappeared in an apartment and never came out again. What happened? Baiju began to wonder, and all previous speculations showed signs of being overturned. After Aizo and the girl entered the apartment, they never came out again. Was he squeezed dry? Then why destroy the phone? Baiju frowned, extremely puzzled. He could understand that Izo couldn't get up the next day because of the all-night battle, but how to explain the destruction of the phone? With doubts, Baiju looked at the middle-aged man and decided decisively, take the people with superpowers and go to the apartment with me. Yes. Soon, under the arrangement of the middle-aged man, more than a dozen superpowers pretended to be on the same road and followed Baiju to the apartment where Izo disappeared last. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the door of the apartment. Let more than a dozen superpowers wait for his instructions outside. Baiju was alert and went alone. Knocking the door with his knuckles, Baiju took a step back to prevent accidents. Click, the door lock opened, but the line of sight through the door crack did not see the person who opened the door. Is there anyone? Baiju first gently pushed the door open with his foot, then looked into the house and called out. There was no response to the call, so he leaned over and walked into the house. It was afternoon, the sun was blazing, but the room was dark and gloomy, giving people a sense of emptiness that had not been inhabited for a long time. A quick glance at the room revealed a very conventional layout and furniture. With his nerves tense and his breath ready to go, Baiju put one hand on his waist, ready to take out the soul of Brian to attack at any time. He walked into the room, and his whole body was enveloped by a chill. Bang! Suddenly, the door behind him closed abruptly, and the sound broke the silence of the apartment. Then, there was a clear sound of footsteps. His eyes locked onto the stairs leading to the upper floor. At the corner of the stairs, a figure appeared, causing Baiju to open his eyes wide. It was Lin Yu. Yes, he was not mistaken. The atmosphere in the room was cold. At the entrance of the stairs, Lin Yu's eyes were deep, like a dead water, and his eyes met Baiju's in the air. Senior. Baiju was stunned for a moment, and called out in confusion and solemnity. However, there was no response. Lin Yu walked down the stairs step by step. Realizing that something was wrong with Lin Yu, Baiju immediately turned around and wanted to leave the house. But, it seemed too late. A bolt of lightning struck directly under his feet, forcibly stopping his body. He was forced to turn around, and without knowing when, Lin Yu had come to less than a meter in front of him. His expression sank again and again, and Baiju's eyes suddenly condensed, and the super breath that was ready to go broke out completely. Buzz! With a bang, a huge force was applied to Lin Yu's shoulders, forcing him to show a painful expression. Taking this opportunity, Baiju wanted to escape from the door and ask for help from the psychic waiting outside. However, the difference between his strength and Lin Yu's was too great. Just as he was about to hold the door handle, he felt a numbness on his back and was hit by Lin Yu's purple lightning. He grimaced in pain, and his whole body was paralyzed and weak, and he fell to the ground. Turning over with all his strength, Baiju could see that Lin Yu looked uncomfortable, and walked slowly towards him under the pressure of a mountain. 1 step, 2 steps. Baiju watched Lin Yu holding the purple electric ball sideways come to him. He could not move because of paralysis, but he could only look at Lin Yu in horror and disbelief. Lin Yu stared at Baiju with his deep and dark eyes, and stopped a second later. A second later, the purple electric ball continued to expand in Baiju's pupils. Zizi, the purple lightning spread, and a handful of ashes floated away. In the hotel suite, Baiju suddenly sat up from the bed, gasping for air. His retina seemed to still have the dark eyes of Lin Yu that he saw before his death. Senior Lin Yu, his breathing gradually stabilized, and Baiju's pupils were filled with disbelief. Why was Lin Yu in Yucheng? Why did Lin Yu kill him? Before reincarnation, when he entered the apartment and saw Lin Yu, Baiju seemed to have entered a foggy forest. Everything he saw was foggy. Where did Izo go? Why was Lin Yu in the place where Izo disappeared last? One group of doubts after another continued to merge, and finally formed an unspeakable confusion that was suffocating just by thinking about it. Ding-ling-a-ling! Suddenly, the alarm clock next to the pillow rang. Baiju picked up his mobile phone and looked at the time while turning off the alarm. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. It was the time when he just woke up before reincarnation. This time, I went back to the day I returned to school, when I just woke up. Baiju gradually calmed down. Senior Lin Yu is now in Yucheng. Izo went to the apartment at 3 o'clock in the morning last night. This is the information that can be obtained before reincarnation. Izo can't be contacted. Let's try to contact Senior Lin Yu first. Take a few deep breaths to keep your brain in a non-tense state, and Baiju slowly disassembles the incident. Pick up the phone and ask where Lin Yu is. Lin Yu, what's wrong? Successfully contacted Lin Yu, but did not get the information he wanted. Baiju, are you in Yucheng now? Time is urgent, so Baiju directly pointed it out. After about a few seconds, Lin Yu replied. Lin Yu, Lin Yu, junior brother, how did you know? You can feel Lin Yu's doubts about Baiju knowing his location between the lines. Baiju, send me the location, I'll find you. Fearing that Lin Yu would be concerned, Baiju sent another message immediately. Baiju, I foresaw something about you. Ending with the predicted event, Lin Yu decisively sent the location. It was a hotel called Shank. Remember this hotel? Baiju then called the information department. It was similar to what he said before the reincarnation, but this time, Baiju used the foresight as a guide to directly confirm that something happened to Aizo. The information department attached great importance to it and immediately sent people to Yuching, and asked the college's forces in Yuching to contact Baiju to provide help for Baiju. After doing all this, there was no time to say hello to Enling Xue. Baiju took a taxi and gave the driver extra money to speed up. In this way, the estimated half-hour journey was reduced to 10 minutes. Arriving at Shank Hotel, Baiju almost ran to Lin Yu's room. There was a hurried knock on the door, and Lin Yu opened the door and saw Baiju. Looking at Lin Yu, he could see that his eyes were still bright at this time, without the terrifying gray before the reincarnation. Senior Lin Yu is still normal now. Baiju exhaled deeply. What did you predict? Lin Yu was serious, not doubting Baiju's predictive ability. Where are you going later, senior? Baiju did not respond to Lin Yu's question. Where? Lin Yu's expression became a little strange and puzzled. Where can I go? When did you come to Yucheng? At this point, Senior Lin Yu was still in the hotel, which meant that Senior Lin Yu became strange after going to the apartment. Baiju wanted to find out why Lin Yu went to the apartment. Last night. Lin Yu's expression suddenly darkened. Why are you asking this? What are you doing in Yucheng? Baiju still answered irrelevantly. You don't need to know this. Lin Yu said in a deep voice. I predicted that you would kill me. Baiju timely revealed the reincarnation experience covered with the cloak of prediction. You killed me in an apartment. I killed you in an apartment? Lin Yu was stunned when he heard it, looking at Baiju's serious expression, and then solemnly, is there anything different about the fragment you predicted? It seems that I was controlled by someone. Baiju recalled the last scene before his death. Lin Yu was like a dead body full of vitality, with empty and dead eyes, and there was an indescribable dullness in his eyes. After this sentence, Lin Yu's expression suddenly sank. I was controlled, he murmured, frowning with solemnity. I am still no match for the evil eye after all, and I will be killed by the evil eye like Donghua and Lanyan. Suddenly, Lin Yu smiled bitterly. Evil eye? Hearing Lin Yu's muttering, Baiju was startled, then suddenly realized something, but his expression became heavy. The evil eye is in Yucheng? I remember that when they were in the academy, Lin Yu told him that the evil eye can manipulate others to make people with special powers kill each other. Senior Donghua and Senior Lan Yan were killed by people with special powers controlled by the evil eye. If the evil eye also came to Yucheng, Baiju felt terrible just thinking about it. The evil eye ran from Huicheng to Lucheng, and then ran to Yucheng under the pursuit of the academy. Lin Yu said in a deep voice, I came here this time to break the evil eye. Didn't you fail last time? Baiju's eyes condensed. Last time was last time. Lin Yu's eyes showed an indescribable complexity. Just now, Junior Bai said that he predicted that I would kill him. This also means that in the near future, I will fail in the confrontation with the evil eye. I failed again. A deep feeling of powerlessness surged through his limbs and bones. Lin Yu sank even deeper into the sofa, as if deflated. Sensing Lin Yu's strangeness, Baiju said in a deep voice, Senior, I have contacted the college. No matter what happens next, you should not go to that apartment. Why Lin Yu went to that apartment is still a mystery, but Baiju doesn't intend to explore too much. One is that it's unnecessary, and the other is that it causes unnecessary trouble. However, after Baiju's words, Lin Yu fell silent. I want to go. After a moment, Lin Yu raised his head and looked at Baiju solemnly. When their eyes met, Baiju's face darkened. You're looking for death if you go there. According to what you said, Junior Bai, the evil eye is very likely to be in that apartment. Lin Yu's eyes were particularly determined. I can't let go of this opportunity. I want to get rid of the evil eye. The evil eye can be broken by stronger people, but you will almost certainly die. Baiju said in a serious voice. Because Lin Yu had an accident in the apartment before reincarnation, Baiju did not want Lin Yu to continue to participate in the incident of eradicating the evil eye, in order to prevent the cause of reincarnation from being restarted and the result of death being regained. I know. Lin Yu smiled bitterly, but I have to go. Why? Baiju couldn't understand Lin Yu's thoughts on heading towards Tiger Mountain despite knowing that there were tigers in the mountain. Because, I will die at the hands of the evil eye. A meaningless smile appeared on Lin Yu's lips. Stop making trouble. Baiju's voice became deeper and deeper, it's just for the sake of dying. Are you sick? I want to die for Dongguo and Lanyan. Lin Yu's words made Baiju frown, and his brows were full of incomprehension. Wouldn't it be better to avenge them personally? He tried to dissuade Lin Yu. In the future, my revenge will fail, right? Lin Yu looked at Baiju. That is a future of failure, but on the contrary, there is a future of success. Baiju gritted his teeth. He really wanted to slap Lin Yu. The future can be changed. You can live to hear the good news that the evil eye has been eliminated. Suddenly, Lin Yu fell silent. This silence lasted for a long time. Haven't you changed your mind yet? Baiju was a little discouraged. His original plan was to avoid Lin Yu's death first, then wait for the college's rescue to arrive and guide them to the apartment to investigate. He himself had no intention of approaching the apartment to kill the possibility of reincarnation. But now, Lin Yu's persistence showed signs of disrupting his plan. Lin Yu was just silent, but his eyes became more determined. Can you wait for the people from the academy to come and then go together? Baiju finally relaxed. Having known Lin Yu for such a long time, he knew that once Lin Yu made a decision, he was like a brainless cow, unable to listen to any advice. When will the people from the college come? Lin Yu asked. The time given to me by the Ministry of Information is in the afternoon. Baiju looked solemn. The college sent superpowers from the headquarters and the neighboring city of Yuqing respectively. The superpowers sent from the headquarters will not arrive until tomorrow, while the superpowers from the neighboring city will arrive in Yuqing in the afternoon. Afterwards, he took Lin Yu away from Shank Hotel and returned to the Yijian Hotel, a safe house set up by the Ghost Infant mission. Going back and forth, I wasted a lot of time with Lin Yu. When Baiju returned to the hotel, and Ling Xue had already woken up and sent him a message, calling in Ling Xue to the room, and Ling Xue was a little surprised when she saw Lin Yu. However, he was not surprised for long, and after Baiju's explanation, and Ling Xue seemed a little enlightened. In the afternoon, are you going to get rid of the evil eye? And Ling Xue frowned slightly, worried. Yeah. Baiju nodded in response. Want me to help? Or maybe she felt that she could not help to a large extent. When Ling Xue asked this question, her voice gradually decreased, so soft that she could hardly hear it. Senior sister, just wait for our good news in the hotel. Baiju smiled and told Ling Xue not to worry too much. There are 2 transcendent beings in the neighboring city, and there are also many seniors with rich experience in breaking the rules of killing. It should not be difficult to break the evil eye in the afternoon. As long as Lin Yu didn't rush forward with enthusiasm, he would get excited and start the battle regardless of seeing the evil eye. Thinking of this, Baiju felt that it was necessary to use super breath to stop Lin Yu as much as possible. Well, I might not be able to stop him on my own, so I'll ask a senior who is in the breakthrough stage to hold him down. Baiju's eyes were bright as he moved his abacus closer to perfection. Although I don't know the details of the matter, judging from Baiju's current attitude, it should be very serious. And Ling Xue also knew that the biggest help she could give Baiju now was to obey his arrangements obediently and not cause him any trouble. After talking to Baiju, Ling Xue returned to her room. Then, just before Ling Xue went out, Hirue opened Baiju's door without saying hello. What's going on now? Hirue originally maintained the arrogant attitude of a senior, but as soon as he walked into the room and saw Lin Yu, his aura suddenly softened. Why has the cruise back to the academy been cancelled? After stammering, Hirue coughed to relieve his embarrassment. It's not a big deal. I'll wait for news from the college in the hotel. Baiju was perfunctory and didn't have the energy to tell him the whole story. Lin Yu's reputation is really great. Although he was completely smeared by Jiang Qianqian's fiancée Myron Lambert because of his failure to get rid of the evil eye, and even Hirue scolded him on the forum, but when he actually met Lin Yu face to face, he was so cowardly that I don't even dare to take the risk. Darling, does this freshman Baiju know senior Lin Yu? It seems like they have a good relationship? Hirue suddenly felt a little scared. He was afraid of the consequences of offending Baiju. After all, if he could be familiar with someone of Lin Yu's status, his status must be not small. Seeing Hirue leave, Baiju didn't pay much attention to him. In the afternoon, wait for the seniors in the transcendence period, and then go to the apartment with senior Lin Yu. Baiju took a deep breath, nervous and anxious. Aizo entered the apartment at 3 o'clock in the morning last night. How he is now, whether he is dead or alive, is a mystery. Senior, after the evil eye controls the superpower, under what circumstances will it kill the superpower? Baiju couldn't be sure whether Izo was killed by the evil eye like he was before reincarnation, or controlled by the evil eye, just like Linyu before reincarnation. People controlled by the evil eye will be used by the evil eye. This is one of the evil eye's attack methods. It generally does not kill the controlled person. Linyu shook his head and explained Baiju's doubts. So now, Baiju can only hope that Izo is controlled by the evil eye, rather than killed directly. What other attack methods does the evil eye have? Baiju wanted to know more about the evil eye. Many, very many. Linyu's eyes condensed, controlling humans, bewitching humans, absorbing on human skin, wreaking havoc. Linyu did not introduce many attack methods of the evil eye, because what he knew was also limited. Soon, afternoon comes. The superpowers sent from the neighboring city met Baiju and Linyu. I'm Kita Ueda, hello. A neon man stepped forward, looking like a leader. According to the introduction of the Ministry of Information, Ueda is an Earth-type superpower with transcendent strength. A transcendent superpower. Baiju once remembered Professor Savina saying in class that if compared at a shallow level, the transcendence period can be compared with the 11 murder rules. And the evil eye is just a level killing rule. Suddenly, his confidence increased greatly. I am Chang Shualian. Another neon man also stepped forward and came to Baiju. Ching Shualian has water powers and belongs to the transcendent stage. 2 superpowers who have reached the transcendent stage. Baiju breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. This time, I should be able to go through reincarnation all over again. With 2 superpowers as powerful as Professor Pullman, he didn't believe that they couldn't get rid of the evil eye. Everyone, follow me. Baiju said solemnly and began to lead the way. In addition to the 2 transcendent superpowers, Ueda and Qingshualian, there are also a group of breakthrough superpowers who came from neighboring cities. Unlike students like Baiju and Linyu, they all have rich experience in breaking the rules of killing. Linyu followed the seniors in the breakthrough stage without saying a word. The afternoon sun was so hot that it almost burned my skin. Soon, Baiju, Linyu and all the superpowers came to the apartment. Is it right here? Kita Ueda stared at the door of the apartment and asked Baiju. That's right, senior. Baiju's eyes narrowed. Before reincarnation, he died in this apartment. Linyu beside him was turned into ashes with his thunder power. Ready for action. After receiving Baiju's affirmation, Ueda's expression suddenly became serious, and he gave a soft drink. All the superpowers, including Qingshualian, entered the fighting state, and various superpower fluctuations of different strengths and weaknesses surged in the air. Follow up. With another sound, Kita released his earth power, and his arms, chest, and legs were covered with circles of prismatic stones. As if they were armor made of solid stone. He kicked forward, and a huge force instantly gathered at the apartment door. The next second, the apartment door burst into pieces. Kita Ueda rushed into the house first, followed closely by Qingshualian, and many breakthrough stage superpowers also crossed the threshold. For safety reasons, Baiju and Linyu stood at the end. Linyu originally wanted to stand forward, but was pulled back by Baiju. Search! Ueda gave orders. Suddenly, like birds scattering, bursts of uneven footsteps dispersed in this 3-story apartment. Linyu also wanted to follow suit, but was held down by Baiju and the 2 remaining breakthrough stage superpowers. Don't worry. Baiju temporarily stabilized Linyu. After glancing at his junior, Linyu suppressed his impulse. Dang rapid and chaotic footsteps sounded like thunder in the apartment. Boom! Suddenly, a roar broke out. Immediately afterwards, there was a chaotic roar. Baiju's heart tightened, and a bad feeling surged in his chest. There's someone here. He killed the 3rd child. Evil Eye is a person with superpowers controlled by Evil Eye. There were frightening sounds constantly coming, accompanied by the sounds of increasingly fierce battles, and the fluctuations of supernatural powers that kept leaking out. Senior. Baiju grabbed Linyu, who was about to go to the depths of the apartment for support. Let's go. Baiju growled. It is obvious that there is a group of people with supernatural powers controlled by the evil eye hidden in the apartment. Just like before reincarnation, Baiju went to the apartment alone and was attacked by Linyu. Kita Ueda, Shimizu Ren, and many seniors in the breakthrough stage were also attacked. But with 2 transcendent superpowers around, Baiju didn't think they would lose to the superpowers controlled by the evil eye. Unless the evil eye can control more than 2 transcendent superpowers. Although Lin Yu stopped under Baiju's pull, his clenched fists and bloodshot eyes showed his unwillingness. Ju nearby. Suddenly, Lin Yu said in a deep voice, "Whether you die or reach the transcendental stage, I will decide this time. If I shrink back this time, there will be no possibility for me to reach the transcendent stage in the days to come. At that time, I will no longer be Lin's pride, but a shame." Lin Yu began to be surrounded by purple electricity, accompanied by the sizzling sound of electric current. "If it's really as you predicted, please tell Chanxian not to wait for me after I die." After saying this, purple electricity surged around Lin Yu's body. For a moment, the two senior superpowers standing next to them, who were both in the breakthrough stage, were forced back by Lin Yu's superpower fluctuations. Baiju also tried to use super breath to suppress Lin Yu's movements. But, useless. Lin Yu is really too strong. He was seen rushing straight into the depths of the battlefield like an arrow wrapped in lightning. Baiju clenched his teeth. He really couldn't understand why Lin Yu's brain was so stupid. "I would rather die than leave a chance for my future." Or maybe the battle was so intense that the apartment felt like it was about to collapse due to an earthquake. Student Bai, next, the two breakthrough stage psychics who were ordered to protect Baiju and Lin Yu looked very bad. Although Lin Yu left on his own initiative, it was their fault to a certain extent. "Let's go." Baiju looked very gloomy. He was too weak. All he could do now was to leave here and report the news. Without hesitation, the two psychics immediately obeyed and were about to protect Baiju from leaving the apartment. But, it was at this moment. The door of the apartment suddenly closed, and the sound of the doorframe closing for a moment overwhelmed the fierce fighting behind them. At the same time, a strong sense of crisis surged behind them. Baiju and the two breakthrough stage psychics turned around immediately. What they saw was a fire-type psychic with dead eyes and a terrifying psychic wave rushing over. It was a cluster of small red flames. The small flames dripped onto the floor, and in an instant, a hole more than 10 centimeters deep and directly into the soil appeared. Facing the fire-type psychic with transcendental power fluctuations, neither Baiju nor the two breakthrough psychics had any time to react. They could only watch the palm covered with flames grow bigger and bigger in front of their eyes, and finally grab a person's face, carrying a huge force to lift him up. The face was grabbed, and the flames spread from the face to the whole body. The next second, it burned to ashes. Baiju stared at the flaming palm that killed the two psychic predecessors and came towards him. His eyes were horrified, but calm. Then, a heart-burning pain passed in an instant, and a little more floating ash was added under the flaming palm. At 7 o'clock, Baiju suddenly stood up on the bed in the hotel. Transcendent period. Transcendent period psychic. Baiju opened his eyes wide, with full disbelief, the apartment. There is a transcendent period psychic. He didn't know how many transcendent period psychics controlled by the evil eye were in the apartment, and he didn't know why Ueda Gueda and Qingshui Lian couldn't stop those transcendent period psychics. All the pictures were frozen in the flame palm that kept enlarging in his eyes, and finally burned his consciousness to ashes. Senior Lin Yu, who didn't listen to advice, the transcendent period psychic controlled by the evil eye in the apartment. After reincarnation, more and more information was obtained, and Baiju felt more and more despair. The evil eye controlled the transcendent period psychic, and there was more than one. And this afternoon, there were only two transcendent period psychics who could come to their side. Help Senior Lin Yu avoid death first. Baiju quickly regained his composure and his brain turned rapidly. A flash of inspiration suddenly came to Baiju. He took a deep breath, picked up the phone beside his pillow that had not yet sounded the alarm, and called Lin Yu directly. Beep. In just 2 seconds, the call was connected. "Senior, where are you now?" Baiju pretended to be anxious. "In the college, what's wrong?" Lin Yu hesitated for a moment on the other end of the phone. "I foresaw something about you." Baiju's voice began to become heavy. "What is it?" This sentence aroused Lin Yu's interest. "I foresaw that the evil eye appeared in Huicheng, and you will break the evil eye in Huicheng." Fabricating the future, Baiju directly pulled the clues of the evil eye to Huicheng, which is only a day's journey away from Yucheng. Leading Lin Yu away is the best way Baiju can think of to help him avoid death. "Really?" On the other end of the phone, Lin Yu's voice began to hurry. "Yeah." Baiju responded solemnly. "Thank you." After this, the phone was hung up. If nothing unexpected happened, Lin Yu should have started to leave for Huicheng at this time. In this way, Lin Yu was led away. Baiju breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as the phone was hung up, the alarm clock at 7 o'clock rang. After hanging up, Baiju continued to report the news about Aizo's accident to the information department. After getting the promise of the information department in the previous 2 reincarnations, Baiju called Principal Shihes again. Aizo is also a member of the Addison family and belongs to the same family as Principal Shihes. Although the news of Aizo's accident can reach Principal Shihes as soon as possible through the information department, for the sake of safety, Baiju needs to emphasize this matter to Principal Shihes. On the other side, Rhine College. Beep Shihes just finished washing up when he heard the phone ring. Baiju? Seeing the caller note, Shihes quickly answered. Aizo is in trouble. Baiju's voice came from the other end of the phone. What? After a second of shock, Principal's eyes raised his voice, and his expression became solemn. What could happen to Aizo? It's impossible to contact him now, and, Baiju's voice was very deep, I predicted that he was controlled by the evil eye. Zai's eyes widened immediately. Aizo was controlled by the evil eye. Although Zeiss couldn't stand Aizo's romanticism, he was still his eldest brother's son and one of the few males in the Addison family. If something happened, it would be difficult for him to give an explanation to his eldest brother while he was still studying at the academy. Without any extra response, Zeiss hung up the phone directly, without even having time to tie his tie, and directly mobilized all the forces that the academy and the family could mobilize, and dispatched the capable people who could be dispatched to Yucheng. More than 10 minutes later, Baiju, who was in the Yucheng Hotel, received a call from Principal Zeiss. In the afternoon, 2 transcendental psychics and many breakthrough psychics will be transferred from the vicinity of Yucheng. Tonight, 3 transcendental psychics and a group of breakthrough psychics will arrive in Yucheng. I have given you permission, and these 5 transcendental psychics will listen to you. I will also bring a group of professors from the Academy's psychic department to the port of Yucheng tomorrow morning. Principal Zeiss spoke in a series of words without stopping. Student Baiju, if you can rescue Aizo first, I will be grateful. I will try my best. Baiju said solemnly. Aizo is his roommate, and these reincarnations have all happened to save him. Even if Principal Zeiss didn't say this, he would try his best to save Aizo. The evil eye generally doesn't kill the psychics it controls, so Aizo is probably still in a controlled state now. Principal Zeiss said in a heavy voice, as long as the evil eye is broken, this controlled state can be lifted. Without saying a small probability, Zeiss just told Baiju how to save Aizo. After giving a few more instructions, Zihisi was about to hang up the phone. Principal, I have something to ask. Baiju asked with doubt, before calling you, I told the information department that Aizo was in trouble. This matter. Didn't the information department tell you? Looking at the series of arrangements made by Principal Zihisi, although generally speaking, they are similar to the arrangements given by the information department, but in the first 2 reincarnations, the information department and Baiju did not mention that there would be a group of superpowers going to Yucheng tonight, and the principal would also come to Yucheng tomorrow. After Baiju said this, Zihisi was silent. Hang up first. Without explaining the reason, she had just hung up the phone. On the other side, in the principal's office of Rhine College, Zihisi made a phone call with a gloomy face. Hanzhou, who in the information department is in charge of the sophomore student's mission? It took 2 seconds for the other end of the phone to reply. It's Deputy Minister Luo Ku. Hanzhou's voice was also tinged with solemnity. Contact Deputy Minister Sabina and catch him for me. Principal Zihisi growled like an angry beast, right now. Yes. The call ended with Hanzhou's solemn response. Rule Club, I didn't expect your hand to be so long. He slammed the table hard, and in Zihisi's rage, cracks on the tabletop extended, and then it collapsed. In the end, there was no response to the principal's inquiry, but judging from the principal's reaction, the information department should not have told him the news that Aizo was in trouble in the first time. So it seems that in the first 2 reincarnations, after Baiju contacted the information department did not tell Principal Zihisi about Aizo's accident. What does this mean? The matter at hand was urgent and complicated enough. Baiju had no extra energy to consider other things, so he had to put it aside. Lead Senior Lin Yu out of Yucheng and contact the principal. Baiju took a deep breath, and his mind was clear on how to break the situation. Next, as long as we wait until night, we will have 5 transcendental psychics and a group of breakthrough psychics. I can't break the evil eye like this. There seemed to be a burning fire in his eyes, and Baiju's desire to break the evil eye had never been so strong. In the afternoon, just like the previous reincarnation, Baiju met with the transcendental superpowers Ueda Gueda, Qingshui Ran and a dozen or so breakthrough superpowers. Student Bai, what should we do next? Gather everyone to the hotel and disperse them to various rooms. In Baiju's room, Ueda Gueda asked. Wait. Baiju's eyes were serious. Wait until night, meet up with another group of people who came to support, and then carry out the operation to eliminate the evil eye. Isn't that too late? Ueda Kita frowned. With our current strength, we can't get rid of the evil eye. Baiju shook his head. Are you looking down on us? On the side, Ching Shuilian said in a deep voice. For this kind of question, please ask Principal Size. Baiju looked at Ching Shuilian without any hesitation, and his gaze did not hesitate to give way. After several reincarnations, it will be a bloody future, and Baiju will never make the same mistakes again. Likewise, he will remove any obstacles that would lead him to repeat his past mistakes. The question received no response, but was choked. Although Ching Shuilian refused to obey, he had to obey because of the principal's order. After asking Baiju about the next arrangements, Ueda Gueda and Chang Shueran left the room. All we have to do now is wait for night to come. Standing by the window, facing the hot afternoon sun, Baiju looked directly at the fireball in the sky, his eyes blending with it like a torch. During this period, he comforted in Ling Xue and asked her to wait in the room just like he did in previous reincarnations. There are also 4 members of the Qingguang team. Under Baiju's arrangement, although they don't know the details of the matter, they can vaguely sense that something has happened to Yu Chang. Soon, it slowly became dark. Principal Sai said that the time when another wave of superpowers arrived in Yucheng was 8 o'clock in the evening. It's less than an hour until 8 o'clock. But Baiju has not received any contact from relevant forces. What's going on now? The longer he waited, the more anxious he became. At around 6:20, Baiju chose to ask Principal Size directly. Wait a little longer. These were the words given to him by Principal Size. The words were full of uncertainty. It's like Principal Size can't contact that group of people. A bad premonition brewed in his chest, and Baiju tried his best to suppress this uneasiness to prevent it from affecting his judgment. Next, wait until 7 o'clock. They lost contact. Principal Size called and told him this fact that made Baiju stiffen all over. Don't be too anxious, ensure your own safety first. Principal Size said again and hung up the phone in a hurry. At the same time, there was a knock on the door. Baiju opened the door and what he saw was Gueta Ueda and Chang Shuilian. It's 7 o'clock, why don't you take action? Ueda Gueta looked puzzled. The seniors who are coming tonight have lost contact. Baiju said in a deep voice, telling the truth. Loss of contact? Chang Shuilian's reaction was great. How could we lose contact? Those people are not ordinary transcendental ones. Although Baiju was as unbelievable as he was, the fact was the fact. Then what should we do next? Kita Ueda frowned and looked at Baiju. Should we directly launch the elimination operation, or should we wait? When he said the previous sentence, Ueda Gueda's tone was obviously a little hollow. It can cause several transcendental superpowers who came to support to lose contact, which is enough to show that the situation is developing in an unpredictable direction. Before Baiju could respond, suddenly, a rapid cry came from the corridor with patterned carpets outside the room. It's not good. Almost instantly, Baiju, Ueda Gueda and Chang Shuilian all looked towards the corridor at the same time. Chen Xian looked anxious, and tears of fright left traces on her cheeks. What happened? Ueda Gueta was the first to ask. Hirue, recalling the bloody and unbelievable scene just now, Chen Xian was filled with horror. Hirue killed both Jiamei and Jingtong, he killed them all. At the end of the words, intermittent crying followed. These words were like thunder, exploding in Baiju's mind. Hirue killed Miss Yen Jiamei and Principal Zhang Jingtong? This. Where is Hirue now? Baiju's voice was urgent. Outside the hotel, we just came back from dinner, Qin Xin kept crying. Outside the hotel. Regardless of what Qin Xin was doing now, Baiju made a decisive decision. Senior Ueda, you go with me, and Senior Qingxue go call the other seniors out. Yes. The situation was urgent enough and Baiju behaved calmly enough. Both Ueda Gueda and Qingxue Lian unknowingly eliminated their inner grudges about his identity as a student. Footsteps sounded, and Baiju and Ueda Gueda quickly arrived at the hotel lobby. The air was filled with the smell of blood, and corpses lay in front of him. With trembling eyes, Baiju stared straight out the door. That's Ho-Rue. Hirue's eyes were gray and his hands were stained with blood. And under his feet were 2 familiar corpses. Yan Jiamei and Zhang Jingtong. Hirue really killed them. In an instant, a surge of anger surged like weeds in Baiju's eyes. He's possessed by the evil eye. Beside him, Gueta said in a deep voice. After saying that, he took a step forward, his eyes were deep and focused, and the Earth-related supernatural power of the transcendental period was released. The Earth spike suddenly rose several meters from Irue's feet, and then trapped him in the cage built by the Earth spikes like a cage. Go and call them all over, and you should be ready to evacuate at any time. Gueta's sight extended to the deeper outside the hotel, and felt a series of supernatural power fluctuations that were equal to his own, and his face sank again and again. Listening to Gueta's words, Baiju couldn't help holding his breath. The situation seemed to be developing in a direction that was completely out of his control. Without hesitation, Baiju decisively returned at the end of Gueta's words. Along the way, he also met Qing Shuilian and his group who were about to go out. There are people controlled by the evil eye outside, seniors, please be careful. Baiju reminded solemnly. Hearing this, all the supernatural people, including Qing Shuilian, sank. Passing by them, Baiju continued to return. He knocked on Lingxue's door, and pulled Lingxue, who was still wearing pajamas and holding a potato chip in the corner of her mouth, out of the hotel with a confused look on her face. Although Baiju did not explain, he just pulled himself to run, but looking at his nervous look, the matter he encountered must be very urgent. Without asking more questions, Lingxue tried to take big steps and followed Baiju closely. Follow me. In the corridor, seeing Chen Xian who was still leaning against the wall and had not recovered her breath, Baiju shouted loudly, which frightened Chen Xian for a second, but the next second, she obeyed in a panic and followed Baiju closely. At this time, two groups of superpowers had already started fighting at the hotel gate. Flame, ice, hurricane, all kinds of elemental fluctuations were flying in the air, stirring up waves of residual power storms. The strength they had did not support Baiju and Lingxue and Chen Xian to join the battle. They could only take advantage of the chaos and run away desperately. Baiju was calm enough and did not panic. Instead, he avoided the battlefield as much as possible, hiding himself and Lingxue in the shadows and escaping inconspicuously. But, what he thought did not go smoothly after all. A psychic with dead eyes noticed them, abandoned the opponent in front of him, and rushed towards them. Baiju's eyes suddenly sank, and the super breath was released immediately. Boom! Caught off guard, a pressure fell on his shoulders, and the psychic who rushed over fell straight to the ground. Go! With a loud shout, Baiju pulled Lingxue to flee. Because he was afraid of death, Chen Xian also tried his best to follow. Perhaps because of the loud noise just now, more people controlled by the evil eye began to solve the opponents in front of them and began to chase the fleeing Baiju. I have a car. The sound of pursuit was getting closer and closer behind him. Halfway through the run, Chen Xian suddenly took out a key from her pocket. Why didn't you tell me you had a car earlier? Baiju gritted his teeth. Where is it? It's on the side of the road ahead. Chen Xian ran out of breath and her voice was very weak. Give it to me. Grabbing the car key from Chen Xian, Baiju once again used his super breath to temporarily suppress a superpower who was approaching them. Because of the gap in superpower strength, in order to complete the suppression, Baiju had to release his super breath with all his strength, which inevitably made him tired. If it weren't for Chen Xian's car key that gave him hope, when his body was more tired, he would probably have to give up hope of life and leave Lingxue and Chen Xian alone. But, at Chen Xian's signal, he had already seen the sports car. It was a two-seater yellow McLaren sports car. You go in first. Pressing the car key, Baiju shouted, his steps gradually slowed down, and he released his super breath again, and waves of pressure fell on the shoulders of the pursuers. Wind blades, fireballs. He narrowly avoided the attacks of elemental powers one after another. Seeing the two women successfully squeezed into the co-pilot, Baiju's taut legs moved violently, and his body rushed back. When he got close to McLaren, he supported the window edge with one hand and jumped into the main driver's seat. In an instant, the sports car started, and bursts of roars followed. Buzz! With a power buzz, McLaren turned into a golden lightning, leaving the pursuers behind. Not only Baiju, but Lingxue and Chen Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. After leaving the hotel and getting rid of the superpower controlled by the evil eye, Baiju now has a new problem. Where to go next? Should I run to a place far enough away to wait for the arrival of Principal Shihes and a group of seniors from the supernatural department tomorrow, or hide in a corner of Yuqing and wait for dawn? His mind was in a mess, quite a mess. Baiju spit out a mouthful of blood foam, which was shattered by the extremely fast wind speed, and some of it splashed back on Baiju's face. Bye. Bai Jr., beside him, and Lingxue suddenly trembled and stared at Baiju's side. With doubts, Baiju also turned his eyes to the side. When he saw this, his steering wheel almost slipped. Next to the high-speed McLaren, someone was running at the same speed. The speed of a person can be as fast as a sports car. At this moment, Baiju was shocked, but after the shock, he was deeply solemn. He has not yet gotten rid of the pursuit of the person controlled by the evil eye. I have read books about the limits of the human body in the library. One of the chapters mentioned that there is such a special supernatural power that is released through the human body as a medium. Just like the awakening ability 10 times strength possessed by Hirue, the captain of the Qingwang team. And the one next to him should have a special breakthrough ability, 100 times the speed. Baiju could only step on the accelerator to the bottom to try to get rid of him. But, the opponent's limit is higher than that of the sports car. Baiju gritted his teeth, endured the violent wind that rebounded due to the sports car reaching its speed limit, and kept the speed on the road. In the passenger seat, and Lingxue and Chen Xian hugged each other tightly, their hair flew backwards, and even got tangled together because of the wind. Just when Baiju thought that this guy would give up soon, a hand suddenly came up from the car window. Looking sideways, he saw that the guy was consciously controlling the speed, and the speed was the same as the McLaren, and there was a sign of relative stillness. Damn it! Baiju's teeth were almost broken. The car was going too fast, and he didn't dare to leave the steering wheel for a moment. Any slight mistake in operation would cause a suicidal car accident. Just as the guy was closing the distance with the McLaren by his arm on the car window, Baiju suddenly released the accelerator and slowed down sharply. The sound of the wind in his ears changed from rapid to slow, and in Lingxue and Chen Xian in the passenger seat almost flew out of their seats. At this time, when Baiju looked at the edge of the car window again, he could only see a bloody broken hand. Looking forward, he saw the man he had just chased fell to the ground, in agony. The crisis was temporarily resolved. Baiju breathed a sigh of relief, and increased the speed again. The yellow McLaren flashed on the road. Baiju controlled the speed of the car, and his eyes fell on both sides of the road. The mall burned by flames, the chaotic shouts of people. Yuqing seemed to have become a city of sin, and destruction and chaos became the main theme here. This also shows that in addition to the superpowers, the evil eye also controls most of the ordinary people in Yuqing. This is terrible and sad. Because there is no disorder, many ordinary people who are controlled will also try to chase the McLaren driven by Baiju, but after all, they are not superpowers, and they are easily thrown away by Baiju. Where are we going now? The co-pilot, Chen Xian, spoke. To Yucheng Port. Baiju replied. Now, can we still go out to sea? Chen Xian's voice was very low. No, Baiju shook his head, but tomorrow, the principal will bring people from the superpower department to Yuqing Port. Principal's eyes will bring professors from the superpower department to Yuqing Port to start the operation of breaking the evil eye and saving Izo. This is Baiju's decision after careful consideration. After all, Yuqing is very big. Whether he can successfully escape by driving McLaren, whether he will encounter a new round of obstructions on the way. All dangers are hidden in the unknown. In comparison, Yuqing Port, which is not far from Baiju's current location, is the best choice. Wait until dawn at the port, waiting for the arrival of Principal Shi Hess. Since he made the decision, Baiju did not hesitate at all. McLaren gradually accelerated, turned into a golden lightning, broke through the night, and sped on the road. Soon, the brightly lit Yuqing Port appeared in front of his sight. Not getting too close to the port, halfway to the port, Baiju chose to abandon the McLaren for the sake of caution and walked with Lingxue and Chen Xian. There are many people at the port, but they all appear in a spiritless state. Basically, the evil eye took control of the entire U city. Such a terrible thing was actually accomplished by a murder rule rated B. For the first time, Baiju had a profound understanding of the rating strength of the killing rules. Following the dull shadow, Baiju led the two women to the back of a building. This place is very remote, so remote that few people pay attention to it because of the narrow space. You guys hide here first. Lowering his voice, Baiju gave them instructions, and then he followed the way he came and returned to the shadows. He was still not very familiar with Yuqing Port. He needed to find out the general entry and exit routes. When Principal Tianming and others arrived, he could quickly meet them. Every step he took while walking in the shadows was very careful. Baiju felt heavy as he observed the people wreaking havoc like a nightmare carnival. It's okay to control those with superpowers for their own use. Why does the evil eye control so many ordinary people? Is it related to evolution? Baiju frowned, a trace of confusion lingering between his brows. However, this was just speculation, and he didn't think about it for long. After Baiju explored the basic route, he kept it in his mind and returned along the road to the back of the building. Looking forward, he could see Lingxue squatting on the ground, but Chen Xian could not be seen beside her. Senior sisterin? After looking around, Chen Xian was nowhere to be found, and Baiju couldn't help but wonder. As he shouted, and Lingxue slowly stood up. Although the senior's back looked so familiar, at this moment, it gave Baiju an inexplicable sense of strangeness. At this time, Baiju and Lingxue were not very far apart. They could be close to each other after just 2 steps. Baiju's eyes darkened slightly, and a bad feeling began to form in his chest. The next moment, Lingxue slowly turned around. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the silence. There was a stabbing pain in his chest, and Baiju subconsciously covered the part of his chest where the bullet had penetrated. He lowered his eyes and could see blood flowing out from between his fingers in the area covered by his palm. Senior sister, enduring the pain of gasping for air, Baiju looked at Lingxue in disbelief. She turned around, drew the gun, and pulled the trigger all at once, and her beautiful eyes turned deathly gray at this moment. Senior sisterin, controlled by the evil eye. As for Chen Xian, her whereabouts were missing. Feeling the loss of life force, Baiju turned away from Lingxue and looked around. Evil eye is also at the port. The shaking vision gradually stabilized, and Baiju locked onto a shadow. There is a dark eye. Those eyes were as black as the abyss, and every blink seemed to affect Baiju's heart. His sight met the evil eye in the air, and there was another gunshot. Baiju's already vague consciousness was completely lost. When I opened my eyes, I was in the hotel bed again. I picked up my phone from the pillow and looked at the time. It was still 7 in the morning. There is a person with transcendent powers controlled by the evil eye in the apartment. Going to the apartment is a death. Notify the principal, who will send additional reinforcements, but the extra reinforcements will lose contact, and the superpowers controlled by the evil eye will come to the hotel. The whole city has fallen and has become a paradise for evil eyes. Even if we leave the hotel, we have nowhere to hide. Baiju rubbed the side of his head, and scenes of failures in previous reincarnations flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern. How can I get rid of the evil eye? He racked his brains and closed his eyes tightly. Suddenly, he remembered his previous reincarnation, and the last scene left on his retina before his death was a distant look with the evil eye. That was the first time I saw the evil eye in its true form. Baiju took a deep breath to put his brain in a calm state. In one reincarnation, the principal told him that as long as the body of the evil eye was destroyed, the evil eye could be eradicated. But looking back at his previous reincarnations, he had only seen the evil eye's true form once, and that was in the last few seconds before his death. If you don't even know where the evil eye is, how can you talk about getting rid of the evil eye? His thoughts gradually became clearer. Baiju continued to deduce it in his mind, and came up with a very bold plan. This is the only way to get rid of the evil eye. He exhaled deeply, and after making his decision, he immediately contacted the information department, and the principal is in the previous reincarnation. However, what was different from the previous reincarnation was that Baiju did not trick Linyu out of Yuqing immediately. Instead, he took a handful of Brian's soul to the downstairs of Shank Hotel where Linyu was staying. Contacting Linyu, he just sat down in the flower bed next to the hotel. In previous reincarnations, at about the same time as now, he had asked Linyu where he would go next, but Linyu said he didn't know. At the same time, when Baiju told Linyu that he had foreseen that he would appear in an apartment. At this time, Linyu's performance was surprised and confused. Linyu didn't know why he appeared in the apartment. Judging from the current time, Linyu is still normal. If Evil Eye wants to control a powerful person like Linyu, he will definitely need him. Next, all Baiju needs to do is wait. When Linyu left the hotel, he was attracted by someone or something and met the Evil Eye. Patiently, he waited from 8 o'clock until 9 o'clock. Just as he was sweating profusely, Linyu's figure appeared at the door of the hotel. He and another person looked hurried and walked quickly in one direction. Someone was taking Linyu away. His eyes darkened, Baiju hid his body and followed closely. Halfway through the journey, almost to the direction of the apartment, the person who was guiding Linyu said something to Linyu, turned around and headed in another direction. Baiju glanced at Linyu, and then turned with the person. Soon, he followed the person on a path and came to the back of the apartment. There were lawns on both sides of the path, and the flowers were growing tall and straight. Baiju looked around and saw several dismantled surveillance debris. Then, his eyes followed the person who led Linyu to the apartment. He looked around and didn't see anyone, so he stepped into the lawns on both sides of the path with confidence, pushed aside a bunch of flowers, and revealed a mud hole of medium size, and got in. In addition to the door, the apartment also has a hole that avoids surveillance detection. With his eyes darkened, Baiju did not hesitate. A few seconds after the man disappeared, he also entered the cave entrance. The light around him quickly weakened. With the weak sunlight, Baiju looked forward and could see the end of the cave entrance, which led to a room similar to a study. Without hiding his figure or even keeping quiet, Baiju walked straight and landed with a sound of footsteps. In an instant, a group of eyes in the room gathered on him. People, all superpowers with extremely powerful superpower fluctuations. In front of this group of superpowers, there was a deep black eye attached to the ground. Human. Surrounded by powerful superpowers, Xie suddenly spoke and talked to Baiju. Baiju just stared at him coldly. Do you know I'm here? Although Xie only has one eye, his voice is very cold and carries a terrifying aura. At about 3 a.m. last night, you bewitched a person with light superpowers to come here. Do you remember? Just looking at Xie, he could feel his heart beating, but Baiju tried his best to stay calm, with a calm face and one hand on his waist. That guy. Seemingly, he had a deep impression of Aizo. At Baiju's simple reminder, Xie pupils darkened and anger surged. Did he tell you? Baiju was surrounded by superpowers, and Xie was not prepared to let him leave alive. The topic raised by Baiju was also attractive enough for it, so Xie said a few more words. Originally, he was not prepared to leave alive. After learning where Xie was, Baiju calmed down and prepared for the next reincarnation. I didn't expect that someone could escape from your hands. Baiju's face was calm, trying to get information about Aizo. In his gaze, he saw that the pupils of the evil eye were deep, and the dark eyes added a bit of anger. Through this sentence to observe the reaction of the evil eye, Baiju's eyes narrowed slightly. Aizo was controlled by the evil eye, but now he seems to have escaped. In the reincarnations, Aizo's disappearance is undoubtedly the most critical. Although Aizo's specific whereabouts are still unknown, we know that he has escaped the control of the evil eye and has not been caught again. This is undoubtedly good news. This can also fully explain why Aizo's mobile phone was violently destroyed. Knowing the location of the evil eye and Aizo is currently safe. Baiju's purpose of facing the evil eye alone has been achieved. Next. With a sneer on his lips, Baiju drew out the soul of Brian from his waist and pressed it against his temple. Number 0044, codename Evil Eye, Blevel Killing Rules. The gazes of Baiju and the evil eye met in the air and became colder and colder. Seeing him put the muzzle of the gun against his head, Xie was also stunned. Wait, this is the last time. Baiju's voice was like a cold spring, but with firm strength, I will personally break you. After this, the sound of gunfire suddenly rang out. I saw that in the dull eyes of the crowd, a little blood splashed from the side of Baiju's head. The bullet passed through the head, and a sharp pain instantly spread all of Baiju's nerves. Painful. The whole body was paralyzed. However, the gradual blurring of consciousness was also gradually eliminating the pain. Xie narrowed his eyes, and his dark eyes were full of confusion and puzzlement. It was the hotel again, and he woke up in bed again. Baiju stood up suddenly, breathing heavily and gradually steady. Trick Senior Lin Yu out of Yuching, contact the information department and the principal, and request reinforcements. This time, Baiju's eyes were particularly firm. Knowing the location of Xie body and Aizo getting rid of Xie's control, he had never seen the hope of victory like this. First trick Lin Yu to Gray City. Just like the previous reincarnations, he told Lin Yu that the evil eye would appear in Gray City on the pretext of foreknowledge, and then asked the information department and the principal for reinforcement. Pacify and Ling Xue and wait until the afternoon. Meet up with Ueda Gueda, Xingxue Lian, and a group of breakthrough stage psychics. Have you brought all the Brian souls? In the hotel room, Baiju asked Ueda Gueda. I brought them all. As Ueda Gueda said, his face became puzzled. Do you know where the evil eye is? The Brian soul can break the Klevel killing rules, but for the higher level Blevel killing rules, it is necessary to use the Brian soul to break it. Although there is only one word difference between the two, the effect of destroying the rules is very different. Bring them all, follow me. After learning the location of the evil eye in the last reincarnation, Baiju chose to directly use a large number of Brian souls. Even if he had to destroy the apartment building to achieve the purpose of breaking the evil eye, he did not hesitate. As for the superpowers in the apartment, most of them are powerful. Let's not talk about how much damage Brian's soul can cause to them. Although Brian's soul is mainly based on turrets, the power of the ammunition is not very great. It is just mixed with substances that can break the rules and are very deadly to the rules. Everything is based on breaking the evil eye. First, contact the local police station to block the surroundings of the apartment. Baiju and the superpowers pushed more than a dozen simple turrets to the mud hole hidden among the flowers and plants behind the apartment building in the previous reincarnation. Fire at that. Baiju pointed in a direction, and his voice was very faint, so faint that Ueda Gueda and Qingshui Lian thought they had heard it wrong. Is the evil eye here? Looking at the lawn on the side of the path, Ueda Gueda frowned. Listen to me. Baiju's voice was solemn. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Ueda Gueda and Qingshui Lian looked at each other with complicated eyes. With the principal's order, they had to do it. Then, they retreated a certain distance. Boom boom. The loud gunshots shook the eardrums. As Baiju stared, a corner of the apartment with a hole was blown open, and the dust and fog were raised. The apartment was about to fall down with the vibration, until the floor collapsed in the dust and fog. This was how it was, until the Brian souls they brought ran out of ammunition. Almost done. Baiju murmured, and then waved behind him, clean up. Under such dense and terrifying fire suppression, the evil eye had almost no chance of escape. Following Baiju's order, Ueda Gueda and Qingshui Lian led a group of superpowers to the ruins not far in front of them. The crowd searched in the ruins, but saw nothing but rubble. After several reincarnations, Baiju knew that in this apartment, there was a superpower controlled by the evil eye. The superpower strength can reach the transcendence period, and the evil eye was broken under the bombardment of Brian's soul. After the control was released, it would not be overwhelmed by the ruins. Something is wrong. Baiju had a bad premonition. Nothing. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and Ueda Gueda told Baiju the results of the exploration of the ruins. Baiju's face was very heavy, very heavy. In the last reincarnation, he had clearly met the evil eye face to face here, but now. Last time, I met the evil eye at noon. This time, the time to launch the operation to destroy the evil eye is in the afternoon. That is to say, during this period, the evil eye has moved its position. Baiju's brain raced, and he tried to stay calm in his anxiety. In the last reincarnation, all the superpowers who were going to arrive at Yuqing Port at night lost contact. Is this related to the disappearance of the evil eye? A storm was set off in his mind, and dense timelines were intertwined in his mind, while Baiju was trying to find the common points among them. The superpower predecessors who arrived at Yuqing Port at night lost contact, and the evil eye left the apartment in the afternoon. Suddenly, Baiju had a flash of inspiration.